A once hopeless cultivator was struck by a mysterious lightning bolt, gaining a system that allows him to defy fate through sheer diligence. Brilliant sunlight streamed through the window of the second highest high school in Fei Lei City, casting its glow on a scarred, worn-out desk. Fang Qi, a delicate-looking 15-year-old boy, lay slumped over it, his fingers mechanically gripping a bronze-cased phone. The screen glaringly displayed his dismal report card. Qi refining stage 3, inferior grade illusory fire spirit root, and shockingly low scores across all subjects, totaling 413, ranking 372nd in his grade. Staring at these glaring numbers, Fang Qi felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. 9 years of arduous cultivation, all in vain. As a transmigrator, he thought he had worked hard enough, starting alchemy practice at 3 a.m., studying talismans at 5, and training in combat techniques by 6. He neither ate nor drank, surviving on compressed biscuits, converting all his living expenses into rent for a cultivation room, and practicing qi refining techniques day after day. Yet the results were dismal, not even reaching a third of those with innate talent. This world and Blue Star were once the same, but everything changed 1,500 years ago when a fragment of the Immortal Gate drifted from the depths of the universe, altering the course of development on this continent of cultivation. Nations united to research and collectively published a cultivation white paper, changing the calendar to mark the start of the cultivation era. Cultivation was no longer a myth, but became the mainstream education of this world. As summer waned and the cicada's song grew weaker, Fang Qi sighed deeply, making a decision in his heart to give up. When diligence becomes a bottomless pit and hope a fleeting illusion, anyone would choose to abandon it. He knew all too well that on the path of cultivation, 99 of sweat couldn't match 1 of talent. Just as Fang Qi flipped his phone over and prepared to sleep, a thunderous lightning bolt suddenly struck. It was as if a deity was undergoing a tribulation, causing Fang Qi to shiver, his clothes instantly soaked with cold sweat. He looked around in shock. Could even giving up attract lightning? At this moment, a strange light screen appeared before him, with semi-transparent text flowing like water. Soul detection, bloodline detection, flaw detection, detection complete, compatibility 96, meeting standards, initiating binding. Accompanied by this mysterious ritual-like process, a fluorescent panel quietly took shape. Host, Fang Qi. Talent, diligence can make up for clumsiness. Age, 15. Cultivation, qi refining stage 3. Diligence points, 0. Makeup, can improve spirit root, spiritual consciousness, alchemy, talismans, formations, combat techniques. Perfect attendance award, 9-year perfect attendance treasure box. Evaluation, full of flaws, can you still sleep? Besides diligence, what else do you have? Fang Qi suppressed his excitement. As a former avid gamer, he was naturally very receptive to this sudden golden opportunity. Could he really use diligence to gain points and compensate for his shortcomings? Such a heaven-defying opportunity seemed tailor-made for him. Over the past 9 years, who could claim to be more diligent? A long-lost passion surged within him, ascending to immortality, achieving eternal life, no longer being an insignificant ant, but stepping onto the path to the heavens. Such a future was indeed mesmerizing. You have a perfect attendance treasure box yet to be opened. Would you like to open it? Fang Qi immediately sat up straight and solemnly thought. Open. In an instant, his spiritual consciousness trembled like a taut string. The treasure box before him burst open, radiating brilliant light, and the reward information appeared. Congratulations on obtaining Specialized Diligence Spirit Root 100000. Inferior Spirit Stones 10. Qi Gathering Pill 1. Spirit Stones. Fang Qi's breath quickened, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Ever since the Immortal Gate appeared, the already scarce resources had been exhausted. While spiritual herbs could be cultivated artificially, spirit stones were truly rare treasures, finite and irreplaceable. Although artificial spirit stones were developed, their cultivation effects were worlds apart from true spirit stones. The Great Summer Immortal Gate vigorously promoted compulsory cultivation, partly to prepare military forces for resource wars. Spirit stones and qi gathering pill rewards have been stored in the inventory. Current inventory slots are 3, can be expanded with diligence points. Inventory slots weren't too surprising for Fang Qi. After all, the Great Summer Immortal Gate had long mastered the art of space compression, mass-producing various storage treasures. Though expensive, even the most basic ones cost tens of thousands of merit points, but earning that much after graduating and working in cultivation was just a matter of time. Detected hosts diligent cultivation over the past 9 years. Accumulated diligence points have been doubled and converted into specialized diligence points. Specialized diligence points can only be used for specific makeup projects. Would you like to make up? Fang Qi clenched his fists, his heart pounding. The direction of specialized diligence makeup was actually spirit root. This was his deepest pain. On the path of cultivation, everything depended on the spirit root. It involved comprehension, spiritual energy absorption speed, and many other critical factors, it was the foundation of one's cultivation. Many people never awakened even an illusory spirit root, completely severing their path to cultivation, leaving them to take ordinary cultural exams and enter mundane society to earn meager merit points. Though Feng Che only had an inferior illusory fire spirit root, there was still a slim chance of getting into a cultivation university, which was the only belief that sustained him through years of hard work. This was destiny's compensation. 9 years of sweat and tears were finally seeing a return. Past causes, present effects. Feng Che's heart was filled with both anticipation and anxiety. He didn't dare hope for too much. Just upgrading his illusory spirit root to a true spirit root would be satisfying enough. Make up, he thought decisively. Ding! Diligence Makeup talent activated. Proceeding to make up spirit root. Upon completion, host spirit root grade expected to upgrade to fire attribute, heavenly spirit root. Ding! Makeup in progress. Feng Che. A surge of scorching heat suddenly poured in through his crown, spreading rapidly along his meridians like boiling oil, forming a fiery web, instantly turning him crimson. Yet at this moment, Feng Che could no longer focus on this. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Wait, what spirit root? Heavenly root. Is it real? Feng Che sat in the classroom, his chest rising and falling rapidly, the heavy breathing conspicuously loud in the quiet room, drawing curious glances from his classmates. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. The appearance of the panel brought him unprecedented hope. For 9 years, Feng Che had worked unimaginably hard to elevate his virtual root to a true root, earning the title of the most diligent student at Fei City's second high school. Other students with less talent had long given up, while those with exceptional talent could easily get into a cultivation university with minimal effort, unlike him who had to fight tooth and nail. Feng Che leaned against the window seat, where the green leaves sliced the sunlight into small patches that fell on his slightly upturned lips. The cultivation textbooks categorized spiritual roots into low, medium, high, earthly, and heavenly roots. It was rumored that there were even higher-level roots beyond the heavenly, but to him, those were merely legends. Ding's special enhancement completed. Virtual root transformed into heavenly root. Ding note. The heavenly root only enhances cultivation talent, not affecting individual skills such as spiritual perception, alchemy, talisman crafting, formations, or puppetry. Please work diligently to gain proficiency and enhance individual talents. The transparent text floated before his eyes, and after a moment of mental clamoring, his mind cleared. He felt a change in his body, though he couldn't pinpoint it. Eagerly, he took out his phone encased in bronze, opened his personal information page, only to find the root section still showing low-grade virtual fire root. This discovery was like a cold shower, cooling his excitement. He quickly remembered that the Cultivation Education Network's information wasn't updated in real time. It would change after the next assessment. Feng Che's fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk as he contemplated the changes the heavenly root would bring. According to the prompt, while there would be no improvement in areas like spiritual perception and alchemy, his comprehension, cultivation speed, and spiritual energy absorption and refinement would see significant progress. To verify this, he pulled out a crumpled copy of Basic Theory of Qi Refinement from the desk. As he opened the pages, he saw the margins filled with red pen annotations and questions. How to reduce minor damage to meridians when supplying spiritual energy at the second level of Qi Refinement. What substantial transformation occurs upon entering the late stage at the 7th level of Qi Refinement? How long should the imprint of spiritual energy storage be maintained when casting spells? How should the spiritual energy circulation formula created by true Lord Leo be explained? As he focused on these questions, the words on the page seemed to come alive, transforming into lively sprites that leaped from the paper into his mind. Many things that had puzzled him before suddenly became clear to Feng Che, as if a new door of understanding had opened. Eagerly, he flipped through book after book, Comprehensive Guide to Basic Alchemy Techniques, The Grand Outline of Qi Cultivation in the Great Xia Immortal Sect, Basic Drawing of 5 Elements Talismans. Knowledge surged into his mind like a fountain, making his blood boil and his pores open. This exhilarating feeling was completely different from the muddled state he experienced during his virtual spirit root phase. This is the power of the heavenly spirit root, Feng Che exclaimed with excitement. After a long while, he finally put down the books and let out a deep breath. A system notification popped up. Ding! You have diligently studied cultivation books for an hour and comprehended over 70 of the content. Diligence 10. Cultivation requires effort. Don't let tears fall in vain. Keep striving. Feng Che was still immersed in joy when a sturdy elbow suddenly nudged him. It was his desk mate Cheng Shi, who wore a simple, honest smile. Feng Che, cheer up. So what if you didn't make it into the top 300? With your hard work, choosing the humanities after specialization can also lead to success. Cheng Shi was a top student with a mid-grade spirit root. To improve his theoretical scores, Feng Che specifically chose him as a desk mate, while also helping him with cultivation, and they became friends. Specialization? No need to think twice. Of course, I'll continue with cultivation. Fang Che said confidently, patting Cheng Shi's chubby shoulder. Little Cheng, remember, as long as there's life, there will be cultivation. Cheng Shi's eyes crinkled into a smile. That's my brother Che for you. The legendary grind master of Fei Lei Immortal City, Second High School. They say a virtual spirit root might evolve into a true spirit root. Maybe hard work really can lead to hope. Although his words were somewhat comforting, Fang Che fell into thoughtful contemplation. Just then, a sudden chill spread through the air, prompting Fang Che to open his eyes. Standing by the desk was a girl in an oversized school uniform, whose tall figure was still apparent despite the uniform of the second high school. She was the class monitor, Luo Lioli, with her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her beautiful face was untouched by makeup, and she exuded an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Recognized as a genius in the class, Luo Lioli possessed an extremely rare high-grade ice elemental spiritual root. Her performance in the cultivation exams had never slipped out of the top 3 in the first-year monthly assessments, and even some cultivation universities had already reached out to secure this prodigious talent. If Cheng Shi was considered a top student, then Luo Lioli was undoubtedly the legendary academic deity. Subject selection form. Take it back, have it signed, and hand it to me tomorrow, Luo Lioli said in a cool tone, placing 2 forms in front of Fang Che and Cheng Fatty. Faced with her strong presence, Cheng Fatty could only nod repeatedly, not daring to speak. Fang Che, however, picked up the form and looked up to ask, "Class monitor, can I fill it out now?" This question surprised Luo Lioli slightly. Although she was the class monitor, she rarely interacted with her classmates, as she considered the first-year students to be mere passers-by. However, Fang Che was a name. She remembered the famous Liver Emperor of Xianqing's second high school, who had been diligently cultivating for 9 years. "You can," she replied, still expressionless, before adding, "However, I suggest you choose the humanities. Your spiritual root condition is poor, and cultivation will only bring you pain without much progress, no matter how hard you try." Cheng Fatty widened his eyes in shock. This ice block class monitor rarely spoke so much. Outside, the cicadas chirped incessantly, and the dappled sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Fang Che's delicate face. He flashed a bright smile at Luo Lioli and softly said, "Thank you." Luo Lioli nodded slightly, thinking he had accepted her advice. However, the next moment, she saw Fang Che decisively sign his name under the Continue Cultivation option. When she took the form back and her eyes fell on the section titled, Reason for Choosing to Continue Cultivation, she was stunned. With diligence, nothing is impossible. Perseverance pays off. The path of cultivation is long. We, the cultivators, move forward without regret. Outside the window, the sky is dotted with fluffy clouds drifting gently, and sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the table. Luo Lioli stands beside Fang Che, watching him write down his reasons for continuing his cultivation studies on the form. "The path of cultivation is long and arduous, yet we move forward without regret," she murmurs, recalling her mother's recent failure to form a core and her subsequent journey to the frontier battlefield. A ripple of emotion stirs within her, but she quickly regains her composed demeanor, simply nodding and saying, "All right." Nearby, Cheng Shi quickly hands in his completed form. As a genius with mid-grade spiritual roots, he has already been pre-selected by several cultivation universities, making this formality merely a formality for him. The class monitor is still as intimidating as ever. He sighs in relief once Luo Lioli walks away. Fang Che glances at him, suspecting that Cheng Shi is boasting about his spiritual roots talent. "Why bother with cultivation if you have false spiritual roots? One should know their limitations," remarks Su Qingyan from the front row, his tone dripping with sarcasm. This young man, who has long sought Luo Lioli's attention to no avail, feels a pang of jealousy seeing her regard Fang Che differently. "Mind your own business." Cheng Shi immediately defends his friend, leveraging his online debating skills to retort. Su Qingyan turns red with embarrassment and leaves in frustration. Fang Che merely chuckles, never feeling the need to prove himself to anyone. The next class is the final meditation session. Cheng Shi changes the subject. Fang Che nods, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. In the past, he dreaded the meditation class the most. For Fang Che, who had an ethereal spiritual root, every meditation class was a torment. Today was the final meditation class, and the High School of the Immortal Gate had specially prepared a high-grade first-year meditation talisman. This was a silent selection meant to dissuade students with insufficient spiritual root levels from pursuing the path of immortality. Cheng Shi glanced at Fang Che beside him, puzzled. Usually, Fang Che would complain endlessly about meditation class, but today he seemed calm and collected. Faced with Cheng Shi's questioning look, Fang Che simply smiled without further explanation. After all, he couldn't exactly reveal. "I'm not pretending anymore. I have the heavenly spiritual root," could he? Fang Che lowered his head to continue focusing on his study of the cultivation books. The chubby Cheng Shi next to him, seeing Fang Che unwilling to waste even a moment of free time and falling back into his familiar diligence, sighed and decided to rest his head on the desk for a short nap. The bell that stirred spiritual awareness suddenly rang out, and the classroom's murmurs instantly fell into silence. Fang Che put down his book and looked towards the classroom door. A middle-aged man in a robe entered, his spiritual energy fluctuating intensely. This was Nan Lihua, the teacher responsible for the meditation class, reputed to be a formidable foundation establishment cultivator. Nan Lihua's gaze swept across the class, his spiritual pressure spreading throughout. He spoke directly. This class is the meditation session before the class division. The purpose should be clear to everyone, so I won't elaborate. I will activate a high-grade first-tier meditation talisman. Those who can maintain a meditative state for an hour using it have hope for foundation establishment in the future. The shorter the time maintained, the slimmer the hope. He paused. For those with less favorable spiritual roots, this is also an opportunity to recognize the gap and step back. Choose what you are good at. Don't waste years in a field where you lack talent. Nan Lihua's gaze swept over the youthful faces, adding softly, cultivation is harsh. It's not as beautiful as you imagine. Before he finished speaking, Nan Lihua waved his robe sleeve, as if a breeze passed by. A piece of black-yellow talisman paper floated up, with cinnabar runes flickering with a faint glow. At the moment Nan Lihua activated the talisman, Fang Che felt a stirring in his heart, and a panel appeared. Without hesitation, he allocated all 10 points of diligence he had earned from reading for an hour earlier to his spiritual awareness attribute. Ding! Allocate diligence points to spiritual awareness. Current spiritual awareness talent level LV1. Do you want to use 10 diligence points to enhance? A semi-transparent screen popped up with the prompt, and Fang Che immediately confirmed. Ding! Enhancement complete. Spiritual awareness LV1, 1010 upgraded to spiritual awareness LV2, 0100. Cultivation without effort leads to tears of regret. Keep striving. As the prompt faded, Fang Che felt a refreshing coolness in his heart, and his consciousness became clearer. His gaze fell on the activated high-grade first-tier talisman, watching as the runes seemed to come alive, writhing like tadpoles and glowing with a golden light. Suddenly, they transformed into a 7-story golden octagonal pagoda, slowly rotating in the air, scattering specks of light. These particles were originally stored within the pagoda and required the operation of meditation techniques to be mobilized. Fang Che marveled inwardly. The meditation talismans used in the past were always low-grade first-tier ones, capable of manifesting only a 3-story pagoda. But today's talisman could conjure a 7-story pagoda, truly extraordinary. Spiritual particles surged like a tide, their numbers exceeding the usual by more than tenfold. Amidst this vast ocean of particles, one iron law became increasingly evident. The better one's spirit root talent, the more these particles are drawn to gather, the stronger one's spiritual awareness, the more exceptional the ability to capture these particles. The Immortal Sect's classic text, detailed explanation of spiritual awareness meditation, divides cultivation levels into 5 stages: settling, spiritual platform, divine storage, nascent soul, and divine fire, corresponding to the 5 realms of cultivation: chi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and God transformation. Many nascent soul stage cultivators have confirmed through experience that the strength of spiritual awareness is directly proportional to the success rate of breaking through realms. To enhance the chances of advancing from the chi refinement stage to foundation establishment, one's spiritual awareness must reach the settling level. Unlike other practices such as alchemy or talisman crafting, the cultivation of spiritual awareness depends not only on innate talent, but also on the spirit root. Fang Che looked at the 9-story pagoda before him, where the swirling spiritual particles made his heart tremble. An uncontrollable desire surged within him, as if every pore was calling out to those particles. He composed himself, sat cross-legged, and began to practice the official sect technique, Lotus Meditation Method. He had been practicing this method since middle school, diligently training even outside of class by renting the school's meditation room with earned merit. The pathways and lotus hand seals had become second nature to him. As the technique began to operate, Fang Che felt his 5 senses and 6 perceptions transform into a massive vortex, spinning rapidly like a black hole. Although the panel indicated that a heavenly spirit root wouldn't enhance spiritual awareness talent, the quality of the spirit root determined the efficiency of attracting spiritual particles, an unchangeable fact. With the powerful attraction of his heavenly spirit root and the support of his 2nd-level spiritual awareness talent, the spiritual particles within the 9-story pagoda, formed by a 1st-grade high-quality meditation talisman, rushed towards Fang Che's consciousness as if they had found a kindred spirit. In his mind, countless spiritual particles began to outline the shape of lotus petals, one after another, ultimately forming a complete lotus flower. This lotus, constructed purely from spiritual power, continuously bloomed and withered in his consciousness, in a cycle as natural as the breath of the universe. Feng Che formed hand seals, his gaze serene like the morning light, quietly observing this cycle of life and death. Within this endless repetition, the excitement of acquiring the diligence and patience panel gradually subsided, and the confusion and fear about the future of cultivation dissipated in the birth and decay of the lotus. His mind gradually calmed, clear as a bright lamp. With no inner demons arising, wisdom naturally emerged. This was the state of settling. At the second high school of the immortal sect, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. In the meditation class, Mr. Nan Lihua, dressed in a mage's robe, sat behind the podium, flipping through a book titled The Complete Guide to Talisman Crafting. Suddenly, he looked up with a slight frown. The consumption of spiritual particles in the meditation tower was unusually high, and this intense extraction made him wary. Several possible candidates flashed through his mind. Luo Lioli, with her superior spiritual roots, was already a prodigy sought after by prestigious cultivation schools. Then there were Su Qingyan and Cheng Shi. But soon, he sensed an unusual fluctuation. Someone was attempting to enter a deep meditative state. Nan Lihua closed the book, and his spiritual sense quickly scanned the classroom. In the direction where the spiritual particle consumption was most concentrated, he saw a familiar face. Feng Che. Known as the Grind King, this young man was currently pressing his lips together, his expression focused and determined. This discovery astonished Nan Lihua. Feng Che, a cultivator with inferior virtual spiritual roots, was attempting to enter a deep meditative state? It was almost impossible. Whether a virtual spiritual root cultivator could even reach the 5th level of qi refining was uncertain, let alone accumulate such profound spiritual awareness. After a moment's thought, Nan Lihua nodded to himself. Perhaps this child had a special talent in the art of talisman crafting. As time passed, students gradually awoke from their meditation. The quickest lasted only 5 minutes before exiting the state, and realizing that a high-grade meditation talisman worth 5,000 merit points had been consumed, this student broke down on the spot and gave up the path of cultivation. Most of the remaining students maintained their state for 10 to 30 minutes, with those under 20 minutes almost all opting to quit. Nan Lihua gradually dismissed the awakened students from the classroom. As time went on, the number of people in the room dwindled, leaving only those who could persist longer in their cultivation. The classroom fell into a deep silence, with only the aura of cultivation circulating. After an hour of meditation, Cheng Shi awoke, his rosy, chubby face beaming with joy. He silently celebrated, realizing he truly had the potential for foundational cultivation. Just as he rose to bow to his teacher, Nan Lihua, and prepare to leave, his body suddenly froze, and his pupils constricted sharply. Turning his head mechanically, he saw Feng Che still sitting cross-legged, a faint glow emanating from his brow as he continued to absorb the mental particles from the meditation talisman. Damn, Cheng Shi exclaimed, but before he could finish, a powerful sense of pressure enveloped him. Nan Lihua, with his legs crossed, cast him a disdainful glance, casually flicking his fingers to toss the chubby boy out of the classroom like a ball. Making a fuss over nothing, Nan Lihua muttered, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Feng Che. The fact that a virtual spirit root could sustain meditation for so long, and even show signs of entering a trance was indeed surprising. Could it be a mutation of the spirit root? Unfortunately, testing instruments required official approval and could only be used during exams. Otherwise, he would have tested Feng Che on the spot. Time passed, and when class monitor Su Qingyan stood up, he wasn't surprised to see Luo Lioli still meditating. However, when he noticed Feng Che, he was utterly shocked, his pupils narrowing. How is this possible? Just a virtual spirit root. Before he could finish, Nan Lihua, prepared for such a reaction, threw him out of the classroom to prevent any disturbance to others meditating. 2 hours later, Luo Lioli opened her eyes. The classroom was empty, with only the Xianhuang talisman paper emitting a faint glow. As a high-grade spirit root possessor, she was used to the isolating loneliness of being at the top. Suddenly, her eyelashes fluttered, and her gaze fell on Feng Che by the window. Sunlight bathed the young man, surrounded by a familiar aura of spiritual awareness, a sign of entering a deep meditative state. Entering a trance? How is that possible? Luo Lioli's usually cool demeanor showed rare surprise. He is diligent in his cultivation, and his spiritual awareness talent is notable. Past efforts have led to a qualitative change, and this time, with the help of a high-grade meditation talisman, he managed to enter a trance. Nan Lihua explained as he closed his book. Then he looked at Feng Che and commanded, "Awaken." Feng Che gradually withdrew from his meditative state, the glow of the high-grade meditation talisman fading as it drifted into Nan Lihua's hand. He had originally set the talisman to activate for only 2 hours, based on Luo Lioli's limit after entering a trance. Feng Che's unexpected endurance prompted the need for a gentle interruption, as forcibly ending the meditation could harm his spiritual awareness. Fortunately, Feng Che had just finished his meditation. As he slowly opened his eyes, he felt as if the world around him had been renewed. The cicadas outside the window sang clearly. The honking of cars on the distant road was distinctly audible, and even the tiniest specks of dust on the ground were visible. You've just meditated, so your senses are temporarily heightened. Don't worry, they'll gradually return to normal, Nen Lihua explained, a hint of approval in his eyes. After a brief pause, he continued, Are you interested in joining my talisman making class? With your spiritual awareness talent, becoming a talisman maker could be a suitable path for you. Seeing Feng Che's puzzled expression, Nen Lihua added, I heard you chose to continue cultivating immortality? With your meditative spiritual awareness, even with a weak spiritual root, you could potentially reach the late stage of Qi refinement and might even qualify as a second-level talisman maker, with abilities comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator. Feng Che was taken aback by the invitation, feeling both surprised and flattered. I'm interested, very interested. Thank you, Teacher Nan. He was thrilled. Within the sect, talisman makers and alchemists were known as the most lucrative professions, and such an opportunity was not to be missed. Nan Lihua was pleased with Feng Che's response. Although the invitation was partly to compensate for interrupting his meditation, it was mainly due to Feng Che's potential. A talisman maker requires strong spiritual awareness and the patience and perseverance to draw talismans daily. Given Feng Che's diligent nature, he seemed well suited for this career. The only concern was whether his dedication would remain after his spiritual awareness meditation. All right, come see me after class assignments, Nan Lihua said, pulling out his phone to share a number before turning and leaving. As a teacher at the Immortal Sect High School, he was always on the move, never lingering after class, and often more eager to finish than the students. After all, even teachers here were on their own paths of cultivation. In the pursuit of immortality, everyone races forward. Life is unending, and so is the path of cultivation. In this competitive journey, every moment counts. For Feng Che, Nan Lihuo's invitation was like a doorway to a bright future. Becoming an official level 1 talisman maker not only meant securing a stable job before graduating high school, but more importantly, it ensured he could earn enough merit points to maintain a living and continue pursuing his dream of becoming an immortal, even if he failed to get into a cultivation university. Merit points, the currency system inherited from the immortal sects, have been adopted by all countries as the sole standard for transactions among cultivators. Whether trading magical artifacts, elixirs, or other cultivation resources, merit points serve as the only measure. This unified metric from the immortal sects makes transactions among cultivators more convenient and standardized. At Feilei Immortal City's second high school, Nan Lihuo's talisman-making class was renowned. As a level 3 talisman maker, Nan Lihua was highly respected throughout Feilei Immortal City, with a status comparable to a golden core cultivator. Becoming a level 1 talisman maker would mean that the merit points earned from drawing basic talismans alone could support daily cultivation needs. Ding! A translucent text prompt suddenly appeared before him. You have diligently meditated on your spiritual awareness for 2 hours and successfully entered a state of tranquility. Diligence can double your efforts. Diligence 40. Feng Chi's eyes lit up. More exciting than the talisman-making class was this breakthrough in successfully entering a state of tranquility with his spiritual awareness. For a cultivator with a virtual spiritual root, achieving this was almost a miracle. Although the spiritual awareness could not be projected outward, it significantly enhanced his senses' perception of external objects. Strong spiritual awareness is crucial for talisman making. Previously, even though he had memorized talisman making theories thoroughly, his practical attempts always ended in failure. Now, perhaps he could try drawing talismans again. Joining teacher Lihuo's talisman making class is your opportunity, came a cool voice beside him. But making talismans is not easy, so don't get too excited too soon. What matters most is being able to hold your ground in the class. It was the class monitor, Luo Lioli, speaking bluntly as always, with her sharp words. Feng Che wasn't bothered at all. With the insight granted by his heavenly spiritual root and his talent for diligence compensating for lack, his performance in talisman making was bound to be better than before. Even if his talent was lacking, it would be the perfect chance to make the most of his diligence. Not only in talisman making, but he also had the potential to achieve notable success in alchemy, formations, and other fields. No worries, I'm very diligent. Feng Che beamed with confidence in his voice. Luo Lioli was taken aback by his words. Feng Chi's diligence was indeed undeniable, a point she couldn't argue against. Without saying more, she turned and left the classroom. Feng Che also walked out of the classroom, the midday sun shining brightly, causing him to squint slightly, reflecting his incredibly good mood. Che, you're amazing. A loud exclamation shattered the silence of the cultivation room. Cheng Shi's round body rolled rapidly towards him, his eyes wide with shock. Did you really enter a meditative state? Spiritual consciousness meditation. Beside him, the class monitor, Su Qingyan, wore a dark expression, his tone sour. Just luck, nothing to brag about. With a pseudo-spiritual root, You'll never reach the foundation stage in this lifetime. These words instantly ignited Cheng Shi's fury. He immediately launched into a tirade, spitting words at Su Qingyan with such fervor that the surrounding classmates couldn't help but chuckle. Su Qingyan's face turned red, but he had no retort. That's fantastic. We can progress together on the path of cultivation. Cheng Shi, feeling relieved after venting, turned to Fang Che with a smile that almost closed his eyes. As the last meditation class ended, people gradually dispersed, each with their own emotions, some joyful, some troubled. Che, the class division list won't be out until this afternoon. Where to now? It's a rare achievement to enter meditation. Shall we celebrate with a meal? Cheng Shi excitedly suggested, his face trembling at the mention of food. Fang Che shook his head and politely declined. No, there are still 3 hours until the class division. I need to go to the cultivation room to consolidate my spiritual consciousness. Cheng Shi's face fell. Che, don't push yourself so hard. Fang Che smiled and said, I'll let you in on a secret. My spiritual root might have transformed from pseudo to real. It's heaven rewarding my diligence, so I must work even harder. Cheng Shi was taken aback. A transformation from pseudo to real spiritual root was indeed rare, but not unheard of. A nascent soul master's research had confirmed such a possibility. This might explain why Fang Che could enter a meditative state. Perseverance pays off. Cheng Shi was genuinely happy for his friend. After parting ways, Fang Che munched on a compressed biscuit as he headed to the cultivation area. He handed his merit card to the ponytailed receptionist, Zhou Yuqi. Senior Zhou, please open a first-level spiritual energy cultivation room for 3 hours. 30 merit points. Zhou Yuqi didn't even look up as she swiped the card on the crystal board. As a senior about to take the college entrance exam, she had already succeeded in building her foundation and received offers from several top-tier cultivation universities. Yet, she chose to work part-time to support her cultivation for higher goals. Fang Che entered the cultivation room with practiced ease. Located at the heart of the high school's spiritual gathering formation, this was a sacred place for cultivation, arranged by a third-level formation master. The 10-square-meter room was minimalistic, with only a central meditation cushion and soundproof inscriptions adorned the walls. Sitting on the cushion, Fang Che took out the reward from his perfect attendance package, a bottle of qi gathering pills and a spirit stone. This first-level pill cost 90 merit points per bottle on the Immortal Net, and he had previously found it to be of average effect. After consuming a brown pill and holding the thumb-sized diamond-shaped spirit stone, Fang Che began to practice the basic qi refinement technique. Boom! A surge of potent spiritual energy flooded into his meridians. The sensation of being forcefully expanded made him snap his eyes open. The effect of this qi gathering pill was astonishing. The influx of spiritual energy was rapid and intense. This was the power of a heavenly spiritual root combined with a high-quality spirit stone and pill. This was the cultivation experience of a genius. It was absolutely exhilarating. Awesome. Fang Che could only use this one word to describe how he felt at the moment. As a cultivator who had long been troubled by inferior spiritual roots, he was experiencing the thrill of cultivating with a heavenly spiritual root for the first time. The sensation of spiritual energy surging and soaring to the skies was almost intoxicating. The spiritual energy in his dantian quickly gathered, and the bottleneck at the third level of qi refining shattered like paper, allowing him to effortlessly step into the fourth level. The sharp pains from his meridians felt more like a pleasure to him. Refine, keep refining, refine to the death. Fang Che shouted in his mind. I was so diligent when my talent was lacking. Now with such a gift, I must work twice as hard. The qi gathering pill from the full attendance treasure chest was of excellent quality, and the powerful burst of spiritual energy formed a faint vortex above his head. The spirit stones in his hand continuously supplied pure spiritual energy into his sea of qi. This feeling of rapid progress made Fang Che completely immersed in the fervor of cultivation. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuqi at the front desk of the cultivation area noticed something unusual. She put down her Advanced Alchemy Techniques book and checked the spiritual energy fluctuation data for each cultivation room on her computer. The spiritual energy index in Fang Che's room was approaching 10, nearly reaching the limit of a first-tier cultivation room. Is his talent really that good? Zhou Yuqi recalled that Fang Che seemed to have only a virtual spiritual root qualification. He must have taken a high-quality pill, but even so, his foundation might not be simple. She had no interest in prying into other secrets. As long as the cultivation room wasn't damaged, she wouldn't intervene. Zhou Yuqi was focused on her own goal, getting into one of the 3 top immortal cultivation universities of the Great Xia Immortal Sect. Once admitted to such an institution, achieving the Golden Core stage was almost guaranteed. As a powerful cultivator at the Golden Core stage, not only would she gain respect, but she could also participate in exploring the Immortal Sect continent and expeditions to other realms. Seeing the spiritual energy fluctuation index starting to decline, she returned her attention to her book. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Fang Che slowly opened his eyes, feeling the vast spiritual energy in his sea of qi. He had reached the peak of the 4th level of Qi refining and was qualified to attempt a breakthrough to the 5th level. However, he didn't rush to advance, as this breakthrough was mainly driven by momentum, along with the aid of spirit stones and the Qi gathering pill. He needed to consider the retention of spiritual energy once his level stabilized. Although the basic Qi refining techniques provided by the Immortal Sect were versions repeatedly refined by numerous nascent soul cultivators, Feng Che's cultivation efficiency was high, with excellent utilization of spiritual energy, and the video lectures on foundational cultivation techniques by a Yuaning master made his practice even more effective. Although his level might slightly drop after a breakthrough, under such comprehensive guidance, the decline was minimal. Now that Feng Che had overcome his deficiencies with the celestial root, he didn't need to rush. Like a poor person suddenly becoming wealthy and losing direction, he remained clear-headed. Diligence was his most reliable asset. Ding! A translucent notification suddenly appeared before him. After diligently cultivating for 3 hours, you have broken through a level and received a double diligence reward, Diligence 60. This time, he received a double reward for the breakthrough, as typically, 3 hours of cultivation would yield only 30 diligence points. This showed that fully dedicating an hour to cultivation could earn 10 diligence points. With a thought, the panel unfolded. Host, Feng Che. Talent, diligence makes up for deficiencies. Age, 15. Cultivation level, Qi refining stage, level 4. Diligence, 100. Deficiency compensation projects, spiritual roots, spiritual awareness, alchemy, talismans, formations, combat. Full attendance award, none. Evaluation, except for spiritual roots, you're full of deficiencies, yet you still sleep well? The formation in the cultivation room began to weaken, indicating that his 3-hour session had ended. If he didn't renew, Sister Zhou would come to drive him out in 10 minutes. After a quick tidy-up, Feng Che left the cultivation area feeling refreshed. As he reached the bottom of the teaching building, Cheng Shi's round figure nimbly approached from a distance. Brother Che, it's over, he wailed from afar, looking devastated. Brother Che, the reality has defeated us, and we're forced to part ways. Feng Che cast a sideways glance at this drama king and walked straight to the bulletin board. 6 sheets of paper were posted on the wall, displaying the class assignments for the first year of Flying Thunder Immortal City, 2nd High School. Cheng Shi came over to explain. There are actually only 5 classes. The first one is the elite class, with only 20 spots. They get priority access to school resources. Feng Che saw familiar names like Luo Yuli, Su Qingyan, and Cheng Shi on the elite class list. Basically, those with middle-grade spiritual roots can enter the elite class. But our school isn't as good as the first high, with only 18 students having above-average spiritual roots, and the other 2 spots are for students with exceptional grades despite having low-grade spiritual roots. Cheng Shi patted Feng Che's shoulder, saying, Brother Che, now that your spiritual root has materialized, with your diligence, you might just overtake them and get into the elite class. A virtual root entering the elite class? What are we then? Don't mix fake goods with us. If he gets into the elite class, I, Su Qingyan, will personally apply to leave. Su Qingyan, who had been eavesdropping, interjected with sarcasm. Cheng Shi's face darkened, ready to unleash his verbal prowess, but Feng Che stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. If I get into the elite class, you'll leave it? Do you swear? Feng Che asked Su Qingyan with interest. The crowd gathered to watch the spectacle. Su Qingyan's expression changed, caught in a bind, and he reluctantly replied, Of course, I mean it. Feng Che's smile grew wider as he looked at Su Qingyan meaningfully. Then you might want to start preparing your withdrawal application. Su Qingyan's eyes widened in disbelief at Feng Che's words. He couldn't believe his ears when Feng Che suggested he prepare a withdrawal application from the class. Such arrogant words coming from a cultivator with a pseudo-spiritual root were simply unbelievable. With just your pseudo-spiritual root? Su Qingyan sneered, a hint of disdain in his eyes. As a genius with a mid-grade thunder attribute spiritual root, he surpassed even top students like Cheng Shi in terms of spiritual root quality. The surrounding students whispered among themselves, buzzing with conversation. They all knew Feng Che's reputation as the Grind King at Fei Lei Immortal City 2nd High School, but that was merely a result of his hard work making up for a lack of talent. Even though he had achieved spiritual awareness and his spiritual root had transformed from pseudo to real, it was still just a low-grade spiritual root at best. Feng Che didn't say much more and simply turned to leave. His friend Cheng Shi immediately took over the conversation, launching a sharp rebuke at Su Qingyan. This left Su Qingyan, who had intended to continue arguing with Feng Che, both angry and disgusted, secretly vowing never to reconcile with this chubby adversary. Feng Che wasn't too bothered by Su Qingyan's provocation, but the repeated taunts did irritate him. He understood all too well the importance of the advanced class where the best cultivation resources of the 2nd high school were available, enough to significantly boost a student's abilities. Reflecting on the selection criteria for the advanced class, he remembered that apart from endophthalm exam rankings, students could also be recommended by teachers to participate in the entry assessment. With this in mind, Feng Che took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Teacher Li Hua. It's me, Feng Che. On the other end, Nan Li Hua's calm voice responded. Feng Che briefly explained his purpose, and after a moment of silence, Li Hua replied, "Come to the Talisman classroom." Feng Che quickly made his way to the fourth teaching building and soon found Nan Li Hua's Talisman classroom. Dressed in a robe, Nan Li Hua emerged from the classroom, holding a spirit pen stained with spiritual ink, and gestured for him to follow. "Follow me," Nan Li Hua said succinctly, leading Feng Che into a spacious classroom measuring 500 square meters, with rows of wooden workstations neatly arranged inside. Upon entering the classroom, Nan Li Hua's workstation was prominently positioned. The spotlights lit up, clearly illuminating every corner of the workstation. As a future student of the talisman making class, you'll find a workstation equipped with brushes, ink, paper, and other necessary tools for creating talismans. If a workstation is occupied, it means someone is using it. Find an empty one, and that will be your spot. Nan Li Hua held a magical pen and gestured towards the workstations below, introducing them to Feng Che. The talisman making class has a small test every 3 days. The test is straightforward. You just need to submit a talisman you've drawn. New students have 3 chances to fail. If they still can't successfully draw a talisman after 3 attempts, they must voluntarily leave the class. Nan Li Hua explained to Feng Che while drawing a talisman. Any questions? Realizing Feng Che was very quiet, Nan Li Hua paused and looked over. No, Feng Che quickly replied. Regarding your request for me to recommend you for the advanced class assessment, it's no problem. Are you confident? If you fail, it'll be quite embarrassing for me. Nan Li Hua continued drawing the talisman and said, Teacher Li Hua, my spiritual root has transformed from virtual to real, so it shouldn't be a problem, Feng Che said earnestly, taking a deep breath. Since the matter of his heavenly spiritual root would eventually be revealed, he wasn't afraid to admit it early. Oh, Nan Li Hua's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He reached out and gently pressed Feng Che's wrist, feeling like a traditional Chinese doctor checking a pulse. Your spiritual root has indeed changed. It's much more vibrant now. It seems it really has transformed from virtual to real. And your spiritual root seems a bit peculiar. It's a pity there's no professional equipment to test it. All right, I'll handle your advanced class assessment application. I'll mention it to the principal later. You have 3 days to prepare. The assessment will start in 3 days, Nan Li Hua said with a smile, releasing Feng Che's hand. The transformation of Feng Che's spiritual root was likely connected to his newfound ability to enter a meditative state during meditation class. This kid might indeed become a promising talisman maker. Thinking of this, Nan Li Hua sighed. The school had not placed in the top 3 in the annual high school talisman making competition in Fei Lei Xian City for 4 years. He wondered if this year would be different. Unaware of Nan Li Hua's thoughts, Feng Che happily selected his workstation with Nan Li Hua's backing. He eventually found an empty, dusty workstation in the corner. Teacher Li Hua, I'll choose this one, Feng Che said. Nan Li Hua glanced over, raising an eyebrow as if the workstation had a story. However, he didn't explain and nodded. Come by tomorrow if you're free to get familiar with the course rhythm. I'll have the talisman making tools ready for you. If you're not free, we can start after the advanced class assessment, Nan Li Hua said, then returned to drawing talismans, ignoring Feng Che. Feng Che didn't disturb him. He wanted to try drawing talismans immediately, but lacked the tools. After watching for a while, he quietly left, closing the door behind him. After leaving the talisman-making building, Feng Che didn't go home directly. Instead, he went to the school playground to start running and training to strengthen his physique, preparing for the combat portion of the advanced class entrance assessment in 3 days. The combat portion is a crucial part of the assessment and holds significant weight. This was an activity Feng Che trained for daily, as a strong physique benefits cultivation, a fact officially recognized by the immortal sections. However, most people don't train as diligently as Feng Che, as sitting in meditation and channeling spiritual energy can also enhance one's physique without the hassle of physical training. Jogging, sprinting, high knee runs, 300 push-ups, single-finger push-ups. Feng Che trained alone on the playground, drenched in sweat. Cheng Shi came by once, greeted Feng Che from a distance when he saw how focused Feng Che was, and then left. The fiery sunset painted the sky with colorful clouds. After about 2 hours of training, Feng Che finished his daily physical training, drenched in sweat. Ding! Hard work training for 2 hours, Diligence 20. Please continue to be diligent. A semi-transparent prompt appeared before Feng Che's eyes as he finished packing up. This time, there was no extra bonus, as he hadn't made any breakthroughs. Immersive training earned him 20 points of diligence, calculated at 10 points per hour. Adding that to the 100 points he had already accumulated, Feng Che now had 120 points of diligence. As Feng Che left the school, he pondered how best to use these 120 points of diligence. One thing was certain, These points should be used to improve areas that would help him in the advanced class entrance assessment in 3 days. The assessment covers a wide range of subjects. The academic subjects include alchemy, talismans, formations, and artifact forging. The combat subjects include meditation, flying swords, spells, and martial arts. Standing alone on the playground as the sunset elongated his thoughtful silhouette, Feng Che suddenly lifted his head. After a mental struggle and deep reflection, he had a clear idea and direction for which areas to improve in the future. It was a very bold plan. Feng Che set an ambitious goal for himself, to develop comprehensively and master all professions. He looked down at his hands, a glint of determination in his eyes. While this might seem out of reach for most, he was different. His innate ability, diligence makes up for lack of talent, opened up infinite possibilities for him. By accumulating enough diligence points, he could overcome any talent shortcomings across various professions, making comprehensive development a realistic goal. Taking a deep breath, Feng Che refocused on the present. His immediate priority was the advanced class assessment in 3 days, and he needed to wisely allocate his 120 diligence points. He recalled that advancing his spiritual perception from LV1 to LV2 had previously consumed 100 points. However, he quickly dismissed this option. Even if he improved his spiritual perception, it wouldn't immediately elevate his spiritual strength from the meditative state to the spiritual platform realm, as this required prolonged meditation. Moreover, spiritual perception, being a subtle attribute, wouldn't directly earn points in the assessment. His gaze turned to other options on his panel, and his thoughts became clearer. It would be better to raise multiple professional talents to LV2. Professions like alchemy, talisman crafting, formation, weapon forging, and puppet making were unaffected by spiritual roots, unlike combat magic, which was somewhat constrained by the nature of one's spiritual roots. After all, spiritual roots influenced cultivation speed, aura absorption, insight, and power control, key aspects in combat magic. With a decisive thought, Feng Che first chose the combat magic option. Ding compensating for lack in combat magic LV1, 1010 upgraded to combat magic LV2, 0100. A translucent notification appeared, and Feng Che's eyes lit up. It turned out that upgrading each basic talent only required 10 diligence points. He quickly executed his plan, advancing the professions of alchemy, talisman crafting, formation, and weapon forging to LV2. With 70 diligence points remaining, he made a quick decision: 50 points into combat magic, and 20 points into talisman crafting. While his ideal was to develop all professions, with limited diligence points, he needed to choose a main focus besides maintaining his combat magic talent. Having joined the Nan Li Fire Talisman class, talisman crafting naturally became his priority. More importantly, talisman crafting easily accumulated merit, which was crucial for him as he sought cultivation resources. Once his talisman crafting talent reached LV2 and received an additional 20 diligence points, Feng Che felt the previously vague knowledge of talisman crafting in his mind suddenly become clear. Looking at the panel displaying Combat Magic LV2, 50,100, and Talisman Crafting LV2, 20100, he exhaled softly, filled with anticipation for the future. Every bit of hard work can subtly influence one's innate talents. This realization ignited a fire in Feng Che's heart, making his gaze burn with determination. He was eager to gain more diligent skills, a desire almost bursting from his chest. On Xuanxiu Road in Feilei City under the night sky, the orange streetlights cast a glow on the damp and cluttered streets. The branches and leaves of the mango trees on the roadside intertwined, half covering the old residential building behind them. The building's exterior walls were covered in moss, with peeling tiles and rusty railings emitting a faint metallic smell. Feng Che stood under the streetlight, looking at the place he had called home for 9 years since arriving in this world. Every day, returning from training under the stars and moon, he not only hoped to embark on the path of cultivation, but also wished for a better life for his family in this world. He climbed the narrow stairs, ducking under the damp clothes hanging in the hallway, and returned home. Even after closing the door, the noise from the building was still clear: arguments, cries, and music all mingling together. "Xiao Che, you're back?" His mother, Chen Shooting, who had been dozing on the sofa waiting for him, immediately woke up. "I'll heat up the food. You go take a shower first." This slender, middle-aged woman, wearing an apron, bore the marks of time on her face, with fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. 9 years of living together had fostered genuine affection in Feng Che for this mother of his in this world. "Your dad is still working overtime at the puppet factory. This night shift earns 30 good deeds. We'll eat first, and I'll take some food to him later," his mother said, smiling as she brought out the cold dishes. After his shower, Feng Che sat down to eat, and his mother kept piling food onto his plate. "Xiao Che, I heard the high school division was today. What did you choose?" "I chose to continue cultivating," Feng Che replied, swallowing a mouthful of rice and looking earnestly at his mother. "Today my spiritual root solidified, and I managed to enter meditation in class. I am confident I can get into the cultivation university, so I signed the intention form to continue cultivating. Chen Shooting was initially stunned. Then her face lit up with joy. Your spiritual root solidified? And you entered meditation? That's wonderful. You must continue cultivating. Once you build your foundation, earning good deeds will be as easy as drinking water. She stood up and fetched a good deeds card from the inner room, insisting Feng Che take it. This is the 50,000 good deeds your father and I have saved, originally for your future wife. Now that you want to continue cultivating, use it to buy some good pills and talismans. Once you get into the cultivation university, you can easily earn it back. Feng Che initially wanted to decline. His talent in creating talismans was already improved, and he believed he could soon earn good deeds through it. But seeing the determination in his mother's eyes, he accepted the good deeds card. Don't worry about us. The factory provides meals. We won't go hungry, Chen Shooting said, her face beaming with happiness. Eat up. I need to tell your dad the good news. Our Xiao Che is going to take the Cultivation University entrance exam. After dinner, Feng Che stood by the window, watching his mother carrying a lunchbox, her steps light as she walked under the dim streetlights, her shadow stretching long. Though the family was poor, it was filled with warmth. Not disappointing his family was his greatest happiness. He turned back to his room, took out a spirit stone, and sat cross-legged. It was time for him to use diligence to maintain this happiness. Ding! A translucent message appeared in front of Feng Che. Continuous chi refinement for 5 hours, average effect, but commendable spirit, diligence 50. The night was deep. Feng Che slowly opened his eyes and released the spirit stone in his palm, which had been depleted by a third. Since he wasn't practicing in the cultivation room and hadn't taken any kigathering pills, the efficiency of this session was not ideal. Through his exploration, he had gained a clear understanding of the rules for acquiring diligence. Ordinary cultivation grants 10 points of diligence per hour, while breakthroughs or other significant progress earn additional rewards at random multiples. I really need to use the cultivation rooms, Feng Che pondered to himself. I've heard that once you enter the advanced class, you can use various first-tier cultivation rooms for free, saving a lot of merit points. After storing the partially used spirit stone in his storage space and freshening up, Feng Che lay down to rest. Research indicates that before reaching the foundation establishment stage, adequate sleep is crucial for cultivators. However, having reached the 4th level of chi refinement, he only needed to ensure at least 3 hours of sleep each day. Sleeping at 1 a.m. and waking up at 4 a.m. had become his routine. The sky began to lighten, and morning light gradually spread across the horizon. Feng Che left his community and jogged along the quiet streets, circulating his internal chi to enhance his proficiency in chi manipulation and his own endurance. 2 hours of exercise earned him 20 points of diligence, and drenched in sweat, he quietly returned home. Since his parents were still asleep due to working late, Feng Che quietly returned to his room and began studying talisman-making texts. With the boost from diligence, his talent for creating talismans had significantly improved, and many concepts that were previously difficult to understand now became clear. He was completely immersed in the sea of texts, and although he hadn't studied long enough to gain diligence, he learned a lot. At 7 a.m., Feng Che got ready and headed to Fei Lei Immortal City No. 2 High School. Although he had applied for the advanced class assessment, until the results were out, he still needed to attend the 5th class of cultivation. After the morning classes ended, he quickly caught up with the homeroom teacher of class 5, who was about to leave. Mr. Zhao, wait a moment. The teacher turned around, puzzled. Teacher, I'd like to request 3 days off. Requesting leave right at the start of the term? What's the reason? Mr. Zhao asked, raising an eyebrow. In 3 days, I have the advanced class assessment, and I want to take time off to prepare. Advanced class? Mr. Zhao was a bit surprised. Do you have a teacher's recommendation? Yes, I've joined teacher Nan Lihua's talisman class. That's good. Mr. Zhao agreed readily. Leave granted. Cultivators should have this kind of drive. I hope you succeed in entering the advanced class. As a cultivator, it's not about fearing competition, but fearing you won't compete. Although Mr. Zhao was the homeroom teacher for class 5, he didn't have high expectations for this nearly abandoned class. Looking at Feng Che, he offered a rare note of encouragement in his voice. Missing 3 days of classes won't have much impact. Why not take this opportunity to give it a shot? With that, he hurriedly left. Feng Che watched Mr. Zhao's retreating figure, lost in thought. In this resource-limited cultivation academy, both students and teachers were striving hard for their futures. Mr. Zhao's unexpected support left him both surprised and relieved. Perhaps this is the path of cultivation, Feng Che thought, his eyes bright with determination. He quickly gathered his things and headed straight for the training area. At the front desk of the training area sat senior sister Zhou Yuqi, deeply engrossed in a book on formations. Seeing Feng Che suddenly appear, she was momentarily startled. Why are you here during class time? I applied for an advanced class assessment and took a 3-day leave. Feng Che explained simply as he handed over his merit card. For how long? Zhou Yuqi asked as she took the card. 10 hours. Zhou Yuqi's hand trembled as she looked at him in disbelief. 10 hours? Are you made of iron? Be careful not to overdo it. Feng Che just grinned. I know my limits. Level 1. Room 13, 100 merit points. Zhou Yuqi informed him after swiping the card. After Feng Che entered the training room, Zhou Yuqi stared at his back for a moment. She patted her cheeks and clenched her fists. Look at how hard he's working. Zhou Yuqi, you have to push yourself too. Persevere and strive. Feng Che, of course, didn't witness this moment of self-encouragement. Inside the training room, the Kigathering formation was already operating. Feng Che immediately sat cross-legged, took out a nearly depleted Kigathering pill from a jade bottle, and swallowed it. Holding a spirit stone, he began practicing the basic Kai-refining technique, and soon entered the cultivation state. The familiar power of his heavenly spiritual root surged like a tide. The 10-hour training wasn't just about absorbing spiritual energy. To prevent damage to his meridians, Feng Che paused every 2 hours to review his texts. Thanks to his talents in various subjects being upgraded to level 2, many knowledge points came to him as he read, saving him a lot of time on revision. Alternating between training and studying, time flew by. When the sunset painted the sky red, Feng Che emerged from the training room content. Although his cultivation level remained at the peak of the 4th layer of Qi refinement, the day's intense training had been highly rewarding. After a full day of cultivation, Feng Che sensed signs of a breakthrough. He was confident that he could reach the 5th level of Qi refining by tomorrow. If he could achieve this level in the 2nd semester of his 1st year of high school, getting into the advanced class shouldn't be a problem. Ding! Your dedication to closed-door cultivation for 10 hours is commendable. Diligence 100. A translucent system notification appeared before his eyes, further lifting Feng Che's spirits. At the reception of the cultivation area, Zhou Yuqi noticed that Feng Che had indeed persisted in the cultivation room for a full 10 hours. A glimmer of admiration flashed in her eyes. The legendary hard worker of Second High truly lives up to his name, she whispered in awe. Feng Che gave a slight nod to Senior Zhou as a greeting and then headed to the school sports field. Under the setting sun, small groups of students were strolling around, while he began his daily physical training. Long-distance runs, sprints, fast runs, slow jogs. His clothes were soon soaked with sweat. Compared to the leisurely walking students, his figure stood out, becoming a unique sight. Under the shade of a tree, Zhou Yuqi, who had just come out of the cultivation area with her books, watched the boy drenched in sweat on the field and couldn't help but stick out her tongue in amazement. Impressive. As night fell, only Feng Che remained on the field. After completing his final lap of sprinting, he bent over, hands on knees, gasping for air. Suddenly, new system notifications appeared. Ding! Your dedication to training for 2 hours, Diligence 20. Ding! You've been detected training for over 15 hours today. You've received the full attendance reward chest. The chest has been granted. Would you like to open it? Sweat dripped from his hair, reflecting the growing brightness in Feng Che's eyes. So this is how you earn the full attendance reward. The last time he opened a special diligence reward, it directly elevated his spiritual roots to celestial level. What surprise would be in store this time? Filled with anticipation, he silently thought to himself, open it. Feng Che never expected to unlock the full attendance treasure chest in such a way. He gazed at the translucent notification interface before him, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The requirement of over 14 hours of diligent practice a day was not a challenge for him. The key was perseverance. Ding! The familiar notification sound rang out, his spiritual awareness vibrating like a plucked string. Although the light effect this time wasn't as spectacular as the full attendance treasure chest he had saved for 9 years, it was still exhilarating. The system notification appeared. You've gained 100 in specialized diligence for combat techniques and the body technique, 8 desolations burst. There was also a reminder that after claiming the full attendance reward, there would be a 3-day cooldown period. Feng Che took a deep breath, carefully considering the rewards. Although the specialized diligence wasn't as generous as the collector's edition, it would still save him a lot of training time. What caught his attention more was the body technique, called 8 Desolations Burst. In this world where cultivation and technology were fused, body techniques played a crucial role in combat. Just like those powerful spiritual energy guns, even if a Foundation establishment cultivator could sense danger with spiritual awareness, their body might not react in time. Without hesitation, Feng Che decided to use the specialized diligence to enhance his combat technique skills. The system displayed, Combat Techniques, LV3, 501000. After reaching level 3, the next stage required accumulating 1,000 diligence points, a large number, but achievable with a few days of intense training. As he received 8 Desolations Burst, a surge of heat flowed through his mind, with countless fragmented images flashing like shards of memory. This body technique was divided into 9 levels. He had only obtained the training methods for the first 3 levels. Unlocking the subsequent content would require more diligence investment. The moonlight was hazy, and leaden clouds drifted slowly. Feng Che stood on the school field, his shadow stretched long by the moonlight filtering through the clouds. Having just upgraded his combat technique level and acquired a new body technique, he couldn't resist the urge to try them out. After calling his mother, Chen Shooting, he began his training. As he performed each unique posture, Fang Che's muscles felt as if they were being scorched by flames, with spiritual energy rapidly coursing through his veins, heat rising continuously. Just a few moves left him drenched in sweat, his stamina quickly depleted. Yet, perhaps due to his combat technique talent advancing to level 3, after a few repetitions, he had already grasped the entry essentials of 8 Desolations Burst, steadily progressing towards the first level. Each level of training in the 8 Desolations Burst requires the use of medicinal herbs to enhance efficiency. Fang Che collapsed on the ground, his chest heaving as he smiled wryly, lamenting. The nascent soul master was right. Crafting talismans can make you rich in 1 generation, but body refinement will leave you poor for 3. He glanced at the time. It hadn't even been an hour, yet he was already too exhausted to move, unable to earn any diligence points. Taking advantage of his break, Fang Che began to tally his gains for the day since dawn. He had only slept for 3 hours before diving into training, so it wasn't surprising he had accumulated 190 diligence points. Having identified the direction for improving his skills, Fang Che decisively allocated his points, 80 points to upgrade his talisman skills to level 3, and the remaining 110 points into combat techniques. He hoped this would help him quickly advance the 8 Desolations Burst to the first level. The news of Fang Che's application for the elite class assessment quickly spread among the first-year cultivation class, causing quite a stir. After all, few students dared to apply for the assessment each year, as everyone was aware of their own abilities and spiritual root levels, not wanting to humiliate themselves. Moreover, most applicants were from Class 1, while Fang Che was placed in the nearly abandoned Class 5. Class 5 students were particularly disgruntled, feeling that Fang Che looked down on them and considered practicing alongside them a disgrace. They quietly resented him while predicting his failure in the assessment. Su Qingyan from the elite class was relieved upon hearing the news and went out of his way to find Fang Che's training room, mocking him through the door. So this is why you told me to write a withdrawal application? With just your minor spiritual root, you think you can get into the elite class? Even if you trained 20 hours a day until you dropped dead, you wouldn't succeed. Just as Su Qingyan was gloating, Zhou Yuqi appeared beside him with a stern expression. Disturbing the training area, find 50 virtue points. Senior, I know the person inside, I was just saying. Su Qingyan's attempt to explain was cut off by Fang Che's indifferent voice from inside. I don't know him. Understanding the situation, Zhou Yuqi conjured a whirlpool of magic power with a flick of her fingers. Su Qingyan's face darkened as he reluctantly paid the fine. The external criticism and skepticism had no effect on Fang Che. He maintained the same schedule as the previous day, 3 hours of sleep, morning exercises, studying various subjects, followed by focused cultivation in the school's training room. To concentrate on the elite class assessment, he temporarily set aside Mr. Nanlihuo's talisman crafting course. In the eyes of others, Fang Che's recent behavior seemed almost maniacal, spending 10 hours a day in the training room and engaging in intense physical training on the field. Everyone believed he was just cramming last minute, convinced that after failing the assessment, he would slack off like the rest. Over the course of 2 days, Fang Che made significant progress, accumulating 200 diligence points daily, using 100 points to advance his spiritual awareness talent to level 3, and evenly distributing the remaining 300 points between talisman crafting and combat techniques. Unfortunately, the full attendance reward box had a 3-day cooldown, so he couldn't receive additional rewards yet. Through relentless hard work, his cultivation had reached the 5th level of Qi refining. However, due to the lack of spiritual liquid, the 8 Desolations Burst had yet to reach the 1st level. Nonetheless, Fang Che's overall energy and spirit had transformed significantly in just 3 days. On the 4th day, the date for Fang Che's elite class assessment finally arrived. On the 4th day, Fang Che woke up at exactly 4 a.m., as always, when the eastern sky was just beginning to lighten and the stars were still visible. The streetlights stubbornly cast their dim yellow glow as he immersed himself in his daily practice. By the time he was ready to head to the second high school, he had successfully accumulated 40 points of diligence. At the school gate, a chubby boy named Cheng Shi had been waiting for quite some time. As a popular figure applying for the elite class assessment, Fang Che's arrival was met with Cheng Shi's enthusiastic welcome. Che, are you confident? Cheng Shi jogged over to walk alongside Fang Che. Of course, I'm confident. Don't worry, Fang Che replied with a smile. As they walked toward the elite classroom, curious glances from fellow students followed them. When they reached the classroom door, Cheng Shi earnestly patted Fang Che on the chest. Good luck, Che. The elite class, it's really something else. Just 3 days in the elite class had given Cheng Shi a whole new understanding of cultivation. Fang Che nodded solemnly in response. As the class bell rang, 3 figures appeared at the end of the corridor. Besides the familiar teacher Nan Lihua, There were two unfamiliar faces, a man and a woman. The man wore a fitted warrior's outfit, carried a pearwood sword case on his back, and had sword-like sharpness in his eyes. The woman, despite wearing a loose robe, could not hide her full figure. This is teacher Su Shangxing, who will be overseeing the main examination, and this is Pei Linglong, the head teacher of the elite class. Nan Lihua introduced proactively. Fang Che immediately greeted them respectfully. Su Shangxing got straight to the point. We are aware of your situation. The assessment will be conducted fairly and impartially, with teacher Nan Lihua and teacher Pei Linglong supervising the entire process. Fang Che was then led to an empty classroom, where only a single exam desk stood in the center. Su Shangxing continued. The assessment consists of two parts. The first is a written exam on literature, and the second is a magical combat test. We have also applied to the Education Bureau for a spiritual root detection device to add a third assessment, as we've heard your spiritual root has materialized. Any questions? No problems. Fang Che replied firmly. The exam will last 4 hours, starting now. With a flash of light from Su Shangxing's hand, for exam papers on alchemy, talismans, formations, and artifact crafting appeared out of thin air. Fang Che took the papers, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. He focused his spiritual awareness to reach his optimal state. Outside, sunlight filtered through the leaves like scattered golden dust. Accompanied by the rustling of leaves in the breeze, Fang Che's pen began its journey across the ink-scented exam papers. 3 invigilators stood in different parts of the classroom, their senses interwoven like a net, closely observing Fang Che's every move. Any subtle act of cheating would not escape their keen perception. Fang Che focused intently on his exam, his eyes shining ever brighter. His pen moved quickly across the alchemy test paper, which he completed in no time. Next was the talisman paper, and his pace was even swifter, his pen flowing effortlessly as he finished all the questions in under 10 minutes. When he received the formation paper, Fang Che lightly dusted off the surface, frowning slightly. His hesitation wasn't due to the difficulty of the questions. Rather, it was because the advanced class assessment seemed so simple to him. This was a direct result of his enhanced abilities. What once seemed daunting now appeared clear and understandable, with all the subject matter easily grasped and mastered. He maintained his rapid pace, finishing the remaining papers. In his mind, the sooner he completed the exams, the sooner he could return to the training room for further cultivation. In just 1 hour and 40 minutes, Fang Che had completed all 4 exams. Apart from the talisman paper, which took less than 10 minutes, he spent about half an hour on each of the other 3. After carefully reviewing his answers to ensure accuracy, he stood up to submit his papers. Pei Linglong, the advanced class head teacher who was reading a book on formation techniques, glanced up at Fang Che, initially assuming he had given up due to difficulty. However, as she scanned through his exam papers, she was taken aback. Her eyes widened as she realized that he had answered every question correctly. Pei Linglong's expression grew increasingly serious. A student who couldn't even rank in the top 300 last semester was now flawlessly handling a more difficult advanced class assessment. This was highly unusual. Interesting, she thought to herself. Could it be that this student has been hiding his true capabilities all along? After the 3 invigilators scored the exams, the results were astonishing. Alchemy 94, Talisman 100, Formation 97, Artifact Crafting 95, with a total score of 386. Su Shangxing was quite surprised, as he initially thought Fang Che was merely participating for fun. Nan Lihua, the recommending teacher, beamed with pride. That boy's spiritual roots have transformed from illusory to real, and I suspect they aren't just ordinary low-grade roots. There might be a pleasant surprise in store. He continued, I've already accepted him into the talisman crafting class. Judging by how effortlessly he completed the talisman exam, he clearly has a talent for crafting talismans. His perfect score wasn't the limit of his abilities, but rather the maximum score the exam could offer. Pei Linglong glanced at Nan Lihua, a hint of helplessness in her eyes, clearly unimpressed by his smug demeanor. After all, there were still the trials of battle and spiritual roots to undergo. As the 3 of them left the classroom, they saw Fang Che already outside doing push-ups, sweat dripping down his forehead. It was evident he was seriously warming up for the upcoming battle assessment. The battle assessment is relatively simple. Let's conduct it right here, Su Shangxing said with an approving smile, his tone noticeably softer than before. Clearly, Fang Che's diligent preparation convinced him that this student was not recklessly wasting his time. Since the assessment area was adjacent to the elite class classroom and it was break time, many elite class students gathered in the corridor, curiously watching Fang Che prepare below. Cheng Shi, the chubby student, even shouted, Go, Che Ji, which elicited a round of meaningful laughter from those around. Su Qingyan also stepped out, arms crossed, leaning against the corridor railing with a disdainful look. In his eyes, Fang Che was destined to fail the elite class assessment, and he was already prepared with a slew of cutting remarks to hurl at Fang Che once he failed. The rules for the second battle assessment differ from the endophthalm exam. This is to better reflect the elite class's purpose, Su Shangxing explained. With a gentle wave of his hand, a metal humanoid puppet appeared out of thin air before Feng Che. The puppet stood 1.8 meters tall, entirely forged from metal, with its head covered by a single piece of liquid crystal glass, exuding a faint, menacing aura. This is a first-tier mid-grade gold spirit puppet. As long as you can hold out against it for 10 minutes, you'll pass the assessment, Su Shangxing explained with a smile. A first-tier mid-grade gold spirit puppet. Feng Che took a deep breath, feeling the blood within him start to boil. Realizing his mastery of the new physical techniques was still lacking, he looked up at Su Shangxing with bright eyes and asked, Mr. Su, is this gold spirit puppet tough to beat? Is the golden spirit puppet tough to beat? As soon as Feng Che said this, the classroom fell silent. Su Shangxing was stunned, while Pei Linglong and Nan Lihua both frowned. Pei Linglong had initially been quite impressed with this student, but now she thought he was overly arrogant and perhaps a bit ignorant of his limits. Nan Lihua, on the other hand, pondered the deeper meaning behind Feng Che's boldness. Such confidence must be rooted in something substantial. Your cultivation is at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, which means you probably can't even scratch the golden spirit puppet, Su Shangxing said, pausing midway with a sudden realization. His eyes fixed sharply on Feng Che. Have you broken through to the 4th level? Feng Che didn't answer directly. He just grinned, his gaze locked on the golden spirit puppet that Su Shangxing had activated. He twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. At this moment, his combat skills had been upgraded to level 3, and he had enhanced his abilities with an additional 360 points of hard-earned effort. Su Shangxing's lips curled into a knowing smile. The 4th level of Qi refinement, still not enough. Boom. With a surge of spiritual energy, the golden spirit puppet's eyes lit up, and it launched itself at Feng Che like an arrow. The students in the elite class craned their necks to watch, their faces showing schadenfreude. Over the past few days, they had suffered at the hands of the golden spirit puppet during sparring classes, leaving most of them bruised and battered. Only a few talents like Luo Lioli, who had reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, could hold their ground against it. The rest couldn't avoid a thorough beating. Feng Che's eyes burned with determination. This was his first real combat experience. All his previous practice had been with simulated machines. He didn't immediately resort to his 8 Desolations burst technique, choosing instead to rely on his physical prowess to engage with the puppet. His focused spiritual energy surged into his legs, significantly boosting his speed. In a series of dangerous dodges, Feng Che narrowly avoided the puppet's powerful punches. Thanks to his relentless training and the spiritual energy cleansing from his recent breakthrough, his robust muscles kept pace with the puppet's speed. The previously noisy classroom fell silent as everyone watched, breathless, as he maneuvered around the golden spirit puppet. At this rate, Feng Che should be able to hold out for 10 minutes. Su Shangxing, Pei Linglong, and Nan Lihua exchanged a knowing glance, having discerned Feng Che's true level 5th level of Qi refinement. This level was more than adequate for the elite class. What was even more impressive was his outstanding physical condition. The muscles hinted at beneath his tight clothing could outmatch 99% of the students at second high school. Those muscles, that physical condition, truly impressive, Pei Linglong sincerely praised. Nan Lihua wore a proud smile. Impressive indeed, and all thanks to hard work. This kid is famous for his diligence at second high. He trains for 2 hours on the field every day after class before heading home. Su Shangxing's admiration was plain on his face, an exceptional talent and combat skills. Old Su, he's already a student in my Talisman class, Nan Lihua reminded him cautiously. Su Shangxing crossed his arms, casually controlling the golden spirit puppet with his spiritual sense, and said, the Talisman class and the combat class don't conflict with each other. His smile suddenly froze. On the field, Feng Che, who had been evading and maneuvering, abruptly changed his strategy. He stomped heavily on the ground, and spiritual energy surged out to envelop his entire body, causing his school uniform to flutter and his bangs to sway in the wind. 8 Desolations burst. Feng Che's eyes blazed with intensity as he seized the fleeting opportunity, his speed suddenly increasing. He shot towards the golden spirit puppet like a cannonball, his entire arm twisting like a rope, with spiritual energy coalescing into formidable power on his fist. Bang! The powerful punch landed squarely on the chest of the golden spirit puppet, with a white shockwave spiraling out from his arm. The puppet's chest caved in immediately, and its 1.8-meter metallic body was sent flying, skidding far across the ground as dust slowly settled. The scene fell into a stunned silence. The students watching outside the advanced classroom were dumbfounded. Cheng Shi's mouth was agape, and while Su Qingyan stood with arms crossed, his body trembled slightly, eyes filled with disbelief. At the window, Luo Lioli's cool figure watched the panting boy in the arena thoughtfully, murmuring, martial arts. Pei Linglong and Nan Lihua also looked on in astonishment. Su Shangxing's face was marked with surprise. The first-grade mid-tier golden spirit puppet had been defeated, and judging by the sound, it seemed to be damaged. Just a momentary distraction while chatting with Nan Lihua had given Fang Che the chance to strike decisively. Is this martial arts? Su Shangxing was taken aback. Though martial arts could be purchased through Xianmen's online platform, mastering them to such a precise level was no easy feat. Fang Che's timing, power explosion, and use of spiritual energy were all remarkably adept. Panting, Fang Che looked at the dented chest of the golden spirit puppet and awkwardly said, "Teacher, it seems the puppet isn't very durable." "Ha ha, don't worry. No need to compensate. The school will cover it." Su Shangxing laughed, quickly stepping over to retrieve the puppet. "Well done. Perfect score on the combat test. Much better than those in the advanced class who end up black and blue. Honestly, I think we can skip the spiritual root test. You could go straight into the advanced class, right, Teacher Linglong?" Fang Che's face lit up with joy. Pei Linglong shot Su Shangxing a glance. "True, but since the spiritual root testing equipment has already been applied for from the Education Bureau, we might as well use it." As she spoke, she took out a bronze bagua mirror from her storage artifact, intricately engraved, clearly crafted by a master. While adjusting the bronze bagua mirror, Pei Linglong softly said, "Didn't they say the spiritual root has materialized? Let's test it just to be sure." The testing of spiritual roots is actually quite important because the attributes of your spiritual root will determine which path you should take when you reach the late stage of qi refining. Pei Linglong said, looking at Fang Che with a gentle gaze. "I suggest you get tested. Of course, given your performance in the previous 2 assessments, the advanced class won't turn down such an outstanding student like you." Su Shangxing and Nan Lihua exchanged curious glances. To them, the information registered online about Fang Che having a low-grade virtual spiritual root seemed like a huge joke. His combat awareness, reaction speed, and scores in various subjects far exceeded the limits of someone with a virtual spiritual root. "Old Nan, do you think this kid's spiritual root has turned from virtual to real?" Su Shangxing said, folding his arms and raising an eyebrow. "I guess it might be a very good mid-grade spiritual root, especially adept at combat." Nan Lihua squinted thoughtfully. "Mid-grade spiritual root? I think it might be even more than that. I have a gut feeling that this is far from his limit. I suspect his spiritual root might have already turned to high grade." "High grade spiritual root? That's quite a bold guess." Su Shangxing exclaimed in surprise. "How about a bet? I recently seized some pure natural spirit stones while suppressing a demonic sect. Want to wager one? Mid-grade spirit stone?" Nan Lihua took a deep breath. "Is it pure?" Su Shangxing nodded, then added, "Those demonic cultivators seem to have connections with cultivators from other fragmented continents of the Immortal Gate, receiving plenty of resources, quite abundant indeed." "Other Immortal Gate, fragmented continent cultivators." Nan Lihua's expression turned serious. "It seems the situation at the front lines is more complicated than we imagined. The origins of the Immortal Gate continent are indeed far more profound than we know." Su Shangxing sighed, then refocused. "Let's not stray off topic. Are you betting or not?" "All right, I'll wager a second-grade high-quality teleportation talisman against you." Nan Lihua agreed. This talisman was quite valuable, equivalent to a mid-grade spirit stone. After setting their bet, their curiosity about Fang Chi's spiritual root level grew even stronger. After all, the transition from virtual to real spiritual root was rare, and a transformation from low-grade virtual to a higher quality, like Fang Che's, was even more exceptional. Pei Linglong didn't pay attention to their bet, and instead explained to Fang Che, "It's up to you whether or not to test. But if you don't, after next month's exams, you won't be able to enjoy some of the support policies related to spiritual root attributes." "Are there support policies for spiritual roots?" Fang Che was taken aback. Pei Linglong nodded with a smile. "Once you enter the advanced class, you can enjoy these policies. High-grade spiritual roots can receive a bottle of first-grade high-quality spirit-gathering liquid each month and can exchange it for liquids of the same quality. Additionally, there are 5 low-grade artificial spirit stones, 10 merit points, and a 1,000 good deed subsidy. The benefits for mid-grade spiritual roots are slightly less, and as for low-grade roots, apart from the good deed subsidy, there are basically no other benefits." After hearing this, Fang Che's breathing noticeably quickened. These subsidy policies were indeed tempting to Fang Che. He had already known that joining the elite class would grant him free access to some of the training rooms in the cultivation area, but the generous subsidies were beyond his expectations. "So what do you say? Are you going to take the test?" Pei Linglong coaxed him gently. "If your spiritual root talent is really good, you wouldn't want to miss out on a month's worth of resources." She believed there was no need for Fang Che to hide his spiritual root, as the sect was in its expansion phase and offered unimaginable benefits to geniuses. The sooner he identified a high-quality spiritual root, the sooner he could enjoy the support policies. "All right, I'll take the test." Fang Che agreed after a brief consideration. After all, his spiritual root would be revealed in a month anyway, so the outcome would be the same. Pei Linglong smiled broadly upon hearing this, raising her hand to activate the bronze atrigram mirror. A surge of foundational power shot from her fingertip as she signaled Su Shangxing and Nan Lihua to disperse the onlookers and block any spiritual sense detection. Su Shangxing turned to the elite class students who were still in shock from Fang Chie's single punch that shattered the golden spirit puppet. With a powerful shout, he ordered, "Back to your classrooms." The students snapped back to reality, retreating to their classrooms in a flurry. Only Su Qingyan stood frozen, his face etched with disbelief. Fang Chie's admission to the elite class was now certain, which meant he might lose their bet and have to leave the class. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. His only hope was that Fang Chie still had a pseudo-spiritual root, which would mean that despite his excellent performance in the first two assessments, he might not make it into the elite class. Once the students had all left, Nan Lihua released his spiritual awareness at the spirit platform stage. Above his head appeared a lotus platform formed by spiritual particles, weaving a net around the area to completely shield it. "All right, we can start the test," Nan Lihua announced. Pei Linglong's expression turned serious as she instructed Fang Chie, "Relax your mind and body, practice the qi refining method, don't resist, and don't worry. Let the spiritual particles from the bronze atrigram mirror detect you. The color of these particles represents the attribute of your spiritual root, and the more particles that gather, the better your spiritual root talent." Fang Chie nodded in agreement, then sat cross-legged with his hands folded over his chest, closing his eyes to practice the basic qi refining technique taught at school. Spiritual energy flowed slowly through his meridians, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to gather. The rotating atrigram mirror cast a glow that enveloped Fang Chie, with spiritual particles trickling out of the mirror. The spirits of the three teachers were immediately lifted. Fang Chie's outstanding performance in the first two assessments led them to have high hopes that his spiritual root might transform from false to true. Bathed in the glow of the atrigram mirror, Fang Chie felt a warmth enveloping him, as if sitting by a fireplace in winter. His mind was calm and focused, just as it was during his routine training in the cultivation room. The spiritual particles surrounding him gradually took on a crimson hue, growing ever more vibrant. An exceptionally pure fire attribute, spiritual root. Su Shangxing's eyes sparkled. Both Nan Lihua and Pei Linglong nodded in agreement at the purity of the attribute. Suddenly, the red spiritual particles surged violently, rushing towards Fang Chie like a torrent, layering over him. Sitting cross-legged, Fang Chie resembled a blazing sun, radiating intense light and heat, like a Buddhist monk who had achieved enlightenment, forging an indestructible golden body. Su Shangxing held his breath, Nan Lihua's eyes narrowed, and Pei Linglong's chest heaved involuntarily. The three exchanged glances, shock evident on their faces. Could this be a heavenly spiritual root? The young man sat upright, bathed in brilliant sunlight, resembling a golden Buddha, transcending the ordinary. The three teachers Su Shangxing, Nan Lihua, and Pei Linglong fell into a prolonged silence. Su Shangxing took a deep breath, his gaze intense as he looked at Fang Chie. A heavenly spiritual root? No wonder the fire attribute is so pure. Luckily, we cleared the onlookers in advance and set up a spiritual barrier, Pei Linglong said, patting her chest as it heaved. The news about Fang Chie's heavenly spiritual root hasn't spread yet. All three present understood the rarity of a heavenly spiritual root. After more than a millennium of development in the Xianmen continent, a heavenly spiritual root is the highest quality that mortals can nurture. Every cultivator with such a root is expected to reach the level of transformation. Nan Lihua's expression was unusually complex. As a teacher, he was frustrated that he hadn't detected Fang Chie's heavenly spiritual root potential earlier. Since Master Yuan Ing Taiwa invented the spiritual root cultivation technique 500 years ago, the number of cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots has increased across the major sects, yet each remains incredibly precious. What was even more astonishing was that Fang Chie's root had transformed from virtual to real, ultimately achieving a heavenly spiritual root, an unprecedented miracle. To protect him, let's mark it as a superior grade fire spiritual root externally, Su Shangxing said solemnly. The demon sect, supported by other sects from the Xianmen continent, is becoming increasingly rampant. Although the Daxia Xianmen is still safe with the presence of a true Lord of Transformation, we must remain cautious. The smaller sects have been infiltrated by the demon sect to a severe extent. Nan Lihua and Pei Linglong agreed with this. After completing the assessment, Pei Linglong put away the Bagua mirror, and the radiant sunlight faded, but Nan Lihua's spiritual barrier remained. Pei Linglong turned to Fang Chie and informed him of their decision. We will keep your heavenly spiritual root results confidential. Although the transformation from virtual to real isn't rare, turning into a heavenly spiritual root has only happened to a handful of people in 1,500 years of the Xianmen. We will support you according to the heavenly spiritual root standards, but you must act cautiously and be wary of the lurking demon sect cultivators. Fang Chie was taken aback. Demon sect? Demon cultivators? Su Shangxing nodded and explained. The world of cultivation is not all benevolent. The ancient texts excavated by the countries from the Xianmin continent include techniques for demon and evil cultivation. Though these are classified as forbidden texts, there are always those tempted by the allure of rapid breakthroughs, leading them astray. The insatiable desires of human nature are the root cause of the persistent threat of demon cultivators. Feng Che nodded silently. This was the first time he had heard about the threat of demon cultivators, and it made him realize that as his cultivation level increased, many previously unknown pieces of information would gradually come to light. The thought sent a shiver through him. Pei Linglong earnestly advised Feng Che. Practice discreetly, align with national policies, and first make yourself strong enough to protect yourself. Do not provoke the demon cultivators under any circumstances. Later, I'll upload your information to the cultivation network, and your spiritual root will be marked as a superior fire root. She continued, from today, you are a student in the advanced class, and I am your class teacher. She handed over a piece of paper with a number on it. This is my contact information. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions. I will report your information to the Education Bureau today, and you should come to class on time tomorrow. I will also communicate with Teacher Zhao about Class 5. Feng Che pondered for a moment and asked, Teacher Pei, can the spiritual root support policy you mentioned start now? It will have to wait until the procedures are completed tomorrow. Seeing Feng Che's slightly disappointed expression, Pei Linglong added, the cultivation room is the same, but if you want to use it now, I can apply in advance. How long do you want to use it? Feng Che's eyes lit up as he rubbed his hands together and said with a smile, then please apply for 12 hours, Teacher Pei. 12 hours. Pei Linglong was surprised. Are you planning to sleep in the cultivation room? Nan Lihua laughed nearby. Let him have it. This kid is known for his dedication. But remind him to pace himself, or he'll burn out. Although Pei Linglong wasn't familiar with Feng Che's style, she agreed to apply. She remarked, even a heavenly root is so diligent, truly leaving others in the dust. I hope you maintain this attitude and not just have a fleeting passion. Feng Che nodded repeatedly. Teacher, I understand. In cultivation, if you don't work hard, you'll end up with nothing but regret. Already thinking about failure as soon as you start cultivating? Pei Linglong said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. At this moment, Su Shangxing approached and said to Feng Che, your talent in dueling is impressive. Would you like to join the dueling class? You can do it alongside the Talisman class. The world is unstable now, with demon cultivators, monsters, and otherworldly beings. Dueling skills are crucial. Nan Lihua nodded in agreement. Feng Che had been considering furthering his dueling skills, and with his talent now at level 3, he readily agreed and noted down Su Shangxing's contact information. Later, as Nan Lihua and Su Shangxing left, they were still debating their bet. Nan Lihua argued that although Feng Che had a heavenly root, it was currently only marked as a superior root, so he won. Su Shangxing retorted, Nan Lihua, you're dreaming. Pei Linglong led Feng Che to the advanced class classroom. 20 pairs of eyes immediately focused on the new student, and the room fell silent. For the student who barely made it into the advanced class, this meant that next month's exam required surpassing the previous ranking, or they would face elimination. After a brief self-introduction, Feng Che prepared to leave. See you all tomorrow. I'm off to the cultivation room for a session. This elicited knowing smiles from his classmates, confirming his reputation as a dedicated practitioner. Cheng Shi curiously asked, Teacher Pei, what were the results of Che's spiritual root test? Pei Linglong calmly replied, since everyone is curious, I'll tell you. Feng Che has a superior fire root, making him the 5th superior root among this year's students. The classroom was silent for a moment before erupting in astonishment. Superior root? A virtual root turning into a superior root? What a miracle. Even Luo Lioli, who had been quietly reading, couldn't help but look up. Luo Lioli's cool eyes instinctively glanced out the window, looking in the direction where Feng Che hurriedly left. Could it really be a superior spiritual root? Because of her indifferent nature, Luo Lioli was very sensitive to people's emotions. From Pei Linglong's change in attitude towards Feng Che, she vaguely sensed something. This attitude felt familiar to her because she had experienced it before. Superior spiritual root. Or perhaps, a heavenly spiritual root? But what did it have to do with her? Retracting her gaze, Luo Lioli stopped pondering these matters and continued to browse through the book in her hands. At this moment, the chubby Cheng Shi was initially shocked to learn that Feng Che actually possessed a superior spiritual root, his face full of trembling fat. His eyes widened, and he suddenly became excited. He knew the time had come to stand up for Feng Che. Cheng Shi, like a small person who just gained power, gave a sidelong glance at the pale-faced Su Qingyan and sneered. Didn't someone make a bet with Brother Che, saying that if Brother Che got into the elite class, he would quit? Brother Che is here now. Isn't it time for you to say goodbye to us? Cheng Shi, knowing nothing of subtlety, brought up the matter directly in front of the class teacher, Pei Linglong. Pei Linglong raised her delicate eyebrows upon hearing this. Was there such a thing? She found a student to understand the cause and effect of the situation. Meanwhile, Su Qingyan, sitting at his desk, had already turned pale, pursing his lips, saying nothing, like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Quit the elite class? That would be a huge loss for him. Moreover, having learned about the real world of cultivation through the elite class, how could he quit a class that could make him soar to great heights because of a ridiculous bet? He gritted his teeth, secretly resenting Feng Che's stroke of luck, that his false spiritual root could turn true and become a superior spiritual root. After listening to the cause and effect, Pei Linglong showed a hint of helplessness on her face. This was a bet among cultivators, not a simple wager. It could affect one's cultivation mindset. If the mindset wasn't clear, it could even affect the improvement of spiritual consciousness. Pei Linglong became serious. In the future, do not easily bet with cultivators. If you lose, you will have to pay a price. If you break through to a higher realm in the future, it may even lead to inner demons entangling you. Pei Linglong's stern voice echoed in the class. Many people's expressions immediately turned wonderful upon hearing this. Su Qingyan's eyes shrank even more. Before long, Pei Linglong called Su Qingyan out of the classroom. Moments later, Su Qingyan returned with a face as pale as paper, his steps heavy, tears almost spilling from his eyes. He was persuaded to leave and was placed in Class 1. Of course, Pei Linglong still gave him the opportunity to test back into the elite class during next month's exams. But Su Qingyan still felt a great sense of humiliation. Pei Linglong didn't think much of it. Her actions were merely to ensure that Feng Che, this heavenly spiritual root prodigy, could maintain a clear mindset and not be affected by this trivial betting matter. After all, it was a heavenly spiritual root. Although, with the development of spiritual root cultivation methods, heavenly spiritual roots were not that rare. In second high, there was originally only one heavenly spiritual root in this cohort. And now, there was Feng Che. Feng Che was completely unaware of what happened in the classroom. Passing the assessment to enter the elite class was a great joy for him, but it was too soon to celebrate. The world of cultivation is fraught with danger. This realization hit Feng Che hard after the spread of the demonic cultivator disaster by Su Shangxing, shattering the pride he felt upon just breaking through to the 5th level of qi refining. In the realm of cultivation, the 5th level is still considered weak. He must quietly and swiftly enhance his abilities, at least enough to protect himself. As Feng Che entered the cultivation area, Zhou Yuqi was sitting at the front desk, engrossed in a book. Sister, I need a first-tier cultivation room for 12 hours. Feng Che stated directly. Zhou Yuqi set down her book, looking at him with a hint of exasperation. Addicted to training? Even 10 hours isn't enough for you. However, this time she didn't try to dissuade him as she usually did. Instead, she simply extended her hand for his merit card. Feng Che shrugged with a slight smile. I've passed the elite class assessment. I can use any type of first-tier cultivation room for free. This news startled Zhou Yuqi. Feng Che, with his pseudo-spiritual root, actually got into the elite class? Just as she hesitated to ask more, her phone rang. It was a call from Pei Linglong, specifically to confirm Feng Che's request for a 12-hour cultivation room. A sense of admiration rose within Zhou Yuqi, persisting through adversity until his spiritual root transformed from pseudo to true, demonstrated remarkable determination. Sister, I need to allocate my time as follows: 4 hours in the meditation room, 4 hours in the cultivation room, and 4 hours in the combat training arena, Feng Che added, showing his meticulous planning for cultivation. Without further ado, Zhou Yuqi granted him access to all 3 rooms. Persuading someone so determined would be futile. Feng Che first entered the meditation room. With the elite class starting tomorrow, he had to make the most of his time to cultivate today. The meditation room was similar in setup to the cultivation room, but its foundational array was different. It was inscribed with a meditation array, comparable to a high-grade first-tier meditation talisman. His spiritual sense had reached level 301000, a level considered genius among ordinary people, yet still far from a true scholar. Feng Che increasingly felt the limitations of diligence making up for lack of talent. To achieve his goal of multidisciplinary development, he needed to exert even more effort. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, the meditation array activated, and a 90-yard pagoda with 8 corners appeared in his mind, continuously releasing spiritual particles. For hours flew by, and the system notification chimed. Ding! 4 hours of meditation completed, Diligence 40. Keep up the good work. After a quick meal of compressed biscuits and warm water, Feng Che moved to the cultivation room. Although breaking through the 5th level of qi refining was unlikely in the short term, the natural low-grade spiritual stones and high-quality qi condensing pills significantly accelerated his cultivation speed. The rapid flow of spiritual energy through his meridians brought sharp pain, but feeling the continuous accumulation of spiritual power in his energy made this pain almost addictive. As the sun set, casting long shadows, Feng Che was in the combat training arena, repeatedly practicing the 8 desolations burst technique. He pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion, drenched in sweat and utterly spent. Just as he finished another round of training, An unusual phenomenon occurred. His muscles involuntarily twitched and trembled, his blood surged like a torrent, and his bones resonated with a sound like an ancient bell. As he opened his mouth, a chi sword burst forth, slicing through the air for several meters before slowly dissipating. A gleam of excitement flashed in Feng Che's eyes. His 8 Desolations burst technique was on the verge of breaking through to the first level. The sound of his muscles and bones resonating filled the air as Feng Che felt the energy within him surge like a mighty river. A transparent wave of energy enveloped him, stirring up dust all over the training ground. His body felt lighter than ever, and the speed of his energy circulation had significantly increased, had finally reached the first level of the 8 Desolation explosion. Excitedly, Feng Che punched the air, feeling the tremendous explosive power within him. He calculated that if he were to face Teacher Su's golden spirit puppet now, he might be able to shatter its chest with a single punch, rather than merely dent it. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Your diligent body training has led to a breakthrough, Diligence 80, and you have obtained the recipe for the Spirit Refining Elixir 1. Feng Che's eyes lit up. Besides the double diligence points from the breakthrough, he had even received a recipe. However, upon reviewing the ingredients for the Spirit Refining Elixir, he quickly sobered up. The recipe required over a dozen rare herbs, each costing hundreds of merit points, not to mention the need for an alchemist to prepare it. Indeed, it takes wealth to pursue martial arts. Feng Che sighed inwardly, his joy from the breakthrough somewhat dampened by reality. Dragging his exhausted body out of the training ground, Feng Che was surprised to find that the person at the front desk had chonged it was Teacher Su Shangxing, who had overseen his combat assessment that morning, now smiling at him. Teacher Su. Feng Che quickly greeted him. Su Shangxing slung a sword case over his shoulder and smiled. I was waiting for you. You've been training for 12 hours straight. Even with a heavenly spiritual root, you're quite diligent. Precisely because I have a heavenly spiritual root, I need to work even harder. If the training room wasn't closing, I'd have practiced all night, Feng Che replied earnestly. All-night training. Su Shangxing had an odd expression before getting to the point. Today, your punch nearly destroyed the core of my golden spirit puppet. Feng Che's heart skipped a beat. Teacher Su, you're not here to ask for compensation, are you? Haha. Do I look like someone who cares about a little repair merit? Su Shangxing waved it off. But since you're so considerate, I do have a favor to ask. Feng Che suddenly found the teacher much more agreeable. Please, just let me know. Su Shangxing retrieved a form from his storage space and handed it to Feng Che. Take a look at this. Feng Che took the form and saw the header that read, Immortal High School Combat Competition. Magic Duel Competition? Feng Che was slightly taken aback, his gaze shifting to Su Shangxing. Yes, the Magic Duel Competition, Su Shangxing explained with a smile. The participants include first and second-year students. This year, our chances of winning at Fei City Secondary School are slim, and we might not even make it through the local selection. So, I want you to give it a try. Consider it an opportunity to gain exposure and accumulate experience for next year's Immortal Sect Magic Duel Competition. Feng Che raised an eyebrow. Although he had always focused on his cultivation, he wasn't entirely unaware of this grand event. The Immortal Sect High School Magic Duel Competition is a significant national event, and winning a medal could even secure direct admission to a prestigious cultivation university. He quickly understood the underlying message in Su Shangxing's words. The secondary school had given up on this year's competition, and his participation was mainly for gaining experience. This meant Su Shangxing had high hopes for him and intended to nurture him, a new first-year student in the advanced class. Mr. Su, if I perform poorly, will it affect the school's reputation? Feng Che asked, feeling both amused and pressured by Su Shangxing's appreciation. What are you afraid of? Su Shangxing said casually. The idea is for you to gain experience. Besides, if you fail this year, it might ignite your fighting spirit, giving you more motivation to reclaim the title next year. Don't worry, there are 3 participants in total. You're just there to gain experience, so you won't be blamed for any losses. Relax, we don't expect any significant results in the first year. Hearing this, Feng Che felt that declining further would be ungracious. However, he was indeed hesitant, as participating would inevitably take up his cultivation time and affect his accumulation of skills. Su Shangxing looked at him with a faint smile and said slowly, the Immortal Sect High School Magic Duel Competition offers merit rewards. This year, due to educational reforms, there is more emphasis on Magic Duel courses, with the gold medal prize being as high as 200,000 merit points. Additionally, if you make it to the national competition, the school will provide extra merit points and cultivation resources as rewards, and you'll have a priority in scholarship evaluations. Upon hearing this, Feng Che immediately straightened up, his eyes gleaming. Mr. Su, I've made up my mind. I am duty-bound to represent our school. Good, Su Shangxing said, suppressing a laugh, clearly having seen through Feng Che's love for rewards. Sign your name on the registration form. Come to my office tomorrow, and I'll introduce you to your teammates and arrange special training for the magic duel. Even though we don't have high expectations for this year, we must still give it our all. Only by fully committing to it can we gain something, even in failure. Fang Che's fighting spirit burned brightly, fueled by ambition. He was eager to earn merit points, and now he had a direction to pursue. Even if he had to split the 200,000 merit points with two others, he would still gain over 60,000. After Su Shangxing left, Fang Che, brimming with determination, went to the training ground to practice. His fists sliced through the air with vigor, and he wished the martial arts competition would start immediately. Returning home under the streetlights, Fang Che found his parents still out working the night shift. He cooked some noodles, ate, and then went to his room. There, he took out a pure low-grade spirit stone and began his cultivation, sitting cross-legged. The Kigathering pills were all used up, and he chose not to spend merit points to buy more. Now that he had joined the advanced class, his celestial root would earn him substantial monthly support, including artificial spirit stones and first-grade superior spirit-gathering liquid. Although it might not be as effective as the Kigathering pills, it still aided his cultivation. He entered a meditative state, his mind calm and focused. Threads of spiritual energy were drawn from the spirit stone, flowing through his meridians and gathering in his chi. The night deepened, and the waning moon hung like a hook in the sky. His mother, Chen Shooting, and father, Fang Qingyun, returned from working overtime at the puppet factory. The quiet street was lit by dim streetlights, and they were the only ones walking together. Fang Qingyun occasionally rubbed his back with a frown, prompting Chen Shooting to massage it gently. Ake needs to continue his cultivation. We must earn more merit points to support him. Cultivation is not easy. We can't do much for him, but we can provide financial support, Fang Qingyun sighed. Chen Shooting said nothing, her lips pressed together. The couple carefully opened the door to their home. As they passed by Fang Che's room, they noticed through the door crack the light still on, and a faint aura of spiritual energy. They exchanged a glance, their fatigue melting away. Why did they work hard and endure late-night shifts? To ensure a better future for their son, Fang Che, who had average celestial roots, so he wouldn't have to worry about merit points and could pursue his cultivation dreams without concerns. Their child's diligence and effort were the greatest reward and feedback they could receive. After all, who doesn't wish for their child to succeed? Leaning against the wall beside Fang Che's door, the couple smiled with contentment. The next day, as the morning light slowly spread, the dewdrops on the tips of the grass reflected countless rays of brilliance. Fang Che released the spirit stone he had been holding tightly, ending his all-night cultivation. A familiar translucent prompt appeared before him. Ding! You diligently practiced chi refining for 5 hours, gaining 50 diligence points. Keep up the good work. He was used to this routine. Rising to his feet, he changed into breathable, quick-dry clothes, ready for his morning workout. The full attendance award needs refreshing. I haven't completed the 14-hour diligence target these past 2 days, he thought to himself while warming up. Today, I must break through 14 hours. After warming up, he began his morning run along the streets of Feilei district. An hour later, he returned home and focused on studying talisman-making books for another hour, earning 20 diligence points. Packing his bag, he prepared to head to the enrichment class. In the kitchen, his mother, Chen Shooting, was busy preparing breakfast. Mom, I've got good news, Fang Che said with a smile. I got into the enrichment class, and there's a monthly merit subsidy. He placed the merit card on the table, grabbing a boiled egg and a meat bun. You can keep this merit card for now. I'll ask for it when needed. By the time Chen Shooting came out of the kitchen, only the card remained on the table. Fang Che had already left. This child, Chen Shooting looked at the merit card, shaking her head helplessly. He didn't even drink his milk. When Fang Che arrived at the enrichment class, Cheng Shi was already eagerly waiting at the door, his eyes shining. Che, you're finally here, he exclaimed excitedly. I've got great news. That guy Su Xiaobai, who always had a weird attitude towards you, has been advised to leave the class. Fang Che paused for a moment, showing no joy. I know. Che, why aren't you happy? Cheng Shi asked in confusion. We won the bet. It's so satisfying. You should have seen Su Qingyun's dejected expression when he was advised to leave. It made me feel really good. There's nothing to be excited about, Fang Che replied calmly. With Su Qingyun's spiritual roots and talent, he'll be back in the enrichment class next month. I expected this. If I wasn't confident, why would I bet on it? He turned to Cheng Shi. Old Cheng, instead of gloating, you should focus on your cultivation. Don't let Su Qingyun surpass you when he comes back next month, or it'll be embarrassing. Cheng Shi shuddered at the thought, his chubby face trembling. Oh no, just imagining that is frustrating. You're right, Che. If Su Xiaobai catches up, my handsome face will be swollen with embarrassment. Fang Che glanced at him, thinking that his face was already quite swollen. Che, I've decided. Cheng Shi clenched his fists, full of determination. I'm going to train with you and be just as diligent. The terrifying thought had ignited his motivation to cultivate. Life is all about striving for respect and dignity, isn't it? Fang Che looked at Cheng Shi with a peculiar expression. You want to train with me? Are you serious? Cheng Shi's eyes burned with determination as he replied firmly. Absolutely. Fang Che took a deep breath, wondering if Cheng Shi's physique could handle the demands of training. As they were talking, their homeroom teacher, Pei Linglong, called Feng Che into her office. "Here are the resources for nurturing your spiritual roots," Pei Linglong said, handing him a small package with a serious tone. "Take good care of them. And remember, they cannot be replaced if lost. You receive them once a month, so don't slack off." Feng Che accepted the package and inspected it with his spiritual sense. 20 low-grade artificial spirit stones and a bottle of rich second-grade low-grade spirit-gathering liquid. These resources were indeed of high quality. Pei Linglong also handed him a card. "Keep this card safe. It records your merits and virtues. Virtues are more valuable than merits, and you'll understand why in time. Remember, if anyone outside the school tries to exchange merits for your virtues, don't agree," she stressed. "As students, your ways of earning virtues are very limited. The most precious training resources can usually only be obtained with virtues." She continued, "The more virtues you accumulate, the higher your access level on the Immortal Cultivation Education Network, and the better resources you can exchange for. You are currently at level 1. Once you reach the later stages of Qi refinement, you'll need to prepare for the foundation establishment techniques. With your spiritual root talent, you'll need at least a top-tier foundation establishment technique." Noticing Feng Che deep in thought, Pei Linglong added, "You can check out the resources section on the Immortal Cultivation Education Network. Keep in mind, one virtue can sell for 1,000 merits on the black market, which is quite tempting. But the school has already provided you with basic training resources, so don't let greed affect your cultivation. Every year, some students regret selling their virtues." Feng Che's expression turned serious. "Thank you for the guidance, Teacher Pei. I understand." Pei Linglong chuckled at his earnest demeanor. "Head over to Teacher Su's office now. He's waiting for you. I heard you signed up for the spellcasting competition. Good luck." After saying goodbye to Pei Linglong, Feng Che carried the package to Su Shangxing's office. To his surprise, several people were already gathered there. Besides Su Shangxing, there was teacher Nan Lihua and a white-haired elder he had seen at the entrance ceremony. Principal Zhai Ku, a renowned Jindan stage cultivator and a masterful 4th-grade alchemist in Fei Lei Immortal City. In Principal Zhai's presence, even Nan Lihua and Su Shangxing appeared particularly respectful. There were also 2 students in the room, a tall, thin boy who exuded an air of genius, and Feng Che's old classmate, class president Luo Liuli. Luo Liuli glanced at him, maintaining her usual aloof demeanor without even greeting him. Seeing Feng Che enter, Su Shangxing smiled and introduced him to Principal Zhai. "Principal, this is Feng Che, the 3rd contestant I've recommended for the spellcasting competition." Principal Zhai's gaze fell on Feng Che, and an invisible pressure made Feng Che's heart feel as if it were being squeezed. A moment later, the pressure dissipated like a spring breeze, and the principal offered a kindly smile. "Not bad. Both your spiritual roots and physique are excellent. With proper training, aim for a medal in the next competition." Su Shangxing nodded in agreement. "That's exactly the plan. The first competition after the curriculum reform will be challenging, so it's good for him to get familiar with the environment." He then addressed the 3 students. "You will be teammates in the spellcasting competition, so go ahead and introduce yourselves." "Teammates, perhaps?" Feng Che stood in Su Shangxing's office, already guessing the situation. At this time, any student present was likely a teammate for the upcoming magic duel competition. Before he could introduce himself, a tall, lean young man scrutinized him with a raised chin and said, "Gao Air Elite Class, Jia Shengli. Qi Refinement Stage Level 7. Top Grade Lightning Spiritual Root. Ranked 1st in the Magic Duel Class. First Year Elite Class, Feng Che, Qi Refinement Stage Level 5. Top Grade Fire Spiritual Root. A fresh face in the Magic Duel Class." Feng Che introduced himself, glancing at Su Shangxing and cautiously claiming a top-grade spiritual root. "Oh, you're also a top-grade spiritual root." Jia Shengli's lips curled into a smile, chin lifted even higher. "No wonder I sensed the aura of a genius the moment you walked in. But your cultivation is lacking. You need to work harder, junior." "You're right, senior. I need to be more diligent." Feng Che nodded repeatedly in agreement. Enduring hardship is the way to success. If ordinary people can work hard, they can stand out among their peers. If a genius can also be diligent, they can become exceptional among geniuses. Feng Che's humble attitude pleased Jia Shengli, who thought this junior was sensible and knew how to behave. "Your cultivation is a bit low, only at Qi Refinement Stage Level 5, but it's not a big issue," Jia Shengli continued. "This time, both I and junior sister Luo are competing. You just need to participate." Junior sister Luo also has a top-grade spiritual root and is at Qi Refinement Stage Level 7. "We can't help you in individual duels, but you can gain experience. In team duels, with us leading, you can just find a comfortable spot and enjoy the ride." Jia Shengli exuded confidence, clearly implying, "I'm the pro, just follow my lead." Luo Liuli glanced at Jia Shengli expressionlessly. She recalled Feng Che's display of combat skills and physical prowess during the elite class assessment. In close combat, it might not be as simple as just lying back. "Great. Fang Che replied with genuine enthusiasm. With seniors like you leading, I can broaden my horizons. Winning effortlessly is perfect for me. His joy was genuine. Winning easily would allow him more time for cultivation and honing his skills. All right, introductions are over, Su Shangxing interrupted. Due to educational reforms, the Magic Duel competition is starting soon, in just half a month. From today, gather at the Magic Duel training ground in the cultivation area after school for training and rule explanations. Fang Che and Lioli, stay behind. Shengli, you can return to class. Jia Shengli bowed to Principal Zhai Ku, who was seated, then walked over to Fang Che, patted his shoulder, and raised his eyebrows, clearly indicating just relax and enjoy the ride. Jia Shengli gracefully turned and left the office, his school jacket casually open, with his clothes fluttering as he moved. Fang Che watched his retreating figure, reflecting on how this senior, who seemed quite aloof at first meeting, was actually warm and considerate. Su Shangxing closed the office door and simultaneously set up a spiritual barrier. Now it's just the two of you, he said seriously. This competition is mainly for you to gain experience and prepare for the next one. Fang Che, like you, Liuli is also a heavenly spiritual root. She was the only one with this root in this cohort until you came along. Fang Che was taken aback, looking at Luo Liuli with surprise. She remained expressionless and said, like you, I'm registered as a superior spiritual root, which is a protective measure by our school. That's why we have high expectations for both of you, Su Shangxing said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. With two heavenly spiritual roots, our school might even have a shot at a national competition medal next time. Fang Che took a deep breath. So among the three competitors, only Jia Xingli is a superior spiritual root. He couldn't help but wonder how the confident senior would react upon learning the truth. Principal Zhai Ku smiled and said, one fire attribute heavenly spiritual root, one ice attribute heavenly spiritual root. I can teach you a combined spell. If you coordinate well, your chances of winning are high. But this requires rapport, so you need to spend more time together, like attending classes and training. Luo Lioli frowned slightly, clearly resistant to this suggestion. Fang Che scratched his head and said, attending classes together is fine, but training might not be suitable, as my plans might not fit Lioli's. Luo Lioli's frown deepened. Being thought of as unable to keep up made her feel underestimated. I can try, she said coldly. She knew Fang Che was a cultivation fanatic, but she had her own pride as well. Before leaving, Su Shangxing sternly reminded them, remember, don't spread the news about the heavenly spiritual roots, and don't tell Jia Xingli. Back in the advanced class, Cheng Shi immediately approached with curiosity. Che, how come you came back with the scary class leader? Were you on a secret date? Fang Che glanced at him. Shut up. Talking like that about old Lu, aren't you afraid of getting beaten? Old Luo. Luo Lioli's eyelashes fluttered slightly at the nickname, and her icy gaze swept over, dropping the temperature in the room. Fang Che grinned. Aren't we supposed to build rapport? This nickname makes it sound friendly. No, Luo Lioli said coldly. Okay, old Luo, Fang Che replied, leisurely flipping open his book. Luo Lioli clenched her delicate fists, thin layers of frost forming around her as she resisted the urge to lash out with an ice whip. Cheng Shi stood by, stunned, unable to comprehend the strange interaction between the two, his mind swirling with various speculations. Cheng Shi felt that Fang Che wasn't as close to him as before at the second high school. However, his curiosity got the better of him, and he continued to press Fang Che until he uncovered the truth. The Flying Thunder Immortal City High School Magic Duel Competition. Cheng Shi's eyes widened, and his plump cheeks quivered with excitement. Che, you're amazing. Will I be able to see you compete on TV? He rambled on. This is a chance to make a name for yourself. I heard that winning first place gets you into the national competition in Xiandu, and you might even get admitted to a prestigious cultivation university early. Che, this is your chance to shine. You have to beat those other immortal high schools. Fang Che glanced at his childhood friend, who was more excited than he was, and couldn't be bothered to respond. The competition hadn't even started, and this guy was already dreaming about the national contest. The bell rang, and the teacher entered the classroom. Fang Che immediately focused, flipping through his textbook while listening intently. He wanted to see if this would also earn him diligence points. Even during the break, he didn't leave his seat, continuing to concentrate on learning the material. It wasn't until the lunch bell rang that Fang Che snapped out of his focused state. A system notification sounded. Ding, attentive in class, diligent in study, knowledge mastery over 80, diligence 30. Keep being diligent, don't stop. The suggestive notification made Fang Che chuckle, but the content delighted him. It turned out that attending class could also earn him diligence points, ensuring no time was wasted. After packing his bag, Fang Che turned to class monitor Luo Liuli. Lao Luo, we've got 2 hours between classes. I'm planning to head to the training room. Want to join? Luo Liuli, who was about to have lunch, paused at the invitation. Remembering Fang Che's previous disdain for her, she furrowed her brow slightly and simply replied, let's go. The two of them left the classroom, leaving Cheng Shi standing alone. Watching their retreating figures, Changshi couldn't help but hear the melody of snowflakes fluttering, north wind howling, in his mind, suddenly feeling a bit out of place. At the training area, Fang Che pulled a pack of compressed biscuits from his bag and offered one to Luo Liuli. Want one, Lao Luo? Luo Liuli glanced at the dry biscuit and declined without expression. Fang Che didn't mind, pouring himself a cup of hot water and eating the biscuit to fill his stomach. With Senior Zhou attending class, the front desk had a different person. Fang Che booked a 2-hour training room, gave Luo Liuli a nod, and went inside. He took out the newly distributed spiritual root support resources and focused on cultivating. Luo Liuli also quietly booked a room and immersed herself in practice. Inside the training room, Fang Che regained his normal training rhythm, holding a pure low-grade spirit stone and using second-tier spiritual liquid to cultivate. In the cultivation room, Fang Che savored the invigorating sensation brought by his heavenly spiritual root. Although 2 hours of practice hadn't advanced his cultivation level, he gained 20 points of diligence. As he stepped out of the room, he noticed Luo Liuli also emerging, with a chilling aura still lingering around her, making it feel as if she brought a cooling effect wherever she went. During the afternoon class, Fang Che listened intently, flipping through books to deepen his understanding of key points, eagerly absorbing the knowledge of immortal cultivation. The 3-hour course rewarded him with 30 points of diligence. After class, Changshi stretched and was about to leave when he suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold. Turning around, he saw Luo Liuli staring at him coldly. Class president, is there something you need? Changshi asked nervously. You, switch seats with me, Luo Liuli said icily. Changshi inwardly lamented. Not only did this woman want to monopolize his time after class for cultivation, but now she wanted to sit next to him during class too. She was trying to take away his right to be Fang Che's desk mate. He vowed to himself not to give in. Hurry up, Luo Liuli slightly frowned. All right, class president, don't move. I'll carry your books for you. Changshi quickly scurried to help move Luo Liuli's books. Fang Che watched this scene in silence. As the sun set, casting a fiery glow over the dueling training ground, Fang Che and Luo Liuli arrived side by side, seeing Su Shangxing already waiting. He was clad in a tight-fitting warrior's outfit, with a sword case on his back, arms crossed, exuding a foundation establishment aura that distorted the surrounding sunset light. Mr. Su. Fang Che and Luo Liuli greeted in unison. Su Shangxing nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Jia Shengli also arrived, having changed into training attire, holding a slender longsword, standing proud like a majestic swan. Fang Che's attention was immediately drawn to the longsword with its shimmering blade and red tassel. A flying sword? He exclaimed. Good eye, Junior Fang. This is a top-grade first-tier flying sword, worth 80,000 merit points, crafted by the top disciple of Master Pei, a third-tier artifact master from Feilei, Immortal City, Jia Shengli boasted, proudly displaying his sword. Fang Che fell silent at those words. 80,000 merit points, a figure that reminded him that his parents' savings over the years amounted to only 50,000 merit points, not even enough to buy a single flying sword. With this sword in hand, my dueling skills increase by 30%. Junior Fang, you can rest easy, Jia Shengli declared confidently. Seeing everyone present, Su Shangxing clapped his hands and said, now that everyone is here, let me introduce the rules for the first duel competition since the education reform. The rules have changed from previous years. Although it still includes individual and team duels, the difficulty has increased. This is not just a competition, it's an important opportunity for you to realize the harshness and danger of immortal cultivation. The specific rules haven't been officially announced yet, but according to insider information, this competition will involve dangerous elements like demonic cultivators and mystical beasts, Su Shangxing said with a serious expression. However, the rewards this time far exceed those of previous years. His gaze shifted between Fang Che and Luo Liuli. In addition to a wealth of cultivation resources, there's also a direct admission spot to one of the top 3 immortal cultivation universities. Upon hearing this, both Fang Che and Jia Shengli gasped in surprise. Even the usually composed Luo Liuli showed a flicker of emotion in her eyes. A direct admission spot to the top 3 immortal cultivation universities? Fang Che asked in disbelief. Mr. Su, we're just first-year high school students, can we really? That's right. Su Shangxing's eyes gleamed. Although the difficulty is extremely high and nearly impossible, the opportunity is right in front of you. Entering one of the top 3 immortal cultivation universities as a first-year student is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Besides, an immortal cultivation university, he paused meaningfully, is much more than just a school. At the training ground, the sun set in the west. Su Shangxing collected his thoughts and said earnestly, all right, don't think too far ahead. It's indeed challenging for first-year students to win in the competition. Just do your best, and don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Now, I need to test your combat skills. He suppressed his cultivation to the 7th level of Qi refining and stood his ground. All 3 of you come at me. If any of you can touch any part of my body or force me to move even half a step, today's special training will end. Otherwise, the training continues until 9 tonight. Before he finished speaking, Su Shangxing had already assumed a stance, his fingers forming a sword. Spiritual energy flowed around him, making his martial robes flutter. His fingers lightly brushed over the sword case, and a flash of sword light shot out instantly, swirling around him like a dragon's roar. With the sword in hand, split the sea and slay the great whale. The sword energy tore through the silence of the training ground like a tidal wave. The fiery sunset painted the sky with a brilliant glow. Eagles soared through the radiant light, their wings shimmering like a dream. At the second high school of Feilei Immortal City, in the combat training arena, the atmosphere grew tense as Su Shangxing unsheathed his sword. An invisible pressure surged through the space, like a tidal wave, as if a sharp blade was pressing against the heart, ready to pierce through with just a slight push. Feng Che squinted, watching Su Shangxing as he skillfully maneuvered a hovering flying sword, and slowly clenched his fists. The energy of the 8 desolations was circulating through his meridians, poised to erupt at any moment. On the other side, a serious expression appeared on Luo Liuli's cool face, with ice crystals faintly forming on her fair skin. Jia Shengli basked in the sunset, his chin held high. His luxurious flying sword, valued at 80,000 merit points, hovered and flew with sword energy pulsating. He suppressed his cultivation to the 7th layer of Qi Refinement. Mr. Su better be prepared for defeat. Jia Shengli was truly confident. His cultivation was at the 8th layer of Qi Refinement, and he was the top student in the combat class. His confidence was justified. If Su Shangxing were to fight with full strength, Jia Shengli would be wise to retreat as far as possible. But now, with his cultivation 1 layer higher than Su Shangxing's, how could he lose? In the distance, at the edge of the combat training arena, 2 figures stood in the sunset. One was hunched, with white hair, the principal Zhai Ku, and the other was Nan Lihua, dressed in a robe. Su Shangxing is at it again, suppressing his cultivation to fight 3 students at once. He seems to enjoy bullying these fresh-faced students. I wonder if his teacher treated him the same way back in the day, Nan Lihua laughed. The old principal Zhai Ku, his face full of wrinkles, smiled warmly. Shangxing graduated from this very school, and he placed 2nd in the national combat competition that year. That was the highest achievement our Feilei Second High School ever reached in the competition. His teacher, if I remember correctly, was Song Yinhui, who unfortunately died in the war to open the 3rd Immortal Gate fragment. It was a tragic loss, the old principal sighed deeply. With the Education Ministry's reform, giving more importance to combat training, it seems the situation in the Immortal Gate fragment wars isn't as favorable as we hoped, Nan Lihua said gravely, taking a deep breath. In the past, education in various countries focused mainly on alchemy, talismans, crafting, and puppetry. Although combat was important, unnecessary fighting among cultivators violated the laws of the Immortal Gate, so combat training wasn't heavily emphasized until university. But now, its importance has been extended to high school, indicating the severity of the situation. Yes, it's not looking good. I've heard that in a recent clash of Immortal Gate fragments, our Daxia Immortal Gate lost a nascent soul cultivator, the old principal said heavily. Nan Lihua's heart sank at this news. A nascent soul cultivator. Each one is a national treasure. Can such powerful beings also fall? In the training arena, Jia Shengli controlled his flying sword and took the initiative. With his 8th layer Qi Refinement cultivation, he boldly advanced, channeling his mana into the sword, which shot forward with a whistle. Jia Shengli was filled with pride. As the top student in the dual class, he was confident that despite not having as much experience as Su Shangxing, his advantage of being 1 level higher would make it easy to force his opponent to move. His flying sword shot out with a terrifying hum, like a high-speed drone, precisely controlled by his spiritual awareness which had reached the meditation stage. Mr. Su, here I come. Jia Shengli's spiritual awareness spread like radar from his brow, directing the sword straight for Su Shangxing's throat. The flying sword sped forward so quickly that it caused a sonic boom in the air. Just as it was about to hit its target, the sword's tip suddenly changed direction, drawing a large arc to attack the back of Su Shangxing's head. A gleam of delight flashed in Jia Shengli's eyes, but he saw that Su Shangxing's flying sword had somehow already intercepted it, effortlessly deflecting the lethal strike with a clang. Too slow, not enough force. Has your spiritual awareness gone soft from watching too much? Su Shangxing said calmly. Jia Shengli's face turned red with embarrassment. At the moment the 2 swords clashed, Luo Liuli seized the opportunity to strike. Her expression was stern, and her magical energy surged as she quickly crouched and pressed her palms to the ground. With a series of bangs, sharp ice spikes shot up from the ground, aiming directly at Su Shangxing's position. Su Shangxing merely glanced at them, flicked his sword finger, and his flying sword, after deflecting Jia Shengli's attack, struck down like lightning, shattering the newly formed ice spikes. Not enough, he said, shaking his head. Luo Lioli gritted her teeth and quickly formed seals, her internal magical energy fluctuating intensely. Jia Shengli also recalled his flying sword and launched another attack. Luo, let's coordinate. Attack from the front and back. He can't defend both with just one sword. Faced with their combined assault, Su Shangxing remained composed. Even with his cultivation suppressed to the 7th level of qi refining, his higher realm and rich experience allowed him to handle the situation with ease. From a distance, Fang Che observed intently, searching for an opportunity. Though overlooked by the other two, he didn't mind. With his dueling talent at level 3, his observational skills and timing had greatly improved, much like in his previous battle against the Golden Spirit Puppet. He quietly gathered strength, waiting for the perfect moment. Jia Shengli and Luo Liuli launched another coordinated attack, trying to force Su Shangxing to move. However, the seasoned Su Shangxing first shattered the ice shards with his flying sword, then flicked the fragments toward Jia Shengli's sword, easily neutralizing the offensive. Put some effort into it, will you? He taunted with a smile. Suddenly, the rapid sound of footsteps erupted. Fang Che seized the moment when Su Shangxing's magical energy flow paused, rushing out like a gust of wind. The precision of his timing made Su Shangxing's eyes narrow. Coincidence or talent? Fang Che pushed off the ground, launching himself like a cannonball towards Su Shangxing, seamlessly transitioning from clenching his fist to swinging and pounding it down. The force of the 8 Desolations burst fist was ready to unleash, carrying an inexplicable sense of pressure. Su Shangxing's spiritual awareness flickered as he forcibly channeled magic to control his flying sword to intercept. Yet Fang Che showed no fear, his eyes blazing as his punch, filled with unstoppable momentum, collided with the flying sword. His arm muscles bulged, and he roared. 8 Desolations burst, one heaven. With a dull clang, the flying sword trembled. Su Shangxing initially thought Fang Che was being reckless, but then he saw a second burst of explosive power erupt from Fang Che's fist, instantly dispersing the spiritual awareness he had infused into the sword. The punch continued its unstoppable descent, directly threatening his body. Su Shangxing's pupils contracted in shock. Fang Che's martial arts contained the exceedingly difficult technique of secondary force generation. The concept of second force exertion is an advanced martial arts technique that requires long-term practice to master the intricacies of energy manipulation. At this moment, Su Shangxing was paying the price for his oversight had not anticipated that Fang Che's punch would conceal a secondary burst of force. The impact of the 8 Desolations burst instantly wiped out the spiritual presence on the flying sword, causing it to lose control and rebound weakly. As Su Shangxing raised his hand to catch the sword, the residual impact still caused him to stagger. Luo Lioli seized this fleeting opportunity, her cool demeanor unwavering, eyes sharp as she quickly formed seals to cast the high-grade spell, Ice Spear Impale. In an instant, a large rotating ice spear materialized in the air, and, with a push of her palm, it shot forward. Meanwhile, Jia Shengli strode forward, grabbing the flying sword and wielding it like an ordinary weapon, aiming a hefty blow at the still unsteady Su Shangxing. Faced with this sudden dual assault, Su Shangxing felt a headache coming on. Was his first special training session about to end in failure? He steadied himself, using his flying sword to shatter Luo Lioli's ice spear, but was forced to confront Jia Shengli's powerful strike. With no other choice, he sighed, and his internal magical energy surged dramatically, his 5 fingers clenching into a massive magical hand. With a smack, Jia Shengli was sent flying by the strike, landing on the ground unable to get up immediately, momentarily dazed. However, he quickly regained his senses, eyes filled with wild joy they had won. It was his final, decisive strike that forced Su Shangxing to unleash power beyond the 7th level of qi refinement. As expected of the top student in the combat class, he had once again perfectly demonstrated his strength. In the training ground, bathed in the blood-red light of the setting sun, the shadows of the participants stretched long. Amidst the heavy atmosphere, only Jia Shengli's exuberant laughter echoed. Su Shangxing sheathed his flying sword, casting a complex look at Fang Che. As a celestial root cultivator, Luo Lioli ignored Jia Shengli's gloating. Instead, thoughtfully observing Fang Che, it was clear to her that the true turning point in the battle was Fang Che's punch, which contained the secondary force exertion. Luo Lioli's eyes shone with a strange brilliance. Training in second force exertion is notoriously difficult, with the slightest mistake leading to serious injury. Fang Che's ability to master this technique made her finally understand the weight of his nickname, Liver Emperor. Just how much effort had he put in to become stronger? At this moment, Jia Shengli was still basking in the joy of victory, convinced that he was undoubtedly the main force of the second-year combat team. In his view, if it weren't for his final decisive strike forcing Su Shangxing to restore his power, this special training might have ended disastrously. Of course, even he had to admit that Fang Che's punch had indeed demonstrated impressive strength. However, his final strike forced Su Shangxing to unleash his full power, clearly showing he had more up his sleeve. Jia Shengli sheathed his sword with a confident smile. Fang Che, you did well, keep it up. In the team competition, just relax and let us handle it. Jia Shengli raised his chin, full of confidence and pride. Fang Che gave a gentle smile. Senior, you're the impressive one. Jia Shengli's smile grew even brighter, appreciating Fang Che's compliment. One dares to praise, and the other dares to accept it. Luo Liuli remained expressionless, though her brow twitched slightly. Such teammates were somewhat heartwarming and frustrating. On the side, Su Shangxing ruffled his hair, feeling a bit embarrassed by Jia Shengli's boisterous laughter, especially since the old principal and Nan Lihua were watching from afar. It was quite humiliating. Glancing at the laughing Jia Shengli, Su Shangxing decided a special, rigorous training session was necessary for him. At the edge of the training field, the old principal chuckled softly. Little Su had a slip-up. First day of special training, and he was pushed to reveal his power. Nan Lihua couldn't help but laugh as well, mentally noting Su Shangxing's mishap for future teasing. However, the slip-up was unexpected, mainly due to Fang Che's punch, which contained a secondary burst of force. To deliver a punch with such power at the 5th level of Qi refining showed dedication and hard work. Quite impressive, really. The old principal, Zhai Ku, was full of praise. With proper nurturing, this year's competition might hold some surprises. Nan Lihua nodded in agreement. Nowadays, many cultivators neglect physical training since spells are flashy and powerful. Combined with technology, their power can be unleashed even faster. But physical training, even if one becomes a master, is no match for a warship armed with a Gungjin Thunder Array. The old principal nodded, but his deep eyes still held admiration. It's rare these days for students to focus on physical training and body conditioning. There's hope for this youngster's future. And as for us old folks, we can only provide a platform for these young ones to grow and strengthen. The old principal smiled, hands clasped behind his back, hunched over, and turned away. The special training lasted longer than expected. Once the trio became familiar with each other's combat rhythm, Su Shangxing ceased actual combat and increased the basic training regimen, focusing on physical conditioning, spell consumption, and mana control. Jia Shengli, having performed too well in the previous combat, was honored with special training from Su Shangxing. Jia Shengli thought it was because of his exceptional performance, but Su Shangxing believed Jia Shengli needed more training to keep up with the prodigious talents of Fang Che and Luo Liuli. Fang Che, on the other hand, welcomed the increased training with open arms. More training? What a blessing! Luo Liuli and Jia Shengli found it exhausting, drenched in sweat in no time. Under the high-hanging moon, Jia Shengli lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for air. Being the standout is tough. He endured more than someone his age should. Nearby, Luo Liuli's hair was damp with sweat. Fang Che, however, found the training just right. His body, used to intense routines, felt just warmed up. Ding! You trained for an hour and gained 10 diligence. Is that it? Young one, stop slacking and get moving. A semi-transparent panel appeared before Fang Che. He pursed his lips. Even the panel thought Su Shangxing's training was insufficient. All right, that's it for today. Rest well, and we'll continue tomorrow, Su Shangxing said, glancing at the moonlight. Jia Shengli exhaled deeply, relieved it was over. Luo Liuli got up, ready to head home. However, Fang Che turned to Su Shangxing. Mr. Su, does our competition team have any special privileges? Su Shangxing paused, unsure of what Fang Che meant. Receiving personal combat training from him wasn't enough of a privilege. Nonetheless, Su Shangxing asked calmly, what kind of privileges are you looking for? Since we're participating in the competition, for the sake of the 20,000, no, for the honor of our school, I think we could increase the training intensity a bit more. Fang Che almost slipped, quickly correcting himself. Mr. Su, can we have access to the training rooms, meditation rooms, and combat training grounds at night? At night? What do you plan to do? Su Shangxing asked, raising an eyebrow. Jia Shengli and Luo Liuli also looked on curiously. Fang Che rubbed his head, slightly embarrassed. I just want to add a little more to my training routine. Maybe, pull an all-nighter. Staying up all night to cultivate this reason left Su Shangxing with no room for argument. As a cultivator, he trusted that Fang Che knew his limits and wouldn't overextend himself. Considering that students in their 2nd and 3rd years of high school already had permission to use the nighttime cultivation area, Su Shangxing readily granted access for the 3 of them. Fang Che, visibly pleased, thanked him and immediately headed for the cultivation room. This scene left Jia Shengli dumbfounded. Training even when you're this tired? Is it really worth pushing yourself so hard? However, Luo Liuli didn't say a word and followed suit, choosing a cultivation room for herself. Jia Shengli stood there, unsure of what to do. Su Shangxing glanced at him and advised earnestly. What you need to adjust is your mindset. Learn to steady yourself. Mr. Su is right. Jia Shengli seemed relieved to have an excuse. I'm the core of the team, after all. It's a big responsibility. Su Shangxing wanted to say more, but simply watched as Jia Shengli left eagerly. Fang Che booked a 4-hour session in the spiritual energy cultivation room. The combination of second-grade spiritual liquid and pure low-grade spirit stones significantly boosted his cultivation efficiency. Although he was still some distance from breaking through to the 6th level of Qi refining, he was confident that he could achieve it before the martial arts competition in 2 weeks, increasing his chances of winning the prize money. The 4 hours passed quickly, and Fang Che emerged from the cultivation room feeling refreshed, with a system notification of 40 diligence points earned. At the same time, Luo Liuli also stepped out from the room next door, looking slightly dazed from the monotonous 4-hour session. Watching Fang Che's retreating figure, she couldn't help but admire him. Maintaining such an intense training regimen for 9 years was why he had the opportunity to transform his virtual spirit root into a true spirit root. Old Luo, shall we continue? Fang Che grinned. Luo Liuli's eyelashes fluttered. Though hesitant, her competitive nature made her grit her teeth and agree. Sure. The two opened a meditation room for another 4 hours, substituting meditation for sleep. As the sky lightened with the dawn and the morning light broke through the darkness, the system notifications sounded again. Ding, you've diligently cultivated for 4 hours, diligence 40. Ding, your cultivation time today exceeds 15 hours. You have received a full attendance reward chest. The chest has been issued. Would you like to open it? Inside the meditation room, Fang Che slowly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. Fang Che eagerly anticipated his next full attendance reward box. The last time he opened one, he received the 8 Desolations body art, which greatly aided him in his battles. He wondered what he might get this time. As he uttered the activation phrase, the familiar sensation of his spiritual awareness being stirred arose, accompanied by a dazzling light show. Congratulations, he received a special attendance talisman 100 and the spell, Flame Ring. A notification followed, informing him that after claiming the full attendance reward, it would enter a 7-day cooldown period. The longer the cooldown, the better the reward, with the cooldown resetting monthly. As the light faded like falling fireworks, more notifications popped up. Fang Che's eyes reflected his mixed emotions, with a hint of joy appearing. In 3 days, he would be eligible for another full attendance box. This time, the reward was different from before. Previously, he received a physical technique, but now he obtained a spell flame ring, which perfectly matched his fire spirit root. This made Fang Che quite pleased. Every second-level cultivator learns spells, but they usually start with basic ones. As a fire spirit root, his attack spell was the basic fireball, which was weak and nearly ineffective. More powerful attack spells required good deeds to purchase, and Fang Che had barely enough good deeds for cultivation, let alone buying spells. Hence, obtaining a spell for free made him so happy, as it saved him a significant amount of good deeds. The special attendance talisman was used to supplement specialized projects. Without hesitation, Fang Che allocated the 100 points to the talisman category. His accumulated attendance points reached 280, all of which he invested in the battle category to advance it to level 4 as soon as possible. After this, Fang Che calmed his mind and began to receive the Flame Ring spell. Once he finished, Fang Che opened his eyes, his gaze complex. The Flame Ring spell, strictly speaking, wasn't a first-level spell. Its power depended on the true fire infused into it by the practitioner, and true fire came in various grades: red, blue, purple, black, and gold flame. Fang Che murmured, noting the strict hierarchy. These flames, refined by cultivators, were akin to magical treasures. Even the weakest red flame wasn't cheap, starting at 1,000 good deeds. Fang Che felt daunted by the challenge of enhancing the flame ring's power. Another concern was the extended cooldown of the full attendance reward box. It now required 7 days, and the next time might take even longer. However, each month the cooldown resets, starting at 3 days, offering about 3 opportunities to obtain the reward box monthly. What he would get depended entirely on luck, whether it was the 8 Desolations body art or the flame ring. After organizing his thoughts, Fang Che left the meditation room. The morning sun was warm and fresh. He greeted the bewildered Luo Liuli before starting his daily morning exercises. Perhaps the excitement of obtaining the reward box fueled Fang Che's enthusiasm even more. His diligence was unending. On the field, Fang Che, full of energy, began running to strengthen his body. Luo Liuli watched him in silence, questioning her life choices. Fang Che's cultivation pace was not something most people could keep up with. However, Luo Liuli gritted her teeth, refusing to give up, and continued to run and train behind him. Fang Che was somewhat surprised at Luo Liuli's determination, admiring her tenacity. After not returning home the previous night, Fang Che called his family to assure them of his safety after finishing his morning workout. Then, he headed to the school cafeteria for breakfast before attending his daily advanced class sessions. The advanced class curriculum was significantly more challenging than the regular class, but fortunately, Fang Che's talents had improved, allowing him to keep up. After completing the morning's lessons, Fang Che, as usual, went to the cultivation area to practice in the meditation room, with Luo Liuli quietly following him. Perhaps her competitive spirit drove her to try and match Feng Che's cultivation pace. In the afternoon, Feng Che prepared himself and headed to the Talisman crafting building for his first class since joining Nan Lihua's Talisman class. In the past, crafting talismans was a sore spot for him with his virtual spirit root. However, with his talisman talent now at level 3, Feng Che was genuinely curious about how much his talisman crafting skills could improve. Each student in the advanced class can choose additional practical courses, including alchemy, artifact crafting, talisman making, and formation techniques. Among these, the talisman making class led by Nan Lihua is renowned for its strict admission requirements. It is a rare opportunity to receive guidance from this master of talisman making from Feilei, Immortal City. When Feng Che entered the talisman making classroom, Nan Lihua was already there. A few senior students were gathered around him, eagerly seeking advice on the intricacies of talisman making. Feng Che headed straight to his workstation, where the school-provided basic talisman tools were neatly laid out. These are basic tools. If you want better ones, you can purchase them with merit points, Nan Lihua remarked, glancing at Feng Che. He remembered Feng Che's impressive display of martial skills, defeating Su Shangxing with a single punch despite being at the 5th level of Qi refinement. In his eyes, a student capable of mastering such a demanding skill would find the challenges of talisman making manageable. Feng Che carefully dusted off his workstation and examined the neatly arranged mystical yellow talisman paper, basic talisman brush, and talisman ink. Nan Lihua approached him, dressed in his robe and smiling. This is your first talisman making class, so we'll start with familiarizing ourselves with the drawing of talismans. Remember, behind every successful talisman lies countless failures. Talisman making is an art that requires patience. Nan Lihua first taught Feng Che how to prepare talisman ink, then began demonstrating how to draw talismans. This is a first-tier low-grade cleansing talisman. Its strokes are simple, and the magical power guidance isn't too difficult. Pay close attention. This will be the subject of your first talisman making test. Feng Che held his breath and focused intently. His spiritual awareness spread, carefully perceiving and recording every stroke that Nan Lihua made. Nan Lihua drew 5 talismans in a row, each as precise as if printed by a machine, with no deviation in the patterns. This is the basic skill of a talisman maker, Nan Lihua said, setting down his brush. Give it a try, and submit your test assignment in 3 days. Feng Che nodded in agreement, feeling a rush of excitement within. The rune of the cleansing talisman seemed deeply etched in his mind, and he was eager to try it out. Under Nan Lihua's watchful eye, Feng Che dipped his brush in ink and began drawing on the talisman paper. As Feng Che's spiritual awareness gradually calmed, a perfect first-tier low-grade cleansing talisman appeared before him. A flicker of surprise crossed Nan Lihua's eyes. Have you drawn cleansing talismans before? Feng Che shook his head, indicating it was his first attempt. Good. Then let's continue, Nan Lihua said with renewed interest. This time, I'll teach you a first-tier mid-grade offensive talisman, the explosive talisman. As he spoke, he slowed his movements, carefully drawing on the talisman paper to give Feng Che ample time to learn. Feng Che stood energetically in the talisman crafting room, his level 3 talent in talisman crafting granting him an innate sensitivity to these mystical symbols. Nan Lihua had demonstrated the creation of the Nan Lihua talisman 5 times, each stroke clear and precise. Your turn, Nan Lihua said, handing over the talisman brush. The difficulty of crafting this mid-tier talisman far exceeded that of the lower tier. As expected, Feng Che's first attempt ended in failure, the talisman paper igniting into ash halfway through. Keep going, Nan Lihua said, arms crossed, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Unfazed, Feng Che quickly cleared the workbench and began anew. On his 5th attempt, a surge of scorching spiritual energy suddenly rippled across the table. Explosive talisman complete. The talisman crafting class fell silent. All the students stared at Feng Che in shock, successfully crafting a mid-tier talisman within 5 attempts on his first try. Most of them had taken a full half-month to barely grasp it. Ha! Nan Lihua laughed heartily. Good job. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. With perfect talent and exceptional perseverance, you'll surely become a 3rd-tier talisman master in the future. He handed Feng Che a notebook. These are my insights on talisman crafting. Study them well. To become a certified 1st-tier talisman master, you need to master 4 other types of mid-tier talismans. Don't waste your talent. For the next 4 hours, Feng Che immersed himself in talisman crafting. He practiced repeatedly, and his success rate soared. By the end of the session, he had completed over 100 talisman papers, achieving a 70 success rate. Nan Lihua couldn't stop, smiling. Discovering a gem among the sand proved his keen judgment. A system notification popped up. Ding, you've diligently crafted talismans for 4 hours. Diligence 40. Keep improving. Notice, your talisman crafting skill has improved. Complete professional certification for a special reward. Feng Che felt a surge of excitement. Although obtaining national certification as a talisman master was still challenging, he could attempt it after the martial arts competition. In the days that followed, Fang Che's life became structured and fulfilling. Mornings in advanced classes absorbing knowledge, afternoons focused on talisman crafting, and evenings receiving specialized martial arts training from Su Shangxing. After each day's training, he would spend an additional 4 hours in the cultivation room before heading home, earning about 200 diligence points daily. Time flew by, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Tomorrow marked the start of the martial arts competition. The sunset bathed the training ground in a fiery glow. Fang Che stood with Luo Liuli and Jia Shengli. Their teamwork honed to the point where even Su Shangxing, at the 8th level of Qi refinement, had to give his all. Not to mention the Ice and Fire Lotus joint spell taught by the old principal, Zhai Ku, which, though not yet mastered, was powerful enough to challenge even 8th level Qi refinement cultivators. These 10 days of intense training had propelled Fang Che to the 6th level of Qi refinement, and the true gains were even greater. The system panel showed he had accumulated about 2,000 diligence points, successfully raising his talents in martial arts, talismans, and spiritual awareness to the genius level of LV4. The enhancement of Fang Che's 3 talents, all reaching level 4, has propelled him into a new realm in the areas of spell dueling, talisman crafting, and spiritual awareness. This improvement didn't happen overnight, but required time to mature. With the rare advantage of having all 3 talents at level 4, Fang Che feels confident about the upcoming spell dueling competition. Although his practical experience is still limited, he believes that his talents will allow him to quickly grow in real combat and strive for the reward of 200,000 merit points. The setting sun painted the sky over the training ground with vibrant hues of sunset. Tomorrow marks the start of the spell dueling competition, and Su Shangxing opted for a final pep talk instead of a special training session. To be honest, he's given this kind of speech too many times before, so he got straight to the point, expressing his expectations for the competition. The special training ends here, Su Shangxing said, looking at his 3 students. In Fei Lei Immortal City, there are 13 high schools, plus 7 from nearby towns, making about 20 teams in the competition. Our second high school usually ranks around 5th. So, as long as you don't fall below 5th place, you won't disgrace the school. Not below 5th? That's too low of a bar, Jia Shengli said confidently, gripping his elaborate flying sword worth 80,000 merit points. Don't worry, Mr. Su, leave it to me. I'll lead them to at least the top 3. Su Shangxing gave Jia Shengli a meaningful glance, suggesting that the true leader of the team might still be undecided. All right, everyone go home and get a good rest. No staying up late tonight, Su Shangxing emphasized, clearly directing this at Fang Che, not wanting his competition state to be affected. It was evident he didn't see Fang Che as just a pawn to secure victory. Fang Che smiled and did not argue. Dismissed. Meet at the school gate at 8 a.m. tomorrow, and I'll take you to the exam site. Su Shangxing made the final arrangements. The 3 parted ways. Fang Che, after leaving the school, didn't head straight home. Instead, he turned into a private shop next to the second high school. Since his 8 Desolations cultivation was stuck at the 1st level, he decided to concoct a spiritual purifying elixir. This shop was recommended by Nan Lihua. Over the past half-month, Fang Che's talent displayed in the Talisman class had completely amazed Nan Lihua. Although his cultivation limited him from crafting high-grade 1st-level talismans, he was nearly unbeatable with mid-grade ones. Even more astonishing, with his talisman talent raised to level 4, he was confident enough to attempt high-grade 1st-level talismans. Nan Lihua not only didn't confiscate the successful talismans Fang Che made, but also introduced him to this shop, where he could sell talismans without needing a talisman master's certification, albeit at prices lower than the market rate. As he pushed the door open, the bell above chimed softly. Inside, a graceful woman in a traditional cheongsam with fiery red lips was leaning on her smooth chin, engrossed in a book on alchemy. Has the spirit liquid been prepared, Sister Xia? Fang Che eagerly asked as he stepped into the shop. The woman inside, known only as Sister Xia to Fang Che, was introduced to him by Nan Lihua. She had agreed to concoct this rare potion, a top-tier body refining liquid that was almost impossible to find on the market. Little Fang, Sister Xia said with a smile. Your recipe is quite interesting. If you come across any more peculiar formulas like this, feel free to bring them to me. She retrieved a black ceramic jar from beneath the counter, her expression turning serious. This potion is extremely potent. Remember to use only 1/5 at a time, and never exceed the dosage. Fang Che nodded in gratitude, and paid the 500 Shanggong preparation fee with his Shanggong card at discounted price, thanks to Nan Lihua's recommendation. Sister Xia, could you help me find some Qiyan? Fang Che asked as he was about to leave. Qiyan. Sister Xia raised an eyebrow. Are you planning to use it for training? Seeing Fang Che nod, she continued. Qiyan is graded by 3 stripes, with 3 stripe being the best quality, though it's also the hardest to refine. 1 blossom costs 3,000 Shanggong. You can pick it up after your combat competition. Taking a deep breath, Fang Che agreed, determined to choose the best for his training. Returning home, he found his parents still working overtime at the puppet factory, a situation he was accustomed to. After preparing a simple noodle dish to satiate his hunger, he retreated to his room. He took out the hard-earned tempering spirit liquid, an unexpected reward for breaking through to the first level of the 8 Desolations burst. Securing the doors and curtains, Feng Che sat cross-legged after disrobing. Ignoring Sister Xia's cautious advice, he applied half of the potion all over his body, knowing it would intensify the pain, but believing that pain was the best way to temper himself. As he initiated the 8 Desolations burst posture, a searing heat pierced through his skin, akin to countless branding irons burning him. The intense pain surged through his veins and assaulted his consciousness, forcing a low growl from his lips. Yet, he gritted his teeth, persevering through each wave of agony with every move. 2 hours later, as the last trace of the potion's power was exhausted, a surge of energy shattered a barrier within him. Feng Che collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air, his chest heaving violently. Sweat poured from him, quickly forming a puddle on the ground. The corners of Feng Che's lips slightly lifted, and his eyes sparkled with joy. He had finally broken through to the second level of the Ba Huang physical technique, a moment he had long awaited. A system notification sounded in his mind. You have endured pain, trained diligently, and achieved a breakthrough in body refinement. Diligence 40, Spirit Binding Sandbag 1. Wearing the Spirit Binding Sandbag during training doubles your diligence gain and enhances your chi refinement effects. The Spirit Binding Sandbag has been placed in your inventory. This message instantly revitalized Feng Che, who was lying on the ground. He quickly got up, filled with excitement. A rare item drop, and one that doubles the training effects, he thought to himself with delight. With a thought, Feng Che retrieved the Spirit Binding Sandbag from his inventory. These were pure cotton items resembling wrist and ankle weights, soft to the touch. Without hesitation, he put them on his wrists and ankles. Suddenly, a heavy sensation swept over his entire body. Feng Che felt the flow of spiritual energy within him slow down, and the weight of the sandbags continued to increase, making his movements awkward and clumsy. But this was exactly the effect he wanted. He took a deep breath, his eyes burning with determination. When these restraints are removed, my explosive power will be incredible. He immediately sat cross-legged and began to focus on his training. The next day, the day of the spell competition, arrived as scheduled. In front of the entrance to Fei Lei Immortal City's second high school, Jia Shengli and Luo Liuli had been waiting early. When Su Shangxing arrived, he found only the two of them present and asked curiously, "Where's Feng Che?" Just as he spoke, the sound of labored breathing came from a distance. Feng Che appeared, drenched in sweat, as if he had just run a 10-kilometer marathon. "Feng Che, have you been sneaking in extra practice again?" Su Shangxing's mouth twitched, feeling both pleased and exasperated by this overly diligent student. Feng Che looked up, panting heavily but with a bright smile on his face. "Don't worry, Mr. Su. I'm in the best shape I've ever been. I'm sure I'll give those competition opponents a big surprise." Feng Che reached an unprecedented peak state. Although his body was slightly tired, his spirit was exceptionally invigorated. The moment the reward for his double efforts was credited, he even felt like he could run another 10 kilometers with the spirit-binding sandbag on his back. The joy of diligent training yielding results kept bubbling in his heart. Su Shangxing watched this and could only shake his head helplessly without saying more. At 8:30, the school bus from Second High arrived on time, and everyone boarded in an orderly manner. Inside the bus, as soon as Feng Che sat down, he took out some spiritual liquid and prepared to meditate. "Feng Che, what are you up to again?" Su Shangxing's voice cracked. "Teacher Su, didn't you say it takes an hour to get to the competition venue? So, I need to cultivate my energy. I can't waste this time," Feng Che replied with a simple smile. Su Shangxing was so exasperated that he wanted to flip the bus seat, but Feng Che's reasoning left him speechless. Still, he thought, how much could one achieve with an hour's meditation? It would be better to adjust the mindset and watch some battle videos. Jia Shengli and Luo Liuli exchanged glances, both stunned by Feng Che's relentless drive. Although Luo Liuli had trained with Feng Che for some time and was used to his style, this time she chose to look out the window instead. After all, cultivating on a bumpy school bus was ineffective and could affect her mood, and her cultivation breakthrough wasn't something that could happen overnight. Feng Che, however, ignored everything around him, fully immersing himself in cultivation. He had reached the 6th level of chi refinement and needed to accumulate more to reach the 7th level. With the spirit-binding sandbag enhancing his efforts, the cultivation effect was doubled. How could he miss such a good opportunity? If he could break through to the 7th level, his chances of winning the gold in the competition would be much higher. At 9:30, the school bus finally arrived at its destination. A massive egg-shaped building loomed into view. "Teacher Su, is this the guardian site of Fei Lei Immortal City?" Jia Shengli asked in surprise, looking out the window, not expecting the competition to be held in such a rare location. "That's right. We couldn't inform you earlier due to regulations. This competition is being observed by officials from the Immortal Sect, 10 key Immortal Cultivation Universities, and 3 top-tier Immortal Cultivation Universities. Perform well, and you might secure a guaranteed spot, Su Shangxing explained. Fang Che remained absorbed in his cultivation. Luo Lioli maintained a calm demeanor, while Jia Shengli couldn't hide his excitement. After a thorough inspection, the school bus entered the Guardian's site. 20 school buses arrived one after another, carrying 60 contestants from 13 key Immortal high schools in Feilei Immortal City and surrounding towns. As everyone gathered in the square, a sudden sword hum echoed in the air. Looking up, they saw a man with an immortal aura hovering on a sword in midair, his powerful spiritual energy spreading outwards. The martial arts competition at Feilei Immortal City officially began. A man adept at swordsmanship stood at the front, his stern voice echoing throughout the venue. In the first round, 20 teams from various high schools in Feilei Immortal City are divided into 4 groups: Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow. Each group consists of 5 teams competing against each other. The concise and powerful rules introduction made the students present tense up involuntarily. Moments later, Su Shangxing finished the draw and returned to the team. We're in the yellow group, he analyzed with a serious expression. We need to be particularly wary of 2 teams, the 8th high school team and the Tigao team. The Tigao team ranked 3rd in last year's competition. Although they didn't make it to the national competition, they have 2 participants from last year, making them formidable opponents. Even the usually laid-back Fang Che listened carefully to every piece of information about their opponents. The principle of knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle, a truth everyone understands. At exactly 10 o'clock, the first match of the mystical group commenced. As the first team to compete, they were set to face a high school team from Lingxi Town. Best of 3 matches, who's up first? Su Shangxing surveyed his teammates. Jia Shengli immediately raised his hand, eager to secure an opening win for Fang Che and Luo Lioli. However, Su Shangxing's gaze bypassed him and landed directly on Fang Che. Considering Fang Che's recent overzealous training might affect his condition, Su decided to use this match as a test. Fang Che, you're up for the first match. Though surprised, Fang Che accepted the task with a hint of anticipation. The square was divided into 4 areas: Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow, each with its own rest area. Wearing spirit-restraining sandbags, Fang Che stepped into the Yellow group's competition area. A middle-aged cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage served as the referee, defining the battle area and ensuring the students' safety. Opposite him stood a short-haired girl with dark skin, her gaze sharp as a blade, causing Fang Che to furrow his brow slightly. The referee announced the rules. There are no restrictions in this martial arts competition. Losing the ability to fight, stepping out of bounds, or conceding will result in defeat. Treat this as a simulation of a cultivator duel, and give it your all. As soon as he finished speaking, the referee vanished like smoke. Without a word, the girl launched her attack. Waves of magical energy rippled outward, and green vines with blade-like leaves erupted from the ground, aiming for Fang Che's throat. 5th level of Qi Refinement. Fang Che quickly assessed her cultivation level. As a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi Refinement, he felt confident about the match. Bang! With a powerful step, Fang Che unleashed a force that seemed to explode in all directions, charging at the girl with lightning speed. Despite the girl's frantic attempts to grow and extend her vines, they couldn't match Fang Che's pace. As he closed in, she desperately tried to create some distance, but her speed was no match for his. In the blink of an eye, Fang Che was upon her. He reached out, expertly gripping her arm and twisting it behind her back, forcing her to her knees with minimal effort. Yield, Fang Che said calmly, waiting for her surrender. But then, unexpectedly, a sudden turn of events unfolded. The girl's back split open, and a vine as sharp as an arrow shot forth. Fang Che, relying on his heightened senses and extraordinary physical prowess, dodged just in time. Even so, the vine grazed his cheek, leaving a cut that oozed a drop of blood. Yield? Never. The girl spat through gritted teeth. We come from a small-town high school with scarce resources for cultivation. We must fight and strive. Forgive me for offending you. In that moment, Fang Che realized the truth. This was a real competition of magical combat, a simulation of life-and-death battles among cultivators. The referee had already explained that there were no rules in this competition. Victory was only achieved when the opponent was completely incapacitated. His earlier expectation for her to willingly concede was indeed naive. The path of cultivation is a battle of life and death. No amount of detailed training from Su Shangxing could compare to this profound personal experience. With a crash, the vine on the girl's back lashed out, its leaves like blades aiming for Fang Che's throat. But this time, Fang Che did not hold back. With sheer strength, he caught the attacking vine with his bare hands, tearing it out of her body along with flesh and blood. The scene was gruesome as blood splattered everywhere. Fang Che remained expressionless as he tightened his grip on the vine and delivered a powerful punch. The force of his fist was so intense that it created a sonic boom. The terrifying power of the punch passed through her body, shattering her heart. Her chest erupted in a mist of blood, and she collapsed to the ground without even a scream. Fang Che halted his attack as the young girl was already incapable of continuing the fight. There was no need for further confirmation. In an instant, a figure appeared in the ring. It was the referee who had vanished earlier. Second high school wins, the referee announced without a hint of emotion, then crouched down to administer a pill to the girl. The teacher leading the Lingxi High School team then stepped onto the stage to carry the unconscious girl away. That's a first-grade high-quality healing pill, capable of regenerating flesh and even repairing a ruptured heart, the referee said, looking at Fang Che with a serious tone. Young one, this is combat. Compassion is a grave mistake. If you participate in the war for the Immortal Gate fragments, your compassion could not only get you killed, but also endanger your teammates. Hearing this, Fang Che took a deep breath, visibly moved. He understood the referee's intention on the stage. There was no need for hesitation. One should give their all, with the referee handling the consequences. As Fang Che walked off the stage, there was no joy of victory on his face. Su Shangxing approached and patted his shoulder. This is combat. Don't be soft-hearted. The purpose of learning combat is to participate in the war for the Immortal Gate fragments. In war, those who are soft-hearted don't last long. He continued, you just need to give it your all. Even if you kill your opponent, the referee can bring them back. At your level of combat, you can't completely annihilate an opponent's soul. As long as the soul remains, current cultivation medical techniques can save a life. These words eased Fang Che's concerns. Luo Lioli and Jia Shengli nodded in agreement, understanding how to conduct themselves on stage. Fang Che felt a bit relieved and noticed a translucent prompt appearing before him. Ding! You have experienced a thrilling battle and defeated your opponent. Your combat proficiency has increased by 50. The item effect triggers, doubling proficiency. Remember, combat is about being responsible for life. Fang Che's eyes widened, and joy surged through him. Combat could also earn specialized proficiency, with no time limit. This meant the more opponents he defeated, the more specialized proficiency he'd gain. With his current level 4 combat talent, he needed 10,000 points to reach level 5. Averaging 180 points of proficiency per day, participating in combat competitions might decrease this. To improve his combat talent, even dedicating all daily proficiency to this would take nearly 2 months. Considering the need to also enhance talisman crafting, spiritual awareness, and other skills to level 5, it would take nearly a year on average, not accounting for crafting and alchemy. Who's up next? Su Shangxing asked as Fang Che was still reveling in the joy of gaining specialized combat proficiency. I'll go, Jia Shengli said enthusiastically, ready to show his true strength. Su Shangxing was about to nod when Fang Che quickly raised his hand. Mr. Su, let me go again. Jia is our team's trump card, our secret weapon. It's not wise to reveal our secret weapon too soon. He grinned with a sincere smile. Luo Lioli, Su Shangxing, and Jia Shengli each had different attitudes towards Fang Che. Mr. Su, I think Fang Che has a point. Why not let him give it a try? Jia Shengli suggested with a raised chin. I can cover for him if needed. Fang Che smiled even more innocently upon hearing this. Su Shangxing rolled his eyes at Fang Che, thinking, yeah right. But since Jia Shengli had already said so, he reluctantly agreed to let Fang Che take the stage. As the second round of the competition began, Fang Che stepped back into the dueling area. The opponent from Lingxi High School, upon seeing Fang Che, flared with anger. You think you can take on all three of us? Who do you think you're underestimating? The burly contestant shouted furiously. Fang Che ignored the provocation and calmly looked at the referee. Once the referee announced the start, he disappeared, leaving the two to their duel. Die! The burly man, eyes red with rage, was clearly intent on avenging his female teammate who had nearly been injured by Fang Che earlier. His fighting spirit soared, but Fang Che remained unflustered. Even with spirit-restraining sandbags weighing him down, Fang Che had adapted to the weight, and his movement speed wasn't significantly affected. However, Su Shangxing and Luo Liuli noticed a slight decrease in his speed from the sidelines and frowned. See that, Su Shangxing said to Luo Liuli. That's the consequence of overtraining. His body is starting to struggle. Luo Liuli remained silent. Suddenly, the battle took a turn. The seemingly furious, burly man's anger vanished as Fang Che approached, revealing it was all an act. He clapped his hands together, causing the ground to explode and waves of earth to surge towards Fang Che, attempting to smother him. 8 desolations burst. Fang Che whispered from within the earthen sphere. A powerful force shattered the mud ball, and he lunged forward, delivering a punch like a spear to his opponent's chest. The burly man spat blood as his chest burst open, and he was blasted out of the dueling area. The referee reappeared in time, administering a healing pill to the injured contestant, and announced Fang Che as the winner. Fang Che flicked a cleansing talisman, instantly removing the mud and blood from his body. Glancing at the 100 points he earned for the dual specialty, he smiled slightly and gave a thumbs up to Su Shangxing and the others, clearly indicating he intended to continue challenging. Su Shangxing didn't stop him. Fang Che had already won 2 matches, And even if he lost this one, it wouldn't matter, especially since Luo Yoli was there to back him up. The third contestant from Lingxi High School was evidently their AC, a slender teenager with a cultivation level of Qi refining stage 6 and a talisman master. According to the rules, talisman masters could use their self-created talismans. The teenager's sleeves revealed a multitude of talismans, all first-tier low-grade wind blade talismans. The dueling area was immediately filled with a fierce gale. Feng Che remained composed, drawing a first-tier mid-grade fire split talisman from his waist. The wind fueled the flames, causing them to surge. He then unleashed a first-tier mid-grade gale talisman, driving the roaring fire towards his opponent. Caught off guard, the teenager panicked, not expecting Feng Che to also be a talisman master, and one more skilled than himself. Why would a talisman master resort to physical combat? It's disgraceful. With a loud explosion, the fiery storm engulfed the teenager. Engulfed in flames, he quickly shouted his surrender. The referee appeared to extinguish the fire and declared Feng Che the victor. Thus, Feng Che became the first contestant to achieve a 3-match winning streak in the duel competition. All around, the eyes of the participating teams turned towards the innocently smiling young man this year. The second high school team was making a formidable impression. Feng Che wore a simple, honest smile, but it didn't ease the wariness of the other contestants at all. A first-level mid-grade talisman maker skilled in martial arts? They pondered, and he's only their first player. This realization made the high school coaches present silently curse. Second High is clearly aiming for the national competition this time. Who said they had given up? Back in the resting area, Su Shangxing eyed Feng Che with a peculiar look. You can already draw first-level mid-grade talismans. Yes, I've been learning from teacher Nan Lihua for the past half-month. I'm a student in her talisman-making class, Feng Che replied with a grin. Becoming a first-level mid-grade talisman maker in just half a month. Su Shangxing's mouth twitched, thinking that if talisman making were really that easy, he wouldn't have failed that course back in the day. Luo Liuli also looked over in surprise. Good job, kid. You didn't embarrass our second high. Jia Shengli said excitedly. I'll take the next match and let you enjoy an easy win. Feng Che quickly protested. No way. Senior Jia, you're our team's trump card. Save your skills for when we face the sports school. We shouldn't reveal your strength against these ordinary opponents. Trump card? That's a nice way to put it. Jia Shengli beamed. So, in the second match, after much persuasion from Feng Che, he took the stage again. Although Su Shangxing suspected Feng Che was treating the duels as extra training, he didn't oppose it. This time, they drew the 11th high school from the yellow group, known for its average strength. Feng Che stepped into the duel area once more, donning his spiritual binding sandbags. He approached every match with seriousness, showcasing a brutal and fierce style. His opponent, a tall girl, was struck in the chest by Feng Che's blow, and after being rescued by the referee, she looked at him with terror in her eyes. Unsurprisingly, Feng Che scored another 3 consecutive victories, earning 300 points in the duel specialty. His trademark honest smile only made the injured girl more frightened. What an evil grin. He's like a chest-crushing demon. Other female contestants instinctively shielded their chests. In the third match, they drew the popular 8th high school from the yellow group. Are you sure you want to go? 8th high strength is not to be underestimated. Su Shangxing frowned, looking at the increasingly excited Feng Che. I'm here to challenge the popular ones, Feng Che said, clenching his fist in excitement. Great. Jia Shengli immediately clapped in support. Go for it. Junior Feng, your seniors got your back. Luo Liuli remained her usual aloof self, not offering any comment. When Feng Che stepped into the duel area for the third time, even the referee couldn't help but ask, is second high out of people? Feng Che gave a hearty smile, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for battle. Opposite him, the contestant from Bajong stepped into the fighting area, girl with a high ponytail and tight-fitting clothes, her graceful figure on full display. Chen Xiu from Bajong, pleased to meet you, the girl said, clasping her hands in greeting, while cautiously eyeing Feng Che. Feng Che from Airjong, pleased to meet you, Feng Che replied with a bow. At the referee's signal, Chen Xiu immediately began forming hand seals, testing him with words. You shouldn't underestimate Bajong. Competing in 2 consecutive matches without rest is this a gift. I love fighting. Feng Che grinned, but his movements were swift as he charged forward. He could sense that Chen Xiu had reached the peak of the 6th level of Qi refining, a formidable opponent. A first-tier medium-grade talisman silently slipped from his hand, a technique he had mastered in previous battles. With a shout, Chen Xiu's hand seals suddenly changed. With a bang, a crossbow emitting spiritual energy fluctuations appeared on her arm. Feng Che's heart skipped a beat. This was a magical weapon. The crossbow bolt whistled through the air, creating waves of energy. Although Feng Che quickly released his spiritual sense, the restriction of the spirit-binding sandbag slowed his dodge by a fraction. A line of blood appeared on his school uniform. The bolt struck the ground, creating a deep crater, its power comparable to a spiritual energy gun. Chen Xiu moved with light steps, continuously channeling magic into the crossbow, a confident smile on her lips. Bolts shot out one after another, and although Fang Che narrowly avoided them each time, the ground behind him was riddled with craters. However, as the distance closed, his adaptation to the spirit-binding sandbag improved. Seeing Fang Che closing in, Chen Xiu's expression grew serious. After a missed shot, she decisively turned away, unfurling another magical weapon behind her, resembling butterfly wings, to create distance. But just as she was about to take off, Fang Che suddenly accelerated and grabbed her ankle. A tremendous force pulled Chen Xiu from the air, as Fang Che's fist was already in motion. 8 desolations burst. An internal force erupted from her back, exploding from her chest. Outside the fighting area, the girls gasped, clutching their chests in fear, screams echoing around. Even the usually composed Luo Lioli instinctively shielded her chest when she saw Fang Che returning victorious. Fang Che's hearty smile froze instantly such a small gesture, but it carried a heavy impact. The matchup between School 8 and School 2 was the most anticipated battle in the yellow group. Around the combat area, a large number of high school team members from other groups had gathered, closely watching the competitors who might become their future opponents. Fang Che, having won 3 consecutive matches, had become the center of attention in the yellow group. His fierce fighting style, particularly his unusual enthusiasm when facing female opponents, had earned him the nickname Breast Crusher. Feeling the wary and fearful gazes from those around him, Fang Che could no longer maintain his innocent smile. I really don't have any special preferences. It's all just a coincidence. Fang Che explained earnestly. Luo Lioli remained silent with a cold expression, while Jia Shengli laughed and threw an arm around Fang Che's shoulder. A win is a win. In combat, being ruthless is no big deal. No, it really was just a coincidence. Fang Che hurriedly corrected the misunderstanding. School 8 calls for a pause, a short break, Su Shanxing announced at the right moment. Fang Che, are you up for the next match? Of course. With double diligence points on the line, how could I pass it up? I want to test my limits. Fang Che replied enthusiastically. Jia Shengli, who was about to volunteer, swallowed his words upon hearing this. After the break, School 8 sent out a new competitor, but School 2 continued with Fang Che. The nickname Breast Crusher had already spread among the audience, and the crowd grew larger. Fang Che, expressionless and calm, shut out the external noise. In this match, Fang Che fought with anger. Although his opponent was also at the peak of the 6th level of Qi refinement, they eventually succumbed to Fang Che's aggressive attacks, which combined talismans and physical techniques, after dozens of rounds. After earning 100 diligence points, Fang Che chose to stay in the arena. However, School 8's third competitor was unexpected, a cute, slightly silly girl whose magical power had reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. Fang Che's fighting spirit soared, his eyes sparkled, and his trademark innocent smile reappeared. Seeing this smile, the female competitor panicked. I forfeit. She signaled to the referee and quickly left the arena, instinctively protecting her chest. No, wait. We haven't even started yet. Why are you giving up? Fang Che anxiously stomped his feet. The invisible referee appeared to reassure him. The opponent is likely conserving her strength, choosing to forfeit this match, which has nothing to do with your Breast Crusher nickname. This reassurance only made Fang Che more frustrated. Not only had he acquired an undeserved bad reputation, but he also missed out on double diligence points. Returning to the combat area, Fang Che could no longer smile, standing there looking dejected. All right, our next match is against Ti Gao, Su Shanxing said with a serious expression. Ti Gao is definitely no pushover. While Ba Zhong isn't particularly fired up about this competition, Ti Gao is a different story. They kept 2 veterans from last year, and their goal is clearly to break out of Fei Lei Xian City and make it to the nationals. Their fighting spirit is much stronger than ours, so we must not be complacent. He continued his analysis. Although we currently have 4 points, we can't say we're guaranteed to advance from the group stage. However, if we win against Ti Gao, we'll be sure to advance as the top of the group. As soon as he finished speaking, Jia Shengli's eyes lit up, and he jumped to his feet. Mr. Su, let me take the lead in the first match against Ti Gao. He quickly turned to Fang Che and Luo Lioli, adding eagerly, don't you dare stop me. As the team star player, Jia Shengli was eager to show his skills. Seeing the team close to advancing from the group stage, without having played, yet made him restless. He had promised to carry Fang Che, but at this rate, he and Luo Lioli might end up being carried by Fang Che all the way to the semifinals. That wasn't his style. Of course, if Fang Che and Luo Lioli insisted on holding him back, he could continue to keep his strength hidden. Unexpectedly, both Fang Che and Luo Lioli remained silent. Luo Lioli, always cool and indifferent, didn't care who played, while Fang Che, troubled by his chest breaker nickname, was looking for a chance to adjust his state. Why aren't you stopping me? Jia Shengli asked, surprised. Su Shanxing smiled and patted his shoulder. All right, you're up next. But be careful. Ti Gao's players are indeed formidable. He then turned to Fang Che. It's break time now. You should check out the other group's matches, especially Group A's Yizhong and Group Xian's Wuzhong. Both teams broke out of Fei Lei Xian City and made it to the Nationals last year. They've only added one new member each this year, and they're still very strong. Fang Che nodded in agreement and went to watch the matches. When he returned, his expression was grave. Yizhong and Wuzhong were indeed intimidating, easily defeating their opponents with 1 against 3. What shocked Fang Che most was Yizhong having a player at the 8th level of Qi Refining, a level of cultivation that dominated the field. How was it? Su Shangxing asked. Very strong. Fang Che nodded solemnly. They even have a player at the 8th level of Qi Refining. Indeed impressive, Su Shangxing said softly. That's why your chances this year are slim. Once your cultivation improves by next year, breaking into the Nationals won't be a problem. Fang Che took a deep breath. Slim chances? For the sake of those 200,000 merit points, even a slim chance was worth reigniting hope. As the referee announced the start of the next match in the yellow group, Jia Shengli leapt up from his seat. Clutching his ornate flying sword worth 80,000 merit points, and dressed in his training attire, he began to warm up. He looked at Fang Che with bright eyes and confidently said, Fang, I promised I'd carry you to victory, just watch. With that, Jia Shengli turned, gripping his sword at an angle, and confidently strode onto the field, ready to make his entrance. The sky was overcast, with dark clouds blocking the sunlight. In the combat area of the Huang group in Feilei Immortal City, a dense crowd gathered around. Not only were there participants from the Huang group, but competitors from other groups were also present. Some came to witness the prowess of the chest crusher, while others were simply interested in the showdown between the second high and athletic high. This battle would determine the Huang group's advancement. As Jia Shengli stepped into the combat zone, the coach of athletic high frowned slightly. They had expected the second high to forego the competition this year, but instead, they played this trump card. The chest crusher, who had previously swept through 3 opponents, was just a freshman, and Jia Shengli, who had yet to make a move, remained an enigma. Shuelei, you're up, the athletic high coach decided swiftly. This decision shocked the other contestants. Shuelei was their greatest hope for advancing to the national competition. In the crowd, a robust young man with dyed yellow hair, standing at just about 1.7 meters, rose to his feet. He was chewing gum, displaying a contemptuous smile. Despite his short stature, he exuded an intimidating aura. The black tattoo on his arm was faintly visible, and his neck cracked audibly as he twisted it. In the resting area, Su Shangxing and Fang Che both noticed Shuelei's impressive physical condition. Luo Liuli glanced at Shuelei and remarked coldly, he's killed before. Su Shangxing nodded in agreement. Cultivation isn't all about romance. This newcomer is no simple character. The scent of blood on him is too strong. He might have been on the Immortal Gate fragment battlefield or participated in the siege of demonic cultivators. His combat experience is likely extensive, and Jia Shengli might be at a disadvantage. At the referee's signal, the two entered the combat zone. Jia Shengli, holding a magnificent flying sword, announced with confidence, second high. Jia Shengli, Qi Refinement Level 7. Shuelei continued to chew his gum, drawing a long white blade wrapped in cloth from his storage treasure, and scoffed. You're the trump card old Chen mentioned from second high? Qi Refinement Level 7? What an insult to me. Above the firmament, dark clouds roared like a raging demon. The howling wind whipped up dust and sand, casting a haze over the dueling arena. As the referee retreated into the shadows and announced the start of the battle, Jia Shengli's face was stern, his spiritual sense instantly infused into his flying sword. The sword's light sliced through the air, darting wildly across the arena. Opposite him, Shuelei appeared nonchalant, chewing gum and casually dragging a long white-bladed sword as he moved. Whoosh! With a flick of his fingers, Jia Shengli accelerated the flying sword straight towards Shuelei's neck. Clang! Shuelei effortlessly deflected the lethal strike with a slight lift of his long blade. Sparks flew as the sword and blade collided, and the echo of their clash reverberated through the arena. Too weak. Did you skip breakfast? Shuelei mocked, chewing his gum. Swinging a flying sword like that is embarrassing. Maybe you should take it home and see if it can slice through pork. Jia Shengli's expression remained unchanged, but his sword techniques quickened, while he deliberately kept his distance from Shuelei. Having previously worked with Fang Che, he knew the danger of close combat with a cultivator skilled in physical techniques. However, no matter how he varied his sword moves, Shuelei countered them with ease. Clang! Shuelei, with a slight exertion, sent Jia Shengli's flying sword spinning away. Half his face hidden behind the white-bladed sword, his eyes were full of disdain. Is this the best second high can offer? What a disappointment, it's boring. Jia Shengli's face darkened. He realized Shuelei's advantage lay not in cultivation level, but in combat experience. His opponent could anticipate his sword paths and counter them with minimal effort. As his spiritual power rapidly depleted, Shuelei's taunts further disrupted his concentration, causing lapses in his sword control. But as the top student of second high's dueling class, Jia Shengli quickly regained his composure. Seeing that he couldn't unsettle his opponent's mentality, Shuelei abruptly changed tactics. He swung his sword with a flourish, the dazzling arc knocking the flying sword several meters away. Then, with a burst of vitality, he closed in like a striking viper. Jia Shengli froze momentarily, and by the time he reacted, Shuelei was already upon him. The white-bladed sword pointed at his throat, but halted at the last moment. With a sinister grin, Shuelei drove a punch into Jia Shengli's abdomen, doubling him over in pain and leaving him gasping. Come on, show me second highest trump card. Shuelei sneered, delivering a vicious kick to Jia Shengli's face, sending him sprawling. Blood dripped onto the ground as Jia Shengli staggered to his feet, raising his hand to summon back his flying sword. Before Jia Shengli's flying sword could reach its target, it was struck down by Shuelei's blade. The sword spun across the ground, emitting a piercing metallic screech. Shuelei's energy surged, and with a light tap of his foot, an invisible wave rippled outward. In a flash, he appeared by Jia Shengli's side. Instead of using the blade, Shuelei grabbed Jia Shengli's chin and began to hammer his head with the pommel. Admit defeat. Just admit defeat. He laughed maniacally as the pommel struck Jia Shengli's head repeatedly, causing blood and sweat to splatter. Despite being choked, Jia Shengli refused to concede, even if he could speak. His trembling hands formed a sword gesture, causing his distant flying sword to quiver slightly. Tears welled up in his eyes. She knew he was not only being humiliated, but also disgracing Air Gao. Amidst the dull thuds, raindrops began to fall from the sky, like shattered jewels on the ground. In the resting area, Su Shangxing's face was grim. Feng Che clenched his fists in anger, and Luo Liuli's eyes were cold beneath her long lashes. Concede, Su Shangxing ordered decisively. The referee appeared instantly in the arena and deftly flicked away Shuelei's descending pommel. Shuelei released his grip, chewing gum with an irritating grin still on his face. The referee administered a healing pill to Jia Shengli, and by then, Su Shangxing had already appeared in the arena. Feng Che and Luo Liuli followed, looking at the battered Jia Shengli. Mr. Su, I'll take the next match, Feng Che said, his expression serious. Luo Liuli pressed her lips together, not contesting. All right, Su Shangxing agreed, his gaze softening slightly at Feng Che's fiery yet resolute eyes. Though Jia Shengli was still dazed, as he passed by Feng Che, his eyes suddenly cleared, tinged with sadness. Feng, I might not be able to carry you to victory anymore. Feng Che smiled warmly. It's okay, senior. Just find a comfortable spot to lie down. Jia Shengli stood there, pale-faced, listening to Feng Che's confident words. For a moment, he seemed to see a reflection of his former self. Wasn't this the same thing he had once told Feng Che? Don't worry, Feng Che is stronger than you think, Su Shangxing reassured him from the side. Jia Shengli rubbed his throbbing head. Feeling something was amiss, perhaps he was still a bit dazed from the beating. Soon, he was taken away from the combat area for treatment. Although his injuries looked severe, they weren't a major issue given the current level of medical advancement in the cultivation world. The real wound was the trauma to his spirit. In the combat zone of the yellow team, rain fell from the open sky above. This match between Zhong and Tiangao determined the yellow team's chance to advance. News of the chest-crushing demon, making a reappearance, had drawn a large crowd of students to watch. The air was thick with the scent of blood and an intense battle atmosphere. Feng Che's gaze settled on Shuelei, who was casually chewing gum in the arena. Shuelei's combat skills were clearly superior to Jia Shengli's, yet he chose to humiliate his opponent slowly. During recent special training sessions, Feng Che didn't find Jia Shengli, with his overconfidence, unlikable. Despite his constant self-assurance, Jia Shengli was a decent person, even enthusiastically proclaiming he would help Feng Che win effortlessly. Wasn't that a sign of his good nature? They were friends. However, after this match, Feng Che foresaw that Jia Shengli would probably never again boast about helping you win effortlessly with such confidence. Oh, a new opponent? Shuelei leaned on his white-bladed long knife, smirking. You're the one who's been winning all the matches single-handedly? I think you're more like Zhong's trump card than that loser from before. But that's about it. He noticed the anger in Feng Che's eyes, but clearly didn't care. To him, having strength meant he could do as he pleased. Second round, begin. The referee announced, and then disappeared. The rain intensified, droplets hitting the ground, and exploding into a misty white vapor. Feng Che twisted his neck, his gaze growing serious. He crouched down and slowly untied the two spirit-weighted sandbags from his feet. With a sandbag in each hand, Feng Che stood up, staring directly at Shuelei, whose eyes were now sharp. Suddenly, he released his grip. Boom, boom. Two rapid explosions sounded. The ground of the combat area instantly caved in, creating two small craters and sending water splashing everywhere. The scene plunged the surroundings into silence, and the smile froze on Shuelei's face. Outside the combat zone, the pupils of the watching competitors contracted. In the rest area, Su Shangxing's mouth twitched. So, Feng Che has been wearing such heavy sandbags since the start of the competition? Has he been treating the matches as part of his training? That's intense. Beside him, Luo Lioli's eyelashes trembled, and a hint of astonishment appeared on her cool face. No wonder she had noticed Fang Che's sprinting speed had slowed considerably. Meanwhile, after receiving treatment and taking some elixirs, the swelling on Jia Shengli's face had subsided somewhat. The moment Fang Che removed the sandbag, Jia Shengli felt as if he had been struck by lightning. You should have revealed your strength earlier. I would have laid down obediently. Tears welled up in his eyes as he finally understood everything. He recalled Fang Che's precise punch during their first training session at sunset and the sword strike that seemed to steady the world. In hindsight, it was all a calculated move. Jia Shengli closed his eyes with a bitter smile, realizing, so the fool was me all along. In the sports high school rest area, the coach observed Fang Che taking off the sandbag, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, which quickly returned to calm. Was he holding back his speed before? It won't matter. Shuelei is our secret weapon to break into the national top 10, he mused. Although Shuelei's childhood experiences have made him seem reckless, this very madness is his asset. In the rain, Shuelei fixed his gaze on Fang Che, grinning as if looking at prey. Interesting, you're so bold to keep the sandbag on. He slowly gripped his long white blade, letting the rain soak his hair. I like rainy days because on rainy days, I become stronger. Before he finished speaking, Shuelei suddenly vanished, striking down and shattering the ground where Fang Che had stood. But he only hit an afterimage. Unfazed, Shuelei raised his blade. Each droplet of water he flicked carrying a sharp edge, tearing through the rain. Fang Che planted his foot to halt his movement, spinning to deliver a sweeping kick. Shuelei met it with his blade, blocking the powerful strike. Is that all? Shuelei sneered, twisting his blade to try and sever Fang Che's leg. However, Fang Che was ready. A second surge of power erupted from his leg. 8 desolations burst. First heaven. The force nearly knocked Shuelei's blade from his hand. Though Shuelei adjusted quickly, he was forced to change his grip. The battle intensified, and as Shuelei attempted to strike Fang Che with the hilt again, a red gleam flashed in Fang Che's eyes. 8 desolations burst. Second heaven. His hand clamped onto Shuelei's, gripping the blade like a vice, muscles tensing beneath his clothes. With a loud crack, Fang Che reversed the hilt into Shuelei's head. Blood mixed with rain as Shuelei's eyes widened in disbelief. Fang Che didn't relent, coldly uttering, "Explode again." The third surge of power exploded, blood misting through the ring. The third burst of the 8 desolations burst. Second heaven echoed across the field. Shuelei's body flew through the air like a broken kite. Silence. Only the sound of rain pouring down from the sky, washing over the ground, could be heard. The duel in the yellow group's combat area left many students in awe. Was this still a battle between cultivators? The clash of bodies. The contest of speed. The mingling of blood and sweat. It was astonishing. The hand-to-hand combat between Fang Che and Shuelei was incredibly fast, leaving the onlookers dazzled. Their physical prowess was exceptional, almost beyond the realm of cultivators. But even more astounding were Fang Che's 3 explosive bursts of force that stunned the entire audience. The hidden power that erupted after he let go, sending Shuelei flying several meters away, was incredibly impactful. In the resting area, Su Shangxing took a deep breath, his eyes filled with admiration. He had suffered from Fang Che's second burst of force during their first special training, so he knew how troublesome that hidden power could be. And now, Fang Che had demonstrated even greater control over his force in this duel. 3 bursts. It was unbelievable. How much effort and diligence must he have invested to achieve this? Su Shangxing suddenly understood why Fang Che was so diligent, so driven, always seizing every opportunity to train. Perhaps only through such relentless effort and dedication could he hone the technique of triple force explosion. However, it seemed that the martial arts Fang Che had mastered were not simple. Training in them required more energy than ordinary martial arts and demanded a high level of talent for combat. Su Shangxing, with his keen insight, was an expert in the realm of combat. Naturally, he could see that Fang Che's ability to unleash such force was not only due to his physical prowess and refined technique, but also his exceptional talent for combat. Beside him, Luo Lioli pursed her red lips, her eyes filled with a sense of pressure. Jia Shengli, with his bruised face, lay back comfortably, enjoying the battle in the arena. Ah, so this is how comfortable it is to win while lying down. The rain intensified, creating ripples on the ground. Shuelei's body was sent flying several meters across the ground by the force of the 8 desolations burst. Lying on the ground, he seemed lifeless. However, Fang Che knew the fight wasn't over, as the referee hadn't intervened yet. Sure enough, Shuelei's body trembled slightly before he slowly rose from the rain-soaked ground. It hurts, but it feels so good. A suppressed voice, tinged with a hint of madness, came from his slowly rising figure. Fang Che remained expressionless, his toe touching the ground, instantly displacing all the rainwater in that area. His advancing body shattered a series of falling raindrops, creating a misty white haze. Strike while the iron is hot. In combat, one must not show mercy or give the enemy a chance to recover. Fang Che understood this well. Shui Lei, who hadn't yet steadied himself, suddenly felt the terrifying force approaching from his side. Fang Che's intense energy seemed to make the rain splashing on Shui Lei's face feel scorching. Boom! Suddenly, a surge of immense magical power erupted from Shui Lei, sending the falling rain back into the air. Fang Che's internal magical power momentarily stalled. His magical power had surged threefold. It was almost at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Fang Che's brow furrowed. Shui Lei raised his blood-stained head, a crazed look in his fierce face. He crushed a mouthful of pills with his teeth and swallowed them, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Fang Che. Fang Che instantly recognized the pills as explosive Qi Pilsa first grade, mid-tier elixir that could temporarily boost a cultivator's inner power. Shui Lei's ability to consume pills during battle indicated he was an alchemist, and these must have been crafted by his own hands. But consuming so many at once was nothing short of suicidal. The blade's light suddenly became sharp and aggressive. Shui Lei's eyes were filled with blood as he roared. "It's over. I'll cut you down." He raised his long white blade high, channeling his power into it with reckless abandon. In response to this all-out attack, Fang Che remained calm and indifferent. He formed a hand seal and flicked his fingers. Spell, flame ring. Boom. A ring of fire appeared in his palm, instantly evaporating the rain around him. Fang Che hurled the flame ring with precision, encircling Shui Lei's hands gripping the blade. Ignoring the restraint, Shui Lei swung the blade down in a frenzy. A terrifying crescent-shaped blade aura swept across, carving a narrow trench into the ground of the dueling area. Yet Fang Che's movements were even swifter, easily dodging the lethal strike. As Shui Lei attempted to lift his blade again, Fang Che suddenly clenched his fingers. The flame ring contracted sharply, blood splattering as Shui Lei's hands fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Che pressed forward with agility, his body moving like a swift shadow. He stomped the ground, sending ripples through the water, and delivered a powerful punch to Shui Lei's chest. With a muffled explosion, the hidden force of the Bahuang blast tore through Shui Lei's chest, erupting in a mist of blood behind him. Fang Che, expressionless, continued to punch rapidly, his speed like lightning. Shui Lei's body hung suspended, like a painting against the curtain of rain. Even as blood dripped from his mouth and nose, Shui Lei continued to stare at Fang Che with blood-red eyes, as if trying to etch his face into memory forever. "We surrender. We surrender," the teacher leading the opposing team quickly shouted from the sidelines. The referee appeared to announce, "The winner is Fang Che from second high." Fang Che immediately ceased his assault, and Shui Lei fell to the ground like a rag doll, splashing into the blood-tinged water. The referee hurriedly administered an elixir to him, but the severe chest injury would take days to heal. The torrential rain washed over Fang Che's bloodied fists, yet it couldn't erase the pervasive scent of blood. In the beaded curtain of rain, silence enveloped the surroundings. The girls watching through the rain gazed at Fang Che's upright figure and then at Shui Lei's shattered chest, trembling in fear. The more timid ones even covered their mouths, sobbing. The chest-crushing demon, so terrifying. The rain poured down, washing over the battleground. The duel between Fang Che and Shui Lei had come to an end, showcasing a raw display of martial prowess where every punch was delivered with full force. Shui Lei, a cultivator at the peak of the 7th level of Qi refinement, was known for his strength, easily defeating Gao Jiaxingli. Yet, he was defeated by the fists of a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement, his chest crushed and his fighting spirit shattered. Fang Che ignored the frightened reactions of the girls around him. To him, a duel required giving everything, and Shui Lei's crushed chest was merely an accident. He walked through the puddles towards the deep pit, water splashing, and reattached the sandbags to his legs. "Let's continue," Fang Che said, stretching his neck with a satisfying crack, looking at the referee. The challenge against Ti Gao was not over, with 2 more formidable opponents awaiting him. In the resting area, the teacher leading the Ti Gao team wore a grim expression. He had high hopes for Shui Lei, expecting him to lead the team out of Fei Lei Immortal City and into the Daxia national competition. To be defeated so miserably in just one fight was unexpected. "Zhou Qingqing, you're up," the teacher called out to a tall and graceful girl. She was the second strongest competitor from Ti Gao, after Shui Lei. "Teacher." Zhou Qingqing's face was pale, her long legs trembling slightly. "Can I go next match?" He's the chest-crushing demon. "What are you afraid of?" the teacher shouted angrily. "He's exhausted from the last fight. Just perform normally and you'll win. Don't let his reputation as a chest-crushing demon scare you. It's just a tactic to unsettle opponents. If you lose your momentum from the start, you'll easily be defeated." Zhou Qingqing looked distressed, glancing down at her ample chest, the image of Fang Che's mischievous smile in the rain flashing through her mind. Instinctively, she crossed her arms over her chest. Such a perfect chest, it would be such a pity if it were crushed. "No surrender. Show your fighting spirit," the teacher continued to yell. Zhou Qingqing's eyes welled up with tears. Easy for the teacher to say when it wasn't his chest on the line. She was still a young maiden. If her original chest was damaged, how would she find a male cultivator partner in the future? Despite her reluctance, she silently resolved not to surrender outright. The rain poured relentlessly, shrouding the dueling area in a misty haze. Fang Che stood in the arena, his fists stained with blood, and the rain plastered his bangs to his face. His next opponent approached slowly Zhou Qingqing, who was notably tall. Her long, straight legs were especially striking. Fang Che's gaze involuntarily traveled upwards, taking in her upper body, and he couldn't help but be surprised this competitor had quite a voluptuous figure. Fang Che from second high, at your service, Fang Che said with a sheepish grin. To Zhou Qingqing, however, this smile seemed like the arrival of a demon, intensifying the fear in her eyes and making her legs go weak. But as a contestant, she had no choice but to bite her lip and assume a fighting stance. Her long legs cut through the pooled water, sending ripples outward. Fang Che's expression shifted to seriousness as he sensed Zhou Qingqing's magical aura, which also reached the peak of the 7th level of Qi refinement, indicating formidable strength. Having just battled Shuelei, his energy and stamina were somewhat depleted, and a slight misstep could lead to defeat. He activated his LV4 dueling talent, quickly strategizing his approach. Ultimately, he decided to first gauge his opponent's strength and fighting style. Students from Tigao were known for their prowess in physical combat, so he planned to assess her skills in that area first. Splash, splash, splash. Zhou Qingqing launched her attack, her slender figure skipping across the water like a stone, rapidly closing the distance. Although the rain obscured his vision, Fang Che, relying on his powerful dueling talent, pinpointed her position through the sound of splashing water. He decisively threw a punch, his long fist slicing through the rain, creating a vacuum in the air. Zhou Qingqing's long legs swept in, meeting his fist with a light touch. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the sky, causing the surrounding rain to explode into mist. Zhou Qingqing screamed, clutching her chest as she staggered backward uncontrollably, eventually crashing out of the dueling area. Fang Che was speechless. This was clearly a feigned fall. His probing punch didn't even use the force of the 8 Desolations burst, and her reaction was overly dramatic. An awkward silence fell over the scene. The leading teacher from Tigao's rest area buried his face in shame, almost succumbing to internal embarrassment from Zhou Qingqing's poor acting. The referee was equally bewildered, never having encountered such a situation in a competition before. However, Zhou Qingqing, who had gotten back on her feet, seemed unfazed, as if everything was perfectly normal. The nickname Chest Crusher certainly lives up to its reputation, but unfortunately for you, I won't give you the chance. After speaking, Zhou Qingqing proudly puffed out her chest and turned back to the rest area. Chest Crusher. Suddenly, many of the female contestants around seemed to realize. If they were to face the Chest Crusher, wouldn't it be better to lose quickly rather than have their chests painfully crushed and be defeated? With this thought, they fell silent. Damn it. 100 points of specialized combat training, just gone like that. Fang Che was at a loss and even gritted his teeth a bit. But what could he do? He could only smile awkwardly and look towards the Tigao direction. It seemed there was still one more contestant. The third contestant from Tigao didn't disappoint Fang Che. Unlike Zhou Qingqing, he didn't throw the match with a poor performance and exit the combat area in defeat. He fought until the very end. However, amidst the rain, there was a mix of blood in the air. The last contestant from Tigao knelt weakly on the ground, looking down at his shattered chest with a pained expression in his eyes. Finally, with a thud, he collapsed onto the waterlogged ground. Fang Che looked blankly at his own fists. Why did they instinctively aim for the chest? Why did his hands seem to have a mind of their own? The referee appeared gracefully, giving a pill to the Tigao contestant lying on the ground, then looked at Enlu with a complex and strange expression. The nickname Chest Crusher suits you well. Fang Che opened his mouth, wanting to explain something, but suddenly realized how pale and powerless words could be. The referee ignored him, turned to look around, and then announced loudly, Huang Group advances, Fei Lei Xiancheng's second high school. In the deserted and silent medical room, the smell of herbs was strong. Shuelei gently touched his bandaged chest, turned his head to look out the window, watching the rain falling from the dark clouds, and recalled the scene of being pummeled by Fang Che in the combat area. The madness in his eyes grew stronger. This guy's spiritual root must be exceptional. Absolutely exceptional. I could feel the taste of a top-tier spiritual root. Shuelei licked his chapped lips with his tongue, slowly got up, and broke off the 4 tubes attached to him. He walked out of the medical room step by step, disappearing into the rain, accompanied by a low, lingering murmur. That spiritual root must be delicious. The team advancing from Group Yellow is Fei Lei City, second high school. With the group stage concluded, the semi-final matchups are clear. 4 teams will fiercely compete for the only 2 national competition spots available for Fei Lei City. Su Shanghong stood on the sidelines, explaining the situation to Fang Che, who was resting. Last year, the 2 national spots were claimed by 1st High School and 5th High School, and this year, these two schools have unsurprisingly advanced from their respective groups. As for the fourth team advancing, although the match is still ongoing, nearly everyone is certain it will be Ji Yin High School. Ji Yin High School is no pushover, Su Shanghong added. This private school has long dominated the high school rankings in Fei Lacian City. If it weren't for the resources from the official education department favoring first high school and fifth high school, it would be hard to surpass them. Fang Che nodded in understanding. At this moment, Luo Liuli and a slightly recovered Jia Shengli sat beside him, watching the final match unfold through the ring. As expected, Ji Yin High School advanced smoothly. Victory, come with me for the draw, Su Shanghong turned to Jia Shengli with a teasing tone. Since you might not have much chance to play next, at least participating in the draw will make you feel like you're not completely sidelined. What do you mean sidelined? Jia Shengli, with his bruised face, was immediately displeased. It's just a mishap. I'll definitely play next time. He clenched his fist and vowed confidently. Luo Liuli watched him expressionlessly, while Su Shanghong smirked meaningfully. Fang Che frowned, considering how to persuade Jia to continue resting, or else his own chances of playing might be jeopardized. Despite his protests, Jia Shengli followed Su Shanghong for the draw. Su Shanghong even let him draw personally but quickly regretted it. When Jia Shengli read out the matchup, Su Shanghong wished he could slap him. Second high's next opponent turned out to be Fei Lacian City, First High School. First High, Su Shanghong lamented. Every year, they send over 20 students to top cultivation universities, securing at least one spot at the 3 leading universities. Such opponents are all elites. I shouldn't have let you draw. Those who win by default really have bad luck in drawing. Mr. Su, Jia Shengli said earnestly. I think our team needs a mascot to boost morale. I'm willing to take on that role. Weren't you just saying you'd never win by default? Now you're planning how to relax before the match even starts. Su Shanghong glanced at him disdainfully. Our next semifinal opponent is First High, and it will be a major challenge. Well, we've made it to the semifinals, so let's give it our all and not give up easily. When Su Shangxing returned to the rest area, he gravely informed everyone of the draw results. Then, he switched to motivational mode and began to encourage his team members. Fang Che took a deep breath, recalling the scenes from the previous matches he observed against the top school. Their opponents not only had adept combat skills, but also a significant advantage in cultivation level. The weakest member of the top school had reached the 8th level of Qi Refinement. In contrast, on the second school's side, Luo Liuli and Jia Shengli were still at the 7th level of Qi Refinement, with Luo Liuli having just recently broken through. As for Jia Shengli, although a veteran at the 7th level, he had just been worn out by Shui Lei in a match and was currently in no condition to be of much use. Tomorrow, we'll compete in the semifinals and finals, with individual matches on the third day, Su Shangxing said, exhaling deeply as he clapped his hands together. The schedule for the individual matches is still confidential, so we don't know if it will play to our advantage. But now is not the time to relax. We must push forward and give it our all in this battle. He then proceeded to analyze the characteristics and strengths of the 2 veteran participants from the top school who had competed last year. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the top school was entirely different. Their team leader, Zhou Yun, was a sophisticated and mature woman with voluminous hair, dressed in a pale yellow form-fitting dress that highlighted her elegance. She wore a relaxed smile, confident about the upcoming semifinals. Out of the 4 teams, the second school is the weakest, Zhou Yun analyzed. They hadn't planned on entering this year's competition, but unexpectedly made it to the semifinals. Apart from being cautious of that chest-breaker guy, the other 2 aren't much of a concern. Jia Shengli has ability, but he was crushed in the last match, and his mindset is shattered. As for the girl who hasn't participated yet, Zhou Yun frowned slightly when mentioning Luo Liuli. I've heard she's a first-year student, so her cultivation level can exceed the 8th level of Qi Refinement. We can overpower her with our cultivation. When dealing with the chest breaker, make sure to keep your distance and use the 8th level Qi Refinement to wear him down. These physical fighters are easy to manipulate and exhaust, Zhou Yun added with a smile. Fortunately, it's not a 3-person team competition like the national championship. Otherwise, with your teamwork and leadership, dealing with these rookies would be even easier. Her comments made the 3 participants laugh indeed. Against skilled spellcasters, physical fighters often seemed clumsy. Zhou Yun's thorough analysis of the second school's team put her students at ease. She clapped her hands and said, all right, that's enough analysis of the second school. Let's move on to studying our potential opponents in the finals. As night fell, all the participants in Fei Lei Immortal City settled into the accommodations provided by the host, awaiting the fierce battles of the following day. The simple and plain room lacked any technological devices, containing only a bed and a desk. After dining at the garrison's cafeteria, Fang Che returned to his room. He sat cross-legged on the bed, and with a slight focus of his mind, the battle data appeared before him. Combat level 4, 1240100000. Seeing this number, Fang Che's breath quickened. In today's group matches, he fought 4 consecutive rounds, winning each with a 3-10 score, earning a total of 1,200 points in combat proficiency. This was the highest single-day gain he had ever achieved. Feng Che quickly calculated. At this rate, he could elevate his combat talent to level 5 within just 10 days. I can't afford to lose tomorrow. Feng Che clenched his fist. The national competition is not only a higher-level arena but also a rare opportunity to gain substantial combat proficiency. Such opportunities are hard to come by, and no one knows if the next competition will offer similar rewards. His gaze focused on the distance, as if he could already see tomorrow's opponent competitor from Yigao. Even if it's a tough challenge, he must overcome it. But reality is harsh. As a practitioner at the 6th level of Qi Refinement, defeating an opponent at the 8th level requires more than just surprise tactics. It demands seizing every possible opportunity. Feng Che calmly analyzed the situation. His physical combat skills were well known, and opponents would undoubtedly defend against his close-range approach. So where is the breakthrough? Talismans. A bright idea struck Feng Che. He immediately got up and went to the desk, retrieving his talisman-making tools from the storage compartment. Against an 8th level Qi Refinement opponent, ordinary first-grade mid-level talismans were insufficient. Only first-grade high-level talismans could pose a threat. Taking a deep breath, Feng Che began to concentrate his spiritual awareness. He calmed his mind, entering a state of meditation. In the past, with a talisman-making talent at level 3, he had attempted to create first-grade high-level talismans several times, but never succeeded. Most talisman makers struggle to consistently craft this grade of talisman before reaching the 9th level of Qi Refinement. Yet, he was only at the 6th level. But now, his talisman-making talent had risen to level 4. This might be the opportunity to break the norm. Feng Che's eyes were bright with determination as he prepared to challenge the impossible and become the one who creates miracles. In the deep of night, the guarded area was silent. Inside the command room, a man in military uniform was intently reading the report in his hands. The list of teams for the semifinals of the Fei Lei Immortal City Magic Duel competition caught his eye. Yi Gao, Wu Gao, Jian, and Er Gao? His eyebrows raised slightly, revealing a look of surprise. Report, General. Tomorrow, Er Gao will face Yi Gao. The referee, Zhao Yi, said with a wry smile. The national competition seems out of reach. The general looked at Zhao Yi. As an Er Gao alumnus, do you have so little faith in your alma mater? It's not about a lack of faith. The gap in strength is just too wide. Even the weakest player from Yi Gao has reached the 8th level of Qi Refining. They're aiming for the top 10 in the national competition, Zhao Yi explained helplessly. In a 3-3 team match in the finals, Er Gao stands no chance. In this group match, only that chest cracker Feng Che stands out. But martial cultivators are too easily targeted. Once restricted, they struggle to make an impact. The general smiled knowingly. In a magic duel, cultivation isn't the only deciding factor. Unless it's a crushing difference in realms, there are always unpredictable variables. At this moment, a medical cultivator in a white coat knocked and entered. General, Shuelei from Gao has left the medical room without permission and has applied to withdraw from the competition. The general frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Such a reaction to one defeat. If he were on the battlefield of the Immortal Gate Shard, he might endanger his comrades. As for that chest cracker Feng Che, his martial skills and determination are quite impressive. He merits further consideration as a candidate for the Fei Lei Immortal City Magic Duel team. Su Shang walked out of the room, strolling down the corridor. His gaze fell on the 3 rooms of the Er Gao competitors. The night sky after the rain was still overcast, with no moonlight or starlight. However, Feng Che's room was brightly lit, in stark contrast to the rooms of the other competitors who had already turned off their lights to rest. Feng Che is such a diligent kid, not willing to waste even a moment, Su Shang chuckled softly. Though he's pushing himself hard, isn't that the spirit a cultivator should have? He didn't disturb or urge Feng Che to rest. Facing Yi Gao tomorrow seemed bleak, but as long as Feng Che had no regrets about his efforts, that was enough. At that moment, inside Feng Che's room, a talisman brush dipped in ink traced across the mystical yellow talisman paper, releasing a wave of spiritual energy. 3 nearly transparent ripples of energy spread out. It's done. Feng Che, sweating profusely, looked at the failed talismans on the table, his gaze finally settling on the center of the desk. A piece of talisman paper covered in intricate and mysterious symbols lay quietly on the table, emitting waves of spiritual energy. The 3 rings of energy ripples indicated that this was a high-grade Tier 1 talisman. Feng Che looked at the semi-transparent notification that appeared in front of him. Talisman drawing for 4 hours. Successfully created a higher-grade talisman. Diligence doubled. Passive item bonus. Diligence 160. Specialized Diligence Talisman 400. A bright smile spread across his face, realizing that not only did successfully creating a higher-grade talisman earn him basic diligence, but it also offered double rewards. Coupled with the double effect of the spirit binding sandbag, he gained 4 times the diligence value this time. After the excitement, Fang Che also felt the significant spiritual exhaustion from creating the talisman. He climbed onto his bed to meditate and adjust his state for tomorrow's competition. The next day, the rain from the previous night seemed to have prepared the way for today's clear blue skies. Even the teams that had already been eliminated flocked to the arena like schools of fish, eager to witness the exciting semifinals. For them, observing the battles of skilled practitioners was a rare learning opportunity. When Su Shangxing led Fang Che, Luo Liuli, and Jia Shengli to the venue, the first match had already begun. The contestants from Jian High School and Wugao were fiercely clashing in the battle zone, with spells flying back and forth in succession. Compared to the close combat of physical cultivators, the spell duels appeared more violent and direct. This battle for a spot in the national competition was exceptionally fierce, with both sides giving their all. In a surprising outcome, the relatively weaker Jian High School defeated Wugao. The victors, covered in blood, stood in the battle zone, roaring in triumph, eliciting cheers from the audience. After a brief break, the showdown between Yigao and Ergao was about to begin. Yigao, as an established strong team from Feilei Immortal City, had an unshakable status as regular participants in the national competition. Meanwhile, Ergao was the dark horse of this tournament, attracting much attention, especially due to the presence of the chest-crusher demon Fang Che. Many girls felt both anticipation and fear about the upcoming match, fear due to Fang Che's excessively brutal fighting style, and anticipation for the adrenaline rush that physical duels brought. Of course, they were also curious to see how this chest-crusher demon would ultimately be defeated. After all, the strength gap between Ergao and Yigao was as vast as a chasm. One side didn't even have a single 8th level Qi refining cultivator, while the other side was entirely composed of 8th level Qi refining cultivators. This was a complete dimensional crushing in terms of cultivation levels. Come over and arrange the battle order, Su Shangxing said as he glanced around at everyone, finally resting his eyes on Jia Shengli. He shook his head slightly, a hint of resignation in his voice. Shengli, you should listen in too. At least it gives you a sense of involvement. Can you speak plainly? Jia Shengli responded immediately, bristling. Do you really think winning effortlessly requires no skill? Ignoring his protest, Su Shangxing began to lay out the plan in detail. In the first match, Liu Li will go up. The opponent is at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Although there's a gap, it's still manageable. You need to put pressure on them. Don't let them win too easily. If you can tire them out in the first match, whether they choose to forfeit or switch players, will still have a chance. He paused before continuing. For the second match, let Fang Che go. Fang Che, take off your sandbags and go all out. Catch them off guard. Winning would be ideal, but even if you win just one match, it's not a disgrace. If you can't win, don't be discouraged, there's always next year. Mr. Su, what about me? Jia Shengli asked eagerly. Su Shangxing sighed. Don't worry, if both Fang Che and Liu Li lose, you can decide whether or not to step in. I've already prepared a role for you to feel involved. Until then, make sure your cheers are loud. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Liuli stood up, her cool expression giving away nothing. As she walked towards the dueling area, the air around her began to crystallize with fine ice particles. At that moment, Fang Che suddenly stood up and grabbed her pale arm. Hold on, Luo. Luo Lioli's long eyelashes fluttered as she glanced down at her captured arm. From childhood, aside from family, this was the first time she was touched by a member of the opposite sex, and her body visibly stiffened. She looked at Fang Che with an expression that seemed to question his actions. Fang Che quickly released her arm, the sensation of her smooth, soft skin lingering on his fingertips. He cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Ahem, Luo, let me take the first match. Both Su Shangxing and Luo Liuli frowned. Fang Che, however, wore a confident smile. I'm confident I can win a match, maybe even two. If luck is on my side, I might even sweep all three. After all, he glanced at Jia Shengli. I promised Senior Jia that I'd let him relax, and I wouldn't want to break my word. Jia Shengli looked at Fang Che, a hint of emotion flickering in his eyes. Fang Che had volunteered to face the formidable opponents from Yigao alone so that Jia Shengli could rest. Fang Che, don't be so impulsive. Yigao is not like other schools. Even their weakest competitors are at the 8th level of Qi refining. It's unrealistic to think you can take on 3 of them in a row, Jia Shengli said with concern. Fang Che maintained his signature simple smile, offering no further explanation. Su Shangxing turned to Luo Liuli. Liuli, what do you think? Luo Liuli's cool expression remained unchanged as she glanced at Fang Che and nodded slightly. Whatever. Old Luo, it's settled then, Fang Che said, flashing his simple smile again. Luo Liuli's mouth twitched slightly at his smile, recalling Fang Che's nickname, the chest breaker. After every victory, he always wore that seemingly naive but truly sly smile. Don't call me Old Luo, and stop smiling at me, she said coldly. All right, Old Luo, I'll take that as a yes. Fang Che nodded indifferently. Su Shangxing shook his head and sighed. I get it now. You always insist on going first and taking on 3 opponents in every match. Are you treating these competitions as extra practice sessions? The Grind King of Air Gao lives up to his name. Fine, if you want to go first, go ahead. We're in the semifinals now, so don't give up. Give it your all. Who knows? Maybe there'll be a miracle. Feng Che nodded and walked towards the dueling area. As soon as he appeared, countless eyes turned to him. The chess breaker is up. Of course, he's going first. Is he Air Gao's trump card? Too bad their opponent is Yi Gao this time. The audience buzzed with discussion, and the girls' gazes were filled with both fear and anticipation as they looked at Feng Che. On Air Gao's side, the supervising teacher, Zhou Yun, smiled knowingly as she saw Feng Che take the stage. She turned to one of the competitors, Lu Qi. You're up first. Make sure to win convincingly against a 6th-level Qi refining opponent and keep the chest breaker at a distance. The tall Lu Qi flashed a bright smile. Don't worry, Teacher Zhou. The two stood facing each other in the dueling area. Yi Gao, Lu Qi, 8th level of Qi refining. Lu Qi announced, performing the cultivation salute. Feng Che returned the salute. Air Gao, Feng Che. The chest breaker. Lu Qi shook his head with disdain in his eyes. Girls are delicate flowers that should be cherished. How can you shatter their chests? Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of all protectors of women. Girls deserve gentle care, and a brute like you needs to be disciplined by someone like me. Feng Che was about to defend himself, explaining his impartial attitude towards opponents, but Lu Qi insisted on standing up for the female contestants. I see you always laugh so gleefully when you smash a girl's chest. A rude chest-crushing demon like you must be punished. Lu Qi shouted indignantly. As the referee, Zhao Yi listened to their exchange and couldn't help but shake his head. Lu Qi was too naive. Such a person would easily fall for a beauty trap on the battlefield. Trash. Zhao Yi cursed inwardly, his gaze inadvertently shifting towards Feng Che. The second match of the semifinals begin. To prevent further argument, Zhao Yi directly announced the start of the match and then vanished from sight. The atmosphere in the dueling arena became tense, and magical energy waves quickly spread out. Lu Qi didn't dare underestimate his opponent, who had won 3 consecutive matches, and decided to use the strategy taught by Zhou Yun to keep a distance from martial cultivators. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his robes billowing in the wind, as magical energy began to gather at his fingertips, glowing brightly. Wind step technique. Lu Qi's figure rose with the wind, hovering 10 meters above the ground. His fingers moved continuously, forming seals as a steady stream of magical energy poured out. Boom! Countless sharp wind blades formed in the sky, sweeping towards Feng Che in a vast wave. This was the simplest and most brutal tactic firepower suppression with a barrage of spells. The wind blades left grooves on the ground, and the dense attacks were like bullets, kicking up clouds of dust. Feng Che moved quickly through the haze, his senses fully attuned, accurately perceiving every change around him. Each time a wind blade approached, he could anticipate it in advance and deftly evade the attack. To the audience, Feng Che appeared to be dancing on the edge of a knife, gracefully avoiding each wind blade with ease. The rising dust seemed like stage effects, highlighting his elegant movements. Dodging? You'll eventually slip up. If a wind blade grazes you even once, you're done for. Lu Qi's robes fluttered as he hovered in midair like a patient hunter. He believed that with his 8th-level Qi refinement power, he could outlast Feng Che. However, Feng Che clearly had no intention of continuing to evade. He looked up at Lu Qi, who was suspended in the air like a sitting duck, and a knowing smile curved his lips. With his level 4 dueling talent, he had already devised a winning strategy. The continuous expenditure of casting wind blade spells forced Lu Qi, at the 8th level of Qi refinement, to pause for a breath. In that fleeting moment, Feng Che's figure, which had been dancing among the blades, suddenly came to a halt. A thunderous roar erupted. Feng Che's arm lashed out like a whip, sending 4 spirit-binding sandbags hurtling through the air like cannonballs. Each sandbag weighed dozens of pounds, hurtling with unstoppable force straight at Lu Qi suspended in midair. Lu Qi furrowed his brow and slashed a wind blade to intercept. However, the wind blade shattered upon impact with the sandbags, failing to slow their momentum. He quickly employed the wind step technique to dodge, maneuvering through the air as lightly as a kite to evade the assault from the 4 sandbags. But soon, Lu Qi's expression changed. The 4 sandbags were not attacking haphazardly. They precisely blocked his escape routes in all 4 directions. Doubt churned in his mind. What is this martial artist planning? Can he fly? Or as a talisman maker, does he possess a flying talisman? No, that can't be right. Even a low-grade flying talisman requires a higher level of skill than he possesses. As Lu Qi's thoughts raced, Feng Che below made a move that caused Lu Qi's pupils to contract sharply. Feng Che crouched deeply, his hair whipping wildly like flames, and let out a resounding cry. 8 desolations burst. In an instant, the ground in the combat area shook violently, cracks spreading like a spider's web. A second wave of force erupted, sending 2 rings of dust rippling outward. Feng Che's body shot upward like an arrow released from a bow. Immediately after, a third wave of force exploded. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 3 steps to the sky, his body riding the wind, soaring 10 meters high. In the blink of an eye, Fang Che was face-to-face with Lu Qi, mere inches apart. The ground in the duel area trembled incessantly as Fang Che propelled himself skyward with a powerful leap. Each of his 3 steps unleashed an incredible force, his figure leaving afterimages in the air as if he were teleporting. In an instant, he appeared before LV Qi, who was trapped by the spirit-binding sandbags. Face to face, Fang Che's hot breath brushed against LV Qi's face. Fang Che's eyes were intense, his internal energy surging through his body like a raging storm, impacting his muscles and bones. Under this pressure, LV Qi's typically warm and friendly expression turned rigid and ashen. "It's over," LV Qi muttered to himself. Surrounded by Fang Che's spirit-binding sandbags, his wind-stepping technique was useless. Confronted with an opponent whose energy was like a rainbow, LV Qi felt as if he were facing a demon. In a panic, he attempted to cancel his wind blade technique to form a spirit shield, but Fang Che gave him no chance. As Fang Che descended, he unleashed a powerful punch. This strike, imbued with the terrifying power of the second tier of the 8 Desolations burst, was a catastrophe for the pampered LV Qi. The air exploded, sonic booms resonated. This punch not only disrupted LV Qi's hand seals, but also landed squarely on his chest. Bones shattered, organs ruptured, and blood sprayed from LV Qi's mouth like silk. The excruciating pain arched his back, rendering him instantly incapable of fighting. LV Qi plummeted from 10 meters high like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Immediately after, for loud bangs echoed as Fang Che's spirit-binding sandbags fell from above, creating deep craters around the dazed and broken LV Qi. Fang Che landed lightly, scratching his head with a sheepish smile. "I told you I'm fair. I hit both men and women." Shattered chest. This was LV Qi's last thought before losing consciousness. The fear of this chest-shattering demon etched deeply into his mind. The scene was deathly silent as referee Zhao Yi appeared, quickly administering a healing pill to LV Qi. Seeing LV Qi's nearly pulverized chest, Zhao Yi couldn't help but gasp. A cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refining, defeated so miserably by a 6th level opponent. This was not merely a clash of cultivation levels, but a demonstration of overwhelming combat experience. Beyond his peculiar hobby, this chest-shattering demon's battle was a textbook example of a cross-level challenge, from initial strategy to final execution, showcasing abundant combat experience and maximizing his physical combat advantages. The silence lingered for a long time, eventually broken by the collective gasps of disbelief from the onlookers, their faces marked by astonishment. The area around the dueling arena erupted in excitement. Spectators watched in disbelief at the scene before them. A cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement had defeated an opponent at the 8th level. Oh my gosh, a 6th level Qi refinement took down an 8th level? Second high school actually won the first round. How did that chest-crushing maniac manage to fly like that? It wasn't flying. He used the recoil from his martial arts to leap, and, during a brief moment in the air, smashed Lu Qi's chest. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Some of the girls' eyes sparkled with an unusual gleam, and their fear of the chest-crushing maniac seemed to lessen. In this world of cultivation, strength is everything. When you're strong enough, minor quirks become insignificant, and some even secretly pondered. Being struck by a strong person like that might not be so bad. Zhou Yun rushed into the arena with the medical team to carry away the unconscious Lu Qi. Her gaze at Fang Che was filled with shock, realizing that last night's research on the finals opponent now seemed a bit arrogant. Fang Che noticed the look from the leading teacher of first high school and returned it with a simple smile. Back in the resting area, Zhou Yun took a deep breath and turned to a girl. "Jean Nana, you're up for this round. Give it your all and treat it like the finals." "Yes, Ms. Zhou." Jean Nana responded with determination. Lu Qi's defeat forced her to reassess the strength of the chest-crushing maniac. As a girl, she indeed felt a bit of pressure facing Fang Che, but the honor of being a first high school contestant wouldn't allow her to give up easily. Fang Che returned to the resting area to adjust his state, putting away the 4 spirit-binding sandbags into his storage slot. A system notification appeared. Ding! You've diligently battled your opponent and defeated them at a higher level, earning an extra reward. 13 of a treasure chest fragment, and 100 in specialized diligent dueling. This unexpected reward made Fang Che's eyes light up. Although he didn't use any props in this battle, obtaining a treasure chest fragment made up for it. Just 2 more pieces for a complete treasure chest. It seems fate wants me to win 3 in a row. Su Shangxing exclaimed with surprise. I didn't expect the first match to go so smoothly. Do you want to rest for a while? No need. Fang Che's eyes were ablaze. I'm all fired up and need to release it. I'm going for a 3-win streak. Since the ground of the dueling arena was uneven and needed repair, Fang Che didn't want his momentum to cool down. So he started training under everyone's gaze, wearing the spirit-binding sandbags, one-finger push-ups, rapid high knees, and 360-degree spins on the spot. Referee Zhao Yi looked at him like he was crazy, but seeing no inappropriate behavior, he left him alone. 10 minutes later, the arena was repaired. A blonde girl walked in, muttering to herself, "I'm not afraid of him. I'm not afraid of him. I'm flat-chested, so I'm not afraid of this chest-crushing maniac." Feng Che chuckled. Your teammate who got smashed should be flatter than you, so you should be more confident. Don't underestimate yourself." "Teammate? Lu Qi is a guy." Jean Nana fumed. "You're messing with my mind. You despicable chest-crushing maniac." She couldn't let someone like him keep winning. A surge of fighting spirit ignited within her as she quickly tied her hair into a ponytail and assumed her stance, her overwhelming spiritual energy radiating outwards. First high school, Jean Nana. 9th level Qi Refinement. Jean Nana looked at Feng Che, her red lips forming a perfect circle as she exhaled. The moment she finished her self-introduction, her entire demeanor changed, and a powerful aura was unleashed. Feng Che felt the pressure, his shoulders slightly weighed down, and his usually simple smile froze. Qi Refining Stage 9. To reach the 9th level of Qi Refining in high school is extremely rare, and anyone who achieves it must have exceptional talent. This Jean Nana, isn't she just a sophomore? Feng Che immediately realized that this battle wouldn't be easy. Jean Nana was different from Zhou Qingqing from Tigao. She might even be the toughest opponent he has faced so far. Air Gao, Feng Che, Qi Refining. Level 6. Feng Che introduced himself as well, his shoulders lifting against the pressure. Qi Refining Level 6. It's hard to believe that a notorious breast crusher like you is only at level 6. You give off a sense of incongruity. I almost thought you were an invincible level 9. Jean Nana looked at Feng Che with a complex expression. But I won't hold back. I'll be as ruthless as you were when you crushed other women's chests. The referee, Zhao Yi, didn't give them much time for small talk. The duel is about to begin. Participants, please prepare. As the words fell, the second match of the semifinals began. The moment the referee disappeared, Jean Nana's slender fingers quickly formed a seal, casting a spell on herself. Fear Suppression Technique. Feng Che's eyes narrowed. Recently, he had been diligently studying spell knowledge and had heard of this technique. It's a low-level spell that manipulates emotions, and Jean Nana applied it to herself to block the fear that the breast crusher might instill. This way, her combat abilities and mindset wouldn't be affected by fear. Feng Che couldn't help but admire her. After using the fear suppression technique, the fear and tension in Jean Nana's eyes dissipated, and her long, pale legs pushed off the ground with force. In the next moment, to Feng Che's surprise, Jean Nana didn't retreat to create distance. Instead, she charged forward. As she ran, her hands quickly formed seals, gathering and manipulating the surrounding spiritual energy at an incredible speed. Boom, boom, boom. The ground in the dueling area exploded, and thick, strange-looking green vines burst forth, wrapping around Feng Che's legs and binding him tightly. It turns out that during their earlier conversation, beneath her fearful expression, Jean Nana had already been preparing her spell. Feng Che didn't hesitate, unleashing a surge of energy from within like crashing waves, attempting to break free from the vines. His level 4 dueling talent allowed him to react almost instinctively. However, since it was a spell cast by a level 9 Qi Refiner, Feng Che couldn't easily break free in a short time. Jean Nana, now devoid of fear thanks to the fear suppression technique, displayed a hint of excitement. Spell after spell emerged from her hand seals, and as she charged forward, a mass of vines rolled and covered the space ahead. In front of her, the vines formed a sharp, triangular prism. Jean Nana's forward charge was like a sharp triangular prism, launching a powerful assault towards Feng Che. Finally, the sharp triangular spike made of vines was about to pierce through Feng Che, who was tightly bound. The speed was overwhelming. The tip of the spike sliced through the air, causing the airflow to split on both sides, producing a sharp, whirring sound like that of a high-speed rotating fan blade. Even with Feng Che's excellent physical condition, being hit by such a vine spike would undoubtedly leave a gaping hole in him. After all, he was a martial artist, not a knight in armor. Outside the dueling area, in the rest zone for the first high school, the leading teacher, Zhou Yun, breathed a sigh of relief, her lips curling upwards. It's over. Nana has really improved this year after breaking through to the 9th level of Qi Refinement. This chest crusher might just end up getting his own chest pierced this time. Despite the agility of martial artists like Feng Che, who seized the opportunity when Lu Qi chose to hover and clear the battlefield with wind blades, Jean Nana took a different approach. She used her superior wood elemental affinity to cast an almost instantaneous binding spell on Feng Che. For a Qi Refinement practitioner, reacting to and avoiding instantaneous spells was extremely difficult. Once bound, Feng Che became an easy target, unable to dodge as he did with Lu Qi's wind blades. His physical advantages were completely nullified. Meanwhile, in the second high school's rest zone, Su Shangxing realized this and sighed. At the 9th level of Qi Refinement, Fang Che's loss is understandable. Reaching the semifinals, it's really tough to win. No wonder the first high school is the first high school. This, Jean Nana, with her superior wood elemental affinity and nearly instantaneous spells, it's unbeatable. With his rich dueling experience, Su Shangxing couldn't think of a solution to this battle. Even if he put himself in the situation, he couldn't see any way to break out. Fang Che, however, remained calm in the face of this seemingly desperate situation. His improved dueling instincts allowed him to stay composed under pressure, a basic dueling skill. With a slight movement of his heart, he watched as Jean Nana rapidly closed the distance, like a giant spearhead. He stopped trying to break the vine binding his legs and instead pulled out 2 talismans from his pocket, drawn on Xianhuang talisman paper. One was a mid-grade defensive talisman, and the other was Fang Che's trump card, a high-grade talisman he had painstakingly crafted the night before. With a surge of his focused spiritual awareness, Fang Che unhesitatingly activated both talismans. One for defense, the other for offense. A sudden burst of flame appeared. The talismans self-ignited, and as they burned away, a surge of spiritual energy spread out, causing a large burst of flames to erupt before Fang Che. The flames swirled like a vortex, and numerous fireballs shot out from it, like a meteor shower of fire. The fiery meteors fell to the ground, and the surface, as if soaked in oil, was instantly engulfed in flames. The defensive talisman Fang Che activated shielded him from the fiery meteors. Meanwhile, Jean Nana's forward momentum abruptly halted. She realized that the vines she controlled were being ignited by the sparks and were burning. With the vines charred, they lost their sharpness. She estimated that by the time she reached Fang Che, the vines would no longer be strong or sharp enough to pierce his body. Fire overcomes wood. A single spark can set a mountain range ablaze, turning vast stretches into charred ruins. However, this was contingent on the power of the fire Fang Che had summoned not being weak. If it were a 6th level Qi Refinement fire spell, its power would definitely not suffice. High-grade Tier 1 talismans are a completely different story. A high-grade Tier 1 talisman. Only a talisman master at the 9th level of Qi Refinement can draw such a talisman. What the heck? Jean Nana was shocked. She knew that Fang Che, the breast-crushing demon, was a talisman master, but she never imagined he could use a high-grade Tier 1 talisman. Impossible. Jean Nana shouted in disbelief and anger. Cheating. The breast-crushing demon is cheating. However, since they were in the middle of a duel, even if he was cheating, they would have to wait until the duel was over to appeal and have it judged. The vine spikes were engulfed in flames as soon as they touched them. Jean Nana bit her full red lips and charged forward again. She planned to ram into Fang Che with all her might. Although the flames were burning the vines, it would take time to completely burn them away. The sharpness might be gone, but she could still injure Fang Che. However, Jean Nana underestimated the power of the high-grade Tier 1 talisman Fang Che had drawn. Fang Che clenched his 5 fingers. High-grade Tier 1 talisman, flowing fire cage. Boom. The flaming meteors that fell to the ground landed around Jean Nana, suddenly erupting into fiery pillars. They formed an open-air cage, trapping Jean Nana inside. The cone-shaped vines crashed into the wall of flames, unable to break through, and were slowly burned to ashes, scattering on the ground. Without hesitation, Jean Nana abandoned the burning vines and cast a wind-walking spell on herself, aiming to escape over the top of the open-air cage and out of the talisman's range. Taking advantage of Jean Nana's pause, Fang Che raised his hand, and a ring of flame appeared, burning away the vines binding his legs. In the next moment, Fang Che tapped the ground with his toes, freed from the spiritual sandbag's restraints, and leaped into the air, appearing above the fiery cage. Coincidentally, Jean Nana, empowered by the wind-walking spell, had just floated into the air. Seeing Fang Che, Jean Nana immediately thought of the first match where Lu Qi's chest was smashed. Her heart tightened instantly. She clenched her 5 fingers, and nearly instantaneously, wooden vine spells shot out from behind her like tentacles, whipping towards Fang Che. The vines seemed alive, whistling like spears as they shot forth. However, these wooden vines provided Fang Che with leverage in midair. With his exceptional physical prowess, Fang Che tapped on the vines with his toes, maneuvering through the air like a ballet dancer, dodging each spear-like vine. Without the restriction of the spiritual sandbag, Fang Che moved as lightly as a swallow, flickering like a phantom. Each flicker brought a rain of punches upon Jean Nana's body. Crack, 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 crack. Countless vines shattered, wood chips flying, as Jean Nana's body swayed and trembled in the air. It was as if she were being relentlessly strafed by a machine gun, blood continuously bursting and forming a misty cloud in the air. Yet this time, to salvage his reputation as the breast-crushing demon, Fang Che deliberately avoided Jean Nana's chest with his punches. When Fang Che landed gently like a feather, Jean Nana's body belatedly fell, crashing to the ground. Her trembling hand touched her chest, discovering it had been pierced by the sharp, wooden vine she had summoned. Instantly, tears welled up in her eyes. I knew it. The breast-crushing demon. Jean Nana's lips quivered before she finally fainted. Feng Che was speechless. He had really avoided it. But Jean Nana had been pierced by her own summoned vine. He was more wrong than Doi. The victor was Feng Che from second high. Judge Zhao Yi appeared in time to administer precious medicine to Jean Nana. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun from the resting area appeared instantly in the dueling zone, casting healing spells on Jean Nana while glaring at Feng Che with reddened eyes. I want to appeal. Cheating. He was cheating. Feng Che, the notorious crusher of chests, cheated. Zhou Yun exclaimed, tending to Jean Nana's injuries while glaring at Feng Che with eyes as sharp as knives. She lodged a formal complaint with the referee, Zhao Yi. He's only at the 6th level of Qi refinement, but used a high-grade first-tier talisman that requires the 9th level to craft. This is blatant cheating. Zhou Yun was furious. Her prized student, Jean Nana, who was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, was supposed to have an easy victory, yet Feng Che had used underhanded tactics to defeat her. What pained her more was that Feng Che's relentless assault of 36 powerful punches had brutally shattered Jean Nana's delicate frame. Without the unauthorized high-grade talisman, Feng Che wouldn't have been able to break free from the vine bindings, let alone counterattack successfully. Feng Che stood panting heavily. Though the battle was brief, it had nearly drained all his energy, spiritual awareness, and magic power. The activation of the high-grade talisman consumed far more than expected, leaving his magic nearly depleted and his mid-level spiritual awareness almost exhausted. Yet, in his view, the victory justified the cost. A system notification appeared before Feng Che. Ding. You have diligently engaged your opponent and defeated someone 3 levels higher, earning an additional reward chest fragment 13 and 300 points in specialized diligence and combat skills. Although earning only a chest fragment for defeating a 9th level opponent was slightly disappointing, the triple diligence points were a decent reward. In response to Zhou Yun's interrogation, Feng Che remained calm and unmoved, further infuriating Zhou Yun. Her beautiful face twisted with rage, and her voluptuous figure emitted the terrifying pressure characteristic of a late Foundation establishment cultivator, bearing down on Feng Che like a mountain. How dare you stay so calm after cheating? No remorse. Do you think this is honorable? Zhou Yun's pressure aimed to force Feng Che to his knees. However, he stood firm, solemnly replying, Teacher, I did not cheat, nor did I break any rules. His confidence stemmed from the fact that the talisman was indeed his own creation. Zhou Yun. Referee Zhao Yi interjected sternly. The matter is not yet settled. Restrain your aura immediately. Otherwise, I will disqualify your team from the competition and rewards for interfering, and you will face penalties. Reluctantly, Zhou Yun withdrew her aura, though her anger remained. Meanwhile, murmurs and skeptical glances from the surrounding audience were directed at Feng Che. Cheating. This is outright cheating. An angry uproar erupted from the crowd. They even brought out a top-tier level 1 talisman. Without this talisman, the smash chest demon would have definitely lost. Ergeo resorted to such tricks just to win. Accusations echoed relentlessly from the audience. Jean Nana's incredible victory, defeating a level 9 Qi refinement opponent while being only at level 6, had left everyone in shock. Known as the smash chest demon, she had been the center of attention in the magical duel competition, stirring envy among many who were now eager to bring her down. Harsh words surged like a tide, attempting to drown Feng Che. In Ergeo's resting area, Luo Lioli and Jia Shengli were restless, but they remained still under Su Shangxing's signal. Su Shangxing walked gravely to the duel area, shielding Feng Che. Zhou Yun, hold on, wait for the appeal result, Su Shangxing said. Zhou Yun just stared at him coldly without a word. Suddenly, a figure flashed into the duel arena was Su Qing, the commanding officer of the garrison, clad in military uniform. Zhao Yi, Su Shangxing, and Zhou Yun immediately saluted the strongest figure in Fei Lei Immortal City. Su Qing's gaze fell on Feng Che. Competition rules prohibit the use of talismans, elixirs, or magical tools beyond one's level. At level 6 Qi refinement, you can only use mid-tier level 1 talismans at most. Using a top-tier level 1 flowing fire cage talisman is a violation. According to the rules, your qualification is revoked, you'll be publicly criticized citywide, and fined 100,000 merit points. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Hearing the exorbitant fine of 100,000 merit points, Feng Che could no longer remain calm. He urgently saluted the commander. Commander, I didn't cheat. I drew this flowing fire cage talisman myself. The duel area fell silent. Trying to draw a top-tier level 1 talisman at level 6 Qi refinement? That's just nonsense. Zhou Yun sneered. Mocking voices rose once more. Su Qing raised an intrigued eyebrow. Are you certain you drew it yourself? How long have you been learning talisman crafting under Nanli Hua? Half a month, Feng Che replied candidly. This answer made Zhou Yun even angrier, her chest heaving with fury. Su Shangxing merely frowned in silence, having no expertise in talisman crafting to offer. Half a month. Su Qing looked at Feng Che with a meaningful expression. Words alone aren't enough. How about this? If you can craft a top-tier level 1 flowing fire cage talisman in front of everyone, you can prove your innocence. How does that sound? All eyes were on Feng Che, eager to catch any sign of panic. Yet, Feng Che merely gave a simple smile. Mr. Zhou, I actually don't like being called the smash chest demon. Those were just coincidences. I'm no demon. I prefer being called the miracle maker. He turned to Su Qing, his gaze clear and resolute. All right, I'm willing to craft the talisman right here. Under the open sky and watchful eyes, I'll prove my innocence. Pure in virtue, with a heart as clear as a crystal. Feng Che stood before the crowd, his gaze unwavering as he accepted the challenge without hesitation. He declared his willingness to draw a talisman to prove his innocence, a display of decisiveness and confidence that left those present in awe. Commander Su Qing's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. As a powerful cultivator, he had his own unique way of discerning people. From Feng Che's demeanor, he could tell that this confidence was not mere bravado. A cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refining daring to claim he could draw a high-grade 1st-level talisman? If this young man truly possessed such talent, he could become a master talisman maker of the 4th rank in the future. Zhou Yun held the unconscious Jean Nana in her arms, her gaze cold and severe. Although Jean Nana's injuries had healed after taking the elixir, she had yet to regain consciousness. Had Feng Che won by fair means, she would not have been so enraged. But she was convinced that Feng Che had used a high-grade 1st-level talisman beyond his capabilities, a trait she found deeply unsatisfactory. If you dare to take on the challenge and truly manage to create a high-grade 1st-level talisman, I will not only apologize publicly, but also compensate you for any damage to your reputation, Zhou Yun stated solemnly. Su Shangxing had intended to defend his cherished disciple, but Zhou Yun directly offered terms. 10,000 merit points, plus 10 points of virtue. How about it? The compensation was indeed sincere. Upon hearing this, Feng Che's eyes lit up instantly. Are you serious about this, Teacher Zhou? Seeing Feng Che's eyes, trembling with the weight of poverty, Su Shangxing suddenly understood. A high-grade 1st-level talisman was worth at least 6 to 7,000 merit points, far beyond what Feng Che could afford given his family background. This, in turn, proved his innocence. If he could truly create one with his own ability, it would not only signal the emergence of a genius talisman maker, but also greatly increase their chances of reaching the finals in the Flying Thunder Immortal City competition. To ensure everything was in order, Feng Che turned to Commander Su Qing. As the most respected person present, his endorsement carried significant weight. Su Qing smiled knowingly. Don't worry, I'll vouch for you. Reassured, Feng Che smiled. He immediately sat cross-legged and took out his last bottle of spiritual liquid, his only remaining resource for nurturing his spiritual roots. Feng Che looked around, aware of the eyes on him, and knew he couldn't rely on spiritual stones as he usually did. Calmly, he took out his last bottle of spiritual liquid from his storage bag and began to absorb its energy. Simultaneously, he activated a mid-grade level 1 meditation talisman, using both to restore his spiritual awareness and power. To draw a high-grade level 1 talisman, you must maintain peak spiritual awareness and power, Feng Che thought, casting a glance around before closing his eyes to enter a meditative state. Su Shangxing watched in amazement, thinking to himself, here he goes again, seizing the opportunity to get ahead. Don't worry about the resources you're using. If you succeed in creating the talisman, the Guardian will compensate you for the spiritual liquid and meditation talisman costs, Su Qing said with a smile, observing the young man who had started meditating without a second thought. The atmosphere in the Guardian's vicinity grew tense and peculiar. Those who had been questioning and criticizing Feng Che's character fell silent, their complex gazes fixed on the meditating figure. Zhou Yun briefly took Jean Nana for treatment before returning to the dueling area. Meanwhile, in the second high school's resting area, Luo Liuli stared blankly at Feng Che. She had no doubt that he had crafted the high-grade level 1 talisman himself, a belief rooted in deep trust. She had witnessed Feng Che's relentless dedication firsthand. Such a diligent person couldn't possibly resort to underhanded methods for victory or lie about crafting talismans for vanity. Luo, look at him. He's standing out again, Jia Shengli remarked with a hint of resignation. Despite being the weakest in the group, Feng Che always drew the most attention. From being known as the chest-crushing demon, to now meditating under everyone's watchful eyes. Luo Liuli didn't respond to Jia Shengli, but she had already reached a conclusion. Some people are simply born to shine, no matter where they are. An hour passed, and as the spiritual liquid ran out, Feng Che's aura surged powerfully. He opened his eyes, feeling the rush of power through his meridians. A system notification suddenly appeared. Ding! You have diligently trained under public scrutiny for an hour, breaking through your spiritual energy limits. Diligence 10, Talisman Crafting Techniques 1. Diligence knows no bounds, never give up. Feng Che was initially pleased, but a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Oh no, I'm about to break through. Those around him were speechless. Feng Che was clearly on the verge of breaking through from the 6th to the 7th level of Qi refining. But why did he say, oh no? If I break through to the 7th level, the variables change, and I can't prove I can craft a high-grade level 1 talisman myself. My pristine reputation will be at stake, Feng Che said, looking troubled. Feng Che's words left everyone present momentarily stunned. Su Shangxing, once infamous as the chest crusher, was now being associated with a reputation of purity and integrity? Upon further reflection, Feng Che's statement seemed to hold some truth. Su Qing raised an eyebrow, while Zhou Yun's gaze sharpened. They suspected Feng Che of employing a clever ruse, as Su Shangxing's notorious reputation was not easily forgotten. Ignoring the skepticism, Feng Che turned to referee Zhao Yi and asked, "Could you provide a table, please?" Zhao Yi vanished in an instant and reappeared with a smooth office table. Feng Che took a deep breath, pressing his fingers on key acupuncture points to calm the surging spiritual energy within him. Spirit binding technique? Su Qing remarked in surprise. Are you planning to suppress your breakthrough to complete the creation of a high-grade talisman? Feng Che nodded. I can't let the merit I've earned slip away. His straightforwardness made Zhou Yun shake her head. How could someone be so blunt? Yet she began to wonder if this was confidence or merely an elaborate facade. Feng Che retrieved the 4 essential tools for talisman crafting: the talisman brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, all basic equipment from the South Leaf Fire Talisman class. While they wouldn't enhance his skills, they were reliable and stable. After preparing the talisman ink, Feng Che allocated 250 diligence points into the talisman crafting category. Although his talisman level remained at LV 4950100000, his talent in talisman crafting saw a slight improvement. His mid-stage spiritual awareness surged, and his LV4 talisman crafting talent shone like the brightest star in the night sky, enveloping Feng Che in a radiant glow. Su Qing's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and Zhou Yun's anger faded. She realized she might have misjudged Feng Che. The contestants around the dueling area watched in awe. Feng Che picked up a piece of Xianhuang talisman paper, dipped the brush in vermilion ink, and let the tip glide across the paper, producing a faint rustling sound. His brushwork was fluid and graceful. Horizontal strokes like clouds arrayed in formation. A single stroke as powerful as 100 crossbows firing. Dots and lines like stones falling from a high peak, and strokes drawn like ancient withered vines. Each ink stroke revealed a myriad of forms. As the spiritual energy rippled outward, a wave of heat swept through the area. In an instant, the world fell silent, with only the spirited young man standing confidently at the table, lifting his brush with a flourish. In his elegant, dragon-like brushwork, the talisman naturally took shape. As the talisman took shape, a wave of spiritual energy emanated from the high-grade, first-level talisman, rippling outward like a stone thrown into a pond. The room fell silent, and admiration flickered in the eyes of the onlookers. A few female students gazed intently at Feng Che, who was absorbed in the art of talisman making. He's so handsome, one of the girls couldn't help but whisper, breaking the silence. The room suddenly erupted into a buzz of excitement. He did it. He actually created a high-grade first-level talisman with just a 6th-layer Qi refinement level. This guy is something else. Say he can break through barriers and craft talismans. I take back what I said before. I was wrong. Standing in the dueling area, Feng Che put away his talisman-making tools and let out a long breath. He glanced at the fresh talisman glowing on the table, a slight smile playing at his lips. Teacher Zhou, this proves I didn't cheat, right? He turned to look at Zhou Yun. May I take a look? Zhou Yun asked. Feng Che nodded and stepped aside. Zhou Yun moved forward to examine the fire attribute high-grade first-level talisman, joined by Commanders Su Qing, Su Shangxing, and Zhao Yi. The use of magic and spiritual awareness is exquisite, and though the strokes are a bit rough, they have a unique style. Very impressive, Commander Su Qing praised. With his profound cultivation and knowledge of talismans, he could easily discern its authenticity. Zhou Yun hadn't expected Feng Che to actually draw a high-grade talisman with a 6th-layer Qi refinement level, which defied all logic. But geniuses often break conventional norms. Nana's loss wasn't in vain. She shook her head. Feng Che, I apologize for misunderstanding you. Faced with Zhou Yun's sincere apology, Feng Che felt a bit embarrassed. It's not Teacher Zhou's fault. I'm surprised myself that I succeeded in making a high-grade talisman on my first try. Zhou Yun listened to his words, silent but not pressing further. In the world of dueling, victory is what matters, and even if the winner is a bit arrogant, it's understandable. In the sect fragment wars, Jean Nana's defeat would have meant death. Feng Che, give me your merit card number. I promised you merits and virtue points, and you'll get every bit of it, Zhou Yun said decisively. Feng Che's eyes lit up, and he didn't hesitate to provide his card number. This was his hard-earned victory, and there was no reason to refuse. Zhou Yun transferred 10,000 merit points and 10 virtue points on the spot, filling his empty merit card and bringing his virtue points to 30. The support policy for those with celestial roots is indeed generous, offering 20 points of merit each month, which is 10 more than those with superior spiritual roots. Although Feng Che hasn't fully grasped the specific uses of merit yet, this extra gift is undoubtedly pleasing. With misunderstandings cleared up, the magic duel competition resumed smoothly. Commander Su Qing, smiling, took out a bottle of spiritual liquid and a high-grade first-tier meditation talisman from his storage bag and handed them to Feng Che. This is the compensation I promised you. Feng Che accepted them without hesitation. These were spoils he had earned through skill. The quality of these compensations was a whole grade higher than what he currently possessed, which secretly delighted him. For Feng Che, even a casual gift from a powerful figure could be immensely beneficial. His original bottle of second-tier low-grade spiritual liquid was only one-third full, but now he had a higher quality replacement, which made him particularly happy. Wait. Feng Che's expression suddenly changed. Let me break through first. He quickly stowed away the spiritual liquid and meditation talisman, then sat cross-legged on the ground under the watchful eyes of everyone. After releasing the binding spell on his body, he began his breakthrough to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Thanks to the foundation of his celestial roots, the breakthrough was exceptionally smooth. In just 10 minutes, Feng Che completed the breakthrough in front of everyone, advancing from the peak of the 6th layer to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Exhaling a breath of impure air, Feng Che felt invigorated. His gaze was sharp within half a month. He had climbed from the 3rd layer to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, relying not only on perseverance, but also a bit of help from his capabilities. Since the breakthrough is complete, let's continue the competition, Su Qing said, his gaze sweeping over Feng Che, Zhao Yi, Su Shangxing, and Zhou Yun. Order was restored. The commotion ended, but everyone knew the hopes for Yi Hai were slim. With the defeats of Lu Qi and Jean Nana, the 3rd contestant was unlikely to create a miracle. After all, the chest-shattering demon not only broke through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, reaching peak condition, but also wielded a high-grade first-tier talisman that even Jean Nana at the 9th layer of Qi refinement struggled against. Admit defeat, Zhou Yun said helplessly in Yi Hai's rest area. The 3rd contestant, Lu Lu, bit his lip, unwillingness written all over his face. However, the gap in strength was clear was only at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, slightly higher than Lu Qi, but still not enough. Facing an opponent in peak condition with trump cards, his chances of winning were slim. Understood, Teacher Zhou. Lu Lu released his clenched fist and walked onto the dueling field. Yi Hai, Lu Lu, 8th layer of Qi refinement. He introduced himself with a bitter smile, prepared to concede. Feng Che, eyeing the 3rd reward box fragment, suddenly spoke earnestly. Senior, don't give up. Don't bow to fate so easily. Even if the odds are slim, as long as there's a glimmer of hope, we shouldn't quit. Perhaps the miracle is right at your feet. These words struck a chord with Lu Lu, his heartbeat quickening. A miracle at my feet, he murmured. You're right. To not even dare to fight is to kill hope and leave only despair. With determination in his eyes, Lu Lu took a deep breath and assumed a fighting stance. I won't concede. I'll fight you to the end. To defend Yi Hai's honor and seize the last hope. Feng Che also prepared himself. Well said, Senior Lu Lu. In a real man's dictionary, can't is not an option. With high spirits, Lu Lu let out a soulful cry, his body trembling as he unleashed his most proud attack since he began cultivating. Yet, in the next moment, his chest burst open, blood splattering, and as Lu Lu flew backward, he calmly declared his surrender. Lu Lu lost peacefully. In this highly anticipated semifinal match, he chose to take a gamble, trusting Feng Che's encouragement, but was brutally defeated by the chest cracker with a single move, the 8 Desolation burst, which shattered his chest. Lying on the ground, Lu Lu finally realized that Feng Che's earlier motivating words and promises of a bright future were all just to create the opportunity to crush his chest. The chest cracker. That title is truly well-deserved. Lu Lu vowed silently while lying on the ground, never to trust empty motivational talk again. With Lu Lu's defeat, the semifinal between Yi Gao and Er Gao came to an end. The dark horse, Er Gao, not only advanced to the finals, but also secured a spot in the national competition, representing Fei Lacian City alongside the private high school, Jiyan, at the Grand Xia Immortal Gate national competition. After Feng Che's victory, the arena fell into silence. The audience was in disbelief watching the scene. Er Gao not only maintained their dark horse momentum by defeating the favored Yi Gao, but did so with a sweeping 30 victory. All eyes were on Feng Che, and the reputation of the chest cracker was bound to spread far and wide. We won. Ha ha. We made it to the nationals. In the rest area, Jia Shengli, who had been lounging lazily, jumped up from his seat in excitement, waving his arms. Su Shangxing, nearby, also showed a satisfied smile, never expecting Air Gao to reach the finals in this manner and earn a spot in the national competition. It was like a miracle, and the one who created this miracle was Feng Che, who had surprised him in martial arts, talisman crafting, and sorcery. The joyful atmosphere spread throughout the rest area. Even the usually aloof Luo Liuli seemed to soften her attitude a bit. Feng Che walked down from the arena with a bright smile. After breaking through to the 7th level of Qi refinement, his physical strength had greatly increased, and the power of the 8 Desolation Burst was incomparable to before. Defeating someone as weak as Lu Lu was naturally effortless. Mr. Su, mission accomplished. Feng Che said with a hearty smile to Su Shangxing. Well done, Su Shangxing said, patting Feng Che's shoulder happily. Take a good rest. There's no need to feel too pressured for the finals. The match between Ji Yanhai and Wu Zhong was so intense that they're not in good shape now. Compared to them, we have a great advantage. You completed a 30 sweep, and Liu Li barely exerted herself. Feng Che nodded, gesturing for Jia Shengli and Luo Liuli to join him as he found a place to sit down. With a national competition spot already secured, Su Shangxing felt quite confident about the upcoming finals, and his mindset was even more relaxed. Ding! A translucent notification popped up in front of Feng Che, announcing that he had once again completed a higher-level battle. You've received a reward, Chest Fragment 13, Diligence 50. This was precisely the motivation he needed to encourage Lu Lu. The system immediately followed up with a prompt. You have collected 3 reward chest fragments. Would you like to combine them into a reward chest? Without hesitation, Feng Che chose to combine them. With a thought, a panel appeared. Host, Feng Che. Talent, Diligence makes up for clumsiness. Age, 15. Cultivation, Qi Refining Stage 7. Diligence, 50. Items, Spirit Binding Sandbag. Reward chest from Diligence, Striving Method. Clumsiness Correction. Available for projects including Spiritual Roots, Spiritual Awareness, Alchemy, Talisman Crafting, Formation, Artifact Forging, Puppet Making, Spell Combat. Full Attendance Award, not claimable. Evaluation, somewhat improved talents, but you still have many glaring inadequacies. How can you sleep at night? The semifinals had ended, and Feng Che found a quiet corner in the resting area to open this hard-earned reward chest. With a slight mental command, a stream of light flashed before his eyes. Congratulations on acquiring the first layer key to the Divine Training Tower and Sword Technique. 3000 Sword Thunder. Though it lacked the dazzling display of a full attendance award, the weight of these 2 rewards was significant. Feng Che now held an ancient key, adorned with verdigris, clearly aged over time. He decided to postpone his exploration of the Divine Training Tower and focused on the second reward. With the acquisition of the Sword Technique, the panel automatically separated swordsmanship from the spell combat category, elevating it directly to level 20100, thanks to his level 4 spell combat talent. However, as the knowledge of the 3000 Sword Thunder flooded his mind, Feng Che's initial joy began to fade. This sword technique was quite similar to the Flame Ring spell he had mastered earlier, both requiring the integration of natural treasures to enhance their power. The difference was that 3000 Sword Thunder demanded true Thunder Lightning Essence, unlike the true fire needed for the Flame Ring. Feng Che immediately checked the price of Lightning Essence on the cultivation web, and the result left him stunned. The lowest grade White Thunder Lightning Essence cost 100,000 merit points per piece. This meant that even if he won the national championship, he could only afford to buy 2 pieces of White Thunder Lightning Essence. Even more frustrating was the fact that Lightning Essence was perpetually out of stock on the cultivation web, often snapped up the moment it was listed. Staring at the exorbitant prices, Feng Che fell into deep distress. How am I supposed to practice this sword technique? Su Shangxing left the resting area to discuss the details of the final match scheduled for the afternoon. This final would feature a new format: 3 competitors facing off on stage, with only one winner emerging. In the resting area, Feng Che remained fully focused. He meditated and practiced his energy cultivation in the corner, occasionally getting up to rehearse the 3000 Sword Thunder technique. Luo Liuli, as usual, maintained her calm demeanor, sitting quietly on the other side, immersed in her own practice. Interestingly, in this team competition, Jia Shengli had advanced mainly by winning without effort, though he had at least experienced some actual combat. On the other hand, Luo Liuli hadn't set foot on the competition stage even once, making her the true, effortless winner. However, she didn't seem to mind, as an easy victory was certainly a good thing. Before long, Su Shangxing returned, accompanied by a distinguished figure, General Su Qing, the commander of the military garrison. As one of the highest-ranking military officials in Feilei Immortal City, his presence instantly changed the atmosphere in the resting area. Feng Che, Luo Liuli, and Jia Shengli immediately stood up and greeted in unison. Greetings, General Su. Su Qing smiled and gestured for them to dispense with formalities. I bring good news, he announced, glancing over the 3 of them. Even without deliberately showcasing his power, his natural aura still exerted a subtle pressure. Standing beside him, Su Shangxing couldn't hide his joy, his smile widening. Jiang High School has decided to forfeit the final match, Su Qing calmly announced. Congratulations, you are the champions of this year's Feilei Immortal City Martial Arts Competition Team event. You will represent Feilei Immortal City as the top seed in the national competition in 2 weeks. The news elicited varied reactions from the three. Feng Che frowned with a hint of disappointment, clearly thinking about the 300-point special reward. Luo Lioli remained as composed as ever, as if the outcome had nothing to do with her. Jia Shengli, however, was completely taken aback, his excitement slowly fading. But why? Why did they concede? Jia Shengli finally snapped out of his daze, feeling conflicted. He had hoped to showcase his skills in the 3v3 final to prove he wasn't just a passive winner, but now he felt a pang of emptiness, akin to a warrior with no battle to fight. He even felt a touch of literary melancholy. The sword is ready, yet there is no opponent, leaving him gazing around in confusion. Come on, cheer up, everyone. Ha, we're the champions. Su Shangxing couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. Jiang High School's forfeiture was something he had anticipated, given their condition wasn't as strong as the second high school, coupled with Feng Che's intimidating reputation as the chest crusher, and the fact they had already secured a spot in the national competition. Ji Yan's decision to forego competing for the individual championship is understandable, but at this moment, Su Shangxing can't hide his joy. After all, the team championship was truly earned. In stark contrast, Feng Che and his two companions remain unusually calm. Commander Su Qing silently observes the scene. The nonchalant attitude of these 3 young students from the second high school towards winning the team championship is truly surprising. He nods in satisfaction, thinking that modern young cultivators should indeed have such a composed mindset, which will greatly benefit them in overcoming spiritual barriers in the future. Feng Che, Su Qing turns to the young man. Earlier, due to Zhou Yun's complaint, we failed to clear your name promptly, forcing you to prove yourself in the duel area. This was our oversight. After discussions with the higher-ups, we've decided to compensate you with 20 merit points and grant you access to the resource area of the guard post. Feng Che looks bewildered upon hearing this, while beside him, Luo Lioli's long eyelashes flutter slightly, unable to conceal her inner turmoil. Su Shangxing, in his moment of joy, is also taken aback. Being a teacher, he understands all too well what access to the resource area signifies. It seems that Feng Che's performance has indeed impressed the guard post. Perhaps they wish to recruit him into the duel team early? Feng Che quickly thanked Commander Su. Su Shangxing hurriedly reminds him, fearing the offer might be rescinded. Only then does Feng Che snap back to reality and promptly express his gratitude to Commander Su. The resource area holds significant meaning for you. Su Qing explains, ordinary high school students can only exchange their merit points in the university resource area after enrolling in a cultivation university. For you, that would be at least 3 years away. But this time, the guard post has made a special exception, allowing you to use your merit points in advance. Follow me. I'll personally take you there. Feng Che follows closely, making his way through the vast complex of the guard post. The perfect blend of technology and cultivation is evident everywhere, with all kinds of facilities available. The closer they get to the core area, the more Feng Che feels a strong sense of threat from the celestial weapons mounted on the rooftops, exuding a chilling pressure even when dormant. Upon entering the resource building and passing through multiple layers of scanning, Su Qing directs Feng Che. Choose any room, and the spirit within will help you log into the resource network to complete your exchanges. With that, he disappears. Taking a deep breath, Feng Che enters the room. The interior is simple, with only a display screen polished from jade, resembling a private booth in an internet cafe. Following the prompts, he inputs the necessary information and soon logs into the resource network. What greets him is an extensive list of resources available for exchange. Premium treasures like the Zhu fruit and phoenix blood, each starting at a steep 10,000 merit points. Feng Che gasps, finally understanding the true value of merit points. Calming himself, he turns his attention to more practical options. The resource network offers True Fire and Thunder Tribulation. A single premium green flame costs 10 merit points, although he hasn't yet refined even a red flame. Such rare premium items are not to be missed. After careful consideration, he decisively exchanges for 2 premium green flames. Next, he looks at the Thunder Tribulation Premium White Thunder Tribulation is also 10 merit points each. To cultivate Sword Thunder Tribulation, at least 3 are necessary. Resources only become true power when transformed into personal strength. Feng Che encourages himself. Isn't there a national championship reward of over 100 merit points? This is just an early withdrawal. Exchange, exchange, exchange. Feng Che exchanged 2 premium blue flames and 3 premium white thunderbolts, using up all of his 50 merit points in one go. Despite seeing his merit points drop to 0, he felt no regret. In his view, merits could be earned again, while these resources could immediately be converted into strength, giving him a better chance to win in the upcoming national competition. Exchange successful. Please remain seated, and a staff member will deliver your exchanged resources shortly. Read the message on the jade screen. Feng Che rubbed his hands together and forced himself to sit calmly in his chair, though his excitement was hard to contain. Before long, a staff member wearing a white coat and sunglasses approached, carrying a black briefcase and exuding an aura that discouraged strangers from approaching. Are you Feng Che? Here are the resources you exchanged for. Please check them for accuracy, he said, handing the black briefcase to Feng Che. Eagerly, Feng Che opened the briefcase to find a silver ring lying inside. The staff member explained, "This is a spatial ring, and all the resources you exchanged for are stored within it. This ring is an additional gift from the Registered Resource Network. Once you confirm everything is correct, please imprint your life signature on it using your spiritual sense." Feng Che's eyes lit up, and he immediately used his spiritual sense to explore the interior of the ring. Although the space was small, around 8 square meters, 5 dazzling lights floated inside, representing the premium blue flames and white thunderbolts he had exchanged for. After confirming everything was correct, he quickly imprinted his spiritual signature, completing the transaction. As he left the exchange area, the previous military commander, Su Qing, had already departed, replaced by a young man in camouflage uniform. "You must be Feng Che. I'm Huang Tao, the commander's guard, assigned to escort you out of the resource area," the young man said with a smile. Following Huang Tao out, Feng Che couldn't help but glance back at the resource area, his eyes filled with longing. Seeing this, Huang Tao chuckled. Every garrison has a resource area like this, all connected to the Immortal Gate resource network. As long as you have merit points, you can choose from all kinds of treasures here, some of which can't even be found on the black market. Brother Huang, how can high school students earn merit points? Feng Che asked curiously. There are many ways to earn merit points, like defeating demons or participating in Immortal Gate fragment wars. However, for high school students, the safest and only recommended way is through various competitions. Other methods are too dangerous. Once you're in a cultivation university, you'll have many more ways to earn merit points, and you'll understand then, Huang Tao explained. Huang Tao turned to Feng Che with kindness in his eyes. Did you know? When you get admitted to an Immortal Gate university, you'll receive merit points as a gift, and the more prestigious the school, the more they give. This news made Feng Che even more eager to get into an Immortal Gate university. You are about to represent Fei Lei Immortal City in the national competition, Huang Tao said with anticipation in his gaze. The national competition is different from the preliminaries. The higher you rank, the more merit points you earn. Feng Che sincerely thanked him, but Huang Tao waved it off as nothing and casually exchanged contact information with Feng Che. Under the sunlight, he flashed a bright smile. If you ever face difficulties in Fei Lei Immortal City, feel free to ask me for help. Back in the rest area, Su Shangxing approached him. You access the resource network, right? Seeing it for the first time, isn't it overwhelming? Now you understand the importance of merit points, don't you? Feng Che nodded excitedly. There are so many things you can't even find on the black market. Of course, Su Shangxing took a deep breath. Are you aware of the Immortal Gate continent? This world-changing Immortal Gate continent is just one of many. With the discovery of other Immortal Gate continents and fragments, many items on the resource network come from there. His tone turned solemn. These resources are stained with the blood of the cultivators who fought in the frontier wars. Su Shangxing continued. They fought demons and star wanderers in the Immortal Gate fragments, battled against demonic sects and evil sect cultivators, all to ensure everyone has ample cultivation resources to quickly grow into powerful individuals. Otherwise, our blue star and the Immortal Gate continent above us will ultimately become prey for the star wanderers and demonic monsters. Feng Che fell into deep thought, gazing at the blue sky, as if seeing through the heavens to the vast universe with its many Immortal Gate continents. Then we must strive even harder in our cultivation, he declared earnestly. Su Shangxing chuckled. But the individual competition is about to start. What are you planning to do? He admired Feng Che as the most diligent and dedicated student he'd ever met, but he was still a high school student in his prime, meant to enjoy campus life. Things wouldn't be as easy in an Immortal Gate university. Go on. The individual competition was originally scheduled for tomorrow, but since the group competition ended early, it's been moved to this afternoon. The specific rules haven't been announced yet, so you have 2 hours to train, Su Shangxing reminded. Don't get so absorbed that you forget the competition time. It would be a shame to miss out. Feng Che flashed a brilliant smile and dashed towards the training area at the guard station. He had already asked Huang Tao about it, and although non-members of the guard station needed merit points to use the training area, with the 10,000 merit points transferred by Zhou Yun, he could fully afford it. Before starting his training, Feng Che called Sister Xia at the Talisman shop to confirm the status of acquiring the True Fire Scarlet Flame. He was eager to integrate the top-grade Azure Flame he had obtained into his Spell Flame ring to prevent quality degradation. If he could also integrate the Scarlet Flame and combine it with his sword technique 3000 Sword Thunder and body technique 8 Desolate Burst, his combat power would soar dramatically, possibly allowing him to easily handle stronger opponents like he did with the long-legged girl Jean Nana. Hmm? You need Qi Yin now? Came Xiajia's lazy, sultry voice from the phone. Urgent. Huh. All right, I'll get it for you now. Come to the gate of the Guardian Ground in an hour to pick it up. Feng Chie's face darkened at her words. Her tone suggested that Xiajia could have gotten Qi Yin all along. He regretted not asking her yesterday, but now that it was settled, he had no reason to dwell on it. He immediately sprang into action, spending 200 merit points to book a high-grade, first-level cultivation room at the Guardian Ground. He set the time for 2 hours, just enough to finish before the individual match began. Sitting cross-legged in the cultivation room, Feng Chie focused his mind as the knowledge of the 3000 Sword Thunder technique flooded his consciousness. This formidable technique, a blend of magic and swordsmanship, was powerful but consumed a lot of mana. If he could merge it with the Thunder Fiend, its power would increase with the quality of the Thunder Fiend. If he could master the sword intent and fuse it with the Thunder Fiend, the power would be unimaginable. Taking a deep breath, Feng Chie began studying the sword technique. Unfortunately, his talent in swordsmanship was only at level 2 even after being enhanced by his spellcasting talent, making it quite challenging to comprehend. I need to put in more effort to compensate for my lack of swordsmanship talent, Feng Chie thought to himself. Ideally, I should improve my swordsmanship talent before refining the White Thunder Fiend, but with the individual match approaching, I have to take a risk. He retrieved a White Thunder Fiend from his storage ring. The crackling white lightning immediately danced around the room, ionizing the air and filling it with a burnt scent. Feng Chie quickly activated the 3000 Sword Thunder technique, attempting to refine the White Thunder Fiend. Although his elemental affinity was fire rather than lightning, both shared the aggressive and destructive nature, providing some common ground. Lightning arcs coursed through his body, the pain so intense it felt as if it would tear his flesh apart. His body technique, 8 Desolations Burst, triggered reflexively, causing his body to swell, his skin to harden, and his muscles to strengthen, with his vitality surging like a tide. The impact of the White Thunder Fiend was gradually subdued and began to temper his physique, enhancing his physical attributes. Guided by his spiritual sense, the roaming White Thunder Fiend was gradually compressed into his palm. Through the flickering lightning, Feng Chie could even see the bones in his hand clearly. According to the 3000 Sword Thunder technique, he needed to compress the White Thunder Fiend further into the bones of his index and middle fingers to complete the fusion. Fortunately, his rigorous body training endowed him with exceptional physical resilience, enabling him to withstand the violent assault of the White Thunder Fiend. Despite the numbness spreading throughout his body, he successfully compressed the White Thunder Fiend into his right hand. In his right palm, arcs of white lightning danced like incandescent lamps, illuminating the entire training room with their intense brightness. Despite being drenched in sweat and feeling a tingling numbness on one side of his body, Feng Chie persevered. At this moment, the affinity advantage brought by his celestial spiritual root was fully displayed. With a muffled boom, a sound echoed in the training room. Feng Chie lay on his back, soaked in sweat, but a smile played on his lips. She had finally achieved the initial mastery of the White Thunder Fiend, successfully compressing it into the palm of his right hand, and could now initiate and restrain it in accordance with the basics of the 3000 Sword Thunder technique. A system notification popped up. You've diligently trained for 2 hours, completing the preliminary form of the Sword Thunder. Diligence can double, Diligence 40. Keep up the hard work. Feng Chie was startled. 2 hours. He checked his phone and sure enough, there was a string of missed calls. He quickly tidied up the training room, checked out, and sprinted towards the entrance of the guard post. However, the entrance was deserted, sending a chill down his spine. Had stood Sister Xia up. Scenes of his bleak future flashed through his mind. Sister Xia rejecting his talismans and cutting off his work-study income. With this despair, Feng Chie dragged his weary body to the second high school rest area, only to unexpectedly see Su Shangxing chatting and laughing with a charming figure. Feng Chie is here. This kid actually dared to stand you up, Su Shangxing said with a smile. The charming figure was none other than Sister Xia. Feng Chie hurried over with a smile plastered on his face. Here you go. Sister Xia lazily raised her long, red-painted fingernails. You're the first to stand me up. But since you helped the second high school win the team championship, I'll let it slide this time. Don't let it happen again. Feng Chie nodded repeatedly. I won't dare, definitely won't dare. It was an accident this time. I lost track of time while training. Sister Xia also came from the second high school, which is why you get this chance. If it happens again, I'll break your legs, Su Shangxing chimed in with a laugh. Feng Chie took the bulging bag and sensed the heat within with his spiritual sense. Sister Xia explained, this is high-quality scarlet flame extracted from fire Yao stone. It should meet your needs. If you win another championship in the individual competition, this scarlet flame will be on the house, Sister Xia said, crossing her long legs. Fang Che's eyes lit up. Sister Xia, you're like my real sister. I'll work hard and won't let your generosity go to waste. His money-loving antics amused Sister Xia. To a talisman shop mobile like her, Scarlet Flame worth thousands of merit points wasn't much. Su Shangxing's smile quickly faded, turning serious as he called Fang Che, Luo Lioli, and Jia Shengli over. The individual competition rules are out, and they're different from previous years. Su Shangxing's tone made the three feel the pressure. Mr. Su, we went all out in the team competition. Fang Che even smashed someone's chest, but with such advanced immortal cultivation medical techniques, can it really be more dangerous? Jia Shengli asked, puzzled. Su Shangxing glanced at them, his expression unusually grave. This year's individual competition, the key to victory, is demon hunting. Killing demons? Three voices echoed in surprise, almost simultaneously. Fang Che, Jia Shengli, and Luo Lioli looked at each other, struggling to grasp the full meaning of those words. Su Shangxing watched them with a serious expression. He had anticipated that this year's magical combat competition would be more challenging due to the Ministry of Education's reform in cultivation education, but he hadn't expected it to require these young participants to face demonic cultivators directly. The only condition to advance in the individual competition, Su Shangxing said slowly, is to personally kill a demonic cultivator. You must witness them lose their life before your eyes to succeed. Failing to do so means elimination. He took a deep breath, recalling his own shock upon learning of this rule. For these young high school students, surviving an encounter with cunning and vicious demonic cultivators would be fortunate enough, let alone defeating them. Do you know why this place is called the Guarding Ground? Su Shangxing's voice grew heavier. In recent years, numerous demonic cultivators from other celestial gates and fragments have been enticing cultivators on Blue Star to fall into demonic paths by descending through divine consciousness. Even on Blue Star, organizations have emerged specifically to hunt new talents from celestial gates. He pointed to the ground. In the cells beneath this guarding ground, many demonic cultivators who have caused havoc are detained. The Education Bureau and the Guarding Ground have agreed to use these demonic cultivators as the test subjects for this individual competition. Fang Che was shocked to hear this. Beyond familiarizing you with the methods of demonic cultivators, the crucial goal is for you to confront them directly, to overcome fear, and to learn to kill, Su Shangxing said, looking intently at Fang Che. In the team competition, although you acted decisively, there was a medical team to ensure your safety, and you didn't truly face death. This time is different. You'll be in real combat with demonic cultivators. Although the Guarding Ground's cultivators will monitor you, the demonic cultivators' tricks might make timely rescue impossible. As he spoke, he placed 3 forms on the table. These are the competition confirmation forms. Signing them means you are akin to soldiers heading into battle, facing demonic cultivators. If you fall, you will receive compensation. If you succeed in killing a demonic cultivator, you will earn a merit reward. His tone softened slightly. You can take your time to decide. Choosing to withdraw is understandable, as this challenge is typically one you'd face after entering a cultivation university. Silence enveloped the conference room. The 3 of them stared at the forms on the table, hesitant to reach out. After all, battling demonic cultivators meant facing unpredictable life and death trials. Without much hesitation, Fang Che and Luo Lioli almost simultaneously decided to sign the document. Finally, Jia Shengli also grinned and added his name. Choosing the path of cultivation requires the courage to face death. Su Shangxing looked on with satisfaction as all 3 signed the form. Now, adjust your breath properly. At exactly 2 o'clock, the individual competition will begin. Su Shangxing collected the forms, his eyes filled with approval and anticipation. I look forward to seeing you slay demonic cultivators in the individual competition. That will be a moment of great honor. At precisely 2 in the afternoon, a resounding bell echoed throughout the entire garrison. In the square, all the participants of the individual competition gathered. There were about 30 people in total, clearly indicating that many chose to forego the competition after learning they would have to face demonic cultivators. Such a situation is not unusual. After all, in high school, facing demonic cultivators could lead to inner demons, which would undoubtedly affect one's cultivation speed. So choosing to abstain is not shameful. Commander Su Qing personally appeared, along with referee Zhao Yi and several other cultivators in camouflage uniforms, standing upright to the side. After Su Qing explained the rules of the individual competition once more, he led all the participants and their accompanying teachers deeper into the garrison. After about half an hour, they arrived at a vast open space where 3 rows of 9 steel cages were set up, each bar inscribed with intricate runes. There were 9 cages in total, arranged in 3 rows, with 3 cages per row. The demonic cultivators inside were at Qi refining levels 7, 8, and 9, respectively. The rules of the individual competition are simple, Su Qing stated calmly. Regardless of your cultivation level, you can choose a row of cages and fight the demonic cultivators. It's straightforward. Kill a level 7 Chi Refining Demonic Cultivator to earn 50 merit points, a level 8 for 70 points, and a level 9 for 100 points. The one with the most merit points wins the individual competition, and the top 5 will represent Fele Immortal City in the national competition. His words sparked a buzz among the participants. Simple? The rules are simple. Kill demons to earn merit, and the one with the highest merit wins. However, it's a high starting point. The weakest demonic cultivator in each row is at level 7 Chi Refining, which discourages those not yet at that level. After all, not everyone can fight above their level like the legendary chest-crushing demon. A tall girl from Igao, Jean Nana, suddenly raised her hand and asked, Commander Su, what if two people both kill level 9 Chi Refining Demonic Cultivators and earn the same merit points? How will the champion be decided? Commander Su smiled. It's simple. Continue fighting the level 9 Demonic Cultivators. If both win, they keep fighting. If both lose, the one who lasts longer wins. Jean Nana understood immediately. The theme of this individual competition is to kill demons. All right, everyone understands the rules now. You may begin. With these words, Commander Su Qing and the others cleared the path to the demonic cages for the participants. Each cage was guarded by a garrison cultivator in a green military uniform, responsible for opening and closing the cage doors. The scene fell silent. Time ticked by, but no one took the first step to make a choice. The tense atmosphere created a dead silence. Standing amidst the crowd, Feng Che felt uneasy and decided to step forward and choose a cage. However, before he could move, a graceful and cool figure stepped out first, drawing everyone's attention. It was none other than the icy-faced Luo Lioli. Her black hair fluttered, and her tight training clothes accentuated her graceful figure. Her footsteps left behind a trail of icy crystals, like a proud, untouched snow lotus blooming atop a mountain peak. The sound of a young girl's footsteps softly echoed through the silent venue. All eyes were drawn to a girl as aloof and graceful as an ice lotus, who was none other than Luo Lulai's mysterious competitor from the high school team tournament who had barely made a move, leading many to mistake her for a mere mascot. The room buzzed with murmurs. With the presence of a conspicuous figure known as the Bust Destroyer leading the team to the championship, Luo Lioli's presence had been somewhat overlooked. However, when she stepped forward to be the first to challenge a demonic cultivator, every gaze instinctively turned to her. This was especially true for the students and teachers from Jian High School, whose eyes were filled with concern if Luo Lioli's skills fell short. Their decision to forego the team championship could seem like a regrettable mistake. Feng Che paused, a simple smile playing on his lips. Looks like old Luo has been holding back for too long, considering she hasn't taken action in the team tournament yet. His comment drew glances from Su Shangxing and Jia Shengli. After all, it was Feng Che who had advised against Luo Lioli's participation in the team events. Without selecting from among the many demonic cultivators, Luo Lioli headed straight for the first cage. At her signal, the guard opened the door. As she stepped inside, the heavy iron door clanged shut, and the atmosphere in the venue instantly became tense. For the participants present, demonic cultivators were more of a textbook horror practitioners of sinister arts, known for their cruel and bizarre actions and extreme temperaments, often dubbed the embodiment of earthly demons. Yet witnessing them firsthand was nothing like reading about them. Feng Che held his breath, fixating on the cage. As soon as Luo Lioli entered, her cold and exquisite face showed a hint of disdain. Instantly, a sharp ice crystal sword formed in her hand, which she swung without hesitation. With a crisp ding, ice crystals scattered. A young man in prison garb emerged, shrouded in dense black mist, his features flickering in and out of view. He chuckled darkly. So arrogant, huh? Planning to use us as practice for you foolish high schoolers? Building confidence by killing demonic cultivators? For those of us doomed anyway, taking one down isn't a loss. His eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty madness and obsession, but when he met Luo Lioli's gaze, eyes as cold as ancient ice, seemed to realize something. Such a chilling stare should not belong to a high school student. The demonic cultivator, at the 7th level of Chi Refinement, suddenly awakened to this truth, but it was already too late. Luo Lioli faced the demonic cultivator with calmness and determination. With a slight pinch of her fingers, she instantly summoned hundreds of crystal-clear ice shards. Accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, these shards spun rapidly in the air, each transforming into an incredibly sharp blade. Under her precise control, the ice blades swept through like a torrential storm. Splat! The demonic cultivator at the 7th level of Chi Refinement didn't even have time to react before being sliced into pieces by the blades. Blood splattered, staining Luo Lioli's fair and stern face, creating a striking contrast between beauty and gore that left a deep impression. A single strike, and she had obliterated a 7th level Chi Refinement demonic cultivator in an instant. The scene fell into a dead silence, broken only by the sound of gasps. The spectators were amazed. So cold, so fierce, so powerful. Who knew Second High had such a hidden powerhouse? not just the infamous breast crusher. The teacher leading the team from Jiyan High School and the contestants were drenched in cold sweat. They were relieved at their wise choice if they had faced this ruthless girl in the finals of the team competition after barely defeating the breast crusher. Their chances in the individual competition would have been hopeless. The leading teacher sighed deeply. Despicable second high, claiming it's all about participation with no expectations. It's all a smokescreen. On the spectator stand, Commander Su Qing furrowed his brow, a strange look flashing in his eyes. Is she the heavenly root girl from the Luo family? Sigh, she's a tragic figure. In the rest area, Feng Che took a deep breath. Old Luo's demeanor is off. She's too fierce, showing no fear towards the demonic cultivator, only a murderous aura. She seemed like a completely different person from her usual cool and distant self. Su Shangxing nodded in explanation. Lioli isn't facing a demonic cultivator for the first time. Her family background is Uniquites said her mother chose to open a battlefield in the Immortal Sect fragment after failing to break through, and her father was killed by a demonic cultivator. This has instilled an innate hatred towards them. Even Su Shangxing knew little about Luo Lioli's family history. Feng Che finally understood why she was so ruthless towards demonic cultivators. As a true heavenly root, Luo Lioli excelled in all talents. Her abilities, unlike Feng Che's hard-earned heavenly root through diligence, seemed inherent. Initially, her displayed talents were even more astonishing than Feng Che's. Of course, over time, the diligent Feng Che would undoubtedly become more well-rounded. Luo Lioli ignored the surrounding discussions, silently wiping the blood from her face. She walked expressionlessly out of the cage, restored her mana with an artificial spirit stone, and headed straight for the second cage in the first row. At this moment, Feng Che could no longer hold back. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he walked towards the first cage in the second row. The breast crusher was finally making a move. This conspicuous figure, with only 7th level Qi refinement, had already made a name for himself throughout the entire defended area. He had won 3 consecutive matches, even defeating Jean Nana, the long-legged beauty from first high at the 9th level of Qi refinement. The moment he appeared, he drew everyone's attention like a magnet. Feng Che walked up to the cage and nodded at the guard. As the heavy sound of the iron door opening echoed, he stepped inside. The long-waiting demonic cultivator attacked without hesitation. Clearly, the gruesome scene of old Luo dismembering a demonic cultivator in the adjacent cage had left him with no room for restraint. This cultivator, at the 7th level of Qi refinement, suddenly erupted, his body swelling, skin turning an intense crimson, resembling a fierce demon lunging at Feng Che. Die! The demonic cultivator roared, throwing a punch enveloped in black energy. His body seemed to writhe, as if countless tormented faces were crying out in agony, indicating his mastery of physical combat. Feng Che's expression was grave, and he dared not be careless. He immediately executed the 8 Desolations burst, meeting the attack with a thunderous punch. Their fists collided with a dull thud of flesh and blood, the force clashing like 2 massive waves crashing against each other. At that moment, the madness in the demonic cultivator's eyes vanished, replaced by clarity and mockery. He grinned with an exaggerated and eerie smile. You're done for. The demonic cultivator's muscular arms suddenly burst open, blood vessels snaking out like venomous serpents, tightly coiling around Feng Che's arm. Dense black energy emanated from these vessels, carrying an enthralling power, attempting to confuse Feng Che's mind. The audience was in an uproar. Under their watchful eyes, Feng Che seemed truly captivated by this bizarre technique, his entire being thrown into confusion, body rigid, losing control. Could it be that the chest-crushing maniac, who had been unstoppable in team battles and left such a strong impression, would find himself in such peril at the start of his solo debut, his mind stripped away? Could this legendary figure, who had created countless mad miracles, be reaching his end at this moment? The methods of the dark cultivators were indeed more formidable and bizarre compared to the contestants in the group competition, capable of catching people off guard. Luo Lioli faced the dark cultivator Hedon, using overpowering spells to crush the opponent, leaving them no chance to use their strange techniques. However, Feng Che, at this moment, faced a dark cultivator who, not encountering any highly destructive spells, was able to display his eerie methods. All eyes were fixed on the first cage in the second row. Feng Che, who had gained fame in the group competition as the chest-crushing maniac, was now in danger. As the black mist spread, a strange power that numbed the senses attacked him. Countless blurry and eerie images appeared before Feng Che's eye souls from the underworld crawling out densely, forming a mountain of corpses and sea of blood around him. Thanks to his level 4 spiritual sense talent, Feng Che's will was strong, and he quickly snapped out of the confusion. He immediately activated the official Lotus meditation technique from the Immortal Sect, a spiritual refining method known for dispelling evil and calming the mind, which worked wonders at this moment. His spiritual sense surged like waves from the Niwen Palace, slicing through the black mist with ripples. This breakthrough not only dispersed the influence of the black mist, but also pushed his spiritual cultivation to the late stage of meditation under extreme pressure. Feng Che's eyes shone with golden light, as if two golden lotuses were swirling in his pupils, driving away all the specters around him. The golden light pierced through the black mist, fixing on the dark cultivator's twisted smile. Feng Che uttered a single word, explode. With a resounding bang, the dark cultivator's smile froze. The writhing blood vessels coiled around Feng Che's arm burst into a mist of blood under the terrifying force. The third wave of the 8 Desolations explosion broke through like a spear, instantly shattering the dark cultivator's arm with a crisp sound of bones breaking. Feng Che's punch drove deep, striking the dark cultivator's solid chest and breaking his ribs. The dark cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing into the cage like a cannonball. The arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted in uncontrollable cheers. Although many disliked the chest-crushing maniac, they didn't want to see him fall to a dark cultivator. In the fight against dark cultivators, they were ultimately on the same side. Clearly, the chest-crushing maniac did not disappoint the crowd. The atmosphere on the spectator stands shifted accordingly. A flicker of surprise crossed Commander Su Qing's eyes. The young man before him was indeed astonishing, managing to hone and suppress his spiritual consciousness with demonic cultivation power, and under extreme rebound, he had suddenly broken through to the late stage of meditation. With his talent, once his spiritual consciousness reaches the spiritual platform, he is guaranteed to build a foundation. Su Qing mused to himself. Feng Che is only in his first year of high school, yet most of his peers struggle to even reach meditation. No wonder he can draw high-grade first-level talismans with just a 6th level of Qi refinement. His spiritual talent is exceptional, comparable to the top disciples of talisman masters. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This kid might really have a shot at the independent admissions of the 3 major immortal cultivation universities. Getting him into the law enforcement combat team seems like a wise decision. In the crowd at the plaza, Su Shangxing and Jia Shengli finally relaxed their tense nerves as Feng Che began his counterattack. This guy thrives on excitement, Su Shangxing remarked, calming his nerves with a serious expression. Luckily, it's Feng Che. If it were anyone else, they might have already fallen to the demonic cultivator. Jia Shengli wore a complex expression, pondering silently. If it had been me facing the demonic cultivator just now, with that black aura and overwhelming evil energy, I probably wouldn't have even had the chance to draw my sword before falling. Demonic cultivators are truly terrifying. Inside the cage, after landing a punch, Feng Che frowned, seemingly dissatisfied. Is that it? He bounced lightly on his feet like a boxer, warming up as he taunted the demonic cultivator. Not tough enough. Get up and continue. You're so weak that even practicing diligence isn't possible. You call yourself a demonic cultivator? You might as well be called an eel. It even rhymes. The fallen demonic cultivator slowly got up, glaring at Feng Che with bloodshot eyes. As a ruthless demonic cultivator with blood on his hands, being so lightly insulted by a high school student was a humiliation he had never suffered since being captured by the law enforcement. You dare! The demonic cultivator roared, his robust body twisting and writhing as he ran, becoming increasingly grotesque. His veins erupted all over, wildly dancing, resembling a mad demon. Die! Bang! The terrifying force of Feng Che's punch sent the demonic cultivator flying again, his chest caving in, his face blank with disbelief. A minute later, bleeding profusely, he rose once more, charging at Feng Che in disbelief, only to be sent flying again, bewildered. This repeated 3 times, like a punching bag being struck in the chest by Feng Che, only to rise in anger and charge again, losing all sense of reason. Oh wow, Feng Che remarked in surprise. The only commendable thing about you might be your tough chest. I can't believe I haven't shattered it. All those watching were left speechless. You're something else, the chest-crushing demon. Feng Che faced the demon cultivator without rushing to take his life. He repeatedly gave his opponent the chance to get up and continue fighting, not only to hone his 8 Desolations burst martial art through rare physical combat, but also as if patiently waiting for something. He calculated that after an hour of physical combat, he could earn Diligence Points. According to the rules of the panel, the intense battle with the demon cultivator would surely yield double rewards. If he managed to kill the demon cultivator in the end, he could earn special Diligence Points, a double gain that made him reluctant to end the fight immediately. Boom! Feng Che unleashed the 8 Desolations burst once again. This martial art was comprehensive and balanced, covering punches, elbows, kicks, and knees. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented thrill. The transmission of power was incredibly smooth, and the triple burst of punches was exhilarating. This demon cultivator was indeed a rare, perfect punching bag. In the second row of cages, the demon cultivator was in a sorry state, hair disheveled, body covered in blood, and his chest hammered into a twisted shape. His eyes were blood red, plunged into a state of madness, his hoarse roars tinged with despair and helplessness. Each time he was knocked to the ground, he would get up angrily under Feng Che's verbal taunts. After all, he was a notorious demon cultivator, determined to defend the honor of demon cultivators. Bang! The charging demon cultivator was once again struck by the terrifying force of the 8 desolations burst, his chest bursting with blood as he slammed heavily into the cage. This time, he couldn't get up, collapsing like mud on the ground. His eyes lost their luster, the blood drained away, leaving only confusion and sorrow. Cough, cough. I was wrong. The demon cultivator coughed up blood, tears of remorse streaming from his eyes. If there's a next life, I don't want to be a demon. He seemed to finally understand the pain and despair of those he had tortured to death. So, this is how it feels. Watching the demon cultivator, whose chest was repeatedly crushed and who knelt spitting blood, and then looking at Feng Che, whose face was splattered with the demon's blood yet still wore a simple smile, continuously shouting, "Keep fighting." The participants present fell into silence. This scene seemed somehow off. Who is the real demon cultivator here, anyway? Cruel. Truly too cruel. Yet, watching the weeping, repentant demon cultivator, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Inside the cage, Feng Che frowned at the crying and remorseful demon cultivator, showing no mercy. After all, demon cultivators are deceitful and vicious. Who knows if his repentance and submission are just a facade? With a tap of his toes, the power of the 8 desolations explosion burst forth, causing the entire cage to hum slightly. Feng Che appeared instantly in front of the demon cultivator. There was no more time to waste, as Feng Che was certain this demon cultivator couldn't hold out any longer. So he planned to deliver the fatal blow. The core rule of the personal combat competition was to kill the demon. Only by killing the demon cultivator could one be considered successful. Most importantly, killing demons earned merit rewards. As Feng Che approached the demon cultivator, who was sobbing miserably, the demon's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he let out a piercing scream. His mouth opened, and from his throat shot a razor-sharp blood arrow, aiming to pierce through Feng Che's head at incredible speed. If it penetrated, Feng Che could die instantly. Even if he were saved, his spiritual consciousness and intelligence might be damaged. The naive smile on Feng Che's face vanished instantly, his eyes gleaming gold, as if a lotus was spinning in his pupils. At that moment, his latest spiritual senses operated at high speed. The speed of the blood arrow seemed to slow considerably. His strong physique allowed him to move his body, turning his head to dodge the blood arrow. At the same time, his foot, which was planted on the ground, sprang up. The 3 forces of the second stage of the 8 desolations explosion were concentrated at his toes, like a sharp spear thrusting forward. The spear's glow roared, tearing through the air, accompanied by a sharp sonic boom. Bang! The demon cultivator's head exploded like a watermelon dropped from a great height, shattering into pieces. The thick scent of blood filled the cage. Feng Che had already withdrawn his foot, standing quietly, his gaze complicated as he watched the headless corpse fall to the ground. I killed someone. For the first time. In the truest sense, I killed someone. Feng Che exhaled, whispering softly. But if he didn't kill, it would be him who died. Cultivator duels are inherently dangerous, and Feng Che had experienced the cunning of demon cultivators in this battle. Better to believe a sow can climb a tree than to trust a demon cultivator's repentance. That final blood arrow, the demon cultivator had held back for so long before unleashing it. Feng Che had almost let his guard down, thinking everything was under control. If not for his strong spiritual senses and physical condition, he might have ended up in a one-for-one trade with the demon. Inside and outside the cage, silence reigned. Many participants were frightened, not because Feng Che killed someone, but because of the blood arrow the demon cultivator unleashed at the end. They had all been deceived by the demon's repentant demeanor. If it had been them, they might have been pierced through by the blood arrow. Cunning. Perilous. All the participants' expressions changed continuously. Many of them looked at Feng Che with incredibly complex gazes. The chest crusher, truly powerful, overwhelmingly strong. Although this demon cultivator was only at the 7th level of Qi refinement, his methods were numerous. Many participants, even those at the 8th level of Qi refinement, would likely have suffered. Feng Che's battle was overwhelming, with him maintaining complete control from start to finish. His opponent was not only defeated but also psychologically crushed, forced into a posture of repentance. Jean Nana, who was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, witnessed the entire process and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Feng Che. She thought to herself, this peculiar, chest-crushing maniac, with a unique obsession, is actually quite handsome, especially at the moment he kicked the demon cultivator's head, which was unexpectedly impressive. With these thoughts in mind, Jean Nana rose from the crowd and walked towards the 3rd row of cages to begin her own challenge. Meanwhile, Feng Che remained in the cage, a translucent system notification appearing before his eyes. Ding! First time demon cultivator kill. Receive tenfold diligence reward. Diligence 1000. Additional Diligence 100 based on the Demon Cultivator's level of evil deeds. Ding! Diligently slaying demons is also diligence. The path of immortal cultivation unfolds for you. Carve out your own path of cultivation, young man. The generous reward left Fang Che pleasantly surprised. A demon cultivator's base diligence is 100 points, and with the tenfold increase, that's 1,000 points, plus the extra reward for the opponent's ferocity, totaling 1,100 diligence points, his highest single reward to date. Excited, Fang Che suddenly saw a path to prosperity. Those demon cultivators instantly turned into walking experience points in his eyes. After exiting the cage, Fang Che noticed Lao Luo fighting in the second cage. Unlike the first match, this time he couldn't achieve an instant kill, but after a struggle, he pierced the chest of an 8th level Qi Refinement demon cultivator with a chilling ice spear. Luo Lioli remained calm and composed, and upon sensing Fang Che's gaze, she hesitated slightly before giving a slight nod. Fang Che responded with a simple smile and turned towards the second cage in the second row. Luo Lioli's long lashes fluttered lightly as she sat quietly, regulating her breath, watching Fang Che face his new opponent, a demon cultivator at the 8th level of Qi Refinement. This time, the opponent was unexpectedly a stunning woman, exuding a deadly allure from head to toe. Her seductive eyes seemed to captivate souls, and her voluptuous figure made the male students outside the cage's blood race, while even some female students couldn't help but mutter shameless. "Little brother, I watched your fight. You were amazing," the woman said seductively, every move dripping with allure. Seeing Fang Che approach with a fiery gaze, she was pleased as she extended her crimson tongue to lick her lips lightly. "Come on, little brother. Sister will let you experience the true joy of being a man." Fang Che approached step by step, seemingly entranced. However, just 5 steps away from the female demon cultivator, his body suddenly swelled, muscles twisting like ropes, and blinding white arcs of electricity burst from his palms. With the emergence of thunder, all seductive power was instantly shattered. Fang Che transformed from a mesmerized fool to a thunderous deity, unleashing a punch that echoed with the sound of explosions and crackling electricity, resonating through the cage like a chorus of 1,000 birds. The woman's seduction turned to terror in an instant, and she screamed in horror, "Thunder Fiend!" Lightning burst forth, a manifestation of the essence of heaven and earth, with its pure and potent energy being the ultimate counter to dark and malevolent forces. The female demon cultivator's face showed a flicker of shock. Within what seemed like an ordinary punch from Fang Che was the fierce and intense power of white lightning calamity. In her haste, she unleashed her cultivation at the 8th level of Qi Refinement, her fair skin flushing pink, emitting a seductive demonic aura from her pores. However, the proximity was too close for her to evade. Fang Che's transformation took her by surprise. Within the blink of an eye, he switched from a love-struck fool to a dignified and awe-inspiring thunder god. The aura of the 8 Desolations' explosive force surged forward like crashing waves, propelling his lightning-infused punch with the speed of a thunderbolt. The female demon cultivator's eyes were filled with genuine terror and despair. She had witnessed Fang Che's battle with the first demon cultivator back then. His techniques were clumsy and slow, taking a long time to win. But now, he was like a completely different person, his moves swift, precise, and ruthless. This disparity in treatment sent chills down her spine. Under the might of the lightning calamity, her pink, demonic aura disintegrated in an instant. Fang Che's unstoppable punch mercilessly struck her deep chest. In that moment, endless snowflakes exploded, the dual explosive force of the 8 Desolations combined with the power of the lightning, directly blasting the seductive demon cultivator into a mist of blood. Her alluring figure instantly turned into a crimson skeleton. Basking in the blood rain, Fang Che gave an honest grin. The lightning calamity originally meant for the 3,000 sword thunder unexpectedly complemented his punching technique. This shocking scene left the plaza in a state of stupefaction. The alluring woman's body shattered under a single punch. With Fang Che showing no pity for her beauty, it was truly a waste of a lovely sight. Some of the girls who had previously been infatuated with the chest-crushing demon shivered, especially those with fuller figures, who instinctively shrank back. The notorious name of the chest-crushing demon was well-earned indeed. On the viewing platform, Commander Su Qing raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise in his eyes. This kid actually managed to refine the supreme white lightning calamity so quickly? Could he be a lightning spirit root? And in just those 2 hours of lunch break. Beside him, the guard Huang Tao was equally astonished. The exchange records from the resource network show he indeed exchanged for 3 white lightning calamities. Who would have thought he could actually refine them successfully? Such a rare item entering the body would be as painful as an electric shock, yet he endured it. General Su Qingjun looked at Fang Che with growing admiration. This young man was diligent, perseverant, and resilient, truly a role model among high school students aspiring to cultivate immortality. Su decided to find an opportunity to reach out to Feng Che and see if he would be interested in joining the dueling squad of Fei Lei Immortal City. Such talent was worth nurturing. In the lounge area of the second high school, Su Shangxing wore a broad smile. Seated next to him was Sister Xia, her long, fair legs elegantly crossed, her toes playfully balancing high heels. It was rare for Sister Xia to come and watch individual matches, and upon hearing Feng Che's nickname, the Chest Crusher, she glanced down at her own impressive figure that hit her feet and muttered, "This guy is creepy. So young and already with such a nickname. How will he ever find a female cultivator with a good figure?" Su Shangxing, however, was focused elsewhere. Watching Feng Che's victory, he chuckled. This time, Fei Lei Immortal City's dueling competition will definitely see Second High as the biggest winner. Beside him, Jia Shunli looked on with a complex gaze at the dazzling Feng Che within the cage. Feeling a bit dazed before participating in the competition, he had thought that the one to shine so brightly would be himself. Inside the cage, Feng Che stood still. His muscular form slowly retracted, and his nearly shredded clothes gradually loosened. His fists still crackled with white thunder energy. As the female demonic cultivator was defeated, a translucent prompt appeared. Ding! You have fought a bloody battle with a Chi Refinement demonic cultivator and successfully killed the opponent, earning 100 diligence. Based on the demonic cultivator's level of transgressions, you earn an additional 100 diligence. Oh, keep slaying demons and defending the path of cultivation. Young man, your strength is always the mightiest. Oh. After reading the prompt, Feng Che paused, feeling that the wording seemed a bit off. He felt a tinge of regret over the decrease in diligence compared to the 1100 points he had gained last time. This time's 200 points were indeed disappointing. However, he wasn't too greedy, knowing that the first time killing a Chi Refinement demonic cultivator held a unique value. Instead of leaving the bloodstained cage immediately, Feng Che focused his mind and used the 1100 points of diligence he had previously earned to enhance his abilities. White Thunder Fury required synergy with 3000 Sword Thunder for maximum effect, so he first spent 100 points to raise his swordsmanship to level 3, then used 1000 points to reach level 4. Achieving swordsmanship level 4010,000 meant further advancement wouldn't be easy. He also spent 100 points to elevate his spellcasting to level 3, as 3000 Sword Thunder involved both swordsmanship and spell characteristics. After this series of enhancements, Feng Che was left with only 100 points of diligence for the day, which made him feel considerably anxious. I really need to stay diligent, he thought to himself. These level 4 talents are like insatiable little demons. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with determination. Behind him, in the cage, the presence that subdued the 9th level Chi Refinement demonic cultivator brought a genuine smile to his face. Since defeating a 9th level Chi Refinement demonic cultivator required continuing the battle until achieving a point advantage, it wouldn't be excessive to defeat a few more of them to secure the top spot in the individual competition, would it? Feng Che stood outside the cage of the stronghold, brimming with excitement. This place was a perfect ground for honing his skills. Where else could he find so many demon cultivators to kill? To him, demon cultivators were equivalent to valuable training opportunities, and that was precisely what he lacked at the moment. He stepped out of the cage with his eyes fixed intently on the demon cultivator at the 9th level of Chi Refinement. Meanwhile, not far away, Luo Lioli had just finished her battle with an 8th level Chi Refinement demon cultivator. Feng Che glanced over, seeing her cage filled with dense ice spikes, each bar coated in frost. The 8th level demon cultivator was pierced through as if by 1,000 arrows, their life and blood frozen solid. Luo Lioli, her face as cold as ice, with long black hair gently swaying in the breeze, elegantly exited her cage. Defeating an 8th level demon cultivator seemed effortless for her. Her gaze briefly met Feng Che's before falling on the shattered corpse of a female demon cultivator in his cage, a hint of approval flashing in her eyes. Nicely done, Luo Lioli remarked, breaking her usual silence. As long as we're killing demon cultivators, we're friends. Feng Che grinned broadly. Old Luo, you need to step up too and be a diligent demon-slaying guardian. Hearing this, Luo Lioli's long lashes trembled slightly as she murmured, a diligent demon-slaying guardian. I like that. I will continue to be diligent. For once, she did not object to Feng Che's nickname for her, Old Luo. It seemed his persistence had finally won her over. Feng Che's smile widened as he turned his attention to the third cage's 9th level Chi Refinement Demon Cultivator. Old Luo, I've heard that if our points are the same, we need to keep killing 9th level demon cultivators. Why don't we see who can kill more? Consider it the start of our diligent demon slaying. Luo Lioli frowned. Have you considered the strength of 9th level demon cultivators? They're not to be taken lightly. Demon cultivators aren't simple, don't underestimate them. Even if you've defeated one tall, long-legged opponent, the gap can be vast at the same level. Never underestimate any demon cultivator. Feng Che's playful smile turned serious. I'm not underestimating them. I just want to use this as a way to hone myself. Battle itself is a form of training, in diligent battle even more so. The path of cultivation is long, and I have no regrets in advancing with diligence. I'm serious about slaying demons. Luo Lioli was moved by his determined gaze, pondering what deep-seated hatred Feng Che had against demon cultivators. She despised them because her father had died at their hands. But what drove Feng Che's strong resolve to slay demons? In Feng Che's heart, however, he was silently shouting. It's about training potential. To him, demon cultivators were a means to enhance his talent and grow stronger. As a virtual spirit root cultivator, 9 years of arduous training had resulted in no progress, leaving Feng Che constantly anxious about his potential. He wanted higher, stronger, and more fierce talents. Only diligence can ease worries. All right, I promise you. Luo Lioli's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her red lips pressed together, and she nodded seriously, saying, even without the pact with Feng Che, I would still do my utmost to slay the demons. I cannot coexist with demon cultivators. After making their agreement, they didn't continue the challenge, but returned to the rest area. Su Shangxing brought over the spiritual liquid prepared by the guards and handed it to them to quickly restore their energy and state. Well done, you've both slain 2 demon cultivators. I'm proud of you. Su Shangxing praised them. His admiration was genuine. It's rare for high school freshmen to be able to kill demon cultivators on their own. The demonic energy of these cultivators has a strong, intimidating effect on young, immature minds, often hindering them from fully utilizing their skills. Rest up and adjust your state. With your current condition, you both are pretty much guaranteed a spot in the national individual competition. Once you're recovered, try to slay a demon cultivator at the 9th level of Qi Refinement. If you both manage to do that, you're almost certain to secure a top 3 spot in the individual competition. Our school will be returning with full honors. Su Shangxing said with a smile. Feng Che gave a simple grin. Mr. Su, can you do us a favor? Su Shangxing paused. Go ahead. Could you ask the commander to prepare more 9th level Qi Refinement demon cultivators for us? Luo and I made a pact to see who can slay more of them. It's our duty to be diligent in slaying demons. I just worry there might not be enough to go around, Feng Che said, scratching his head with a sheepish smile. Su Shangxing, does your teacher know how diligent you are? Oh wait, I am your teacher. Never mind then. Jia Shengli, Sigma Jia Shengli, who was about to challenge a 7th level Qi Refinement demon cultivator, heard Feng Che's bold words and froze in his tracks. Damn, you guys make me look so bad. Tears almost welled up in Jia Shengli's eyes. How embarrassing would it be if he lost to a 7th level cultivator? Oh, he already had his pride shattered by Shui Lei from Tigao. Thinking of this, Jia Shengli felt a shiver, but also a sense of relief. No pressure at all. Jia Shengli stepped up to face a 7th level Qi Refinement demon cultivator, wielding his precious flying sword worth 80,000 merit points, and narrowly defeated the demon. However, he was left without the strength to continue fighting. Calmly, Jia Shengli chose to forego any further challenges, knowing his limits. He had already secured a spot in the national team competition and didn't need to push himself in the individual rounds. After all, pushing too hard wouldn't make much difference. He just needed to lie back and enjoy the ride. While Feng Che and Luo Lioli were restoring their energy, other cultivators in the arena challenged the demon cultivators in the cages, with most failing at the first cage. Only a few managed to kill a 7th level Qi Refinement demon and earn points, while most chose to give up. The second cage held 8th level Qi Refinement demons, and aside from Feng Che and Luo Lioli, only 2 others succeeded. One was Jean Nana, a tall beauty from Yigao High, whose chest Feng Che had once shattered. The other was a delicate-looking boy from Jian High named Jin Chuanxiu. With only an 8th level Qi Refinement cultivation, it wasn't easy for him to defeat an 8th level demon. Jin Chuanxiu was the ace of Jian High in this competition. Jian High had given up the team championship to ensure Jin Chuanxiu's condition, providing him the chance to compete for the individual championship. Jin Chuanxiu didn't disappoint, showcasing exceptional combat skills and effortlessly defeating the 8th level demon. Now, Jean Nana and Jin Chuanxiu were also recovering their energy. The plaza gradually quieted down, with all individual competitors having finished their matches. Only Feng Che, Luo Lioli, Jin Chuanxiu, and Jean Nana remained, ready to challenge the 9th level Qi Refinement demons. In the rest area, Feng Che slowly opened his eyes. In the distance, Luo Lioli stood up with a cold expression. They exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. However, Feng Che didn't head straight to the cage holding the 9th level demons. Instead, he approached Jia Shengli, who was lying down, looking defeated. Senior Jia, may I borrow your sword? Feng Che asked. Jia Shengli was momentarily stunned, but then smiled brightly, tossing the ornate flying sword worth 80,000 merit points to Feng Che. Trust was understood without words. Feng Che grasped the magnificent sword, a bright smile on his face, and then turned towards the cage holding the 9th level demons. The chest-crushing demon was on the move, drawing countless eyes. Yet, before the crowd could cheer, they noticed the strikingly eye-catching sword in Feng Che's hand. For a moment, many were stunned. The chest-crushing demon was actually going to wield a sword? Could he really handle it? Practicing swordsmanship? The sight of Fang Che wielding a long sword caused a stir among the crowd. Known far and wide as the destroyer of armor, his choice at this moment even made General Su Qing on the viewing platform furrow his brow. Everyone present knew well the arduous path of a sword cultivator. A true sword cultivator must grow up with the sword to make any achievements on the path of immortality. Even so, those without enough talent are mercilessly eliminated, forced to abandon the sword and choose another path. In the square, the other contestants had finished their matches, and the cages holding level 7 and 8 Chi Refinement demonic cultivators had been emptied. Now, there were only 4 specially designed octagonal cages left, prepared for Fang Che, Luo Liuli, Jin Nana, and Jin Chuanxiu, each containing a level 9 Chi Refinement demonic cultivator. Jin Chuanxiu and Jin Nana were resting on the side, having expended significant energy defeating their level 8 opponents. Fang Che approached the second cage, a spacious octagonal arena filled with a murderous aura. Luo Liuli stood in front of the cage, puzzled by the sword in Fang Che's hand, a sword borrowed from the King of Sloth at the second high school. Without even his own sword, how could he be considered a sword cultivator? Don't be overconfident. Never underestimate a demonic cultivator, Luo Liuli warned with a stern face. She worried that Fang Che might be too complacent in their competition to see who could defeat more level 9 Chi Refinement demonic cultivators. Fang Che gave a simple smile. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I have never underestimated any cultivator. I cherish life more than anyone. Indeed, having endured the agony of his spiritual roots being destroyed and finally experiencing a transformation in talent, he would not easily give up his life. If anything, he was cautious. In his first match against a level 7 Chi Refinement demonic cultivator, he didn't wear the spirit sealing sandbag, preferring to miss out on doubling his cultivation rather than risk anything. Fang Che fell into contemplation. Since obtaining the treasure chest, he noticed that defeating demonic cultivators beyond his level no longer earned him special rewards for combat skills. This was the case when he killed the demonic cultivator at the 8th level of Chi Refinement. Perhaps it was because there was already a reward for defeating demonic cultivators, and the system no longer allowed him to exploit this loophole. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. If he worked hard enough, everything would fall into place. He nodded to the cultivator guarding the cage. The rune-covered steel door of the octagonal cage opened with a sound. Fang Che and Luo Liuli stepped into the cage, and the iron door closed behind them with a crisp clang that echoed across the square. Everyone held their breath, focusing on the scene in the cage. Among them, the chest crusher, Fang Che, was undoubtedly the center of attention. At the other end of the cage, a middle-aged man in black and white striped prison clothes sat quietly. His greasy long hair hung down, covering half of his face, and he didn't look up even when Fang Che entered. Fang Che frowned slightly, gripping his sword tightly. The blood and energy in his body began to surge, and the body technique, 8 Desolation Burst, granted by the panel, was far superior to ordinary techniques. This technique was not only powerful, but also perfectly compatible with spells, making it a top-tier product from the panel. With eyes like lightning, he launched his attack without hesitation. The force of the 8 Desolation Burst infused his feet, propelling him like an arrow towards the demonic cultivator at the 9th level of Chi Refinement. However, just a few steps away from his target, Fang Che suddenly felt a violent tremor in his Minda. Powerful spiritual impact surged towards him. His expression changed slightly. This demonic cultivator also had spiritual cultivation at the late stage, and it was clearly more advanced than his own newly entered late stage. The demonic cultivator slowly raised his head, greasy strands of hair flying back from the force of his aura, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Fang Che. How bold! His voice thundered. So young, yet you dare to challenge a 9th level with your 7th level? Though we are suppressed, we've experienced countless life and death battles. You greenhorns who have never seen a battlefield dare to be so presumptuous. Every word hit like a thunderclap, leaving Fang Che's consciousness dazed and his steps faltering. The demonic cultivator seized the moment, springing up with eyes ablaze, fingers clawed, nails extending like blades, slicing 5 twisted air fissures. Die! Fang Che bit his tongue, forcibly awakening his consciousness. His newly acquired latest spiritual awareness exploded, and golden lotuses spun in his eyes. The common lotus meditation from the immortal sect? You think such a trash technique can break my soul scare technique? The demonic cultivator sneered, his 5 fingers emanating black energy, slamming down towards Fang Che's crown. The magical power within the strike rippled through the air like water, and if it hit, it would be enough to pierce Fang Che's skull. The battle in the second octagonal cage quickly escalated into a fierce confrontation. This was the true nature of a demonic duel: no probing, no preparation, just a ruthless assault aimed directly at taking lives. The plaza fell into a deathly silence, as everyone held their breath. Inside the cage, the demonic cultivator suddenly surged forward, while Fang Che seemed sluggish and lost. his head nearly crushed by the sharp claws. This sight turned the faces of the contestants pale, with fear. Witnessing a comrade being slain by a demonic cultivator was far more terrifying than seeing a demon being defeated. Is the chest crusher going to die? Someone whispered in the crowd. On the viewing platform, Commander Su Qing frowned deeply, immediately recognizing the soul-capturing technique. A glow erupted from his forehead, revealing a radiant figure within his mind. While the individual matches allowed for fatalities, they were meant more as a deterrent. If there was a real threat to life, the authorities would not stand idly by. In the resting area, Su Shangxing, who had been confident of victory, tensed up. Nearby, the casually lounging Jia Shengli's eyes also widened in shock. Time seemed to freeze, with all eyes fixed on Feng Che. Feng Che could clearly feel the chill of the sharp nails approaching his scalp, the threat of death closer than ever. He bit his tongue hard, pushing his meditative awareness to its limits, his eyes shining with a golden lotus. His level 4 spiritual awareness and combat talent seemed fully unleashed in this life-or-death moment. He channeled all his inner energy and explosive force to his head. The oppressive force that had gripped his soul dissipated instantly, and he regained control of his body. Though he couldn't completely dodge, Feng Che decisively triggered a burst of force on his shoulder. With a muffled sound, this force shifted his body just enough to narrowly avoid the fatal blow to his head. Thud! The black claw of the demonic cultivator at the 9th level of Qi Refinement still struck viciously. The claw missed its intended target and landed heavily on Feng Che's shoulder. With a ripping sound, blood splattered as a large chunk of flesh was torn away. The 9th level Qi Refining Demon Cultivator's eyes flashed with disbelief. Feng Che had managed to shift his uncontrollable body away from a fatal blow using the internal explosive force of his physical technique. Such an extraordinary yet feasible combat experience was as astonishing as stopping a cannonball with a wire mesh. Feng Che's eyes cleared, leaving no time for fear. The danger was not yet over. He slapped his hand into his pocket, and several mid-grade first-tier meditation talismans floated up, burning in midair. The demon cultivator was about to use the same tactic again, intending to shatter Feng Che's mind with his mind-seizing technique, but he saw Feng Che releasing so many meditation talismans. A talisman master? You think you can break my mind-seizing technique with meditation talismans? He sneered at first, then his expression changed suddenly. No, there's a high-grade first-tier talisman. Before he finished speaking, Feng Che, expressionless, brought his 2 fingers together and pointed. Flames shot up, spreading swiftly like flowing fire, forming a cage around the demon cultivator. Exactly the same high-grade first-tier talisman, flowing fire cage, Feng Che had used earlier to prove his innocence. The experienced demon cultivator did not panic and attempted to break out before the cage formed. Just then, a sword light with dancing arcs of lightning came leaping. Despite his shoulder being a mess of blood and flesh, Feng Che remained remarkably calm. He wielded the high-grade first-tier flying sword borrowed from Jia Shengli, using the first stage of the 3000 sword Thunder technique, the sword imbued with Thunder Fiend. The extremely strong and young Thunder Fiend was especially effective against evil demons, doubling the power of the sword energy. The demon cultivator was forced back into the flowing fire cage. Feng Che clenched his fist, and the cage suddenly tightened, the flames blazing brightly. The demon cultivator's skin was scorched, letting out a piercing wail as if bound by fiery chains. While resisting the cage with his magic, the demon cultivator launched a counterattack with his mind-seizing technique. However, the meditation talismans surrounding Feng Che created a special field that weakened the mind-seizing technique. The weakened attack was completely blocked by Feng Che, using his meditative spiritual sense. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Che stepped forward. As the sword light flowed, thunder roared, and the Thunder Fiend in his palm infused into the sword. Under extreme pressure, his swordsmanship talent rose to level 4, unleashing incredible potential. This strike was like that of a peerless sword cultivator, pouring down like a flash of lightning, like a thunderclap on a clear day. The first move of the 3000 sword Thunder. The sword sang and thunder exploded the cage. The lightning-fast sword light pierced straight into the demon cultivator's chest, the sword Thunder slithering inside like a dragon, exploding within. Flesh shattered, blood misting, and disbelief lingered in the demon cultivator's eyes. Feng Che did not relent. Even though the demon cultivator's chest had already exploded, he continued to advance with his sword. The force from the 8 Desolations explosion pushed the demon cultivator's body until it crashed into the steel bars of the octagonal cage. Feng Che's sword kept stabbing in and pulling out, sending up showers of blood. The scene was silent, the sound of the sword piercing through flesh echoing in everyone's ears. Yet, the bloody spectacle wasn't the main focus. What truly shocked everyone was the dramatic turn of events. At a critical moment, Feng Che not only evaded the fatal strike from the 9th level Qi Condensation Demon Cultivator, but also launched a fierce counterattack. His sword energy, wrapped in white lightning, crisscrossed within the octagonal cage, resembling the moves of a legendary sword immortal, displaying the power to shatter mountains and skies as electric serpents danced around. The audience collectively exhaled, their tense nerves finally relaxing. They watched in awe as the demon cultivator was pinned against the cage, his chest repeatedly pierced by sword energy, their eyes filled with astonishment. Cries of "He truly is the chest crusher" echoed around. In the rest area, Su Shangxing was drenched in cold sweat, only relaxing completely after seeing Feng Che's counterkill. But he quickly sensed something was amiss, recalling the details of Feng Che's clash with the demon cultivator. Sister Xia, dressed in a slit Chong Sam, sat elegantly in her chair, her brows slightly furrowed. Something's indeed wrong. That was the soul-scaring technique, a secret skill from the soul-scaring sect. Soul-scaring sect? Jia Shengli asked, puzzled. Su Shangxing nodded, explaining, one of the 4 major demon sects on Blue Star. He looked displeased. Using a soul-scaring sect demon cultivator for the trial is excessive. With that, he stood up and headed towards the viewing platform. On the viewing platform, Commander Su Qing's face was gloomy. Weren't the soul-scaring sect's demon cultivators supposed to be held separately? How did one end up in the assessment? Guard Huang Tao looked troubled as he explained, this person didn't use the soul-scaring technique when captured, so. No need to explain. Su Qing's presence intensified. Find out the reason, and those responsible should be dismissed. Everyone must be accountable for their mistakes. Soon, Su Qing's anger subsided, and his gaze shifted to Feng Che in the cage. He saw the latter sitting on the ground, having completely subdued the soul-scaring sect demon cultivator. At that moment, he noticed Su Shangxing approaching with a stern expression, understanding his intent. Without saying much, he gestured for Huang Tao to investigate the cause. Feng Che sat on the ground, the sharp pain from the wound on his shoulder making his mind incredibly clear and excited. There is great terror between life and death, but also great opportunity. His spiritual awareness had just received a significant boost, equivalent to half a month of hard training. He even vaguely touched the threshold of the second realm of spiritual awareness, the Ling Tai realm. Of course, the bigger reward came from the information that popped up on the panel. Ding! You have survived a life-and-death battle, and your spiritual awareness has transformed, gaining a special skill, Spiritual Awareness 5000, and the meditation method of the Wrathful King visualization. Ding! You have slain a Qi refining demon cultivator, earning 100 skill points. Based on the demon cultivator's level of sin, you have gained an additional 500 skill points. Well done, young man. Feng Che, drenched in sweat and blood, exhaled slightly. The translucent notification reflected in his eyes, yet he couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his lips. Risk and reward truly go hand in hand. Not to mention the 5,000 points of spiritual awareness skill, the meditation method of the Wrathful King visualization itself sounds incredible just by its name. Moreover, Feng Che firmly believes that anything produced by the panel is of the highest quality. If he had been practicing the Wrathful King technique this time, he might not have been so embarrassed by the demon cultivator's soul-seizing technique. However, Feng Che was actually a bit frightened. This demon cultivator was indeed unusually strong, unlike any he had encountered before. It seems he had underestimated demon cultivators, or perhaps he wasn't diligent enough. If his spiritual awareness had been more diligent and stronger, he might have resisted the soul-seizing technique and not ended up so humiliated. Reflecting on himself daily, Feng Che slowly stood up. In the octagonal cage, figures were swiftly entering. Commander? Feng Che looked in confusion at Commander Su Qing, who had personally appeared. Well done. This demon cultivator was a disciple of the soul-seizing sect. He was mistakenly treated as an ordinary demon cultivator and was inadvertently assigned as your opponent. On behalf of the garrison, I apologize. We will compensate you accordingly, Commander Su Qing said solemnly. He then took out a pill and fed it to Feng Che. As the pill dissolved in his stomach, its potent effects quickly spread throughout his body. The shattered flesh on his shoulder rapidly healed and regenerated, looking as good as new. The efficacy of the pill left Feng Che amazed. This was modern immortality medicine, enhanced by precise scientific instruments to maximize the effects of the ingredients. Physical injuries were manageable, but the damage to spiritual awareness was much more challenging. If the spiritual awareness perished, the person would die, making the previous situation extremely dangerous. Commander Su Qing patted Feng Che on the shoulder again, praising him. Well done, young man. Interested in joining our garrison's combat team? Feng Che was slightly taken aback at the offer. Su Shangxing, who had been quietly following Commander Su Qing, was also startled, his eyes widening in surprise. Feng Che quickly agreed to Commander Su's offer. Su Shangxing urged, this is a rare opportunity you can't miss. Feng Che was also taken aback, feeling a bit hesitant. Su Shangxing knew well how difficult it was to join the garrison's combat team. Su Shangxing enthusiastically introduced, every member of the duel squad is an elite. Feng Che, joining the duel squad station here comes with great benefits 100 merit points per month, plus a base salary of 20,000 good deeds. Fang Che's eyes lit up at this, and he quickly expressed, "The good deeds are secondary. I'm mainly drawn by the prestige of the station here." Commander Su Qing laughed heartily at this. "Don't be in such a rush to agree. I'll have Huang Tao send you a detailed briefing later, including specific information and benefits of the dual squad stationed at Fei Lei Immortal City. It's not too late to decide after you review it. However, even if you join, you'll start as a reserve member and need to pass training assessments before becoming an official team member. For now, your priority should be preparing for the national competition and bringing glory to our Fei Lei Immortal City." "Thank you, Commander," Fang Che replied with a sheepish smile. Su Shangxing, standing by, seemed slightly disappointed. "You should have just agreed right away. Joining the Immortal City Duel Squad is definitely the right choice." Su Qing pointed at Su Shangxing and said to Fang Che, "This guy is also a member of the Duel Squad." Fang Che looked at Su Shangxing in surprise, who explained, "The identity of Duel Squad members is usually kept confidential to prevent targeting by demonic cult followers. That's why it's not mentioned in the teacher qualification introductions on the Immortal Cultivation Education Network." Meanwhile, inside the cage, soldiers were dealing with the demonic cult followers Fang Che had defeated. In another cage, Luo Liuli's battle with a level 9 Qi refining demon cultivator was nearing its end. Although this demon cultivator was not a demonic cult follower, his profound power and rich experience posed a significant challenge for Luo Liuli, who hadn't trained in body techniques. Unlike Fang Che, who had an incredibly strong physique bolstered by the 8 Desolate Burst, she struggled to secure a decisive victory due to her lower cultivation level. Suddenly, Luo Liuli seemed to activate some kind of secret technique, and the entire octagonal cage was instantly enveloped in a blizzard. In the howling snowstorm, the level 9 Qi refining demon cultivator was quickly frozen into an ice sculpture and shattered with a crash. Fang Che exclaimed in awe, "Old Luo, you're that fierce." But before he could finish, his expression froze. The terrifying storm wasn't subsiding. Instead, it was expanding outward with a freezing power that threatened to engulf everything beyond the cage. The howling blizzard raged outside the octagonal cage, with the icy chill quickly spreading through the gaps in the steel bars. Fang Che focused intently, observing a figure floating in the center of the cage, Luo Liuli, resembling an ice and snow spirit, her eyes radiating a captivating blue light, and her clothes fluttering fiercely in the wind. The divine power of the Luo family. The nearby General Su Qing sighed, his figure instantly disappearing, reappearing the next moment inside the cage. He raised his hand and pointed toward Luo Liuli's forehead, releasing a powerful wave of spiritual energy. The blizzard came to an abrupt halt, and the blue light in Luo Liuli's eyes dimmed as she collapsed to the ground. Several female military medics quickly entered the cage, helping her up and administering a spiritual liquid. Luo Liuli only has a cultivation level of the 7th stage of Qi refinement. Facing a demonic cultivator at the 9th stage, she is outmatched both in combat experience and overall magical power. Su Qing discerned her thoughts. She refused to admit defeat, which is why she stubbornly used her divine power. The children of the Luo family are truly admirable. Fang Che and Su Shangxing, waiting outside the cage, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Luo Liuli being carried out. It was merely exhaustion from excessive consumption of magical power and spiritual energy. Was that a divine power? Fang Che took a deep breath. Su Shangxing nodded and explained, "As a major family of the Daxiao immortal sect, it's not surprising that the Luo family possesses divine powers. However, Liuli's level is too low, making it too strenuous for her to use. That was the Luo family's bloodline divine power, Snow Fury Wind Devour. Although it was forced, its power reached the foundation establishment level, allowing her to instantly defeat the 9th stage demonic cultivator." He continued, "Divine powers are categorized into innate and acquired. Innate divine powers are inherited through bloodlines and are incredibly powerful. Acquired divine powers require arduous cultivation, which is extremely challenging." He looked at the diligent Fang Che. "The cultivation methods for acquired divine powers can be exchanged on the online Immortal Cultivation Resource Network. If you're interested, you can try it once you've accumulated enough merit." Upon hearing this, Fang Che's eyes lit up. Arduous, difficult to train, requires immense effort. Isn't that exactly what he wants? Being able to cultivate divine powers while also earning merit is a win-win. Su Qing walked out of the cage, giving Fang Che a meaningful look. "I heard you want to arrange for several 9th stage demonic cultivators? General, is that possible?" Fang Che asked expectantly. Su Qing put away his smile and firmly said, "No, it's not. You are practically guaranteed to be the champion of the individual competition, so there's no need to continue." With that, he turned and left. Fang Che was left teary-eyed. Wasn't he given the chance to diligently defeat demons? However, Su Qing was right. Having already defeated a 9th stage demonic cultivator from the Shishin sect, and with Luo Liuli out of the competition due to using her divine power, the individual competition championship was already in his grasp. Su Qing had already assessed the abilities of Jin Chuanxiu and Jin Nana, who had yet to make their appearance. As an experienced mentor, his sharp eyes never failed him. The chances of these two winning against a 9th-level Qi Refinement Demon Cultivator were indeed slim. Nevertheless, Feng Che remained hopeful, eagerly cheering them on. Jin Chuanxiu and Jin Nana put up a fierce fight, engaging the Demon Cultivator for quite some time. In the end, they wisely chose to concede rather than risk everything. Fortunately, there were 5 spots available for the national individual competition, and they had secured their places, leaving no regrets. With this, the lineup representing Feilei Immortal City in the national competition was finalized. For the team competition, it would be Ergao and Jiyan High School. For the individual competition, Feng Che, Luo Liuli, Jin Chuanxiu, Jin Nana, and Lu Qi, the warm-hearted student from Yigao who had been defeated by Feng Che, would participate. After a simple award ceremony, Feng Che returned to the resting area. Luo Liuli had regained consciousness, and although she looked pale, she sat quietly, lost in thought. Su Shangxing returned Feng Che's merit card, smiling as he informed him of the rewards for slaying demon cultivators. 10 points for the 7th level, 20 points for the 8th, and 50 points for the 9th, totaling 80 merit points already credited. Sister Xia, who had been watching, gracefully stood up. You did well, kid. Those 2 balls of red flame are yours. With that, she elegantly walked away, her long legs subtly visible beneath her qipao. Feng Che marveled at her generosity, feeling that the competition had been a complete success. Luo Liuli snapped out of her thoughts, biting her lip as she looked at Feng Che. I'm not strong enough. I couldn't fight demons as diligently as you did. Feng Che, please teach me how to cultivate. Determined to match Feng Che's dedication, she was willing to do whatever it took to improve her skills. Want to train with me? Feng Che raised an eyebrow. Yes, don't go easy on me. Train as you normally would. Luo Liuli clenched her small fists. I can handle it. Su Shangxing teased. As your teacher, I'm starting to suspect something fishy is going on, but I have no proof. Jia Shengli exclaimed. You guys just secured the top 2 spots in the individual competition and are already talking about training? That's intense. As the competition concluded, the sun set, and a crescent moon hung in the sky. The teams would stay one more night at the guardhouse before returning to school the next day. Feng Che returned to his room, eager to call his mother, Chen Shooting, to share the news of his victory and his role in representing Feilei Immortal City in the national competition. In the puppet factory, Chen Shooting excitedly found Feng Qingyun, who was busy working. Upon hearing the good news about their son, Feng Qingyun was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his delight. Learning that they could watch the national competition live, he enthusiastically planned to gather all his co-workers to watch it together. Even after hanging up the phone, his face remained lit with happiness. Borrow a cigarette. Old Zhao, you heard my son won the championship too. Factory manager, how's the assembly progress? What, you also heard my son won the championship? That night, Feng Qingyun's hearty laughter echoed throughout the puppet factory, lingering long after. In the stillness of the deep night, the lights were bright. Feng Che, having finished his evening routine, quickly packed his school bag and left his room. He had no intention of resting, with determination shining in his eyes. Is my diligence enough? Have I reached the foundation establishment? Has my spiritual awareness condensed? He silently questioned himself. The battle with the demon cultivators from the Shishin sect earlier that day had made him acutely aware of his shortcomings. If his opponent had been more talented, he might have been killed. This realization only strengthened his resolve to train harder. I, Feng Che, have no right to rest, he told himself with a clenched fist. Only through hard work can I truly establish myself on the path of cultivation. As he approached the dormitory entrance, a slender figure appeared in the moonlight. Long, straight black hair fluttered gently in the breeze, and long eyelashes shimmered in the moonlight, was Luo Liuli. Old Luo, Feng Che said, slightly surprised. Luo Liuli pressed her lips together, her eyes conveying a knowing look. She had anticipated that Feng Che would sneak off to train, despite his earlier promise to include her. Her cool gaze silently expressed her reproach. Feng Che remembered their agreement and scratched his head sheepishly. I thought you'd want to rest since you were injured, but since you're here, let's head to the training area together. However, when they arrived, the guards informed them that the training rooms were closed after the completion of the tournament. Feng Che wasn't bothered. He smiled and called Huang Tao. Soon, Huang Tao arrived and granted them access to the training room. The tournament's over. Aren't you going to rest? There's no rush to train tonight, Huang Tao said with a smile as he put away his ID. Rest? Feng Che replied seriously. I almost got killed by a demon cultivator today. Being this weak, how can I rest? My talent isn't great, so I have to make up for it with hard work. Huang Tao looked at the young man known as the Chest Crusher, who humbly called himself weak and couldn't help but smile. Shaking his head, he said, all right, I'll vouch for you with my ID. Train as much as you want tonight. I'll cover the expenses. With that, he disappeared into the night. Luo Liuli watched Feng Che, who was eager to start, and asked seriously, Feng Che, How long do you plan to train tonight? Tonight. Fang Che glanced at her and replied as if it were obvious. All night, of course. Staying up all night? Isn't that normal? Fang Che flashed a bright smile. Just think of it like an all-nighter at an internet cafe playing games. Relax, it'll be over soon. With that, he turned and went inside, closing the door behind him, not wanting to waste words with old Luo. To him, it was better to spend time cultivating than engaging in idle talk. Luo Lioli stood alone, a serious expression on her delicate face. Taking a deep breath, she thought to herself, I can't even defeat an ordinary 9th level Qi refining demon cultivator and was forced to use my bloodline powers. It's because I've been too lazy. Clenching her small fists, she stepped into the cultivation chamber with renewed determination. That night, in the cultivation chamber, a man and a woman focused intently on their practices. In a first-grade high-quality cultivation room obtained for free, Fang Che sat cross-legged on a mat, his mind calm. He took out a spatial ring given to him by Madame Xia, which contained 2 clusters of 3-striped crimson flames. Judging by the exquisite patterns, they were worth at least 6,000 merit points. Their quality was on par with the top-tier azure flames he had exchanged for on the resource network. With a thought, a ring of flames appeared in his palm, the searing temperature distorting the air in the room. Thanks to reaching the state of perfect tranquility after his battle with the demon cultivator from the Fear God sect, he easily integrated the crimson flame into the flame ring. The crimson light danced in his hand, significantly increasing its power. Indeed, products from the panel are truly premium. Fang Che praised internally. He didn't rush to merge the azure flames, but instead integrated the second crimson flame into the ring. According to spell theory, it would take some time for the flame ring and true fire to completely stabilize. Then he put on spirit-binding sandbags and began refining artificial spirit stones. With the support of his heavenly spiritual root, the spiritual energy from the stones was absorbed and converted into mana at a visible rate. Ding! You've completed 1 hour of Qi refining. Item boost, Diligence 20. Don't stop now. Young 1 inch the panel notification popped up. Fang Che's accumulated Diligence points reached 720, with 600 points gained from today's demon cultivator defeat. After leaving the cultivation chamber, he rented a meditation room. As the formation activated, the illusion of a pagoda appeared, with mental particles floating inside. He planned to practice the newly acquired Wrathful King visualization to enhance his spiritual awareness. The entire meditation room was filled with a turbulent energy, as a slightly blurred image of a wrathful deity appeared behind Fang Che. This figure, sitting on a lotus flower, had a stern expression and glaring eyes. It held a mudra of a bodhisattva, draped in a red Taoist robe, with mysterious symbols in its palm. From its back sprouted fleshy wings covered in ancient, arcane runes. Just one glance at this figure left Fang Che feeling overwhelmed, as if his soul was frozen. The deity's eyes seemed to pierce directly into his soul, and he could hear the booming voice of the wrathful deity echoing around him. Meanwhile, deep within a guarded area, in a simple room, Commander Su Qing suddenly opened his eyes. His spiritual center glowed brightly, where his nascent soul sat, resembling a deity guarding his inner sea. Almost instantaneously, he vanished from the room and appeared on the rooftop. The moonlight cast his elongated shadow on the ground. What was that just now? Su Qing furrowed his brow. His spiritual awareness, having reached a divine level, swept across the void, creating transparent ripples. However, he could no longer detect that strange figure, whose fierce gaze had even caused his divine awareness to tremble. Was it a dark cultivator? But no, the presence was too radiant and pure, like a divine fire illuminating the world, warding off evil. Su Qing murmured, keeping his divine awareness active, ready to act if the mysterious presence reappeared. Inside the meditation room, Fang Che lay on the floor, gasping for air. He felt dizzy, as if his head was about to explode from the expanding spiritual energy. The room's energy particles had all been drawn into his spiritual center with such intensity that he nearly fainted. After some time, Fang Che finally managed to get up, touching his nose to find blood trickling down. This wrathful deity visualization technique was incredibly potent. He was grateful that his spiritual aptitude had reached level 4, allowing him to withstand the mental impact of the deity's manifestation, which was far more intense than any dark cultivator's mind-influencing techniques. As he wiped away the blood, Fang Che noticed his senses had sharpened significantly. Delving into his mind, he discovered that within his spiritual center, energy particles shimmered like starlight around a roughly formed lotus spirit platform. A spirit platform? Fang Che's breath quickened. Could it be that his spiritual awareness had advanced to the 2nd level? However, he soon calmed down, realizing that the platform was incomplete, appearing somewhat rough and lacking detail. Nevertheless, forming the embryonic spirit platform was a significant achievement. With further refinement, he could fully establish the platform and step into the 2nd level of spiritual awareness. Fang Che felt a deep sense of joy. He hadn't expected that a single session of visualizing the wrathful deity would yield such substantial progress, truly an unexpected delight. Fang Che's spiritual awareness broke through its limits at the brink of life and death. The pressure of the soul-subduing technique unexpectedly became an aid, unlocking the potential of his level 4 spiritual talent, propelling his awareness to the late meditation stage. To his delight, this meditation session successfully helped him form the rudimentary spirit platform. Am I halfway to the spirit platform now? Fang Che's lips curved into a smile, feeling exceptionally pleased. Instead of continuing to visualize the wrathful Ming Wang, he chose to quietly savor the insights gained from the residual power. After 2 hours of meditation, the system notified him that he had earned 40 diligence points, doubled thanks to the spirit-binding sandbag he wore. After finishing his meditation, Fang Che headed to the training ground, only to find it unexpectedly bustling. He opted for the first-tier high-grade training area and found someone already there, who gave him a puzzled look. The duel competition is over, right? Isn't the training ground supposed to be closed to outsiders? The person asked with a frown. Fang Che responded with a friendly smile and briefly explained his purpose. The other person suddenly realized, so you're the champion of this year's duel competition, the one who killed the 9th level Qi refining demon cultivator from the soul-subduing sect, the chest crusher. I'm Zhou Chaoyang, a reserve member of the Flying Thunder Immortal Cities duel team. Maybe we'll be teammates in the future, Zhou Chuyang greeted warmly. Fang Che smiled back amiably. Since practicing the 8 Desolations explosion technique, he had grown taller and more muscular, his gentle smile making him seem harmless. However, for the female contestants who had fallen victim to his hands, this smile was unmistakably the smile of the devil. Chest crusher. Fang Che, care for a spar? Zhou Chaoyang suddenly proposed. Fang Che was a bit surprised but quickly nodded in agreement. The two stood 10 meters apart in the training ground. I'm at the 9th level of Qi refining. Should I suppress my power to the 7th level? Zhou Chaoyang asked. Fang Che shook his head. No need, go ahead. Zhou Chaoyang raised an eyebrow. Then let's treat this as a guided match. I specialize in physical techniques, focusing on speed. Be careful. Before the words even finished, Zhou Chaoyang shot forward like an arrow. The burst of power from his 9th level Qi refining allowed him to instantly appear by Fang Che's side. This was Fang Che's first encounter with a cultivator specializing in physical techniques, entirely different from the demon cultivator who relied on magical modifications. With a gleam in his eye, Zhou Chaoyang swung his right leg in a sweeping kick. Fang Che blocked with his arm, and their collision resounded with a dull thud. Zhou Chaoyang's whip-like kick, fast as lightning, delivered a formidable force born of his incredible speed. He actually blocked it. Zhou Chaoyang was astonished, not expecting Fang Che at the 7th level of Qi refining to withstand his almost unrestrained strike. Zhou Chaoyang initially intended to spar with Fang Che, recognizing that anyone selected for the Flying Thunder Immortal City dueling team would have considerable talent. He planned to suppress his cultivation level to match Fang Che's, but Fang Che's refusal only fueled Zhou's desire to teach him a lesson. To his surprise, during their first exchange, Fang Che successfully blocked his kick, which caught Zhou's attention. He exclaimed, "Good," with enthusiasm, and his body blurred into a shadow. His legs unleashed a flurry of kicks as swift as a storm, moving so quickly it was hard to follow. Even though Fang Che had advanced his 8 Desolations burst technique to the 2nd tier, his strength lay in explosive power rather than speed, which left him at a disadvantage against Zhou Chaoyang. Every time Fang Che tried to execute his powerful triple burst, Zhou's lightning-fast whip kicks prevented him from gathering the necessary energy. Impressive, Fang Che thought, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, acknowledging that Zhou's strength exceeded even the formidable Qi refining 9th layer demon cultivator he faced earlier. But instead of discouraging him, it ignited his fighting spirit. The challenge of being suppressed and striving for a breakthrough was exactly what he craved. With the support of his level 4 dueling talent, Fang Che's combat awareness heightened. Suddenly, he spotted a fleeting opportunity. Zhou Chaoyang was momentarily off balance after a strike. Seizing the moment, Fang Che let out a thunderous shout, channeling all his energy into his feet. Leveraging the recoil from the 2nd tier, 8 Desolations burst, he launched himself like a caged tiger set free, leaving trails in the moonlight. His muscles swelled, and he delivered a powerful punch, infused with compressed 2nd tier force, crashing down like a cannonball. The fierce punch tore through the air with a scorching intensity. Fang Che's fist came hurtling like a cannonball, catching Zhou Chaoyang off guard and forcing him to hastily cross his arms in defense. Boom! The terrifying force of the double explosive punch collided hard with Zhou Chaoyang's defense. He was sent sliding back like a kite with a broken string, leaving an 8-meter skid mark on the training ground stone floor before finally coming to a stop. That powerful. Zhou Chaoyang's arms trembled violently, his face flushed. What shocked him even more was that Fang Che's punch contained the force of a 3rd explosive power, which erupted against his chest. His internal organs were in turmoil, and only his years of body training saved him from being shattered by the blow. It was only now that he truly understood Fang Che's fearsome reputation as the chest crusher. Senior Zhou, come on, the night is long. How about an all-night training session? Fang Che was brimming with enthusiasm, eager to find a partner for body technique training. Cough, cough. Zhou Chaoyang forced a weak smile. Fang Che, I have some things to do, and I have a mission tomorrow. Let's train next time. With that, he hurried off like a man carrying a train on his shoulders. Fang Che watched Zhou Chaoyang's retreating figure with a sigh of disappointment. It seemed he couldn't find the right partner, so he resigned himself to train alone in the quiet of the night. He silently strapped on his weighted sandbags and began practicing the 8 Desolations burst in the training ground, each punch and move cutting through the air with explosive force. Zhou Chaoyang hurried to a patch of grass near the dormitory, where he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. What powerful body techniques! He marveled to himself. No wonder he's the champion of the martial arts competition. Even at only the 7th level of Qi refinement, the explosive force of his techniques is profound. Without sufficient talent and hard work, it's impossible to master. After expelling the blood, Zhou Chaoyang felt lighter and began to reflect on the insights he gained from his bout with Fang Che. Meanwhile, Fang Che tirelessly continued his training in the practice field. In addition to practicing the 8 Desolations burst, he was also honing his 3000 sword thunder technique. He could now unleash a single sword thunder, but this was just the beginning. The true mastery of the technique would allow him to unleash 3000 sword thunders with a single strike. Thanks to his daytime encounters with the demonic cultivators of the Shishin sect and his level 4 swordsmanship talent, Fang Che had finally learned to perfectly compress the white thunder sha into his index finger and integrate it more swiftly and efficiently into his sword energy, significantly reducing power loss. Under the night sky, Fang Che continued his relentless training. Even as the individual champion of the martial arts competition, he showed no trace of arrogance in his demeanor. Fang Che was about to study the key to the Divine Training Tower, which he exchanged for in the Magic Duel competition, when he received a system notification. Current environment unsuitable for opening the Divine Training Tower. Please change location. This unexpected prompt left him momentarily stunned. Was the Divine Training Tower picky about its location? With no other choice, he turned his attention to other training activities. A night of sleepless practice significantly advanced his progress in mastering the 8 Desolations burst second heaven. At dawn, a system notification suddenly appeared. Ding! You have diligently practiced for 4 hours, earning a tool blessing, Diligence 80. Keep going, young man, your partner will come. Everything will come. Seeing the notification on the panel, a satisfied smile appeared on Fang Che's face. The night's hard work, along with the previously earned 120 Diligence points, brought his total to 820 points. Without hesitation, he invested all these points into his magic dueling skills. After all, the upcoming national competition required him to continuously enhance his strength. His magic duel level now read LV4 236010000. After finishing his training, Fang Che felt a deeper understanding of magic dueling. He went to the meditation room and woke up Luo Lioli, who was using meditation as a substitute for sleep. Seeing Fang Che drenched in sweat, Luo Lioli felt a pang of guilt, as if her meditation seemed a bit lazy. After breakfast, the two headed to the square, where the school buses were lined up neatly, some already departing. In front of the bus for the second high school, Su Shangxing and Huang Tao were conversing. You two really pulled an all-nighter? Su Shangxing couldn't help but ask as they approached. Wouldn't have it any other way, Fang Che replied with a smile. Luo Lioli pursed her lips, silently regretting, it's all fake. All of it. She quietly boarded the bus, choosing a window seat and gazing outside in reflection. At this moment, Huang Tao handed Fang Che a delicate jade slip. The commander asked me to give this to you. It details the benefits of joining the Fei Lei Immortal City Magic Duel team. You can view it with your spiritual sense, but you only have one chance. It will self-destruct afterward. There's no rush to respond. Contact me after your national competition ends, Huang Tao added. Fang Che nodded and accepted the jade slip, then boarded the bus with Jia Shengli. As the competing teams gradually departed, the guard post returned to tranquility. The bus drove into the city, heading straight to Fei Lei Immortal City's second high school. At the school gate, 2 bright red banners stood out. Warm congratulations to our school's Magic Duel team for winning the Magic Duel competition. Warm congratulations to our student Fang Che for winning the individual Magic Duel competition. Under the gloomy sky, with dark clouds gathering and a gentle breeze rustling the vibrant red banners, Fang Che's eyes lit up at the sight through the bus window. A sense of pride surged within him, akin to the joy of returning home in glory. Principal Zhaiku personally welcomed everyone and especially praised Fang Che. After all, Zhaiku had learned from Su Shangxing that Fang Che's outstanding performance was crucial to the unexpected success of the second high school in the magic competition. Zhaiku even promised that the members of the magic team would receive 20 merit points and a reward of 5,000 good deeds. Since Feng Che was a double champion, his reward was doubled. If they achieved good results in the national competition, there would be even more generous rewards. Feng Che's face flushed with excitement and determination. Back in the advanced training class, he was greeted with enthusiastic cheers as all the students warmly welcomed the return of their heroes. Especially Cheng Shi, whose body jiggled with excitement as he proudly proclaimed, "The champion of the Flying Thunder Immortal City Magic Competition, Feng Che, is my brother." Cheng Shi held his chin high, feeling prouder than if he had won the championship himself. The sky was overcast, as if preparing for a downpour. A black car sat quietly, with someone inside chewing gum, the sound of a bubble popping audibly. Eyes peered through the car window, watching as the second high school's bus slowly entered the school. Shuele leaned back in the leather seat, gazing at the bright red banner hanging at the entrance of the second high school, chewing gum with a smirk. Impressive, a champion in the individual competition. If it weren't for sealing my cultivation for this mission, would I have lost to you? Shuele thought defiantly, twisting his neck with a glint of malice in his eyes. Yet soon, a peculiar smile crossed his face. TSK, TSK. Seems my instincts were right. This spiritual root is truly alluring. A heavenly spiritual root, perhaps? A delightful surprise. If I could absorb this heavenly spiritual root, I might be able to establish a foundation in one go. However, my current identity has important tasks, so I can't reveal myself. But that's not a big issue. I'll just treat it as a personal vendetta, need to handle it discreetly, seamlessly. Shuele looked at the vibrant banner at the entrance of the second high school, then glanced down at the documents in his hand. As the gum bubble burst with a pop, a rumbling thunder echoed in the sky, and large raindrops began to fall, splattering against the car window. With Shuele's peculiar laugh and the roar of the engine, the black car spun its wheels and plunged into the steadily falling rain. The rain continued to fall steadily, with the gentle sound of raindrops filling the air. A black sedan stood quietly in front of the puppet factory, just as the workday was ending. Workers emerged one by one, holding black umbrellas as they moved through the gray world. The puppet factory, one of Fei Lei Xian's main enterprises, sprawled across a vast area and housed 12 buildings, each serving a different function. It was here that Fang Qingyun and Chen Shooting met, fell in love, and eventually started a family, welcoming their child, Fang Che. Today was unlike any other. Fang Qingyun chose not to work overtime, but instead walked home under an umbrella with his wife, Chen Shooting. On this special day, they were celebrating their son Fang Che's victory in a magical duel competition. The thought of Fang Che soon representing his school in the national competition filled them with pride. They fondly remembered when they could only watch such competitions on TV, and now their son was a participant. The couple supported each other as they walked home, raindrops sliding off the umbrella and splashing onto the ground. Suddenly, a black sedan pulled up beside them, and a young face appeared as the window rolled down. Chewing gum, the young man smiled warmly. "Hello, Uncle and Auntie. I'm Shuele, a friend of Fang Che." Meanwhile, Fang Che had just finished a 6-hour advanced class. His focus on learning earned him 60 diligence points, which doubled to 120 points with the help of the Ling sandbag. Despite having won the magical duel competition, he remained diligent. His encounter with reserve member Zhou Chaoyang the previous night highlighted his weaknesses in physical techniques and reinforced his determination to improve. In the principal's office, Fang Che, Luo Liuli, Jia Shengli, and their team leader Su Shangxing gathered. Principal Zhaike sat in his chair, looking at Fang Che and Luo Liuli with satisfaction. Zhaike looked at the students in front of him with a hint of regret on his face. "It's a pity you couldn't make it to the finals of the Flying Thunder Immortal City Magic Duel Competition. The finals were supposed to be a 3-3 format, and the combined attack spells you've been practicing for half a month ended up having no use." His expression turned serious. "However, there's no need to dwell on it too much. This combined attack spell will definitely come in handy in the national competition. Although the city competition is over, you must not relax. In half a month, you'll be representing Flying Thunder Immortal City and Second High School at the national competition in the capital of Xia. This is not only about the honor of Second High, but also a crucial opportunity for you to showcase your abilities." Zhaiku's wrinkled face broke into a smile. "If you can stand out in the national competition, it will greatly benefit your future cultivation." Turning to Su Shangxing, he continued, "Xiao Su, you need to lead them in special training over the next 2 weeks, increasing the training volume from before. The national competition is on a completely different level from the city competition. Now that you've made it to the nationals, aim for the top 5. But even securing 5th place is no easy feat." His tone grew even more solemn. "I've heard that some top-tier Immortal Sect high schools are highly competitive, forcing students into intense training, with some reaching the foundation establishment stage as early as their 2nd year. Xiao Su, you should understand the gap between the foundation establishment and Qi refining stages. Most importantly," Zhaiko emphasized, The national competition will be watched by high-level representatives from the 3 top Immortal Cultivation universities and 10 key universities. Performing well could even earn you a spot for independent enrollment. This is truly a chance to change your future. Su Shangxing nodded seriously. Rest assured, Principal, we won't slack off in the coming weeks. I'll keep a close eye on them. As he spoke, he gave Jia Shengli a meaningful look, pointing 2 fingers at his eyes and then at Jia Shengli, clearly signaling, I'll be watching you. He wasn't worried about the diligence of Feng Che and Luo Liuli, but rather concerned about how to manage their training load. However, Jia Shengli, who tended to slack off, definitely needed special attention. Hey Lao Su, what's with that look? Jia Shengli immediately retorted. Where's the basic trust between people? Am I just a slacker with no other redeeming qualities? Afterward, Jiaku distributed rewards in his office. Feng Che, having won both the team and individual championships, received a generous reward of 40 merit points and 10,000 virtue points. This put him in a great mood as he left the principal's office. As Feng Che walked, he pondered his next steps. First, he planned to find teacher Nan Lihua for a talisman-making class and demonstrate his proficiency as a first-rank high-grade talisman maker. It was the perfect opportunity to try out the boundary-breaking talisman drawing technique, reward he had obtained from the panel. Just the name of this talisman suggested it was extraordinary, something he hadn't seen in any talisman-making books, which filled him with anticipation. Once the talisman class ended, he intended to head to the training room for cultivation and take some time to visualize the wrathful king. Once I gather the keys from the treasure chests to open the divine training tower, I can try it out again tonight when I get home, Feng Che muttered to himself. The name suggests it has something to do with training. Perhaps it will offer him a pleasant surprise in terms of diligence. It's raining. Watching the drizzle outside, creating a misty haze as it hits the ground, Feng Che sighed. Perhaps due to his fire spirit root, he wasn't fond of rainy days. Braving the light rain, he dashed to the adjacent talisman crafting building. Suddenly, the phone in Feng Che's pocket rang. It was his mother, Chen Shooting. Feng Che glanced at it and answered with a smile. Hello. Che, come home early tonight. I've made your favorite cola chicken wings. Don't train too late. You have a classmate waiting at home to celebrate your victory in the combat competition, Chen Shooting said while washing vegetables. Feng Che initially wore a smile, but gradually, it faded. With a heavy step, he stopped in his tracks, staring at the gray, rainy sky outside the corridor. My classmate. Feng Che squinted. A classmate close enough to come to his house. Cheng Shi? Impossible. Cheng Shi was just in the advanced class copying homework. How could he be at his house already? That classmate is called Shui Lei, from Tigao. He said he's your elementary school friend and heard you became the champion of the combat competition. He came specifically to congratulate you, so your dad and I invited him over for dinner, Chen Shooting explained. Shui Lei. Feng Che suddenly remembered the name, a contestant from Tigao. In the team competition, Feng Che had defeated him soundly. They weren't friends, nor were they elementary schoolmates. So what's really going on? Feng Che halted in the corridor, frowning, sensing something was amiss. Could it be dissatisfaction from losing the competition? Or perhaps revenge? This thought crossed Feng Che's mind, but something felt off. There was a faint sense of danger in the air. If it were revenge, wouldn't they just confront him at the school gate? Would Feng Che refuse a fight? He'd welcome a free sparring partner. But avoiding the school and waiting at his house seemed like an attempt to evade the strong individuals at the school, as if they were up to something shady. Mom, please entertain him well. I'll be home soon, Feng Che said, his smile returning. Then he hung up the phone. After hanging up, his expression turned serious. The light rain seemed to freeze under the sudden intensity of his demeanor. The sky was as dark as ink, and the rain relentlessly pounded the ground. Feng Che stood still, his fingers tightly gripping his phone, a glint of coldness in his eyes. He recalled the scene where Shui Lei humiliatingly defeated Jia Shengli in the magic duel competition. Such unsportsmanlike behavior disgusted him. Now, instead of confronting him directly, Shui Lei chose to threaten his parents, which seemed even more bizarre. Feng Che forced himself to calm down. Although the thought of his parents being targeted ignited a murderous intent within him, he knew he couldn't violate the laws of the immortal sect. He had recently acquired the talent of diligence, making up for lack of skill, and his spiritual roots had evolved into heavenly spiritual roots, promising a bright future. It wasn't worth jeopardizing everything over a moment of impulsiveness. Besides, Shui Lei might have powerful backing. Just as he was about to contact his teacher, Su Shangxing, a familiar voice called out. Nan Lihua was nearby, shaking water off his umbrella, his robe accentuating his extraordinary presence. Seeing this formidable figure, whose strength rivaled that of the Golden Core stage, Feng Che's eyes lit up. What happened? Nan Lihua noticed Feng Che's serious expression and furrowed his brow. Feng Che laid out the situation with Shui Lei. Nan Lihua squinted, astutely identifying the key point. For someone like Shui Lei to find out your family's details so quickly is unusual. Without strong backing, he couldn't have obtained such detailed information so fast. Let's go. I'll go with you. Nan Lihua said as he sent a message to Su Shangxing. Whether there's trouble or not, we must make this trip. With Nan Lihua's support, Fang Che felt reassured. After pausing his talisman-making class for the day, the two left the second high school. The rain intensified as they reached Chuanshou Road in Fei Lei Immortal City. The old street was flooded, and rainwater dripped incessantly from the mango trees lining the road. Below the old apartment complex, Nan Lihua used a breath concealment talisman to completely hide his presence. No one below the golden core stage can sense me, Nan Lihua said calmly. You go ahead, I'll follow. Fang Che nodded in agreement, opened his umbrella, and walked into the complex. Raindrops shattered against the umbrella, creating a misty veil of water. Climbing the staircase, which smelled even more of rust due to the rain, Fang Che watched as raindrops from his umbrella left a winding trail on the ground. He turned back, knowing that Nan Lihua had disappeared from sight, yet he could still sense his presence behind him, which gave him some comfort. Mom, Dad, I'm home. Fang Che composed himself and called out as he opened the door, just like he always did. Upon entering the living room, he saw his father, Fang Qingyun, happily chatting with Shui Lei on the sofa. Even upon seeing Shui Lei, Fang Che maintained a smile on his face. Back already? Shui Lei turned to Fang Che with a bright smile. Fang Che simply nodded and then said to his father, Dad, could you help Mom in the kitchen? Fang Qingyun paused, sensing something amiss, but he got up without saying much and left. As he stepped into the kitchen, the atmosphere in the room suddenly shifted, as if they had entered a distorted space-time. Don't worry, Shui Lei said, lounging comfortably on the sofa with his legs crossed. I'm only interested in you. Ordinary people don't concern me. Killing them would just dirty my hands and affect the purity of my aura. I'm not like those low-level types who only know how to kill. I have aspirations. Having you back is enough. The Moon Ghost Eightfold formation is already in place, and your parents can't sense us. Fang Che keenly felt the fluctuations from the activated formation around them and asked, So, you're here because I defeated you in the magic duel competition, and you want to settle the score? Shui Lei wagged his finger and laughed. Of course not. Do you really think I would lose to you? I just couldn't use many of my methods. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lasted 3 moves against me. His tone was full of inflated confidence. Fang Che frowned, about to speak, when a powerful attack from outside suddenly caused ripples in the formation. At the same time, in the kitchen, Chen Shooting came out with a freshly cooked dish, only to find the living room empty, and she stood there in surprise. Fang Qingyun silently emerged, his expression serious as he took a cigarette from his pocket, tapped it on the back of his hand, and lit it. He took a deep drag and murmured to himself, cultivating immortality is indeed very dangerous. Fang Qingyun gazed out the window, internally wrestling with the pros and cons of allowing his son, Fang Che, to continue pursuing the path of immortality. Old Fang. He just left without even a word. Chen Shooting complained as she walked in with a dish she had just finished cooking. I made so much. If we wait until tomorrow, it won't be fresh anymore. She suddenly noticed the cigarette in Fang Qingyun's hand and scolded him with wide eyes. Didn't I tell you not to smoke at home? It could affect our son's cultivation. Fang Qingyun chuckled sheepishly, took one last drag, exhaled a smoke ring through his nose, and then stubbed out the cigarette. He took the dish from his wife's hands, reassuring her. Don't worry, once Ache is back, we can finish it all. It won't last until tomorrow. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the dilapidated apartment complex, rain poured down heavily, pooling on the uneven concrete. Suddenly, the water exploded as 2 figures shot into the sky, parting the curtain of rain before lightly landing on the water's surface, hovering like dragonflies. Nan Lihua, dressed in his ceremonial robes, stood firm, untouched by the rain. His internal power surged, causing his robes to flutter in the wind. Sensing the presence of the Moon Ghost Eightfold array enveloping the entire complex, a serious expression crossed his face as he looked towards the figure across the rain. It was an old man shrouded in a black robe, wearing a hood, leisurely puffing on a pipe. The genius Talisman Master of Fei Lei Immortal City. Nan Lihua. The old man's raspy voice emerged from beneath the hood. A bit troublesome, but not a big deal. Nan Lihua held a Xianhuang talisman paper between his fingers, his gaze sharp as a sword. Shishin sect. The old man took another drag from his pipe, a smile spreading across his wrinkled face, revealing yellowed teeth. Indeed. Sensing the ebbing fluctuations of the Moon Ghost Eightfold array, Shui Lei glanced towards the door, sneering. Oh? You really called someone, not even a shred of trust. If that's the case, let's make this quick. Before he finished speaking, a serpentine force of magic emerged around Shui Lei, gradually entwining with a dense black aura. This power transformed into a formidable black python of magic, exuding the formidable aura of a 9th-level Qi refining cultivator. The black python opened its massive maw, unleashing a thunderous roar at Fang Che. In the room, black energy coiled like a serpent, releasing a suffocating pressure. Fang Che narrowed his eyes, fixating on the suddenly transformed Shui Lei. Although he was only at the 7th level of Qi refinement, he had once defeated an opponent at the 9th level. However, the pressure from Shuelei was far more intense than that of the demonic cultivator he had slain, even surpassing that of Zhou Chaoyang from the night before. A demonic cultivator? Fang Che asked, suppressing the excitement in his voice. Yes, a demonic cultivator. Are you scared? Shuelei's black hair flowed, his lips tinged with an eerie black. This is my true identity. The demonic path is where my true power lies. As a prodigy recruited by the Shishin sect, Shuelei, who had mastered the top-tier technique, devouring root demonic cannon, was confident in defeating an opponent 2 levels below him. The frustration from losing to Fang Che in the previous competition had now transformed into a frenzied killing intent. More importantly, Fang Che's unique spiritual root made him a tempting target. Bang! The black energy serpent shot out like lightning, aiming directly for Fang Che's heart. After his spiritual awareness breakthrough, Fang Che reacted swiftly, unleashing a powerful punch. The explosive force shattered the black energy into inky fragments, which then reformed into even more serpents, swarming around his arm. Ha! Brute force is useless against me. You're too weak. Shuelei laughed maniacally, displaying the typical madness of a demonic cultivator. Fang Che retreated with a push of his toes, but the black energy had already entwined his arm, corroding it and threatening to freeze his internal energy. He frowned and called out softly, "Crimson flame. Flame ring." In an instant, sparks ignited, transforming into a rapidly spinning crimson ring of fire that enveloped his arm. The ring contracted sharply, severing all the black serpents, allowing Fang Che to escape and create distance. Shuelei's laughter abruptly stopped. Watching Fang Che easily break through his magical python, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Qian, you've actually integrated a rare element of the world into your magic. You're much stronger than during the magic competition," Shuelei remarked softly. He had withdrawn from the contest early, missing the chance to witness Fang Che's subsequent matches. All he knew was that this cultivator, who had just broken through the 7th level of Qi refinement, had emerged victorious among many skilled practitioners at the 8th and 9th levels. It's a pity, though. This rare element is too weak. Qian is the weakest among true flames, Shuelei sneered. While the blazing sun flame can suppress demonic cultivators somewhat, what is that to someone with enough power? His crimson tongue flicked across his black lips. I know you're strong in physical combat, so I'll shatter your confidence in your strongest domain. A shattered spirit root is much more delicious. Before he finished speaking, the black magical pythons had already wrapped around him, forming a suit of armor that glowed with an eerie light. Behind the armor, several black spears floated, their tips exuding a menacing sharpness. The flame rings on Fang Che's arms spun, extinguishing the remnants of the black magic. Seeing Shuelei clad in armor, a surge of battle spirit welled up inside him. This demonic cultivator was indeed formidable. If he could defeat him, the rewards and merits would surely be substantial. Prepare to die, Shuelei sneered. Your parents love you so much. After your death, I'll reluctantly send them to join you. Though I disdain killing ordinary people, for you, I'm willing to try. The atmosphere in the room instantly froze. An icy killing intent flickered in Fang Che's eyes. I'll beat you to a pulp and shut your arrogant mouth. He removed the spirit-binding sandbags from his hands and feet, and as they hit the ground, several deep pits formed. The 8 desolations burst within Fang Che, surged like a river, his hair flying as white lightning flashed in his eyes. With a single step, Fang Che transformed into a streak of white light, appearing instantly before Shuelei. The white thunder fiend surged, and a punch infused with the force of thunder from the 8 desolations burst was unleashed, filling the air with a scorching aura. The spears behind Shuelei shot out like flying swords, while he raised his black-armored arm to counter. Boom! Fist met fist, and black magic clashed with white lightning, exploding with a thunderous impact. The shockwave swept through the room, shattering everything inside into pieces. Ripples of energy spread through the air as Shuelei stood firmly in the arena, clad in armor and exuding a powerful aura. Despite the 3 powerful strikes of the Bahuang blast landing on his armor, he remained unmoved, as steadfast as Mount Tai. Fang Che landed lightly, a slight furrow in his brow. He brought his fingers together like a sword, and in an instant, a white lightning force gathered at his fingertips, transforming into a sharp blade of thunder that pierced forward. The lightning's path was accompanied by a piercing screech, like the cry of 1,000 birds. You've truly grown much stronger. No wonder you won the individual championship in the magic duel. Shuelei squinted at his opponent, his tone filled with admiration, which quickly turned into a frenzy. Impressive, impressive. Now dot. This was the after effect of cultivating demonic path technique's unpredictable mood swings. Suddenly, Shuelei bent over, launching a barrage of black spears from his back like a torrential rain towards Fang Che. These spears were razor-sharp, capable of inflicting severe damage with just one strike. In this critical moment, Fang Che's awareness became unprecedentedly clear. A lotus platform appeared in his eyes, and his spiritual consciousness operated at full capacity, making everything around him seem to slow down. He pushed his LV-4 level dueling talent to its limits, channeling the Bahuang blast energy into his legs. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 explosive sounds, the ground shattered into pieces. Using the flying debris as cover, Fang Che converted the explosive energy into acceleration. His figure flickered, each step bringing more speed, moving faster and faster. With the synergy of extreme speed and heightened awareness, he precisely dodged all the incoming black spears. Shuelei's manic grin froze. How could a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement display such astonishing speed, perception, and sword energy? Disbelief spread across his eyes. By the time he realized the danger and attempted to retreat, it was too late. Fang Che descended like a bolt of lightning, and the white, thunderous sword energy from his fingertip pierced through Shuelei's body without any resistance. The room fell into a dead silence, as if time had frozen at that moment. Shuelei's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at his body, pierced through. The lightning sword energy that burst from Fang Che's fingertips effortlessly tore through his black magic armor, piercing flesh and emerging from his back. The intense pain spread along his nerve endings, causing Shuelei's eyes to fill with bloodshot veins instantly. The characteristic of the White Thunder Sha, being extremely strong and yang, had a powerful restraining effect on demonic magic. His proud black magic armor melted away like snow under the sword's lightning. Fang Che's expression was cold and determined as he lunged forward, his arm plunging deep into Shuelei's chest. Blood splattered as the terrifying force pushed Shuelei back until he crashed heavily against the wall. Bricks shattered and flew as their figures burst out of the building, breaking through the railing and falling into the pouring rain. Fang Che landed at a distance, observing calmly. Shuelei shakily stood up, revealing a gaping hole in his chest where his heart had been slashed apart. Yet he stubbornly clung to life. In the rain, under Shuelei's array, the world seemed to shrink down to just the two of them in their duel. Rain soaked Fang Che's hair, dripping down his chin. The White Thunder Sha still crackled at his fingertips, his left hand wielding the fiery ring, and his right the sword's lightning energy, standing proudly in the storm, eyes sharp and focused. Shuelei coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his shattered heart barely held together by the black magic that enveloped it. The rainwater on the ground turned red with blood, pain and shock breeding fear in his heart. Fang Che's strength far exceeded expectations. Suddenly, Shuelei's aura surged dramatically, becoming bizarre and monstrous. His black magic exploded, engulfing him. When the smoke cleared, a real black serpent appeared where he had been, its scales glistening coldly in the rain. Fang Che, to push me to this extent, I acknowledge you as the champion of the individual magic duel. The serpent spoke in human words. But now, I will tear you apart completely. The giant serpent emanated dense demonic energy, like a demon crawling out of hell, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. The rooftop had long since turned to ruins, debris scattered, cracks spreading, as if it had endured a violent earthquake, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Rain relentlessly washed over the ruins, the sound of water ever present. Nan Lihua hovered in the air, his hair flowing with the wind. A brilliant light emanated from the center of his forehead, where an exquisite spiritual platform glowed intensely. The falling rain twisted around him, failing to touch his clothes. His robe flapped loudly, and from the wide sleeves, thousands of orderly mystical talismans flew out, swirling around him. This mastery of talisman manipulation filled the air with a terrifying energy. Across from him, an old man had revealed his true form, his black hood shattered, exposing a chilling visage. One half of his face had turned to stone, while the other half, though flesh, was shriveled and lifeless like a skeleton. He bit down on a smoking pipe, his expression complex as he studied Nan Lihua, the top third-tier talisman master of Fei Lei Immortal City, truly living up to the reputation. The old man remarked. Do you dare to praise me? Shut up, you thief of the Shishin sect, Nan Lihua retorted coldly, his voice full of disdain. The old man let out a low chuckle. So arrogant, you geniuses of the immortal sects are all so conceited. But I've killed many arrogant geniuses like you. At the brink of death, they beg like ordinary ants, tears streaming, utterly pathetic. Puffs of smoke circled from his pipe as he continued. Just like that high school student targeted by Shuelei. He's doomed. You should be worried. You can't save him. By now, Shuelei has had plenty of time to take his life. A cold smile crept onto the old man's lips. Our original target wasn't that student, but Shuelei said his spiritual root is as fragrant as a heavenly root. Who knew that such a small school would hide 2 heavenly roots? What a delightful surprise. Before he finished speaking, a crimson light flashed in the old man's eyes, and the petrification spread to his neck. His aura surged, and a thumb-sized blood-patterned golden core appeared in the air. Although not a true golden core, it still demonstrated his pseudo-core strength. Nan Lihua felt a chill in his heart. He had intended to quickly defeat the opponent to rescue Feng Che, but this demonic cultivator's strength far exceeded expectations. Damn, what is Su Shangxing doing? I've notified him ages ago, where is he? Damn it, forcing me to use my big treasure just to deal with you, monster. He pulled out an ebony box and opened the lid to reveal a golden talisman quietly lying inside. The terrifying pressure from the talisman instantly spread, causing the petrifying old man's expression to change dramatically. A third-grade middle-tier talisman, roared Shuelei, who had taken the form of a black python. Feng Che, surrender your spiritual root to me. I need your help to advance my cultivation, to transform my flood dragon into a magic dragon. His eyes glowed with a crimson hue, and his enormous blood-red maw revealed sharp fangs. With his furious roar, a powerful surge of spiritual consciousness erupted in the space around them. The rain, falling from the sky, exploded into a fine mist under the force of this power, enveloping the surroundings. The black python's figure darted swiftly to Feng Che's side, its massive body coiling around him instantly, and its large head lowering towards Feng Che's crown. Boom! A familiar soul-seizing technique surged forth, even stronger than the one Feng Che had encountered from a demonic cultivator in the guarded land. Despite having condensed a robust spiritual platform, Feng Che found himself momentarily dazed by the force of this attack. In his sea of consciousness, a colossal black python emerged, majestic and terrifying. Through Shuelei as a conduit, an indescribable presence cast a soul-crushing gaze upon him. In this critical moment, atop Feng Che's lotus spiritual platform, a figure suddenly appeared clad in a red Taoist robe, holding divine fire, and seated with bare feet. This wrathful deity, with a fierce gaze, formed a lotus seal with its hands, and the 8 trigrams mark in its palm shone brilliantly. The third eye on its brow slowly opened, weaving purple lightning, as wings covered in runes spread out, displaying an expression of righteous fury. Abomination, it roared, casting a single, wrathful glare. The majestic black flood dragon instantly disintegrated like sand in the wind, dissolving into countless tiny particles that scattered into the heavens, and earth it was vanquished with a single look. In reality, just as Shuelei was triumphantly tightening his coils around Feng Che, ready to devour his spiritual root, Feng Che suddenly opened his eyes, with purple lightning interwoven within them. Shuelei let out a piercing scream as blood spurted from his eyes. Feng Che, invigorated and brimming with murderous intent, unleashed the force of the 8 desolations burst, breaking free from the python's constriction. He leapt up, his fingertips releasing sword chi imbued with lightning, slicing through the rain curtain like a wrathful thunderbolt. Time seemed to freeze. With the swift, cutting sword chi, Shuelei's menacing python head fell to the ground. Thud! With a heavy sound, the head of the black python, once Shuelei, crashed to the ground, splashing bloody water everywhere. The severed neck spewed blood, instantly turning the surrounding puddles a glaring red. The enormous head lay there, eyes filled with disbelief, frozen in a final expression of shock and terror. How? How could this happen? The black python gasped in a hoarse, despairing voice, struggling in its final moments. Once destined for greatness, to become a pillar of the Shishin sect, he now met his end at the hands of a high school student. Although Feng Che's lethal sword stroke severed his head, the true fatal blow was delivered within his mind. Shuelei's prized possession, the Shishin Techniquian awe-inspiring presence that simulated the primordial spirit, derived from fragments of the cosmic celestial gate, was effortlessly obliterated. This unexpected turn of events left him defenseless, leading to his decapitation and death. As the head hit the ground, the massive snake body transformed into a headless human form, collapsing heavily. The blood-soaked rain gradually washed away its color, the heat dissipating, leaving only a pale, cold corpse. The thunder's roar slowly faded into the distance with the rain. Drenched from head to toe, Feng Che stood beside Shuelei's corpse, his sweat mingling with the rain. Seeing the intact chest, he cautiously drove his sword through the heart to ensure the opponent was truly dead. Only then did he release the thunderous energy from his fingertips, breathing heavily. We won. Feng Che allowed himself a faint smile, still shaken. The battle had been perilous, nearly costing him his life. Shuelei's final black python form was bizarre and unpredictable. Though its physical strength was manageable, its spiritual attacks were terrifying. The Shishin technique, executed in an instant, likely reached foundation establishment level. Had Feng Che not countered it with his own fierce determination, subduing that majestic black serpent within his mind, he would have perished. So strong. I barely won. Feng Che reflected inwardly. Being the champion of the Fei Lei Immortal City competition is insignificant. True strength is what matters, and I'm far from enough. A mere high school student from the Shishin sect almost took my life. From today, I must increase my daily training from 14 to 18 hours. Feng Che's gaze was resolute. He knew he wasn't a genius. Today's achievement was all due to hard work. He must never forget this dedication. With Shui Lei's death, the surrounding formation lost its core, beginning to twist and collapse, its power fading away. Ding! System notifications flashed before Fang Che's eyes. Killing the demon cultivator earned him 5,000 in specialized diligence and combat skills, with an additional 500 due to the opponent's heavy karma. Successfully obliterating the strong one's primordial spirit will earn him 1,000 in specialized diligence and spiritual awareness. He also acquired the demon cultivation techniques, Shi Shun and Mang Long transformation, which could be converted using diligence. The wrathful king of bright eyes was extremely pleased with his performance in this battle. Fang Che sat down in the puddle, his eyes bright with excitement. The gains from this battle far exceeded expectations, a total of 6,500 diligence points. Even though 6,000 of them were specialized, he couldn't hide his excitement. Boom! The moon ghost eightfold formation surrounding the area suddenly collapsed, and the thin film-like light shield slowly dissipated. Fang Che's smile abruptly vanished. The hallway of the residential area was packed with people, all staring wide-eyed at him and the massive serpent head and headless body beside him. The scene was incredibly awkward. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, the rain poured down in torrents as Nan Lihua was about to use a treasured third-grade mid-tier talisman, but suddenly paused, a gleam of joy flashing in his eyes. Had the counterattack succeeded? He immediately withdrew his spiritual awareness and stopped activating the talisman. The terrifying pressure from the talisman that had even halted the rain dissipated. Across from him, an elderly man with half his body petrified and biting a tobacco pipe showed a look of disbelief. With the moon ghost eightfold formation's dispersal, they both sensed the situation below. Shui Lei's life force had vanished. Impossible. The old man was so shocked that his tobacco pipe fell. How could a mere high school student kill Shui Lei? He was a genius specially trained by the Shishin sect. Tears welled in the old man's eyes as black ripples exploded from beneath his feet, turning the rain into thick mist. Without hesitation, he dove into the mist, beginning his escape. Even with his pseudo-core cultivation, he dared not linger in battle against Nan Lihua, who wielded a third-grade mid-tier talisman. Nan Lihua hovered in the air, his robe billowing, his expression proud. Now you know to flee? Where was your arrogance when you provoked a third-grade talisman master? Before he finished speaking, the thousands of talismans surrounding him poured out like a river. At this moment, on Xuanxiu Road, Flying Thunder Immortal City, in the torrential rain, a figure walked under an oil paper umbrella. He wore a fitted martial robe, a sword box strapped to his back, the hilt of the sword slightly exposed, with jade tassels hanging down. The sword within the box was slowly unsheathing, its hum overpowering the sound of the rain, footsteps, and the occasional passing cars. The Shishin sect elder fleeing from the residential area was battered and bloodied by Nan Lihua's talismans, his clothes in tatters, the petrified half of his body covered in cracks. He staggered onto the roadside mango tree, but suddenly froze. The storm was silent. Turning abruptly, in the dim light, a man stood quietly with an umbrella, the sword from his box fully drawn. They were only 10 yards apart. Under the pouring rain, as night fell, raindrops plummeted from the sky, shattering on the surface of the oil paper umbrella and transforming into a hazy mist. A gentle breeze swept by, softly caressing the tassels hanging from the sword case, making them sway like willow branches. A distance of 10 zhang was neither near nor far for an ordinary person, but for a sword cultivator, it was the optimal range to take a life. On the ground lay an old man, half of his body petrified, blood continuously gushing from his mouth. The torrential rain washed over him, leaving the once mighty pseudo-core cultivator in a wretched state, devoid of any former grandeur. The old man halted, staring intently at the figure 10 Zhangawaya man carrying a sword case and holding an oil paper umbrella. An invisible pressure gripped his heart, paralyzing him with the foreboding sense of death. The Shishin sect, they've set their sights on Fang Che. The old man gritted his teeth. That kid just transitioned from a phantom spiritual root to a true spiritual root, and you've already found him. You Shishin sect bastards are like dogs. Su Shangxing stood in the rain, his expression stern. Under the control of his spiritual sense, his sword slowly slid out of the case, hovering in the air. The eyes of the Shishun sect demon cultivator, half petrified, flickered with surprise and confusion, as if realizing something. You are. The demon cultivator took a deep breath of the cold, rainy air, his pupils contracting sharply. You're a sword walker from the Fei Lei Immortal City's combat team. Cold sweat trickled down the demon cultivator's forehead. To kill a student from the second high, a sword walker was dispatched? No. It should be said that the true identity of the sword walker was hidden among the second high students. Boom! Black mana erupted from beneath the old man's feet, sending rainwater surging around like crashing waves. Su Shangxing held the umbrella in one hand and gripped the long sword with a frayed cloth-wrapped hilt in the other. As his slender fingers touched the damp hilt, Su Shangxing's robes quivered, and the surrounding raindrops transformed into a fine mist. The man, once gentle as jade, instantly exuded a deadly aura, his entire being radiating intense sword energy, even the fine hairs on his neck becoming exceptionally sharp. Man as sword, born for the sword. Holding the sword and umbrella, Su Shangxing stepped forward. In just 3 strides, he crossed the Tianzhong distance. The water waves stirred by the demon cultivator parted silently, the sword blade slicing through air and raindrops with a piercing screech. The slender long sword in Su Shangxing's hand vibrated at an astonishing speed, vanishing in an instant. The sword's momentum twisted space, tearing through the rain curtain, piercing through the old man's back. Shattered flesh and rainwater intertwined, blooming into a scarlet mandala. Fast, too fast. This is the speed and power of a sword walker. The old man let out a roar, his entire body petrifying, barely holding onto the last threads of life. A pseudocore, etched with blood-red patterns, spun rapidly within him. Countless magical powers surged forth, instantly petrifying the scattered flesh, blood, and rainwater. Amidst the cracking sounds, the fragments gathered into a massive stone hand, which came crashing down towards Su Shangxing. Su Shangxing stood motionless, unafraid beneath his oil paper umbrella. He merely lifted his index finger slightly, and a sword light tore through the sky. With the sound of the sword's song, the enormous stone hand was severed, falling on either side of the umbrella and splashing water over 2 meters high. The gray sword shadow flickered as the sword struck again. Wherever the sword tip passed, raindrops burst into mist like exploding beads. A twist of the sword, and it pierced through the hardened exterior of the petrified elder, reaching bone and flesh. The sword tip darted swiftly, shattering raindrops, and with a crisp sword song, the tattered cloth-wrapped flying sword glinted coldly and hovered steadily at Su Shangxing's shoulder. His slender fingers grasped the sword hilt as he sheathed the sword and stepped forward. The petrified elder began to crumble, limbs and head falling like a shattered sculpture. The blood-veined false core shattered, the petrification magic dissipated, and the elder's dismembered body sprayed blood, staining the rainwater red. Think you can escape after seeing the face of a sword traveler? Su Shangxing nudged the rain-soaked head, his tone indifferent. Suddenly, a wave of scorching air twisted the rain-filled sky. Nan Lihua descended, talismans whistling from his wide robes. Damn it! Su Shangxing, you kill-stealer! Nan Lihua glared at the dismembered elder of the Shishin sect, furious. He had used talismans to severely injure the false core elder, only for Su Shangxing to swoop in for the final blow. Su Shangxing is such a damn kill-stealer. Useless in everything else, but first in snatching kills. Nan Lihua detested such behavior. Su Shangxing glanced at him coolly. If I hadn't killed him, he would have escaped. Talisman masters, your efficiency in killing is just too slow. This provocation made Nan Lihua grit his teeth. So what if you're a sword cultivator? Alright, no need to fuss over these details. It's just a mere false core demonic cultivator, not worth much merit. At most, I'll give you 1/5 of the credit since you did contribute. Su Shangxing waved dismissively and turned towards the neighborhood. He had already sensed Fang Che's situation, allowing him to remain so composed. As if a talisman master like me needs your measly merit? Nan Lihua rolled his eyes. 1/5? That's peanuts. At least 1/3. Alright, deal. Su Shangxing decided not to argue further on this topic. Take care of the body, he said before entering the residential area. Fang Che slowly stood up, drenched from head to toe. The entire neighborhood was silent. Everyone stared blankly at Fang Che and the body beside him. Fang Che spotted his parents, Fang Qingyun and Chen Shooting, standing by the broken railing. Their eyes showed a mix of relief and pride. After all, it was their son who stood there, while the fallen one was the demonic cultivator. The citizens of the immortal sect were not completely naive. They were aware of the wars over the sect's fragments and the demonic cultivators who roamed among them. However, encountering a demonic cultivator in their midst was extremely rare. As a result, many people whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with fear but also excitement. Their gazes towards Fang Che and his parents became strange and filled with awe. Don't worry, the authorities will handle this, came Su Shangxing's voice from behind Fang Che. Su Shangxing approached, holding an oiled paper umbrella, and looked at Shui Lei's body on the ground. When he saw the hideous black snake head, his usually calm eyes suddenly narrowed. A root-devouring demon python. Shui Lei was actually a demonic cultivator practicing the root-devouring demon scripture and the python dragon transformation. Judging by his cultivation, he was close to establishing his foundation, and you managed to kill him. As a member of the combat team, Su Shangxing was privy to many secrets, which is why he was shocked. Fang Che wiped the rainwater from his face, bewildered, seemingly having no idea about Shui Lei's demonic identity. Su Shangxing understood and changed his approach. Fang Che, by killing this demonic cultivator from the Xixing sect, the reward from the authorities will be exceptionally generous. It's like a fortune has fallen right into your lap. Immense wealth. Fang Che's eyes lit up instantly, and he leaned forward unconsciously. As a cultivator, He knew well that slaying demonic cultivators could yield substantial rewards. Moreover, according to Su Shangxing's hints, the reward for killing a demon spawn far exceeded the usual. Su Shangxing looked at Fang Che with appreciation, but was also secretly astonished. A cultivator at the 7th level of Qi Refinement managed to kill a demon spawn formidable enough to trouble those at the 1st level of the Foundation establishment. However, recalling Fang Che's performance in the competition, he suppressed his doubts. Nan Lihua arrived gracefully, his magic powers circulating around him, shielding him from the falling rain. It's fortunate that Fang Che was cautious and timely in identifying the demonic cultivator, he remarked, casting a cold glance at Su Shangxing. However, your behavior of stealing the kill displeases me. The rain curtain was suddenly torn apart by sword energy, and several figures in uniform descended on swords outside the residential area. Leading them was Zhao Yi, the referee of the competition. He quickly organized his team to handle the scene, collected Shui Lei's body, and asked Fang Che for a detailed account of the incident. Good job, young man. Zhao Yi praised. To kill a demon spawn from the cult of fear during the Qi refinement stage is remarkable. Don't rush to praise, Su Shangxing said seriously. Investigate further along Shui Lei's trail. We might catch those hiding in the shadows. And make sure Fang Che receives his full reward. Rest assured, I'll report to the commander, and he'll make the decision. Zhao Yi nodded in agreement and then led his team away. Shui Lei's identity held great significance for Fei Lei Immortal City, possibly providing a chance for a major crackdown. Although the living room was in disarray, the damage wasn't severe except for the large hole in the wall. Su Shangxing and Nan Lihua sat on the sofa, sipping the hot tea brewed by Chen Shooting. Cold wind mixed with raindrops blew in through the wall hole, but Fang Qingyun chatted happily with the two cultivators. They stayed not only to comfort Fang Che's elderly parents, but also to guard against possible attacks from other demonic cultivators. However, soon the authorities would send people to protect the Fang family against any retaliation. Fang Che didn't join the chit-chat. Instead, after taking a bath, he returned to his room, sat cross-legged, and began to sort through the gains from the battle. The magic power surged within him, as the life-and-death fight had greatly stimulated his potential. Having just recently reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, he now touched the threshold of the 8th level. Having a celestial root is truly refreshing. With a few more days of diligent cultivation, I'll be ready to break through to the 8th level of Qi refining. Fang Che thought to himself, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Compared to his past with a false spiritual root, his current cultivation speed is like night and day. He exhaled a breath of impure air, his gaze clear. The gains from this battle were satisfying. His specialized proficiency in spell combat had increased by 50 points, bringing him closer to level 5. The thought of reaching a new realm of spell combat talent filled Fang Che with anticipation. The unexpected bonus of defeating Shui Lei was the acquisition of 2 demonic cultivation techniques, Soul Seize and Serpent Dragon Transformation. However, directly cultivating these demonic techniques would not only generate demonic energy, but also label him as a demonic cultivator, inevitably leading to trouble. Fortunately, the system seemed to understand the pros and cons and immediately presented options. Demonic Mental Technique Soul Seize requires 100 proficiency points for conversion. Convert. Demonic Enhancement Technique Serpent Dragon Transformation requires 300 proficiency points for conversion. Convert. Fang Che was momentarily stunned, then a look of delight appeared on his face. The conversion costs were so low that the 500 proficiency points gained from defeating Shui Lei were more than enough. With 100 points to spare, convert, he chose without hesitation. The system began to process. Ding. Conversion of demonic techniques in progress. Ding. Soul Seize converted to Divine Roar. Serpent Dragon Transformation converted to 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. Fang Che calmly absorbed the content of the converted techniques, quickly imprinting them in his mind. One was a mental technique, the other an enhancement technique, both rare treasures. However, the cultivation requirements were high, especially the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon, which required dragon blood. He secretly planned to research resources, though he understood that acquiring dragon blood would surely demand a vast amount of merit. Stretching lazily, Fang Che temporarily set aside these techniques that required prerequisites. He reached out to take a bronze key, the Divine Training Tower key he'd previously obtained. In the restricted environment of the guarded area, he couldn't use it, but now he could finally test its wonders. Ding. Environment detected as suitable for activation. Activate Divine Training Tower. Activate, Fang Che replied, focusing his mind. With a thunderous boom, his spiritual consciousness was suddenly struck, his vision going black as if he were falling through clouds. When he opened his eyes again, an enormous octagonal pagoda towered before him, its might so overwhelming that even his spiritual consciousness trembled. Approaching the tower, the massive iron door, 5 meters high, was tightly shut, covered in ancient and profound runes. Even as a talisman master, Fang Che couldn't decipher their mysteries. Creak. The iron door slowly opened, and 2 lines of text appeared. Divine Training Tower Level 1 is about to open. Prepare for special training. Divine Training Tower Level 1 Reward Pool. Specialized Proficiency Celestial Root 10,000. Proficiency 1,000. 10 low-grade Spirit Stones. Feng Che's breath quickened, his face flushed with excitement. The rewards were exceptionally generous, especially the Specialized Proficiency Celestial Root had finally found a new path to enhance his Celestial Root. Let's begin. His entire being trembled with anticipation, unable to wait any longer. What lies within the Shinshuan Tower? Feng Che stood before the tower, filled with curiosity. As the first cultivator to activate the Shinshuan Tower, he had searched online for information, but found nothing. This mysterious structure seemed to exist solely within the realm of the panel. As the gateway opened, a dense aura of spiritual energy coalesced into a ribbon, hovering in the air. The scene gradually became clear, revealing a dreamlike vision before Feng Che. A serene, emerald lake, with a vermilion bridge spanning across it, spring waters touching the clouds, and a pristine, glass-like surface. Most astonishingly, the interior of the Shinshuan Tower was not a building, but a real world. Such an extraordinary feat was truly awe-inspiring. A gentle breeze caressed his face, the grass grew lush, birds flitted about, and spiritual energy lingered, making the lake ripple. Such beauty naturally put one at ease. However, after a moment of appreciation, Feng Che frowned. Where was the training? Where was the so-called divine instruction? Just then, the earth by the lakeside cracked open, and a white jade stele rose from the ground, standing before Feng Che. Words slowly appeared on the stele. Reach the island at the heart of the lake, by any means necessary. Feng Che immediately understood that this was the first challenge of the Shinshuan Tower's first level. Eager to begin, Feng Che focused on the Emerald Lake, channeling his internal magic to his feet, unleashing the force of the 8 Desolation Burst. Boom! The grass exploded beneath his feet as he shot forward like a cannonball, landing on the lake's surface. Water erupted, and his magic-infused feet barely kept him balanced. Feng Che sprinted across the lake, each step sending ripples outward, water splashing, startling the waterfowl. However, after only a few steps, he felt his internal magic draining rapidly, depleting his chi. Refining at the 7th level, this lake seemed to be ravenously consuming his magic. Suddenly, his foot sank, and the magic supporting him dissipated entirely. With a loud splash, he plunged into the Emerald Lake. Underwater, his hair and clothes billowed like seaweed, severely limiting his vision. At that moment, faint lights appeared in the lake. Feng Che extended his spiritual sense and discovered a school of plump fish, their swollen bellies glowing like lanterns. Even more shocking, these fish opened their mouths to release sharp blades, slicing through the water with incredible speed. Swish! Feng Che was shocked to find his spiritual sense severed by the fish. Sensing an undercurrent, he saw one of the glowing-bellied fish speeding towards him like a ghostly lantern in the night. Feng Che immediately summoned his energy and blood, unleashing the 8 Desolation Bursts force, and fiercely kicked the water to try and evade. In the midst of the Emerald Lake, Feng Che's movement slowed as if he were trapped in thick glue. The resistance of the water was far greater than normal, almost immobilizing him. Suddenly, a cold flash streaked by. A blade spat out by an anglerfish pierced through his body. Blood spread in the water, forming a crimson cloud. As the scent of blood dispersed, the surrounding anglerfish went into a frenzy. They surged towards him from all directions like cats drawn to fish. Amidst the muffled thuds, Feng Che felt himself being devoured by the vicious fish. When he opened his eyes again, he stood on the peaceful lakeshore. A gentle breeze blew, and the Emerald Lake remained calm and mirror-like. His eyes fell on a white jade stele displaying. Island challenge failed. Duration, 15 seconds. Such a short-lived weakling. Right on point. Feng Che gritted his teeth. It's that familiar cheeky panel, that familiar taunt. Through observation, he gradually understood the rules. Crossing the Emerald Lake and reaching the central island counted as a successful challenge. However, the duration displayed hinted at some time limit. Even reaching the island without meeting the standards still meant failure. On his second attempt, Feng Che launched himself and sprinted across the lake's surface. But his mana was continually drained by the water, and he eventually sank. After 5 seconds, he had to concede defeat. Lying on the soft grass, he lasted 20 seconds this time, 5 seconds longer than before, but still far from enough. Late at night, the heavy rain outside had ceased. Feng Che sat cross-legged on his bed, opening his eyes. He had exhausted his 10 challenge attempts. Despite his spiritual fatigue and physical weakness, he couldn't accept failure. I'm just a short-lived weakling, not worthy of rest. Feng Che slung his backpack over his shoulder and stepped out the door. In the living room, Su Shangxing, Nan Lihua, and Feng Qingyun were chatting over tea. "Ah Che, where are you going so late?" Feng Qingyun asked. "Dad, I'm too weak. I must continue training." "I'm going to the school's training room," Feng Che replied firmly. "It's late, and you've just been through a battle. You should rest, Nen Lihua advised. Su Shangxing merely shook his head, well aware of his student's relentless dedication. A single tear slipped from Fang Che's eye, tinged with humiliation as he said, "Teacher, there's no need to persuade me. I know just how weak I am. I'm just a short-lived weakling. I'm not worthy of rest." Nan Lihua was left speechless, unable to find words in response. In the end, Nan Lihua and Su Shangxing couldn't stop Fang Che. Although they didn't understand his persistence, his diligence moved them. Upon arriving at the school, Fang Che headed straight to the cultivation room. As a student in the advanced class and a champion of the magic duel competition, he was not only entitled to free use of the cultivation room, but also had special access to the second-tier facilities. He began by practicing his Qi refinement techniques, focusing on refining the spiritual liquid in an attempt to break through to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Although he fell just short of the breakthrough, he wasn't discouraged. He then moved to the meditation room and started visualizing the image of the wrathful Ming King. In his mental world, the image of the Ming King gradually solidified, and his once dilapidated spiritual platform began to improve bit by bit. After 4 hours of intense cultivation, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! You've completed a night of plain and simple all-nighter, item bonus, Diligence 80. Young man, don't stop. Fang Che slowly opened his eyes. A faint line of light appeared at the center of his forehead, resembling the third eye of the wrathful Ming King. His powerful spiritual awareness surged within the room for a while before gradually calming down. Besides, Sofly was just one step away from forming a flawless spiritual platform and truly entering the spiritual platform realm. The training in the Divine Training Tower is indeed effective, Fang Che mused to himself. When dealing with those lantern swordfish in the lake, I must constantly guard against their ability to sever spiritual awareness, which has unwittingly improved my control over my spiritual awareness. To continue running on the lake's surface, precise control of mana is essential. As he exited the meditation room, a resentful gaze suddenly swept over him, making his hair stand on end. Looking up, he saw Luo Lioli standing in the morning light, her lips pursed, staring at him like an ice and snow elf. Ahaha, old Luo. Fang Che laughed awkwardly. Fang Che, you're secretly working hard again. Luo Lioli muttered. He was supposed to inform her so they could work hard together. Did he think she was a burden? Nevertheless, she vowed not to give up. Fang Che quickly took out his phone. Come on, old Luo, let's exchange contacts. I'll definitely notify you before I start cultivating next time. Seeing her expression soften, he proceeded to explain the encounter with the demonic cultivators that night, particularly mentioning that his opponent in the magic duel competition, Shuelei, turned out to be a demonic seed of the Shishin sect. Upon hearing this, a fierce killing intent erupted in Luo Lioli's eyes. Her father had died at the hands of a Shishin sect demonic seed at the Golden Core stage, which was her driving force for relentlessly improving her strength. But what shocked her even more was that Fang Che had already managed to kill a demonic seed. Even the weakest demonic seed possessed foundation establishment-level strength, which meant the gap between them had widened again. Fang Che, I'm going to train diligently, Luo Lioli said before turning and leaving. Fang Che smiled slightly and headed straight to the training ground to practice body techniques, swordsmanship, and spells. Standing in the open area, he closed his eyes, focusing on the memory of the divine roar in his mind. As his spiritual consciousness surged, he suddenly opened his eyes, filled with a sharp gleam. Divine roar. A powerful force erupted from his throat, surging like a tidal wave, almost tearing his throat apart. Roar. The sound quickly turned into a violent cough, and Fang Che clutched his throat, tears nearly coming to his eyes. The difficulty of this mental spell was beyond his expectations. It required precise control of force, along with managing the burst of spiritual power and the intensity of the sound's vibration. But Fang Che was determined and continued practicing. Thus, the training ground occasionally echoed with strange howls in the early morning. At the reception desk of the training area, Zhou Yuqi, who had just started her shift, heard the howling from the training ground and looked puzzled. Did a dog get into the training area? She wondered, quickly shifting her attention to studying the formation paths. When the sunlight dispelled the morning dew, Fang Che finished his training and walked out of the training ground. Hey, Fang Che, you were training in there? Zhou Yuqi asked, looking up. Did you see the dog that was howling like crazy? It wasn't me. I didn't. Don't make things up. Fang Che hastily denied with a hoarse voice. You better stop talking. Zhou Yuqi realized what was happening, wishing she could dig a hole in the floor to escape the awkwardness. Fortunately, Fang Che left quickly, easing the tension. During the subsequent class, Fang Che took the opportunity to rest and relieve his physical and mental fatigue while absorbing knowledge. He pondered his current cultivation statit, the peak of the 7th level of Qi refining. Breaking through was always mysterious and elusive, with some getting stuck at a bottleneck for a long time. Although he now had a heavenly spiritual root, his past experience with a void spiritual root made him particularly cautious. Suddenly, Fang Che remembered the reward he had received for drawing a breakthrough talisman. He logged onto the Immortal Gate network to search for related information, but found very little about the breakthrough talisman. Things from the panel are always top-notch. Feng Che mused to himself. I might as well try drawing a breakthrough talisman. After school, Feng Che packed his bag. Old Cheng, I'm off to the talisman class. Cheng Shi waved with a smile. Go on, go on. I've signed up for a photography class. When you shine in the national competition, I'll be there to capture it. At that moment, Luo Lioli silently appeared by Feng Che's side, her eyes deep and thoughtful. Old Luo, going to learn talisman making is also part of my diligence, Feng Che said with a bright smile. You should hurry to the meditation room and really get into it. I feel like I'm about to break through to the 8th level of qi refining, and you'll soon be surpassed by me. Luo Lioli immediately felt the pressure, and after leaving the classroom, her steps turned from small to large, eventually breaking into a run. Witnessing this, Cheng Shi couldn't help but marvel at how even the cool class monitor was inspired by Feng Che's hard-working spirit, while his own laid-back approach seemed like a rare kind of perseverance. After bidding farewell to Cheng Shi, Feng Che arrived at the talisman class in the talisman teaching building. He stood at the workstation, summoning the knowledge of the breakthrough talisman in his mind, ready to attempt its creation. Feilei Immortal City, Second High School. After the rain, sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting dappled golden light on the wall of the principal's office. Principal Zhai Ke sat upright in his large office chair, a green porcelain teacup in his hand with emerald tea leaves floating inside, and a faint aura rippling across the surface. Su Shangxing and Pei Linglong stood on either side. The incident with little Feng Che being attacked by the Shishin sect was indeed an oversight on our part, Zhai Ke sighed, shaking his head. A student turned out to be a demon seed. The principal of Ti Gao will likely face an investigation. The Shishin sect traitors deserve to be eradicated. Su Shangxing's eyes flashed with a sharp sword-like intent. Zhai Ke chuckled softly. The Shishin sect is nothing more than a bunch of rats. The real threat is the powerful figures from the fragments of the sequence Immortal Gate. However, Feng Che's ability to fight back and defeat a Qi-refining demon seed is impressive. We might have a shot at the top 5 in the national competition. The top 5 might be a stretch, said Pei Linglong, the head teacher of the elite class, frowning. It's challenging, but that kid Feng Che is exceptional, Su Shangxing said firmly. He has great spiritual root talent, strong combat awareness, and such determination. People like him are meant to become strong. Zhai Ke took a sip of tea and pulled a document from the drawer. Speaking of Yinxiao Town, you've heard about it, right? Pei Linglong's eyebrows furrowed slightly. The headquarters of the Beast Blood sect being eradicated? That's right. There are still some low-level demon cultivators hiding among the ordinary people in the town. Every senior high school student can apply to participate in the eradication operation, which serves as a trial before the college entrance exams, Zhai Ke explained. Feng Che and Luo Lioli can participate, and as for Jia Xingli, let him decide for himself. Give them the forms, they'll depart in 3 days, and head straight to the capital for the national competition in half a month. Do other competing high schools have slots too? Su Shangxing raised an eyebrow. Most of the top 10 ranked immortal high schools will send teams to participate. Elite contestants from top immortal cities like the Imperial Capital, Twin Immortal City, and Five Element City are bound to participate. Defeating demonic cultivators not only earns merits, but also allows these merits to be converted into valuable cultivation resources in the battlefield. The strength of these specially trained contestants will only increase day by day, eventually resulting in a significant gap in power. Zhai Ke took a sip of hot tea and spoke slowly. This national contest is the first after the education reform, and all immortal high schools are paying extra attention. Among the teams from the top 3 immortal cities Imperial Capital, Twin Immortal City, and Five Element City, some have already reached the foundation establishment stage. Su Shangxing frowned at this. All right, I'll explain the pros and cons to them and let them decide for themselves. Zhai Ke nodded with a smile. Rewards and risks coexist, and trials are indeed dangerous, requiring careful consideration. We can't make decisions for them. But the path of cultivation is destined not to grow in a greenhouse forever. Only by experiencing the storms outside can one become the most resilient flower. Feng Che closed his eyes and focused, the nascent power of his mind slowly circulating in his embryonic spiritual platform. His consciousness quickly sorted through all the information about the boundary-breaking talisman. Such a talisman couldn't be found online, and a talisman with the name Boundary Breaking was unheard of. No talisman craftsman would dare to be so presumptuous. The primary task was to mix the talisman ink. Ordinary talisman ink lacked sufficient spiritual energy, so Feng Che got up and headed to the large refrigerated cabinet at the back of the talisman crafting classroom. It stored various beast bloods and medicinal liquids needed for drawing spiritual ink. Based on memory, he sought the necessary materials as a fire attribute cultivator. Crafting a first-tier boundary-breaking talisman required corresponding fire attribute beast blood and medicinal liquid, and they had to be of high quality, brimming with energy and potent medicinal properties. Fortunately, The cabinet was well stocked, and he quickly found 2 suitable materials, returning to the workstation to mix them. The resulting talisman ink was a thick crimson, akin to congealed blood, and when he lifted the stirring rod, it even formed threads, containing surging energy. Feng Che took a medium-thick piece of Xianhuang talisman paper, smoothing it out and pressing it with a brush wash. He picked up a wolf hair brush dipped in the thick talisman ink and began drawing. With his level 4 talisman crafting talent, the pattern of the boundary-breaking talisman was vividly clear in his mind, every detail precise. His gaze was firm as he confidently laid down strokes. The spiritual consciousness from his nascent spiritual platform surged outward, making his brush strokes exceptionally steady. The rustling of the brush against the talisman paper was like the gentle rustle of old tree leaves outside the window. Suddenly, there was a boom, and a burnt smell spread as the talisman paper was instantly incinerated by the ink. Feng Che paused, frowning slightly as he began to reflect on his mistake. Taking a deep breath, he picked up another piece of talisman paper and started anew. Failure? Everyone fails at some point. With repeated attempts, success will come. Feng Che remained calm, showing no signs of impatience, a testament to the steady mindset honed by his virtual spiritual root through repeated failures. After class, Nan Lihua entered the talisman crafting class and immediately noticed Feng Che. The previous night's impressive reversal where Feng Che defeated the demonic seed of the Xixing sect had left a deep impression on him. Seeing Feng Che focused on drawing talismans, he became intrigued. Feng Che wasn't just exceptionally talented in magical combat so much, so that even Su Shangxing praised him highly. Even the general of the garrison had extended an olive branch. His talent in talisman crafting was equally outstanding, having publicly drawn a high-grade first-tier talisman, Flowing Fire Cage, during a magical combat competition, leaving Zhou Yun from First High School speechless, proving he wasn't cheating. With his hands behind his back, Nan Lihua slowly walked to Feng Che's workstation. The air was filled with the pungent smell of burnt talisman paper and dried talisman ink. He frowned, observing Feng Che's actions. Dipping the brush in thick talisman ink, his strokes slow and cautious, each one full of focus. Watching the pattern gradually take shape on the Xianhuang talisman paper, the astonishment in Nan Lihua's eyes grew more intense. This isn't right. What kind of talisman is this? Nan Lihua, a renowned third-tier talisman craftsman from Feilei Immortal City, stood before Feng Che's workbench, his gaze fixed intently on the talisman taking shape before him. As a master whose skills rival those of a golden core cultivator, his experienced eyes immediately detected something unusual. The talisman lines drawn by Feng Che exhibited a unique quality, solid, substantial, and unadorned, reminiscent of a devoted cultivator tirelessly honing their skills day after day. This style was something even the well-read Nan Lihua had never encountered in any texts. In the history of the Daxia Immortal Sect, talismans, as a crucial aspect of the 4 arts of cultivation, have developed into numerous schools. From the Beidou school founded by the deity transformation Venerable Beidou to the later emerging Zombie, Fin Thunder, and myriad sword schools, 100 schools of thought contended. Yet what Feng Che demonstrated was an entirely different approach. The talisman class fell silent. The students noticed their usually stern teacher, Nan Lihua, pausing to gaze at a student's work. They put down their tools and quietly gathered around. Feng Che, however, was oblivious to the change around him. He was wholly absorbed in the talisman before him, one of countless attempts. Yet each failure only strengthened his resolve. Through the trials of the God Training Tower, especially the battle with the lantern swordfish, his control over force had reached unprecedented precision. Scarlet ink spread across the Xianhuang talisman paper, and Feng Che's spiritual consciousness wove into it, ensuring the talisman's vitality. This breakthrough talisman, a high-grade first-tier talisman, perfectly matched his peak Qi refining 7th-layer cultivation. While he could easily craft medium or lower-grade talismans, aiming for the best quality was essential for a breakthrough. Rumble. Spiritual consciousness surged from his spirit platform, causing invisible waves of spiritual power to ripple around the workbench. The onlooking students held their breath, realizing that this mysterious talisman was about to be completed. Nan Lihua squinted his eyes. With Feng Che's expression growing more serious, aided by his enhanced skill, each stroke and line was executed with remarkable precision, seamlessly integrating spiritual consciousness, force, and technique. As the final stroke was completed, the mystical paper on the workbench trembled slightly. The edges of the symbol, drawn with red ink, glowed with a golden hue, reminiscent of the evening sky's afterglow. The entire sheet of paper then emitted a bright yellow light, which flickered like a gentle breath 3 times before settling into calmness. Above the symbol-making classroom, threads of spiritual energy were drawn by the still damp ink, slowly seeping into the paper. The breakthrough talisman, it's a success. Feng Che's eyes glimmered with joy as he let out a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. A timely system notification appeared. Diligence 100, Special Diligence Talisman 1000. Your symbol-making skills have improved. Please complete your professional certification soon to receive a special reward. This high-grade first-order breakthrough talisman was far more challenging than the Flaming Prison, and it was his most satisfying work to date. Just as Feng Che was basking in his achievement, a voice from Nan Lihua suddenly broke in. Impressive. A very interesting talisman. The spiritual energy is exceptionally stable, giving a reassuring feel. Did you come up with this yourself? Startled, Feng Che quickly explained. No, I stumbled upon it online and thought it was interesting, so I tried drawing it. I didn't expect it to succeed. Nan Lihua gave Feng Che a deep look. I've never seen this style of symbol path before, stable yet resilient. May I take a look? Even as a teacher, he respectfully sought Feng Che's permission. With Feng Che's nod, Nan Lihua carefully picked up the breakthrough talisman, gently tracing the symbol path with his fingers, his spiritual sense slowly probing in. Suddenly, his expression changed, a sharp pain pierced his mind, and his nose tingled, a trickle of blood snaking down like a small serpent. This scene left everyone present in shock. A third-level symbol master of the 9th foundation stage, experiencing a nosebleed just by sensing the symbol path? The students exchanged bewildered glances, recalling the saying in the symbol-making world, with no distractions, symbol-making becomes divine. Yet here was this renowned symbol enthusiast, having a nosebleed over a talisman, as if beholding an enchanting beauty. Faced with the students' curious stares, Nan Lihua was at a loss for words, yet he continued to be entranced by the talisman. As he caressed the symbol, the blood flowed faster, but he seemed unfazed, even finding joy in it. Hot blood trickled down Nan Lihua's cheeks, his expression betraying an undeniable excitement. Feng Che quietly observed the breakthrough talisman in Nan Lihua's hand, fully aware that this level 3 talisman master had discovered its secrets. Feng Che, I want this talisman, Nan Lihua said, looking directly at Feng Che. A high-grade level 1 talisman usually goes for 10,000 merit points, but I'm willing to pay 30,000. I'm buying not just the talisman, but this special feeling. Deal. Feng Che agreed without hesitation. Nan Lihua promptly transferred the 30,000 merit points. For a level 3 talisman master who no longer worried about merit points, this amount was trivial. Feng Che, you don't mind if I study this talisman, do you? Nan Lihua added. Don't worry, even if I succeed in deciphering it, I won't commercialize it. By the way, you should register and certify at the Talisman Master Association, apply for copyright on this talisman path. That way, when other talisman masters sell your talismans in the future, you'll earn a share. Feng Che nodded in agreement, recalling the panel prompt about special rewards, and then inquired in detail about the professional certification process. After the national competition, you'll be in the capital. I'll take you to get your professional talisman master certification, Nan Lihua said with a smile, then turned to the class. Today is self-study. Focus on drawing talismans. A talisman master needs talent, but even more, the patience to endure solitude. Day after day of practice is the foundation of progress. With that, he eagerly left with his newly acquired breakthrough talisman, clearly eager to share his discovery. Feng Che stayed behind to continue practicing. He was determined to draw another high-grade level 1 breakthrough talisman. After 4 attempts, he finally succeeded again. Despite the low success rate of such high-difficulty talismans, the birth of a new one filled him with ecstatic joy. Even though his spiritual consciousness was depleted, he couldn't contain his excitement and grabbed the breakthrough talisman, heading towards the cultivation area. It was time to officially break through to the 8th level of Qi refining. Under the sparse starlight, crows flew south. In the cultivation area of the second high school of Fei Lacian City, Feng Che walked towards the counter with anticipation, where he saw his senior, Zhou Yuqi, who was organizing books. Senior Zhou, I'd like to book a second-level cultivation room. Feng Che's voice was filled with uncontainable excitement. Zhou Yuqi looked up and saw one of the few people this socially anxious student would actively speak to. She nodded slightly and said, even though you're in the advanced class, the second-level cultivation rooms aren't free. Even with discounts, it's 50 merit points per hour. Book it for 4 hours. Feng Che responded without hesitation, showcasing his ample reserve of merit points. Zhou Yuqi was already accustomed to Feng Che's marathon sessions. Known as the cultivation king at the school, Feng Che was one of the most diligent regulars in the cultivation area, a fact she could attest to. After completing the formalities, Zhou Yuqi suddenly called out to Feng Che as he was about to leave. Senior, what's up? Zhou Yuqi took a deep breath, clenched her fist, and mustered the courage to say, don't give up on cultivating immortality. I hope you continue to work hard and stay true to your original aspirations. Hearing such words from someone with social anxiety was indeed rare. Feng Che was momentarily stunned, then broke into a bright smile. Don't worry, senior. I won't give up. I'll keep working hard to become the most diligent man in the world. Zhou Yuqi smiled gently and continued. I'm leaving soon to participate in a trial. After that, I'll be taking the Immortal Sect exam, so, If fate allows, we'll meet again. Moonlight filtered through the window, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Feng Che nodded solemnly, understanding that this was a farewell. Good luck, senior. Make sure to get into one of the top 3 immortal universities. Who knows, maybe we'll be schoolmates in the future, as every farewell is just preparation for our next meeting. His words revealed his ambition to aim for the top 3 immortal universities of Great Xia. Watching Feng Che enter the cultivation room, Zhou Yuqi clenched her fist and muttered to herself. Zhou Yuqi, look at him, so full of spirit and ambition. You have to keep going. Survive the trial and aim for the top immortal university. Keep pushing yourself. Feng Che entered the second-level cultivation room, a facility equipped with a second-level Kigathering array, a rarity mostly used by senior students. Although the merit point cost was significant, compared to commercial facilities outside, the school's prices were quite reasonable. Rumble. As the second-level Kigathering array activated, a torrent of spiritual energy converged like a vortex, with droplets of spiritual energy seeming to form above the room. Feng Che immediately engaged his qi refining technique, his breath circulating rapidly through his meridians, spiraling in his qi, showcasing his cultivation at the peak of the 7th level of qi refinement. The cultivation speed of the Tianling root is truly remarkable. Feng Che had just recently broken through to the 7th level of qi refinement and was already approaching the bottleneck of the 8th level. Such speed was something he had never dared to dream of when he had a Su Ling root. Feng Che took out a man-made spirit stone and a freshly drawn breaking barrier talisman, but he didn't rush to break through. First, he sat down in a meditative position, closed his eyes, and visualized the wrathful king to slowly restore the spiritual awareness he had expended drawing the talisman. After a full hour of meditation, his spiritual awareness was fully restored. The breakthrough began. As the breaking barrier talisman was activated, the Xianhuang talisman paper burned away, and a beam of light shot from the remnants of the paper into Feng Che's body. This light coursed through his body and then shot out from his Niwen palace to rejoin the light cluster. A miraculous scene unfolded. The light cluster morphed like clay, extending countless threads of mana to form a life-sized model of Feng Che, clearly mapping out all his meridians and the flow of spiritual energy. Several glowing nodes stood out, marking the bottlenecks of his mana. The model began to demonstrate the breakthrough process, mobilizing the spiritual energy in his meridians to attack the bottleneck. After a few tests, it successfully broke through the barrier, and the mana in his meridians instantly became more robust. Even more astonishing, the model not only displayed the entire breakthrough process but also indicated the success rate. This is like the black technology of the cultivation world. Feng Che was amazed. No wonder it was called the Breaking Barrier Talisman. It could mark all the key points and barrier locations of a breakthrough and even demonstrate the specific steps. Cultivators only needed to follow along. Although it couldn't guarantee a 100% success rate, this clear guidance undoubtedly greatly increased the chances of success. With confidence, Feng Che began channeling his mana according to the model's guidance. In less than 10 minutes, with a loud boom, he succeeded in breaking through. His meridians were fully opened, and his cultivation level soared. The spiritual energy in the second-level training room surged into his body, replenishing his qi after the breakthrough. The 8th level of qi refinement was achieved effortlessly. At dawn, Feng Che, emitting heat from his body, dragged himself out of the training ground, still wearing the spirit-binding sandbags. To his surprise, he found Su Shangxing waiting outside. Teacher Su. Su Shangxing keenly sensed the unstable breakthrough aura on Feng Che. You've reached the 8th level of qi refinement? As expected of Tianling root, truly fast. Then Su Shangxing mentioned 2 important matters. First, to inform him about the trial in Yunxiao town, detailing the risks and opportunities. Second, to present a black storage ring, a reward for Feng Che's slaying of the demon seed from the Xishan cult, and compensation for the attack he suffered from a demonic cultivator. Without hesitation, Feng Che signed his name on the trial form. For him, going to Yunxiao town to hunt demonic cultivators was an excellent training opportunity, offering far more experience than ordinary cultivation. Liuli and Jia Shengli will also participate, and you'll be training alongside the senior students. Gather at the school gate in 3 days. Su Shangxing put away the form and looked at Feng Che meaningfully. As for the second matter, your great fortune has arrived, please check it. Is my incredible fortune finally here? Feng Che's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he instantly perked up. He eagerly took the storage ring Su Shangxing handed over and immediately sent a wisp of his spiritual sense into it. In addition to these rewards and compensations, you have an extra gain, Su Shangxing explained with a smile. Since you defeated a qi refining demon seed from the Xishan sect, which is more valuable than an ordinary qi refining level 9, you receive an extra reward of 200 merit points and 100,000 virtue points. Feng Che pulled out his virtue card. This card not only stored virtue points, but also recorded merit points and was linked to the identity of every citizen of the Daxiao Immortal Sect. Su Shangxing quickly completed the transfer, and Fang Che's merit points skyrocketed to 300, with his virtue points reaching 140,000. A high school student with 140,000 in savings. Fang Che couldn't help but straighten his back. He imagined himself in the cafeteria, getting an extra scoop of braised pork under the envious gazes of his classmates. The specific rewards are as follows, Su Shangxing continued. 5 top-grade artificial spirit stones, 5 portions of second-tier Kigathering spirit liquid, and a compensation I specially secured for you as second-tier low-grade magical artifact, the Scarlet Scale Sword, which suits your fire attribute spiritual roots. The total value of these rewards alone exceeds 1,000,000 virtue points. The military commander's influence certainly played a role here. With a thought, Fang Che had the scarlet sword appear in his hand, its blade covered in intricate dragon scale-like patterns, pulsating with spiritual energy and emitting a faint red glow. This was a second-tier magical artifact that only a Foundation Establishment cultivator could fully wield. Ordinary second-tier magical artifacts start at 100,000 virtue points, and this Scarlet Scale Sword was clearly of higher value than a standard issue. Fang Che was overjoyed, unable to suppress his grin. Thank you, Teacher Su. Such generous rewards undoubtedly involved Su Shangxing's efforts. No need to be so formal. Su Shangxing patted him on the shoulder. As your combat teacher, it's my duty to secure better resources for you. I'm counting on you to make a splash in the national combat competition. Now, go home and discuss the Yunshao County War Zone trial with your family. There are risks, and considering the national competition, you might not be home for a while, so have a good talk. Fang Che nodded in agreement. Late at night, the Talisman Master Guild building in Feilei Immortal City was brightly lit and bustling. Nan Lihua sat proudly in a leather chair, arms crossed, legs crossed, with an arrogant expression. This is a talisman my student created. Take a good look at it, he said, placing the breakthrough talisman Fang Che sold him on the table. Several senior talisman masters in Feilei Immortal City looked on in astonishment. A self-created talisman? High school students these days can create their own talismans? Trying to fly before their wings are fully grown. Many talisman masters displayed expressions of disdain. An elderly talisman maker examined the talisman in his hand with his spiritual sense, his brows gradually furrowing. As he focused intently, a trickle of warm blood quietly ran from his nose, causing his eyes to narrow in surprise. This talisman is so solidly constructed, with hidden anti-decryption techniques. The old man wiped away the blood, a look of delight flashing in his eyes. Interesting, truly interesting. Other talisman makers gathered around upon seeing this. As they probed with their spiritual senses, they too experienced nosebleeds. Seeing this, Nan Lihua's face beamed with pride. You all love to boast about your students, but now, can any of your students match the talisman crafted by my student? Nan Lihua laughed aloud. You old rascal, still so competitive. An elderly talisman master shook his head, but this talisman is indeed remarkable. Though the strokes are somewhat immature, the talisman path is stable and solid, with small anti-decryption tricks hidden within. It's something an ordinary person would find difficult to replicate. It seems to be for aiding cultivation, but what exactly does it do? Nan Lihua was taken aback and shook his head. He had been so focused on appreciating the ingenuity of the talisman path that he hadn't considered its specific purpose. Boom! The talisman master directly activated the talisman. In an instant, the talisman paper spontaneously combusted, and after the flames subsided, it transformed into a mass of magical energy. Nan Lihua's proud smile froze on his face, his eyes widening in disbelief. Watching the consumed talisman, his heart ached. However, Nan Lihua soon forgot his heartache, as the scene before him caused his pupils to constrict. The entire floor of the Talisman Makers Guild fell into silence, with all the seasoned talisman makers staring intently at the ethereal model of breakthrough meridians woven from strands of magical energy in the air. As night deepened, Fang Che walked along the dimly lit Quanshou Road, playing with the red scale sword in his hand. Although he couldn't fully harness the power of a second-tier magical weapon as a non-foundation cultivator, its sharp attributes alone provided him with a significant boost. With my current 300 merit points, I wonder if I can exchange them for a vial of dragon blood, Fang Che pondered to himself. Without dragon blood, I can't complete the 9 transformations of the divine dragon, but perhaps the trial grounds might offer an opportunity. Teacher Su mentioned they have open resource networks there. He continued calculating. The green flame I exchanged in the Guardian area should be ready for refinement, and the power of the Scarlet Flame ring has nearly reached its limit. With my current level of spiritual sense, I should be able to handle the green flame. I've already mastered the white Thunder Fiend needed for the 3,000 Sword Thunder, but higher quality Thunder Fiends will require more merit points. With this thought, Fang Che couldn't help but sigh. I'm still too poor. Whether it's true fire or Thunder Fiends, they all require merit points for exchange. I'll need to work even harder at the trial grounds. Returning to his neighborhood, Fang Che sensed the presence of several hidden experts around him, sent by the authorities to protect his parents. He nodded slightly towards the shadows and headed home. During dinner, Fang Che brought up the upcoming trial in Yunxiao Town, scheduled for 3 days later. We won't stop you from going to the trial, Fang Qingyun said, looking at his son with pride in his eyes. After what happened with the demon cultivators last time, we understand that only by becoming strong can you truly protect yourself. But remember, while cultivation is important, you also need to balance work and rest. The path of cultivation is arduous. If you ever feel tired or unable to go on, come back. Your mom and I will always be here, waiting for you. Home is always your safe harbor. Fang Che silently ate the dishes his mother, Chen Shooting, kept placing on his plate. Home is indeed a harbor, a place where a young man braving the storms can always find comfort and peace when his spirit is weary. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. The situation in Yunxiao Town is stable now, under official control. We're mainly going for training, and at most, we'll encounter some minor demon cultivators to gain combat experience. Besides, I've advanced to the 8th level of Qi refining, so I'm stronger than before and better able to protect myself. Fang Che reassured his parents with a bright smile. Under the warm glow of the lights, the rising steam enveloped the scene, capturing a moment of happiness shared by the family of three. 3 days later, Fang Che finished his morning training routine. He changed into a black t-shirt, stretchy casual pants, and sneakers, and grabbed his bulging backpack to head out. In the kitchen, Chen Shooting and Fang Qingyun had already prepared a simple breakfast, a bowl of dragon beard noodles with a golden fried egg, symbolizing their wishes for his safe and smooth journey. After leaving the neighborhood, Fang Che bowed deeply to a man in plain clothes in the distance. Please take care of my parents' safety, he requested. The man nodded in response, returning the gesture with a fist salute. The entrance of the second high school was particularly lively today. In addition to Fang Che and the other 2 participants of the national magic competition, there were many high school seniors preparing for their college entrance exams. These students, confident in their abilities, exuded a unique pressure as their gathered magical energy interwove in the air. Luo Lioli and Jia Shengli had been waiting for a while. Jia Shengli waved happily as soon as he spotted Fang Che from afar. Draped over his black suitcase was a first-tier high-grade sword worth 80,000 merit points, drawing quite a few glances. Senior Jia, you really don't need to take such risks, Fang Che said with a smile. Given Jia Shengli's affluent background, he lacked neither merit points nor cultivation resources, and it would be perfectly fine for him to continue his training safely at the school. Moreover, he was used to winning effortlessly in the magic competitions. Jia Shengli rubbed his head, looking serious. Junior Fang, as cultivators, we have to strive. Although I've been winning easily, I can't do that forever, right? Practical experience is the quickest way to improve. After my parents watched my matches at the defense site, they also supported me, thinking I indeed need the experience. I believe that with more practice, I can become a leader again, and by then, you can win effortlessly alongside me. Fang Che appreciated Senior Jia's unique confidence. After greeting Luo Lioli, he waited for the team leader, Teacher Su Shangxing, and the class head of the advanced class, Pei Linglong. Just then, a cool and elegant figure approached from afar, carrying heavy luggage. When her eyes met Fang Che's, she paused in surprise. Fang Che was also momentarily taken aback, but then broke into a bright smile. Senior Zhou, what did I say? Parting is just for a better reunion. And here we are, reunited. Zhou Yuqi was momentarily puzzled. Wasn't Fang Che a freshman? Why was he also participating in the training with the magic competition team? But she quickly reassured herself that the training for freshmen was likely just a taste of the real thing, entirely different from the trials faced by the senior students. High school seniors are facing the college entrance examination, a trial where the resources they gain directly impact their future. Zhou Yuqi took a deep breath. As an introverted girl, she simply nodded in response and quickly headed toward the meeting point to join her classmates. At exactly 9 in the morning, Principal Zhai Ku appeared with the teachers leading the senior classes, accompanied by Su Shangxing and Pei Linglong. Several large buses from the second high school slowly pulled up and parked neatly at the school gate. Principal Zhai Ku surveyed the gathered students and, unusually, opted for a brief, powerful speech, concluding with the words, "Come back alive. Fight!" Su Shangxing shouted, clenching his fist in a thunderous cry. His voice echoed at the school gate for a long time. The eyes of the senior students sparkled with determination. Most of them had already experienced life and death trials and had practical combat experience. Their shouts were filled with fighting spirit and resolve, merging into a collective cry of fight that pierced through the milky white clouds in the sky. This is the new generation nurtured by cultivation education. In this world, everyone understands that the path of cultivation is fraught with danger and requires constant battling. The ultimate goal is to participate in the wars over the fragments of the immortal gate, competing with beasts, cultivators, and practitioners from various sequences of immortal gate fragments for cultivation resources, thereby strengthening themselves and the planet Blue Star. The essence of the competition is precisely for this purpose. Fang Che, Luo Liuli, and Jia Shengli, though experiencing such a scene for the first time, were also infected by the atmosphere and joined in the loud shouts. Subsequently, the students boarded the buses in an orderly manner. Led by Su Shangxing and Pei Linglong, Feng Che and the others found their seats. The bus convoy soon reached Fei Lei Immortal City Airport. The tarmac was already filled with school buses from major high schools in Fei Lei Immortal City, including First High, Second High, Sports High, and Jiyan, each carrying seniors eligible to participate in the trial. Neatly lined up on the tarmac were large aircraft that combined technology and cultivation. The fuselage and wings of these aircraft were inscribed with enormous array symbols visible to the naked eye, capable of unleashing terrifying spiritual power comparable to a full-strength strike from a golden core cultivator once activated. These symbols served various functions, such as reducing air resistance and enhancing speed. This is a product of the era of technology and cultivation fusion, far surpassing the traditional techniques of the Immortal Gate continent. Su Shangxing explained to Feng Che and the others. As the Immortal Gate continent approaches, the spiritual energy from the Immortal Gate continuously flows into Blue Star, triggering a revival of spiritual energy. Now, Blue Star has its own spiritual beasts and fierce beasts, especially those raptors flying at high altitudes, which have become extraordinarily powerful due to closer exposure to the Immortal Gate's spiritual radiation. Some have reached the level of third-tier fierce beasts, comparable to golden core cultivators. The killing array weapons on the aircraft are not only for dealing with enemies, but also for defending against these fierce beasts. This time, we are not taking the civilian air route that costs billions of merits to open, but are choosing the shortest route. We might encounter fierce birds, leading to some bumps and battles, which will serve to prepare you for combat tension. Feng Che and the others nodded in agreement, feeling quite eager inside. Feng Che turned to look out the aircraft window, curious about the view of the sky on his first flight in this world. With the deafening roar of the engines, the arrays on the aircraft began to operate. Vast spiritual power was drawn from artificial spirit stones and injected into the arrays, with large array shadows flickering and rotating. The aircraft suddenly accelerated, shooting into the sky with a loud boom, leaving a white trail in the blue sky. At the same time, from the airports of top immortal cities like the Great Xia Imperial Capital, Twin Gods Immortal City, and Five Elements Immortal City, countless aircraft pierced through the clouds, soaring into the sea of clouds. Throughout the Great Xia Immortal Gate, from all directions and across the 5 lakes and 4 seas, aircraft streaked across the sky like fish leaping out of the boundless sea, millions of fish jumping towards the Dragon Gate. Strive and strive. The aircraft, etched with talismans, soared like a majestic bird, breaking through the clouds and ascending into the sky. As the powerful thrust gradually subsided, Feng Che steadied himself and turned to look out the window, where he could see the rolling clouds resembling a vast ocean. The blazing sun hung high in the azure sky, radiating brilliant light. However, what truly caught Feng Che's attention was something even higher, seemingly stretching into outer space, a massive, irregular continent floating above. Viewed from below, only the massive land masses hanging layers of earth were visible, resembling inverted, earth-toned mountains. Just a glance at it imposed a tremendous sense of pressure, impacting one's spiritual awareness. Staring too long could be dangerous, for these were fragments of the Celestial Gate, each rumored to entomb a deceased immortal. Even in death, these immortals were not to be gazed upon by mortals. The reason these fragments couldn't be seen from the ground was not that they were invisible, but because a nascent soul cultivator had concealed them from the eyes of the world. Only thus could they prevent some from experiencing mental collapse by directly viewing the Celestial Gate. As cultivators, they had trained their spiritual awareness and could thus take a brief glimpse. For ordinary people, a direct gaze could lead to psychological trauma or even the annihilation of the soul. Su Shangxing timely reminded the curious observers of the Celestial Gate fragments. Feng Che took a deep breath, his curiosity about the Celestial Gate fragments growing. He shot a fierce glance, as if trying to take it all in at once, before shifting his gaze. He took out a meditation charm he had purchased with merit points from Sister Xia's shop over the past 3 days and began his cultivation. Having suddenly acquired 140,000 merit points, Feng Che was now well-resourced, replenishing his stock of cultivation materials like meditation charms and Kigathering pills. However, his main focus remained on meditation, as his spiritual awareness had already condensed into a nascent form, and further progress could lead him to the second stage of spiritual awareness. Such advancement would yield greater rewards in this trial. Su Shangxing looked at Feng Che, who had entered a meditative state, speechless for a moment. This diligent practitioner couldn't even resist cultivating on a plane. The flight was only an hour long. Was it really worth it? Sitting by the rear window, Luo Lioli stared blankly at the sea of clouds. Suddenly, sensing the meditation charm's energy, her eyes lit up. Seeing Feng Che diligently cultivating even on the plane, she also took out her meditation charm and began to practice. Jia Xingli, who had been taking photos with his phone, was about to share them with Feng Che, but saw him deep in meditation, leaving him bored. He put away his phone and also took out a meditation charm to enter a cultivation state. Both Luo Lioli and Jia Xingli came from well-to-do families, so they never lacked cultivation resources like meditation charms. The cabin was very quiet, with a beautiful flight attendant pushing a cart to ask if anyone wanted a drink. However, as the energy from the meditation charm spread, some high school seniors immediately snapped to attention. Zhou Yuqi saw Feng Che meditating and thought, as expected. She clenched her small fists, thinking to herself, Zhou Yuqi, it's time to push through. She took out her meditation talisman and began to cultivate. With her leading the way, the already competitive senior students quickly followed suit, each entering their own state of cultivation. Those with talismans used them, while those without borrowed the waves of others' meditation talismans. Su Shangxing knew it wherever there are dedicated students, the atmosphere becomes intense. Pei Linglong, witnessing this for the first time, was stunned and glanced at Su Shangxing in disbelief. Diligence is contagious, she thought with a wry smile. The accompanying teachers of the senior students were also at a loss. So, this is the individual champion of the current competition? Truly diligent. Even I've heard of the grind emperor of the second high school. It's good, really, getting everyone into the cultivation mood. Cultivating immortality requires such urgency. Facing college entrance exams. When else should they be diligent, if not now? Even the first-year students are so hardworking. What excuse do they have to slack off? The senior teachers exchanged these thoughts, but their conversation was noticeable in the quiet cabin, making the atmosphere awkward. Ahem. Maybe we should also cultivate, one suggested, and they quieted down, entering a state of cultivation as well. Su Shangxing nudged Pei Linglong. Teacher Pei, shall we join them? Pei Linglong replied, get lost. The aircraft soared across the sky, surprisingly avoiding any formidable beasts or birds of prey. An hour later, it began its descent, approaching the airport of Jinhai Immortal City, where everyone would transfer to war pickups and head to the Yunxiao Town war zone. The aircraft from the second high school taxied for a while before finally coming to a halt. The officer in charge of receiving them from Jinhai Immortal City's garrison quickly approached the aircraft, but even after the flight attendant opened the cabin door, no students or teachers from the second high school disembarked. What on earth? Where are the people from Fei Lei Immortal City's second high school? The officer exclaimed. The flight attendant giggled and said, Sir, they're all cultivating. The officer took a deep breath. Are all the teachers and students from the second high school this diligent? Is this the educational philosophy of Fei Lei Immortal City's second high school? Meanwhile, teachers and students from various other high schools disembarked from surrounding aircraft, and the officer scratched his head, leaping into the aircraft. As expected, the waves of meditation talismans pulsed continuously, and all the students and teachers from the second high school sat in their seats, rhythmically breathing and meditating. The scene was almost picturesque, yet absurd. The officer was amused and bewildered by this peculiar group from Fei Lei Immortal City's second high school. With a thought, he spread a wave of spiritual awareness. Su Shangxing had already sensed it, but wanted to hold on a bit longer. Diligence was indeed addictive. However, when the garrison officer appeared, he couldn't ignore him. Ahem, sorry. Everyone seems to have caught a bug called diligence. Su Shangxing apologized and proceeded to wake the others from their cultivation. Feng Che awoke leisurely, having meditated on the wrathful king for an hour, feeling that his mental fortitude had become exceptionally resilient. He had a sense that a breakthrough in spiritual consciousness was imminent. A translucent panel appeared before him, displaying a message. Ding! During your flight, you meditated for an hour, spreading your diligence to those around you. Diligence can be doubled with item bonuses. Diligence 40. Keep it up, young one, and maybe next time you fly, you can meditate too. Feng Che was momentarily surprised by the unexpected gain from his meditation, but didn't have time to ponder further. He followed the group off the aircraft. As soon as they disembarked, Luo Lioli, Feng Che, and Jia Xingli were called aside by Su Shangxing. Wear this badge. It serves as an identity marker. Once you imprint it with your spiritual consciousness, it will match yours. Besides verifying your identity, the badge will collect the spiritual consciousness of any demonic cultivators you kill in Yunxiao Town, marking the quantity to facilitate exchanging for merit and tracking trial rankings back at camp, Su Shangxing explained. Trial rankings? Feng Che asked, puzzled. It's a ranking for this year's senior students. Only the top 300, and the higher the rank, the greater the merit reward. However, those who make it into the top 300 are mostly at the foundation establishment stage, and not just newly advanced ones. Most are seasoned, genius students at that level, Su Shangxing shrugged. So, your chances of earning rewards are slim. Don't focus too much on the rankings. This trial involves nearly 5,000 high school students from various immortal cities of the Dixia Immortal Sect, a number comparable to an army. Pei Linglong, holding information from the second high, carefully briefed Feng Che and the others on the situation. Yunshao Town is vast, and a scale of 5,000 people is actually not that conspicuous in the entire war zone, Pei Linglong explained. This place serves as the headquarters of the Beast Blood cult, and at its peak, the followers numbered in the tens of thousands, with countless fierce beasts raised. After multiple rounds of purges by the immortal sect strong, although the upper echelons and high-level beasts have been cleared, nearly 10,000 followers still hide among the populace, mostly at the third level of foundation building or at the qi refining stage. Su Shangxing took over the conversation, his gaze deep. The immortal sect chose Yunshao Town as the trial ground after careful consideration. There are quite a few demonic cultivators, but you might not encounter them, returning empty-handed. The key is to accumulate real combat experience. His expression suddenly turned serious. These demonic cultivators have been tempered by war, completely different from those who have lost their fighting spirit behind bars. They are more dangerous and cunning. So, do not hesitate, and do not be soft-hearted. The situation in the war zone changes rapidly, and the ruthlessness of demonic cultivators far exceeds your imagination. While ensuring your safety, eliminate as many demonic cultivators as possible. Understood. Understood. Feng Che, Luo Liuli, and Jia Shengli responded in unison. Good. The three of you working together will help develop teamwork skills, which are significant in the national competition. Su Shangxing clapped his hands. Off you go, little ones, to face your storm. A military pickup truck arrived, with 6 people waiting on it besides the driver. After fastening their badges and bidding farewell to Su Shangxing and Pei Linglong, Feng Che and his companions boarded the vehicle. The pickup truck roared to life, speeding away under the protection of a windshield array. Among the accompanying second high students, a burly man initiated a conversation. You must be Feng, right? The hero who led the second high to victory in the magic duel competition. Hello, senior. Feng Che replied with a smile. I'm Gao Cheng, from the senior excellence class, and I also participated in the magic duel competition, though I didn't place. The burly man laughed. Mr. Su specifically asked me to look after you. Since it's your first training, you can follow our team. Lena and Zhao Kai were students in the senior year enrichment class and former teammates of Feng Che in a combat squad. At this moment, they stood alongside Gao Cheng by the pickup truck, nodding warmly at Feng Che and his companions. This sense of camaraderie stemmed from all of them once being Su Shangxing's students. During the journey, Gao Cheng enthusiastically shared his trial experiences with Feng Che and the others. Although the Xianmen authorities have already conducted a major purge of the Beast Blood cult, eliminating most of its leadership, we must remain vigilant, he said with a serious expression. If you encounter a cultivator from the Beast Blood cult at the 7th or 8th level of Foundation establishment or a Golden Core cultivator, you must retreat immediately. This is the first rule of the trial. Learn to assess the situation and know when to withdraw. Hearing this, Feng Che's expression slightly tightened. Gao Cheng continued, while the authorities are reliable, it's unwise to depend on them entirely. Some demonic cultivators skilled in concealment can indeed evade detection by official experts. The road to Yunshao Town was riddled with potholes left by magical bombardments. The pickup truck bumped along the uneven surface, and it was estimated to take 2 to 3 hours to reach their destination. As time passed, Gao Cheng gradually fell silent. Feng Che took out a meditation card, catching the attention of the quiet Luo Liuli, who then also pulled out a meditation card in sync. The two began their cultivation practice despite the bumpy ride. Seeing this, Gao Cheng and the others couldn't help but smile. The reputation of the second high school's diligent duo is well-deserved. After 2 hours, Feng Che gained 40 diligence points and ended his meditation. The pickup truck had traveled about 80 kilometers on the damaged road, finally reaching Yunshao Town. In the distance, the entire town was enveloped by a massive barrier formation, forming a semi-bowl-shaped protective shield. The convoy first entered the base, and Gao Cheng led Feng Che and the others to the equipment area. If you have merit points, I suggest exchanging them for some protective gear first, Gao Cheng advised. For example, an alloy magic-resistant battle armor can be life-saving in critical moments. You can also opt for high-damage weapons to increase your hunting efficiency. It's important to use merit points wisely, as earning them by hunting demonic cultivators is key to improving yourself. Feng Che found this advice reasonable and immediately spent 30 merit points on a first-tier high-grade alloy magic-resistant battle armor, a lavish purchase that surprised Gao Cheng. After all, new high school students typically have limited merit points and need to budget carefully. Luo Liuli and Jia Shengli, having defensive artifacts at home, did not purchase new equipment. After verifying their identity badges, the group drove the pickup through the checkpoint and entered the town area. However, once inside, the vehicle's speed noticeably decreased. The town streets were filled with craters from explosive weaponry and traces of magical cleansing, appearing even more dilapidated than the road outside. Gao Cheng sat in the pickup truck, explaining the situation of the Beast Blood sect to the group. As one of the 3 major demonic sects, the Beast Blood sect was known for raising fierce beasts, distinctly different from other demonic cultivators who specialized in mind control. Since the headquarters of the Beast Blood sect was breached, many fierce beasts have scattered, posing a significant threat to the safety of Yunxiao Town's residents. This is the main reason why Yunxiao Town was designated as a trial ground. Besides dealing with demonic cultivators, there's a need to handle these out-of-control beasts. Both defeating demonic cultivators and beasts can earn merits. Suddenly, the pickup truck braked sharply, its tires screeching against the ground. Ahead, a group of cattle leisurely wandered across the dilapidated road, oblivious to the potholes. Cattle? Who would let cattle out at this time? Jia Shengli muttered in confusion. Gao Cheng's expression turned serious instantly. Enemy attack. Cattle appearing at this time are most likely fierce beasts raised by the Beast Blood sect. Before he could finish speaking, a deafening bellow echoed around them. The seemingly calm cattle suddenly transformed, their eyes turned blood red, their flesh began to writhe unnaturally, and each cow swelled like a twisted monster, with menacing bone spikes protruding from their bodies. Bang! 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 The road shook violently, and gravel bounced around. The cattle went completely berserk, charging like a stampede of frenzied bulls towards the rapidly retreating pickup. Prepare for battle, Gao Cheng shouted. His teammates, Reina and Zhao Kai, immediately drew their weapons, magical energy surging as they entered combat mode. Gao Cheng turned to alert Feng Che and the others, only to find Jia Shengli alone in the truck, blinking innocently at him. Where is everyone? Damn it, where did they all go? Jia Shengli chuckled awkwardly and pointed into the distance. Feng Che and Luo Liuli had already leapt from the pickup, darting forward like arrows. Old Luo, Feng Che called as he ran, glancing back at Luo Liuli beside him with a warm smile. Let's continue the duel we didn't finish in the magic competition. Let's see who can take out more. Killing more demonic cultivators and beasts is a form of diligence. Luo Liuli's long hair fluttered in the wind, her long lashes quivering, her gaze bright and resolute as she nodded solemnly. All right. As soon as she spoke, they had already charged into the twisted, mutated herd of beasts. One after the other, they unleashed their magical powers, a red light and a blue light intertwining, resembling a scene of fire and ice. On the highway, intertwined red and blue lights flashed like sprites. Feng Che and Luo Liuli were casting the joint spell taught by Principal Zhai Ku, marking their first collaboration on the battlefield. Under Feng Che's feet, sparks gradually leapt and finally converged into a crimson dragon, roaring as it soared into the sky. Simultaneously, every step Luo Liuli took condensed into frost, with swirling ice and snow forming an icy dragon. This was the Ice and Fire Dragon Domena joint spell activated by their dual heavenly spiritual roots. The two dragons intertwined and spiraled on the highway, casting red and icy blue light around them, creating a tornado of ice and fire. The frenzied herd of bulls hesitated, a flicker of instinctive fear in their red eyes, slowing their charge. However, the Ice and Fire Dragon domain swept through with unstoppable force, instantly tearing apart the herd of demonic bulls, leaving a scene of flying flesh and shattered bones. On the pickup truck, Reina took a deep breath, amazed by the display of power. Jia Shengli, however, appeared nonchalant, arms crossed, saying, winning by doing nothing. I'm a pro at it, you get used to it. Gao Cheng nodded in approval. As expected of the champion of the spell competition, truly fierce, and their coordination is seamless. He didn't rush to intervene, allowing Feng Che and Luo Liuli to reap the benefits. There must be a demonic cultivator controlling these herds from behind the scenes. I'll go find them, Gao Cheng said, turning to Reina and Zhao Kai. Be ready to assist at any time. If I'm outmatched, I'll retreat immediately. Since Yunxiao Town was designated a trial ground, these demonic cultivators are likely trying to ambush us, thinking we're inexperienced. Everyone, stay alert. Don't worry, Captain, leave it to us, Reina and Zhao Kai responded, jumping off the pickup and quickly spreading out to keep watch. Gao Cheng also leapt down, his foundation-level power erupting, transforming his figure into a black streak as he dashed towards the source of the spiritual fluctuations. This time, Jia Shengli didn't continue his passive approach. After all, the main purpose of coming to the trial ground was to gain experience. He swiftly got out of the pickup truck and effortlessly drew out the sword that held the power of 80,000 good deeds. As his magical energy burst forth, he charged toward the frenzied herd of bulls. Save a few for me. Boom. A demonic bull twisted its body, its white bones grotesquely jutting out, but before it could react, Feng Che punched right through it. A massive bloody hole appeared in its chest and abdomen, spilling its innards and blood onto the ground, life extinguished in an instant. Weak, Feng Che commented softly. These demonic bulls, though fierce, only had the strength of a 6th-level Qi cultivator and posed no threat to him now. The battlefield was quickly cleared. Luo Liuli stood by, her black hair flowing in the wind, her cold and beautiful face showing slight displeasure. I only managed to kill 18. Clearly, Her efficiency in hunting was far behind Feng Che. Feng Che wiped the blood off his alloy fists and smiled. My physical techniques do give me an edge in kill efficiency. Jia Shengli stood silently with his sword. Having only managed to kill one demonic bull, he had nothing to say except to cheer others on. Just then, Reina and Zhao Kai rushed over, their expressions grave. The captain has been pursuing the manipulator of the demonic bull herd for too long and hasn't returned. Something's wrong, Reina said worriedly. As the tactical mind of the team, this second-tier formation master from a family of array experts had exceptionally strong spiritual senses, even surpassing those of a first-level foundation establishment cultivator like Gao Cheng. Indeed, this isn't like the captain. In training grounds, he never pursues deeply and always resolves things quickly. Unless something's happened, Reina analyzed with a frown. Yeah, it's unlike the captain's way. The usually silent Zhao Kai agreed. This burly tank of a warrior was primarily responsible for protecting Reina. Reina tied up her hair in a ponytail and quickly issued orders. I'll set up an array here. Zhao Kai will guard. Feng Che, Luo, you go find the captain. Your combined spells are on par with Foundation establishment cultivators and are best for support. If you rescue the captain, bring him back here. If he's already sacrificed, retreat immediately. Feng Che and Luo Lioli exchanged a glance, understanding Reina's clear plan, and immediately restrained their magical energy, heading in the direction Gao Cheng had gone. Reina took out her array materials, focusing on setting up formations according to the terrain. Just then, Jia Shengli hesitantly raised his hand. What should I do? Reina thought for a moment. Stay with me and protect Reina. Zhao Kai suddenly spoke, giving Jia Shengli a deep look. Yes, like Zhao Kai said, protect me. The formation master is crucial and can't be compromised. Every second you can stall the enemy increases our chances, Reina quickly added. Actually, with Reina's arrays, the enemy probably can't get through, so we might not get much action, Zhao Kai noted. Jia Shengli's eyes lit up, and he puffed up his chest. I'm ready to lie low. A promising student, Zhao Kai nodded silently. Feng Che and Luo Liuli walked side by side, deliberately suppressing their magical powers and relying solely on their physical strength to move forward. Recently, Luo Liuli had been practicing a body technique that significantly enhanced her physical abilities. Although she couldn't match Feng Che, who had mastered the Bahuang explosion, she was far beyond ordinary magic-focused practitioners. Feng Che scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, and the powerful perception he had honed quickly detected the traces of magical energy left from Gao Cheng's encounter with his enemies. Following these remnants, the two quickened their pace and soon arrived at a three-story building. From inside, faint growls could be heard. Feng Che turned to look at Luo Lioli, signaling with his eyes towards the building. It was an ordinary red brick and cement structure, with smooth walls offering little to hold onto. Yet, with a leap, Feng Che deftly climbed up, leaving shallow indentations on the bricks with his fingertips, moving silently like a spider. Luo Lioli stood below, watching Feng Che's display of agility purely through his remarkable physical prowess, and couldn't help but shake her head. Although she couldn't achieve the same, she dared not recklessly use her magic for fear of alerting the powerful beings inside. Feng Che gestured for her to stay on guard outside while he investigated. Luo Lioli nodded in agreement. Without further hesitation, Feng Che stealthily infiltrated the building. His precise control over his physical strength allowed him to move almost silently. Peering through a window, the scene inside was clear. The room was in disarray, chaotic with dense dark energy swirling around. A massive black, demonic tree, its roots coiling like a dragon, almost filled the entire space. On its four main trunks sat figures cloaked in black hoods, their hands pressed against the tree, continuously channeling energy into it. Feng Che's eyes narrowed sharply upon seeing Gao Cheng bound tightly by the tree's hanging vines in a tortoiseshell pattern, rendered immobile beneath the tree. Around him were several corpses, drained and mummified, some in military uniforms, others in magical robes. The sight of the demonic tree filled Feng Che with a strong sense of danger. Ha ha ha. A hooded member of the Beast Blood cult sneered. Caught a Foundation establishment high school student. Huh? The official sects are so arrogant, treating us like practice targets for high schoolers. They really look down on us. Since they think they can wipe us out by dealing with the higher-ups, we'll just have to kill more high school students, cut off their next generation, and make them feel the pain. Inside the dimly lit room, a deep voice echoed. These senior high school students, though they've been through some training, still lack experience. The official nascent soul elders of Disya managed to destroy the sacred tree, which gives us an opportunity. The seeds planted by the tree beforehand can absorb the vitality and spiritual roots of these talented students to grow rapidly. The speaker paused, a fervor in his voice. These students are the cream of the crop from the high schools of Disya's major immortal cities, with top-quality spiritual roots. Now that the main forces of the immortal sects are occupied with the fragment war, only some golden core cultivators are left behind, with known nascent soul experts. Once the sacred tree reaches the third stage, We can unleash a disaster, consume the entire Yinxiao town, and carve out a path for our survival. Gao Cheng, tightly bound by the demon tree, listened to this brazen conversation, his pupils contracting. He struggled fiercely, only to find that the more he channeled his power, the faster it was absorbed by the demon tree. It was as if these words were deliberately spoken for him to hear, to make him witness the impending catastrophe. However, the demon cultivators failed to notice that Feng Che, outside the wall, had heard everything. His heart sank. Beast Blood Sect still had such a contingency in Yunxiao Town, using cultivators as nourishment to cultivate a demon tree, a truly sinister method. Feng Che quickly assessed the situation. The demon tree was capable of restraining a foundation establishment cultivator like Gao Cheng, indicating its formidable strength. His gaze swept over the four hooded demon cultivators, whose auras were merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, explaining why he hadn't been detected despite being so close. If they were foundation establishment cultivators, his spiritual sense from 10 meters away would have given him away. Gao Cheng's entrapment was likely due to underestimating his opponents. With foundation establishment cultivation, dealing with 9th level Qi refinement should have been easy, yet these demon cultivators had such a trump card. As one of the 3 major demon sects, the Beast Blood Sect was indeed formidable. Feng Che's eyes turned resolute as he swiftly removed the spirit-restraining sandbags from his wrists and ankles. As his internal power flowed faster, he felt a lightness throughout his body. Taking a deep breath, he sprang into action in the next instant. Bang! The window shattered with a loud crash as Feng Che shot into the room like an arrow, landing firmly on the thick trunk of the demon tree. The force of his 8 desolations burst second heaven technique erupted from his feet, causing the trunk to dent. 3 talismans appeared in his hand: 2 low-grade, first-level fireball talismans, with a high-grade, first-level flaming cage talisman in the middle. Who? The 4 demon cultivators finally reacted, shouting in a mix of shock and anger. Upon seeing Feng Che's cultivation level, they exclaimed, 8th level of Qi refinement. Sensing the surge of power as Feng Che activated 3 talismans, the 4 demon cultivators were initially startled but then relaxed, even bursting into laughter. An 8th level Qi refinement novice daring to attempt a rescue? The 4 9th level Qi refinement demon cultivators laughed in unison. Even someone as advanced as Gao Cheng at the foundation establishment stage had failed, so what could a mere 8th level high schooler possibly achieve? Just another lamb to the slaughter. When Feng Che threw a low-grade, first-rank fireball talisman, the demon cultivators laughed even harder. But their laughter abruptly ceased as the light of the second talisman Florida, high-grade, first-rank, flowing fire cage talisman. Damn, this kid is sly, one of the demon cultivators exclaimed. The fireball talisman was just a decoy to lower their guard. Boom, boom, boom. Intense flowing fire streaked across the night sky like meteors, illuminating the dim houses. One of the demon cultivators was instantly trapped in the fiery cage. Meanwhile, Feng Che darted forward like lightning, gripping the crimson scale sword, with white lightning energy quickly spiraling around the blade. The trapped demon cultivator was both shocked and furious, dark talisman marks flickering in his palm. Kneel before me, he roared, confident that the demonic tree could subdue this cunning youngster despite being scorched. As soon as Feng Che landed, he felt the tree's trunk become slick, with a force that targeted his power, trying to lock his feet in place. The demon cultivator sneered. Scared now, kid? This is the power of the sacred tree. However, Feng Che looked at the demon cultivator with disdain. Is that all you've got? Compared to the blue lake of the divine training tower, this is child's play. The demon cultivator was taken aback, seeing Feng Che unaffected by the tree's pull. The crimson scale sword in his hand, wrapped in white lightning, swept forward like a thunderbolt. Hastily, the demon cultivator released his grip on the tree, attempting to cast a defensive spell, but it was too late. Thud! The sword and lightning pierced through the demon cultivator's chest, creating a massive hole, with internal organs shredded and charred by the thunder energy. The infamous chest-splitting demon indeed lived up to his name. The demon cultivator spewed blood as he was flung against the wall. Feng Che, expressionless, closed in, his sword striking down. A head, along with its hood, flew high, blood splattering, hair scattering, and beneath the shattered hood was a face frozen in disbelief. Everything seemed to freeze in that moment. With a swift strike, a head fell onto the trunk of the demonic tree amidst the roar of thunder. Feng Che, with a cultivation level of the 8th stage of Qi refining, had astonishingly slain a 9th stage beast blood cultist in an instant. His decisive and fierce action bore no trace of a high school student's immaturity. A system notification appeared. You have slain a Qi refining demon cultivator, earning 100 diligence points. Due to the heavy sins of the demon cultivator, you receive an additional 300 diligence points. Feng Che merely glanced at it before looking away, as the battle was far from over, leaving no room for him to indulge in this brief moment of joy. With his red scale sword wrapped in white lightning energy, Fang Che wasted no time and charged at another 9th-stage demon cultivator. With one of the 4 demon cultivators down, the remaining 3 were nothing more than walking sources of diligence points in his eyes. Damn, is he really a high school student? Doesn't he fear the magical pull of the demon tree? The faces of the remaining 3 demon cultivators, hidden under their hoods, were filled with shock. The ability of an 8th-stage cultivator to instantly kill a 9th-stage one was a brutal feat not expected from a student. Fang Che activated the 8 Desolate Explosive Body technique, his energy and blood surging like a tide, turning him into a white flash in the darkness. The 3 demon cultivators dared not be careless, immediately using their spiritual senses to control the demon tree's counterattack, no longer underestimating this mysterious youth. The tree's vines whistled like arrows, each as sharp as a spear, ready to pierce and devour any misstep, threatening to bind him like Gao Cheng. Fang Che remained calm, his spirit sense from his rough spiritual platform enveloping him, precisely sensing the approach of each vine. To him, this scene was reminiscent of the Lantern Swordfish Challenge in the Blue Lake. He danced nimbly among the vines, like a peerless dancer among flowers, every vine barely missing his clothes and futilely embedding into the tree trunk. What kind of monster is this? One demon cultivator, hands pressed against the demon tree, watched in disbelief as Fang Che effortlessly dodged every attack, a shock that was hard to suppress. To Fang Che, the speed of these vines was far slower than that of the Lantern Swordfish, allowing him to enjoy the thrill of complete evasion. In the Lantern Swordfish Challenge, he often found himself skewered. As the last vine missed, Fang Che was already within a meter of the demon cultivator. The red scale sword lunged forward with the force of thunder, its roar echoing through the skies. Seeing the futility of the vines, the demon cultivator hurriedly attempted to retreat, hoping to leverage his cultivation advantage to suppress this 8th-stage youth. As the battle commenced, the dark cultivator felt an overwhelming pressure from Fang Che's aura. Fang Che launched himself from the ground, his sword light slicing through the air like a dragon, while his alloy-booted leg struck forward like a spear. The dark cultivator hastily conjured a vine shield to block the sword's lightning, but it couldn't prevent Fang Che's deadly kick from landing squarely on his chest. The dual forces of the 8 desolations explode erupted with tremendous power, shattering the dark cultivator's chest and sending him flying. Without pausing for breath, Fang Che quickly formed hand seals to confront the 3rd dark cultivator, who was at the 9th level of Qi refinement. From the cultivator's robe sleeve emerged a swarm of venomous snakes, lunging at Fang Che. Unfazed, Fang Che summoned flickering flames that quickly formed a fiery ring, encircling his enemy. Despite being the lowest grade of true fire, the red flames still countered the dark energy, forcing the dark cultivator to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Che swiftly approached the dark cultivator with the shattered chest. His crimson-scaled sword, enveloped in white lightning energy, swept across, decapitating the foe in an instant. In less than a minute, 2 dark cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement had fallen to his blade. Seeing this, the remaining 2 dark cultivators lost their will to fight. Retreat, the 4th cultivator shouted, forming hand seals. The demonic tree inside the house shook violently, beginning to burrow underground. Although the shaking momentarily unbalanced Fang Che, he quickly regained his footing, launching himself like a cannonball toward the cultivator restrained by the fiery ring. The dark cultivator, entangled in vines, was attempting to merge with the tree trunk to escape. Numerous vines shot toward Fang Che, but to him, these attacks were slow and easy to dodge. As he closed in, the enemy's body was already halfway into the tree, leaving only the head exposed. In a critical moment, Fang Che's chest swelled, and the long elusive divine roar finally broke through. The thunderous roar swept through the house, carrying a spiritual impact that left the dark cultivator dazed, halting his escape into the tree. A flash of white lightning from Fang Che's sword, and the 3rd head fell. Wasting no time, Fang Che leaped down 10 meters to the ground floor. There, he found Gao Cheng bound by vines like a tortoiseshell, on the verge of being consumed by the demonic tree. A swift slash of sword light severed the bindings. As Gao Cheng spat out the vine from his mouth, he urgently warned, "Watch out. They have a Foundation Establishment cultivator hidden." Before the words were finished, Fang Che heard a rushing sound behind him. The tree trunk split open, oozing with slime, revealing a hulking figure. Wrapped in a black hood, the figure glared down at Fang Che with a violent gaze. The oppressive force of a Foundation Establishment cultivator's power bore down on Fang Che like a mountain. The pressure from the Foundation Establishment cultivator descended like a tangible force, enveloping the entire area with a terrifying impact from a spirit platform stage spiritual sense, plunging everyone into boundless darkness. Gao Cheng's eyes narrowed, filled with shock and anger. Although Fang Che had already cut through the demon tree's vines for him, removing the threat of mana absorption, his limbs were still tightly bound. Fang Che felt a tingling on his scalp as the threat of death loomed closer than ever. The Foundation Establishment cultivator before him had not only condensed a spirit platform, but also transformed his mana into substantial droplets, surpassing the quality and power of Qi Refinement Stage's Sea of Qi. What was even more alarming was this cultivator's patience only revealing himself at the critical moment after Fang Che had slain 3 demon cultivators. Die. The Foundation Establishment cultist of the Beast Blood sect uttered a cold word. Before the sound faded, a sinister beast head formed from dark, demonic energy above Fang Che, baring its fangs and shrouded in black mist, ready to bite down on his head. If bitten, his skull would surely shatter. At this moment of crisis, Fang Che's mind became unusually clear. Under the intense pressure of life and death, everything around him seemed to freeze, with only his own breathing audible. His level 4 combat talent was pushed to the limit, enabling him to respond with precision. He fully activated the spiritual sense within the Lotus Embryo Spirit platform, instantly summoning a figure clad in a crimson robe, wielding divine fire, with an atrigram mark glowing in his palm, and fingers forming a lotus mudra. It was the wrathful king. As the wings unfurled and runes flickered, the king's furious shout resounded like divine thunder. A lotus seal appeared at the center of Fang Che's brow, and his concentrated spiritual sense transformed into a gaze that met the demonic beast head. The Foundation Establishment Demon Cultivator showed a surprised expression. His spell was temporarily halted by this spiritual gaze. Fang Che's eyes were bloodshot, yet he remained exceptionally calm. His combat talent allowed him to seize this fleeting opportunity, propelling himself forward with the momentum of the 8 Desolation Burst. He infused his entire mana into the Scarlet Scale Sword, activating part of the power of this second-tier magical weapon, while simultaneously forming a hand seal to cast a Scarlet Flame spell towards Gao Cheng, intending to burn through his bindings. In this critical moment, every one of Fang Che's actions was fluid and unflustered. When the Sword Thunder and Sword Qi from the Scarlet Scale Sword collided with the Dark Beast head, a massive shockwave erupted. Although Fang Che's 8th level Qi Refinement Cultivation could not fully unleash the power of the second-tier weapon, he managed to weaken part of the beast head's force. With a thunderous crash, the Dark Cultivator slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Fang Che stood nearby, gasping for breath, one hand gripping the Crimson Scale Sword tightly, while the other quickly retrieved 2 energy-replenishing pills from a storage ring and swallowed them. The cold gaze of the Foundation Establishment Dark Cultivator fell upon Fang Che, his voice echoing through the civilian houses. I sense the aura of a demon seed on you. Have you slain a demon seed? Before his words finished, his form had already merged with the demon tree. The tree seemed alive, with all its roots and branches burrowing underground, vanishing like a moving earth dragon. Boom! At that moment, Gao Cheng broke free from the vine restraints, his Foundation Establishment power sweeping the surroundings. Damn it! He struck the ground where the demon tree vanished, only to create another deep crater. Luo Lioli sensed the clash and hurried to the scene, disregarding the need for stealth. Seeing her arrival, and with Gao Cheng now safe, Fang Che finally relaxed, leaning on his sword and gasping for air. Thank you, junior brother Fang, Gao Cheng said gratefully, his eyes full of appreciation. Without Fang Che's help, this talented senior might have fallen on the first day of the trial. Fang Che waved it off. I only acted because I was confident. I've killed dark cultivators at the 9th level of Qi Refinement before. I just didn't expect there to be such a cunning Foundation Establishment dark cultivator hiding. Gao Cheng explained gravely. That was the Blood Beast sect's spirit-devouring demon vine, an invasive species brought to Blue Star from fragments of other immortal sections. It can grow up to the 5th tier, comparable to a nascent soul sovereign, and is revered as a sacred tree by the Blood Beast sect. They regularly sacrifice cultivators, allowing the demon vine to devour spiritual roots and power to increase its rank. Let's head back and regroup, then report this intel to the camp. It should earn us quite a bit of merit, Gao Cheng suggested. Fang Che and Luo Lioli nodded in agreement, but Fang Che didn't leave immediately. Instead, he approached the 2 9th level Qi Refinement Dark Cultivator corpses he had slain and took their storage rings. The third corpse had only a head left, with no storage ring, which he found slightly disappointing. What's the point of defeating enemies if you don't loot them? Fang Che joked as he pocketed the rings without checking their contents, then left the civilian house with the others. On the uneven road, Reina, Zhao Kai, and Jia Shengli were on guard around the pickup truck, with formations set by Reina surrounding them. The team had split up back at the camp, and now only 6 of them remained with the pickup. Seeing Fang Che and the others return safely, Reina breathed a sigh of relief but still looked at Gao Cheng with reproach. You're okay. That's all that matters. Her tone clearly scolding him for his usual carelessness. Gao Cheng apologized profusely. Thanks to junior brother Fang. Otherwise, I would have been done for this time. He briefly recounted what had happened. Reina took a deep breath. Hidden demon vine seeds have already developed into second-tier demon vines? It seems this trial's difficulty and opportunities are beyond expectations. Her words left everyone momentarily stunned. The demon vine is a monstrous creature that enhances its realm by absorbing cultivators' power and spiritual roots. The juice from its main vine is a coveted body-strengthening elixir for body cultivators, and the demon vine's core can even enhance a cultivator's spiritual roots. As Rena's words fell, the surroundings plunged into silence. The revelation that the monster vine's main core could enhance spiritual roots was like a heavy blow, leaving everyone present holding their breath. Even Feng Che's breathing became more rapid. In the world of cultivation, treasures that can enhance spiritual roots are exceedingly rare and precious, each worth a fortune. Such treasures are invaluable, not easily exchanged for merit, and are considered astronomical in value. In the 1,500 years since Blue Star entered the era of cultivation, the number of revered cultivators who have reached the transformation god stage is few, each recorded in history. These extraordinary achievers invariably started with high-grade spiritual roots, with most possessing heavenly spiritual roots. Although Feng Che already owns the Divine Instruction Tower, which allows him to enhance his spiritual roots by completing trials, he would never pass up another opportunity for enhancement. The allure of improving spiritual roots is irresistible to any cultivator. Under normal circumstances, methods to enhance spiritual roots are extremely limited. Unless one chooses the dark path of demonic cultivation, like the snake-dragon transformation technique of the Shishin sect, which involves seizing others' spiritual roots to enhance one's own. However, such evil methods have long been classified as forbidden by the official sects, and practicing them inevitably invites trouble. Gao Qing took a deep breath, contemplating the implications of this news. If the authorities are already aware, this could be the greatest opportunity of the current trial. Although second-tier monster vines are difficult to deal with, sufficient benefits would surely attract talents from all directions. Top talents like Lu Yun, Yi Qing, Li Songhai, and Lu Haitian from the imperial capital, Su Muxian, Huang Yunxiao, and Luo Beiyu from the Twin Immortal City, and Jin Liuhua from the Five Elements Immortal City have nearly all been pre-selected by the three top cultivation universities. Their competition might hinge on the slight differences in their spiritual root talents. If the authorities are unaware, they might halt the trial due to the potential threat of uncontrolled monster vine growth. Gao Qing knows the official approach all too well. After a brief cleanup, the group reboarded the pickup truck, heading towards the base outside Yinxiao Town. At that moment, Su Shangxing and Pei Linglong, who were in conversation with the base leader, suddenly changed their expressions and hurriedly left the camp. In the distance, a familiar pickup truck slowly approached on the official road. Seeing the vehicle return ahead of schedule, Su Shangxing's expression turned serious, and he couldn't help but worry if something unexpected had happened. It was only when he saw that everyone in the vehicle was safe and sound that he allowed himself to relax a bit. Gao Cheng met Su Shangxing's gaze with a look of guilt on his face. He was supposed to look after Feng Che, but he had nearly failed the task, and it was Feng Che who ended up saving him. Otherwise, he might have already become nourishment for the demon vine. A demon vine? A branch of the bloodthirsty demon vine seed from the beast blood cult, and you encountered it so quickly? Su Shangxing asked, taking a deep breath. Mr. Su, did you know from the start? Luo Liuli asked with a frown. I didn't know from the start, just speculated. Su Shangxing explained seriously. The authorities don't allow us to casually discuss the demon vine. The demon vine's demon core can influence one's spiritual root talent, and if this news got out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Many senior students, and even ordinary students, might risk everything for a slim chance. The demon vine itself isn't strong in combat. It requires coordination from beast blood followers to be effective. Discovering and eliminating the demon vine seed branches is precisely your test. Everyone suddenly understood. If the news leaked, not only senior students, but also juniors, and even unaffiliated cultivators in society might recklessly charge in for that glimmer of hope. Well, since you're back, adjust your state, Pei Linglong said with a wry smile. I know you want to pass on the news to earn credit, but you might be disappointed. Despite their disappointment, they quickly realized that with the authorities' capabilities, such a loophole would not have been overlooked. This was perhaps the true challenge of the trial. For senior geniuses, ordinary beast blood followers were not much of a threat. Only demon cultivators mastering the demon vine posed a real danger. Just in time, the trial merit list has just been released, Pei Linglong said. The merit points are converted from the kill data recorded by the badges, and can only be viewed at the base. Feng Che and the others looked curious at this, while seasoned individuals like Gao Cheng took it in stride. They headed towards the base building, and from a distance, they could see a huge light screen, 50 meters high and 20 meters wide, glowing with golden rankings. Su Muxian, Twin Gods High School Year 3, Foundation Establishment Stage 3, Trial Merit 530, Rank 1. Li Songhai, Imperial Capital High School Year 3, Foundation Establishment Stage 3, Trial Merit 500, Rank 2. Luo Beiyu, Twin Gods High School Year 3, Foundation Establishment Stage 3, Trial Merit 380, Rank 3. No wonder they're considered monsters. Gao Cheng exclaimed. As the top of his grade at second high, he could rank in the top 3 in Thunder Immortal City, but compared to these top geniuses, there was still a gap, especially in cultivation level. Rina consoled him. You're already excellent. They come from prestigious cultivation families with abundant resources. Gao Cheng quickly came to terms with it. Compulsory cultivation education is already quite fair, but differences in conditions are inevitable. I hope to close this gap through hard work once I enter a cultivation university. Suddenly, Zhao Kai cleared his throat. Captain, Rina, look at the 5th place. The two shifted their gaze, and their pupils suddenly contracted. Feng Che, Thunder 2nd High Year 1. Qi Refinement Stage 8, Trial Merit 330, Rank 5. 5th. Feng Che is ranked 5th. This news struck like lightning, leaving everyone present stunned. Gao Cheng and Lena exchanged bewildered glances, and even Su Shangxing and Pei Linglong were taken aback. On the trial merit board, Feng Che, with his Qi refining level 8 cultivation, was ranked 5th, alongside experts at the Foundation Establishment level 3. The sight was particularly jarring. Su Shangxing looked thoughtfully at Feng Che. Feng Che, however, remained calm and said casually, "It might be because I assisted Senior Gao earlier and killed 3 Qi refining level 9 demon cultivators from the Beast Blood sect." This understated remark caused an even greater stir. Gao Cheng suddenly realized that when his senses were blocked by the soul-devouring demon vine, he hadn't known that the demon cultivators Feng Che killed were all experts at Qi refining level 9. No wonder he was the champion of the individual match in the magic dueling competition. Gao Cheng praised sincerely. A Qi refining level 8 cultivator who could swiftly kill 3 Qi refining level 9 demon cultivators, even with the power of the soul-devouring demon vine, was truly impressive. Su Shangxing quickly pieced it together. A Qi refining level 9 demon cultivator is worth 100 merit points. Adding other demons, reaching 330 merit points could indeed place him 5th. He recalled Feng Che's previous record of defeating a Qi refining level 9 opponent. Although this time the adversaries were craftier, the gap in strength shouldn't have been too vast. Pei Linglong, however, looked regretful. It's likely difficult to maintain the 5th position. The top high school seniors from the Imperial Capital and the Twin Immortal Cities are already at Foundation Establishment level 3. Their spiritual senses can extend 10 meters, making them far more efficient in detecting and defeating demon cultivators. Otherwise, a freshman holding such a position among seniors would make this trial even more exciting. The news quickly spread among the onlookers. A freshman making it onto the overall merit board? I was just interested in the competition rankings, but he directly shot into the top 5. This Feng Che is from Feilei Immortal City. It seems their magic dueling team is really rising. The accompanying teachers around showed great interest in Feng Che, especially those from the Imperial Capital, Twin Immortal, and 5 Elements Immortal Cities. They seriously noted Feng Che's name in their notebooks, preparing to closely follow this emerging prodigy. The 300 merit points displayed on the merit board signify the defeat of 3 Qi Refinement Stage 9 demonic cultivators, a feat that is indeed impressive. Luo Liuli looked at the board, her brow slightly furrowed, regretting that she had arrived late to support. If she had charged in when the first signs of magical fluctuations appeared in the residential area, the results might have been even greater. However, Feng Che had already taken the lead with his quiet efforts. Clenching her fist, she silently vowed to achieve freedom to kill demons in the trial grounds and surpass Feng Che. Feng Che appeared calm about this achievement, merely saying softly, "It was just luck that I encountered 4 Qi refinement stage 9 demonic cultivators, and one even managed to escape. As time goes on, others will quickly surpass me." Despite his words, ranking 5th on the merit board at the start of the trial is already a remarkable achievement. Su Shangxing beamed with pride at his students' impressive performance. This trial is being observed by strong cultivators from 3 top-tier immortal cultivation universities, and the merit board ranking will be a crucial evaluation standard. Although you are just a first-year student, a strong performance can earn you significant bonus points for the college entrance exams in 3 years. After checking the merit board, the group did not linger at the base. Gao Cheng, in particular, was eager to find some demonic cultivators to erase the shame of the near miss in the first wave. "You all go ahead, I'll catch up later," Feng Che said, standing still. "I feel a breakthrough in my spiritual awareness and want to cultivate here at the base for a while." Hearing this, Su Shangxing was momentarily stunned, and Feng Che elaborated. "After battling that Foundation Establishment demonic cultivator and skirting the edge of life and death, I sense signs of a breakthrough in my spiritual awareness and want to seize this opportunity. What a pity, you might not be able to hold on to your 5th place on the merit board. The number of demonic cultivators is limited, and the more others kill, the fewer there will be for you." Pei Linglong expressed some regret, thinking that if Feng Che could maintain this momentum in the early stages, Feilei's second high would surely gain great fame. However, Su Shangxing waved his hand with a smile. Those are just empty titles. Breaking through in cultivation is the key. The base is connected to the network, and you can exchange for any resources you need. Shall I arrange a meditation room for you? Gao Cheng also advised seriously. Fong, be careful traveling alone. Keep in touch with the satellite phone, and reunite with us as soon as you can. After parting ways, the pickup truck kicked up dust as it drove into the Yunxiao town area. Su Shangxing, with an arm around Fong Chei's shoulder, guided him towards the cultivation room, saying, relax and focus on your breakthrough. Don't worry too much about the merit board ranking. Fong Chei merely smiled slightly. Are you aiming to reach the late stage of meditation this time? Pei Linglong asked curiously as they walked together. To her, it seemed like Fong Chei, who had just broken through to the 8th level of Qi refinement, should also be advancing his spiritual awareness to the later stages. Fong Chei shook his head. While fighting that Foundation establishment demonic cultivator, I experienced a profound fear between life and death and gained some insights. This time, I want to try and have my spiritual awareness break through meditation and condense a spiritual platform. What? Pei Linglong looked at Fong Chei in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. Attempting to break through to the spirit platform realm at the 8th level of Qi refinement. This news was indeed astonishing. Typically, only those who reach the 9th level of Qi refinement are considered ready to attempt the spirit platform realm as a preparation for Foundation establishment. Su Shangxing's eyes, however, lit up slightly. He was well aware of Fong Chei's extraordinary talent in spiritual awareness, which he had already demonstrated with impressive skill during the magic contest. At that time, Fong Chei could draw high-grade first-tier talismans, showing a level of spiritual awareness close to the late stage of meditation. Yet, the idea of challenging the spirit platform realm in such a short time still gave him pause. Are you sure you want to attempt the spirit platform? Su Shangxing asked seriously. Fong Chei nodded in response. The great fear between life and death has taught me a lot. Experiencing life and death in battle is indeed the best way to improve oneself. How confident are you? Around 80%. His 80%? Are you sure? Certain. This brief conversation completely stunned Pei Linglong beside them. Su Shangxing pondered for a moment. All right, I'll prepare a second-tier meditation room for you. I hope you succeed on the first try. He added, it's best to succeed in one attempt when breaking through to the spirit platform. Failure would leave indelible marks on the platform, jeopardizing future cultivation. Since you're 80% confident, it's worth the effort. If you succeed, Foundation establishment is within reach. With that, Su Shangxing went to arrange the meditation room. At the war zone base, training facilities like meditation rooms and cultivation chambers were always in high demand, with some top-tier meditation rooms even being occupied long-term by powerful and meritorious cultivators. Pei Linglong accompanied Fong Chei to the exchange center to extract the merit recorded on his badge. Fong Chei had accumulated 600 points of merit on his good deeds card. Are you going to log into the resource network? The officer at the exchange center raised an eyebrow at Fong Chei. It's not common for a trial student to redeem merit on the first day. Yes, I need some cultivation resources, Fong Chei replied, handing over his good deeds card and student ID. The officer, upon seeing the 600 points of merit, couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Good job, kid. Go straight ahead to that small building. That's where you log into the resource network. Pei Linglong had to wait outside. Once inside the building, Fong Chei found the interior to be a stark contrast to its shabby exterior, exuding a sense of advanced technology. As he sat down, a holographic screen lit up, with an interface similar to the one he had seen at the garrison's resource network. After logging in with his citizen ID and student ID, Fong Chei immediately navigated to the Essence Blood page, searching for Dragon Essence Blood. However, the options suitable for his current cultivation level were extremely limited, leaving him a bit disappointed. The life and death battle with a Foundation establishment cultivator had made him acutely aware of his vulnerabilities. He realized he still had much to improve on, with few trump cards, and needed to double his cultivation efforts. Fong Chei decided to start by strengthening his resources. His eyes landed on the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon in the technique exchange list. This technique, which had been converted from demonic to righteous, required dragon blood to practice. He quickly scanned the options on the screen. Sword Armor Dragon Beast Blood, late 2nd tier, 1,500 merit points. Blade Wing Flying Demon Dragon Blood, late 2nd tier, 2,000 merit points. The prices of these high-quality dragon blood far exceeded his current 600 merit points. Just as he was frowning in frustration, one option caught his attention. Thunder Eel Armor Beast Blood, early 2nd tier, 500 merit points. Fong Chei's eyes lit up. This might be his only feasible choice for now. The first transformation can only refine early 2nd tier dragon blood, equivalent to the Foundation establishment level cultivators. Fong Chei weighed the risks in his mind. First tier dragon beasts are no longer a challenge for me, as I can handle even the 9th level of Qi refinement. After some deliberation, he gritted his teeth and decided to exchange for the Thunder Eel Armor Beast Blood. Instantly, 500 merit points were deducted, leaving only 100 points in his merit card. I still need to continue hunting demonic cultivators. Feng Che clenched his fist. I've fallen too far behind in reaching the late stage. There's no time to rest. Soon, a staff member in white delivered a silver combination lockbox containing the blood and informed him of the access code. Feng Che secured the box and, after leaving the exchange area with Pei Linglong, encountered Su Shangxing. I've arranged a mid-grade second-tier meditation room for you. Room number 3368, Su Shangxing said, patting Feng Che's shoulder. Meditation rooms are scarce, and I pulled a lot of strings, so make sure you succeed in your breakthrough. Feng Che was delighted. A mid-grade second-tier meditation room was just right for his current needs. The power of a high-grade second-tier would be too intense and affect his breakthrough, while a first-tier would be too weak. Upon entering the meditation room, the mid-grade second-tier meditation array activated immediately. A 9-story pagoda emerged, and countless spiritual particles spread like fireflies. Feng Che sat cross-legged on the mat, closing his eyes to meditate. His consciousness entered a dark space where a lotus platform emitting dazzling light appeared, and he sat upon it. Raising his hand to his forehead, a blurred eye gradually manifested. Visualize the wrathful king. Su Shangxing stood outside the meditation room, the breeze gently rustling the hem of his outfit. A figure quietly appeared beside him, a man dressed in an army green t-shirt, unshaven, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding a weathered yet sharp aura. Is this kid your student? The man asked, exhaling a puff of smoke. Attempting to form a spirit platform at just the 8th level of Qi refining? And you've arranged a Tier 2 mid-grade meditation room for him. Do you really think he can succeed? Su Shangxing, with a sword case on his back and arms crossed, glanced at him indifferently. He's my student. Of course, I believe in him. 8th level of Qi refining. The man's deep eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. If he successfully forms a spirit platform, he won't just have a chance at foundation establishment. Even reaching the golden core stage is promising. Normally, one needs to be at the 9th level of Qi refining to attempt forming a spirit platform. Even those who just enter the 9th level and succeed are considered geniuses in terms of spiritual awareness. He'll be remarkable, Su Shangxing replied simply. Li Huaxian smiled, blowing out a ring of smoke. Remarkable or not, let's see how he performs in this trial. Choosing to break through now means missing the best opportunity to accumulate merit early on. Breaking into the top 10 this time will be tough. In that case, it'll be hard for me to award points. All I can say is, if you miss out on this kid, your Bojun University will regret it in the future. Bojun, Shajian Xindu. As the top 3 academies of the Great Xia Immortal Sect, how could we regret it over one student? Li Huaxian said confidently, biting his cigarette. After all, he's only a freshman. Li Huaxian paused briefly. We won't dismiss him outright. Maybe by senior year, this kid will catch the eye of our top 3 academies. Su Shangxing shook his head with a light sigh. Li Huaxian, you're as proud as ever. I have a right to be proud, Li Huaxian said, exuding confidence. But let me remind you, if this kid fails to form the spirit platform this time, he can basically say goodbye to Bojun University. The initial formation of the spirit platform is crucial. Failing once nearly cuts off a significant portion of the immortal path. Forget reaching the transformation stage. Even the nascent soul stage would be out of reach. Just as he finished speaking, Li Huaxian's expression changed suddenly, his gaze shifting to the meditation room. Outside, a vortex of spiritual particles had formed in the air, with countless particles funneling in wildly. The powerful pull of these spiritual particles was so intense that Li Huaxian forgot to flick the ash from his cigarette. Watching the scene, Su Shangxing couldn't suppress a smile. He gestured towards the meditation room. See, that's why he's remarkable. Inside the meditation room, Feng Che once again visualized the wrathful king, feeling an unprecedented pull. His nascent spirit platform seemed to transform into a vast, bottomless pit, frantically absorbing the spiritual particles in the room. The spiritual particle reserves of a meditation room are limited, which is precisely why Feng Che had decisively ruled out a Tier 1 meditation room. Since he was aiming to form the spirit platform, only a Tier 2 meditation chamber would suffice. Feng Che was certain. This level of meditation chamber could ensure a sufficient supply of mental particles, preventing any shortage during his intense absorption process, which could lead to the regret of a failed breakthrough. The blood mark on his forehead slowly unfurled as his fingertips brushed over it, resembling an eye filled with anger. Under the reflection of the blood mark, countless mental particles lined up like devout followers, continuously converging toward his spiritual platform. Every crack and crevice gradually healed as these mental particles filled them. This reminded Feng Che of his previous battle with the foundation stage demonic cultivator. By harnessing the power of the wrathful king, he managed to break through the opponent's offensive, finding a lifeline at the brink of life and death. That battle allowed him to shatter his own limitations, achieving a leap in his spiritual awareness. This was the confidence behind his promise to Su Shangxing that he had an 80% chance of condensing his spiritual platform. Boom. A dazzling river of stars formed by densely packed mental particles flowed through his sea of consciousness. Gradually, Feng Qi's lotus spiritual platform became completely filled, every flaw perfectly mended, presenting a state of immaculate perfection. Boom. At the moment of successfully condensing his spiritual platform, an astonishing mental storm erupted in Feng Qi's sea of consciousness. Countless mental particles transformed into enchanting starlight, coalescing into a blurred constellation phantom the image of the wrathful king. With this, his spiritual awareness completely transformed, successfully condensing an immaculate spiritual platform. After an unknown amount of time, in the silent meditation chamber, Feng Che opened his eyes. A captivating divine light shot from his eyes, piercing through the dark space, resonating with a sword-like hum. This was the manifestation of his spiritual awareness. With a thought, his spiritual awareness expanded outward like a tidal wave, achieving a 360-degree perception with no blind spots. This is the spiritual awareness of the spiritual platform realm, not only far more resilient than meditation, but also capable of projecting outward and even slightly affecting reality. Feng Qi's senses and awareness were comprehensively enhanced with the breakthrough, his perception of the world clearer than ever, as if he had touched the threshold of the extraordinary. The system prompt sounded timely. Ding. After 3 hours of arduous meditation, you have successfully condensed your spiritual platform, achieving a major breakthrough in your spiritual awareness, gaining 3,000 points in specialized diligence, and acquiring the spiritual spell Heart Eye Divine Blade. Ding. Your diligence has finally made you somewhat decent, no longer entirely clumsy. Keep it up, we believe in you. A smile curled at Feng Qi's lips, his eyes gleaming with bright light. This breakthrough was immensely rewarding, not only achieving a significant leap in realm, but also gaining 3,000 points in specialized diligence at once. This was the best reward for his hard work and perseverance. What delighted him even more was the new spiritual spell, which would add another layer of security and lethality to his abilities. With a fiery determination in his eyes, Feng Che declared, "My next goal is to break through to the Foundation establishment stage." He carefully extracted a vial of Thunder Eel Armored Beast Essence blood, which he had just exchanged for 500 merit points. As the silver case opened, a vibrant blue essence came into view, accompanied by a detailed description document. The Thunder Eel Armored Beast resides in the seas of the fragmented continent of Sequence 18 Immortal Gate, possessing a trace of true dragon blood, with lightning attributes. Feng Che read intently. It has a violent temperament, and an adult can reach early third-tier combat strength, equivalent to the first to third layer of the Golden Core stage. He studied the vial of essence thoughtfully. The quality isn't bad. Although it's not the ideal choice, among the second-tier dragon beast essences available for 500 merit points, this is the most suitable. Feng Che wasn't in a rush to refine the essence. His plan was clear. First, refine the essence to achieve the first transformation of the Divine Dragon 9 transformations, ensuring he had the means to protect himself against Foundation establishment stage demonic cultivators during trials. After that, he would gradually hunt down demonic cultivators to accumulate merit. Killing a 9th layer Chi refining demonic cultivator grants 100 merit points, while those at the Foundation establishment stage are worth 500. Just taking down one Foundation establishment cultivator would cover the cost, Feng Che calculated. But for now, I'll focus on the 9th layer of Chi refining 5 will be enough to break even. With a determined mind, Feng Che decided to use his accumulated 2,360 diligence points, along with the newly acquired ones. My spiritual awareness is already at LV4, and I've previously supplemented it with 6,000 diligence points, leaving only 4,000 to reach LV5, Feng Che mused, his eyes gleaming. I can use 3,000 specialized diligence points and 1,000 regular ones to boost my spiritual awareness to LV5 and see what surprises the first LV5 talent will bring. In the meditation room, Feng Che's eyes shone like stars as he focused intently on circulating his cultivation technique. Enhance my spiritual awareness. Ding. The talent of spiritual awareness is compensating for shortcomings. A semi-transparent panel appeared before Feng Che with a notification. Spiritual awareness talent has been compensated to LV5. This was his first talent to reach level 5, and as he looked at the panel displaying Spiritual Awareness LV5, 010-0000, he held his breath. To break through to LV6, he needed to accumulate 100,000 points of diligence, a daunting number that weighed on his heart. However, it wasn't impossible. Feng Che knew that certain special methods could bring unexpected gains such as winning a mental confrontation with a powerful demon cultivator, which could not only earn him special diligence rewards, but also significantly shorten the accumulation time. Of course, the most reliable way was always the steady, daily practice. At this moment, Feng Che was sitting cross-legged in the meditation room. The spiritual particles in the room had calmed. thanks to his breakthrough in spiritual awareness to the spiritual platform Realma level typically achieved only by Foundation Establishment cultivators. While some exceptionally gifted cultivators could reach this level during the Qi refinement stage, achieving this breakthrough still filled him with joy. The enhancement of his five senses brought significant changes, and his sixth sense experienced a qualitative leap. Most importantly, he could now externalize his spiritual awareness. This ability not only provided him with a new sensory experience, but also significantly enhanced the power of his spells and sword techniques. The increased perceptual acuity naturally fed back into his combat abilities. Just then, a new notification appeared before him. Congratulations on breaking through spiritual awareness talent to LV5, gaining the embryonic form of the divine ability, King Ming's Eye. Divine ability embryonic form? Feng Che's breath quickened. He recalled Luo Lioli's innate divine ability, Snowstorm Fury, which, during a competition at the defensive location, allowed her to instantly defeat a 9th-level Qi refinement demon cultivator, showcasing power comparable to the Foundation Establishment stage. Divine abilities were so precious, and he hadn't expected that compensating for shortcomings in spiritual awareness to LV5 would grant him the embryonic form of a divine ability. This discovery thrilled Feng Chief. Other talents were also compensated to LV5. Could he acquire different embryonic divine abilities as well? Imagining himself in future battles, unleashing one divine ability after another, was truly exhilarating. Diligence. I need more and more diligence. Feng Che clenched his fists, his eyes shining with determination. Killing demon cultivators, diligent cultivation, there was no time to rest. I'm still so young, why sleep? Why rest? I'm full of shortcomings, how can I sleep? Cultivation. I must cultivate. At this moment, he finally understood the motivational words on the panel. He felt a deep resonance as the embryonic form of the divine power completely fused with the panel. Feng Che gazed at the name, Ming Wang's Eye, and realized it was intricately linked to the angry Ming Wang visualization method he practiced. As he focused on trying to touch and operate this embryonic divine power, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his brow, as if a dagger was carving into his bone. The pain spread like a web throughout his body, causing every drop of blood to churn. His strong spiritual awareness only intensified the agony, making the ordeal seem interminably long. After an unknown amount of time, Feng Che slowly opened his eyes. He was drenched in cold sweat, his clothes soaked through. He struggled to sit up and instinctively raised his hand to touch his brow, only to feel an eye. Damn! Feng Che shuddered, quickly grabbing his phone to take a selfie. The screen showed his brow as smooth as ever, yet his fingers could tangibly feel the eye's presence, even sensing the lashes brushing against his fingertips. It was a mysterious eye, existing somewhere between reality and illusion. He attempted to activate this mysterious eye. Instantly, the spiritual energy particles and mental particles in the air were visible to him. Looking down, he could even clearly see the flow and speed of his mana within his meridians. This ability far surpassed the ordinary internal vision, promising great benefits for his cultivation breakthroughs. When he tried to channel it in an offensive manner, the third eye suddenly became scorching hot, with his internal mana and spiritual awareness surging to his brow, forming a formidable killing force. The air seemed ready to ignite, prompting Feng Che to quickly restrain his power. After all, this was a meditation room, and a single blow piercing the walls could cost him 140,000 good karma points in damages. Despite this, he couldn't hide his excitement. The embryonic form of the divine power suggested vast potential for growth. Although the exact method of enhancement was unknown, diligent cultivation was surely the right path. After calming himself, Feng Che took out the Thunder Eel Armor Beast's essence blood from the silver box. He crushed the vial, and 10 milliliters of blood hovered in the air, crackling with electricity. He immediately activated the 9 transformations of the divine dragon, feeling his pores transform into black vortices as the essence blood turned into a fine mist and entered his body. The will contained in the essence manifested as a thunderous beast roaring in a storm. A lotus bloomed on his spiritual platform, and with an angry command from the Ming Wang seal, the spiritual will was instantly shattered. Feng Che's eyes were clear, marking his successful subjugation and refinement of the essence blood. The first transformation of the 9 transformations of the divine dragon began to show its power. As Feng Che sat in meditation, a fierce wind whipped around him, accompanied by the roar of thunder. His eyes glowed with blue lightning as he formed a seal, his aura transforming dramatically. His right fingertip began to sprout fine scales of lightning, eventually covering his entire arm. Su Shangxing waited outside the meditation room. Feng Che had been inside for over 7 hours, exceeding the originally scheduled 4 hours. Li Huixian from Pujun University was also waiting nearby. He had a weathered look, a cigarette dangling unlit from his lips, and chatted with Su Shangxing like old friends. Suddenly, their conversation halted abruptly as both turned their gaze to the meditation room door that had been closed for 7 hours. Is that kid finally coming out? Li Huaixin remarked calmly. The mental particles in the meditation room stopped boiling a while ago. He should have completed his spiritual breakthrough. Whether he succeeded or not is still unknown, but taking so long to come out. He probably failed and is trying to fix it, or he's unwilling to face reality. What do you know? Su Shangxing glanced at him. The fact he hasn't come out yet is reassuring. This kid is a training fanatic, still in there pushing himself. From the looks of it, he probably succeeded in breaking through. Su Shangxing wore a knowing expression. I know him. If he had really failed, he would have come out long ago to find a remedy, not stubbornly stay inside. Just as he finished speaking, the door to the meditation room slowly opened, and Feng Che emerged, looking refreshed. Su Shangxing and Li Huaixin observed him intently, and despite their own strong cultivation, they were taken aback. Feng Che exuded an unusual aura, as if surrounded by a serene lotus, bringing peace to the soul, yet also resembling a wrathful Buddha, with a voice like thunder. Did you succeed? Su Shangxing asked with a hint of joy in his eyes. Feng Che nodded. Mission accomplished. Impressive, Li Huaixin nodded approvingly. And this is? Feng Che looked at Li Huaixin with some confusion. Don't mind him, just think of him as a teacher leading a team from some immortal city high school, Su Shangxing replied casually. You spent 7 hours in the meditation room, and while it was a lot of time, breaking through to the spiritual platform is a significant achievement. Li Huaixin added in his raspy voice. Your ranking on the merit leaderboard has already dropped out of the top 100, and your competition rank has slipped to 50. This is still thanks to your previously high merits. But in a few hours, you'll definitely be surpassed. After all, the first few days of trials are prime time for hunting demonic cultivators, and everyone is racing to earn merits by eliminating them. But now that your spiritual awareness has broken through to the spiritual platform, re-entering Yinxiao Town might give you a chance to catch up, Li Huaixin said with a mischievous grin. Just a reminder, if you make it into the top 10 of the merit leaderboard, there are unexpected benefits. So work hard. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. Feng Che replied politely with a smile. Feng Che turned to Su Shangxing and sincerely asked, Mr. Su, could you help me arrange for a second-level training room and a practice field? This request left both Li Huaixin and Su Shangxing momentarily stunned. Li Huaixin nearly dropped his cigarette from his mouth, clearly realizing that Feng Che hadn't taken his previous words to heart at all. You're going to train again? Su Shangxing remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation. You just finished training, and you're going back already? Feng Che grinned. I'm already behind, so no rush. I've just integrated with the Qing Yin and want to test its power while practicing some spells. It's getting dark, so I'll stay at the training field tonight and head to the town area in the morning. Go ahead, overwork yourself. Su Shangxing shook his head, handing Feng Che a card. While others are out fighting demonic cultivators, you're here training. I figured you'd want this, so I've already prepared the second-level training room and field for you. Don't delay too long. Head to the town area early. The overall ranking isn't crucial, but you must stay in the top 20 of the competition leaderboard. Li Huaixin watched this exchange, momentarily speechless. After thanking them, Feng Che eagerly ran off to the training room. Watching his retreating figure, Li Huaixin muttered, he's really relentless. He can train for 14 hours a day, sometimes even overnight, Su Shangxing shrugged. With such a diligent student, what can I do as a teacher? Li Huaixin rolled his eyes and asked, he's already a day behind. Do you think he can still make it into the top 20 of the competition leaderboard? The teams from the imperial capital, Shuangshan, and Wuxing are strong, mostly consisting of high school juniors at the foundation establishment stage. The performance from both northern and southern borders has been impressive this year, with the top 50 all being at foundation establishment, and the top 10 even at the second level. Su Shangxing looked at Li Huaixin as if he were foolish. He's my student. Of course, I believe in him. His spiritual awareness has already reached the Ling Tai stage, equivalent to spiritual awareness at the foundation establishment level. He's not weak. Li Huaixin fell silent, contemplating the strong confidence Su Shangxing had in Feng Che. This young man was indeed remarkable. In the training field, a blue flame ignited in Feng Che's Palma spell flame ring enhanced by the integration of Qing Yin, significantly more powerful than before. As a true fire, Qing Yin far surpasses Qi Yin, reaching the second level and capable of causing substantial damage to ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. The air was thick with a scorched scent. Feng Che unleashed immense physical strength, combining his energy with the Qing Yin flame ring to create rippling fire rings that swept across the training field. After 6 hours of training, a system notification chimed. Ding! You have diligently trained for 6 hours. With item enhancement, Diligence 120. Young one, cultivation is not just about idling. It's about relentless dedication. My combat talent is nearing level 5. Keep accumulating diligence to break through soon. Feng Che murmured to himself. After a quick wash and change, he rented an off-road motorcycle for 10 merit points, bidding farewell to Su Shangxing and Pei Linglong. The horizon began to brighten as the morning sun pierced the darkness, casting its light upon the world. Feng Che revved the engine, the roar echoing as he sped towards the rising sun, kicking up dust along the rugged, broken road. Despite losing a day of demon-slaying time, he had no regrets. The progress made in that day was immense. He was eager to challenge once more the Foundation establishment demonic cultivator who had made him taste the fear of death, to test his newfound strength in real combat. With his merit points running low, he needed to hunt down demonic cultivators to earn more merit and diligence. He yearned for battle. With the throttle pushed to its limit, Fang Che roared like thunder across the plains, charging towards the town shrouded in darkness. Fang Che re-entered Yunxiao town, riding his motorcycle through the district. Despite the chaos caused by the demonic cultivators of the Beast Blood sect, the swift response and decisive actions of the authorities prevented a total collapse of social order. Most doors along the streets were shut tight, and shops were locked up, with the once bustling commercial atmosphere now vanished. To prevent demonic cultivators from escaping disguised as civilians, the authorities had sealed off Yunxiao town, allowing no one to leave. This decision proved timely. Many demonic cultivators were unable to take hostages or make demands before being severely weakened, forcing them into hiding and turning Yunxiao town into a hunting ground for these rogue cultivators. Fang Che stopped his motorcycle, scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes. Suddenly, the silence was pierced by the sound of something cutting through the air, and three figures descended from the sky. A Foundation establishment stage man, leading two Refinement 9th level cultivators, one of whom was a ponytailed woman. Just entered the district? The ponytailed woman looked curiously at Fang Che, while the Foundation establishment man and the other Refinement male cultivator cast in different glances. Entering the district alone now? Seems like a straggler. Ignore him, the Foundation establishment man said in a deep voice. We need to hurry and scour the area. The longer we wait, the fewer demonic cultivators remain, and the less merit we can earn. Time is of the essence. The two Refinement cultivators nodded and quickly spread their spiritual senses, searching the district. Watching their hurried departure, Fang Che instantly understood the current situation. It was a race against time to earn merit. Fang Che took a deep breath, his eyes shining with determination, feeling his blood boiling. I need to speed up too and hunt down more demonic cultivators to climb the merit ranking in this trial. Isn't this diligence in its own right? Abandoning his motorcycle, he began weaving through the streets and alleys of Yunxiao town. His newly advanced spiritual sense at the spirit stage spread out like a tide, capturing everything within a 10-meter radius. Although this method of searching was primitive and inefficient, relying heavily on luck, it was part of the trial. An hour later, Fang Che stopped, rubbing his temples, which throbbed from the continuous expansion of his spiritual sense. He frowned in thought. At this rate, the efficiency is too low. No wonder they say the first day of the trial is the easiest time to hunt demonic cultivators. Fang Che stood on the street of Yunxiao town, murmuring to himself. He pulled out his satellite phone, attempting to contact his companions in this town where official signals were blocked. It was the only feasible way to communicate. He sent messages to Lao Luo, Jia Shengli, Gao Cheng, and others, but received no replies. It seems they are all in battle. Fang Che put away his phone, a look of determination crossing his face. I'll have to rely on myself. A carpet search was clearly inefficient. Fang Che furrowed his brow, then his eyes lit up with an idea. He raised his hand to his brow and whispered, Eye of the King of Enlightenment. His forehead seemed to crack open as a mysterious eye slowly emerged. Instantly, his spiritual perception magnified greatly, with a blood-red scene unfolding in his mind. The range of his perception expanded rapidly from 10 meters to 100, and the aura flowing from each person became vividly clear. Ordinary people appeared in faint white, cultivators in varying shades of blue according to their level, and the black aura of demonic cultivators stood out distinctly. Fang Che opened his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. Found them. Meanwhile, not far away, three people were engaged in conversation at a street corner. A female cultivator at the 9th level of the refining stage, with a ponytail, was frowning. Brother Lei, the number of demonic cultivators is really dwindling, and their disguises are more sophisticated. Half a day has passed, and we haven't found a single one. The Foundation establishment cultivator, Lu Lei, sighed. It's only the second day, and they're already so hard to find. It'll only get tougher later on. Our perception techniques are too shallow. Look at those geniuses on the merit list: Lu Yun, Li Songhai, Yi Qing from the imperial capital, and Su Muxian, Luo Beiyu from the twin immortal city. Their merits keep increasing. They must have figured out the key to seeing through demonic disguises. As they spoke, the ponytailed woman suddenly noticed a figure stopped in front of a breakfast stall ahead. Hey, isn't that the young man we just ran into? Lu Lei glanced over dismissively. Only at the 8th level of refining, riding a motorcycle around recklessly. At that speed, how could he sense demonic cultivators? He's probably just out shopping. Before he could finish, a violent surge of magical power erupted from that direction. The young man was suddenly surrounded by crackling electricity and a sword light. infused with thunder, slashed fiercely toward the seemingly charming breakfast stall owner. In the next instant, dense black, demonic energy burst forth from the stall owner. As Feng Che made his move, white lightning burst forth like a flash, a powerful force known as the White Thunder Demon Slayer, designed specifically to vanquish evil. The breakfast stall was instantly blown apart by this energy, with steamers sliced cleanly and buns and dumplings scattering like raindrops, while soy milk traced a white arc through the air. Feng Che's Ming Wang eye coldly scanned the seemingly alluring proprietress. Beneath her charming exterior, with its fair skin, long legs, and voluptuous figure, the concealed demonic aura was laid bare by his divine ability. In the distance, Lu Lei, a Foundation establishment cultivator, witnessed the scene. Initially furious at Feng Chi's sudden action, had clearly used his spiritual sense to confirm there was no demonic aura within the proprietress. But his anger was quickly replaced by shock. The proprietress suddenly erupted with billowing black, demonic energy, her beautiful facade twisting and deforming, revealing rugged muscles beneath her skin, transforming in an instant into a towering giant of 2.5 meters, a demonic cultivator from the Beast Blood sect at the 9th level of Qi Refinement. The demonic cultivator roared in rage, clearly not expecting his painstakingly crafted disguise to be seen through so easily. The lethal threat contained in Feng Che's sword forced him to reveal his true form. The gleaming sword light sliced through the air like lightning, and the hulking giant's formidable physique offered no resistance. His fearsome head fell with a thud. Feng Che did not stop there. He swiftly appeared before the headless corpse, his smaller stature doing nothing to diminish his fierce presence. He channeled the force of the 8 Desolation's explosive double heaven into a single punch, striking the demonic cultivator's chest with tremendous power. Flesh and blood flew as the massive body was left with a gaping hole in the chest, the heart pulverized by the impact. That should ensure he's dead for good. Demonic cultivators are notoriously resilient and cunning. I wouldn't feel secure without destroying the chest. Feng Che muttered to himself as he exhaled deeply upon landing. The badge on his chest began to automatically absorb the demonic aura, verifying that this was his independent kill with no outside assistance. Around him, silence prevailed. The patrons of the breakfast stall had already retreated to a safe distance, having grown accustomed to the frequent sight of demonic cultivators being hunted down. This battle had been swift as lightning, leaving the demonic cultivator with no time to take hostages or make threats, resulting in no innocent casualties. In the distance, 3 figures stood frozen in place. Lu Lei, a Foundation establishment cultivator, looked down at the grotesque head rolling towards them. What power! The ponytailed woman finally snapped back to reality and exclaimed, "Brother Lei, he found a demonic cultivator we missed. We actually overlooked a 9th level Qi Refinement demonic cultivator." Her words were like invisible arrows piercing Lu Lei's heart. Lu Lei, you don't have to say it if you can't, he thought to himself. They had indeed missed it. Lu Lei looked at Feng Che with astonishment, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, he hadn't noticed the anomaly of the 9th level Qi Refinement demonic cultivator, yet this 8th level Qi Refinement cultivator had detected it and defeated the opponent instantly. Truly worthy of the trial in the dueling competition. However, Lu Lei was still curious. After all, detecting a demonic cultivator's presence required spiritual sense, and even with his spiritual platform sense, he hadn't noticed anything. How did Feng Che manage it? How did you spot it? Lu Lei asked as he watched Feng Che mount his motorcycle. Feng Che paused for a moment, glanced at Lu Lei, and replied, "With my eyes." With those words, Feng Che twisted the throttle and sped off like a streak of lightning. He used the Ming Wang eye, which was technically using his eyes. Feng Che wasn't lying. He was telling the truth. Lu Lei's face darkened. With your eyes? Who are you kidding? The art of pretending was truly mastered. Ding. A translucent notification appeared before Feng Che. You engaged in battle with a demonic cultivator and successfully killed them, earning 100 diligence points. Based on the severity of the demonic cultivator's sins, you receive an additional 300 diligence points. A smile crept onto Feng Che's lips. Killing demonic cultivators not only brought merit, but also earned him diligence points. The amount was substantial. The more heinous the demonic cultivator, the more diligence points he could earn based on their sins. This trial ground was the perfect place for Feng Che to accumulate diligence points. If he didn't seize the opportunity now, when would he? Kill demons, diligently kill demons. Feng Che was filled with determination. Riding his motorcycle, the Ming Wang eye was activated once more. Any trace of demonic energy would be detected by it, as the Ming Wang eye allowed no impurities, especially demonic energy. Feng Che had superior conditions for locating demonic cultivators than anyone else. The roar of the engine subsided as Feng Che stopped in front of an internet cafe. Even in this era, internet cafes remained a popular place for leisure among ordinary people. In his Ming Wang eye, demonic energy swirled within the cafe, and it wasn't just a trace. A group? Fang Che's eyes gleamed with excitement. Besides killing demons to earn diligence points, he had another significant target. The Foundation establishment demonic cultivator who, during their first battle in the town area, had given him an overwhelming sense of oppression. The one who, with the help of the bloodthirsty demon vine, made Fang Che feel the threat of death. Fang Che had to kill him. It had almost become an obsession. Of course, he also wanted the demon vine's core and sap. Parking his motorcycle, Fang Che placed the keys in his storage ring. Wearing his spirit-concealing sandbag, he slowly entered the internet cafe. Sizzling white lightning flashed, accompanied by the sound of sword cries and angry roars. Moments later, Fang Che walked out of the cafe, flicked the blood from his hands, donned his helmet, and mounted his motorcycle. The engine roared as he vanished into the dust of the bustling streets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something cutting through the air echoed as Lu Lei and his two companions landed, exchanging glances. "Brother Lei, we've checked this place before," the ponytailed girl exclaimed. "I know," Lu Lei replied. "I don't need you to remind me." They entered the cafe, where they found 3 demonic cultivators with their chests blown open, dead in a gruesome state. "I figured it out," the ponytailed woman suddenly shouted. "That young man. He's a well-known genius from the Flying Thunder Immortal City dueling competition, known as the Chest-Crushing Demon. A high school student who, with a 7th level Chi Refinement cultivation, won the individual competition in Flying Thunder Immortal City." Lu Lei murmured. Chest-Crushing Demon. Quite a fitting name. He must have a way to easily detect demonic cultivators. Perhaps they could seek cooperation. With his cultivation, facing a Foundation establishment demonic cultivator would be challenging, but if he collaborated with Lu Lei, they might successfully hunt down the Foundation establishment demonic cultivator. At the Cloud Peak Town trial base, the merit list displayed the current rankings. Su Shangxing, Pei Linglong, and Li Huaixin stood by, surrounded by numerous supervising teachers, all anxiously watching the ever-changing names on the list. Although there was a slight delay in the rankings, it was the most direct reflection of the trial ground situation. Gao Cheng and Reina's merits haven't changed for a while. They must have encountered a formidable enemy. Liu Li and Jia Shengli, who were with them, haven't seen any changes either. I wonder if Fang Che has joined them, Su Shangxing pondered, analyzing the situation based on the merit changes. Fang Che's ranking, it's moving. Pei Linglong suddenly exclaimed excitedly. So fast. Fang Che is moving, so fast. Fang Che's ranking on the trial merit list is skyrocketing at an astonishing pace, quickly breaking past the top 200 mark and showing no signs of slowing down. Every 10 minutes or so, a notable amount of merit is credited to his account, which in turn boosts his ranking rapidly. Pei Linglong stood before the merit list, her eyes wide with surprise. She distinctly remembered Fang Che had spent an entire day cultivating at the base, starting 24 hours later than the other trial participants. By all accounts, the easiest demonic cultivators to find, those with weaker disguise abilities, should have already been eliminated by the other trial participants. To continue finding demonic cultivators at this stage required exceptional detection skills. He's so fast, it's like he's constantly taking down demonic cultivators. Su Shangxing couldn't help but marvel. Pei Linglong turned to Su Shangxing and asked, "Something's off. How is he doing this?" Su Shangxing shook his head and replied, "Even though Fang Che has reached the Ling Tai stage, his newly acquired spiritual sense shouldn't be able to easily spot disguised demonic cultivators. There are many cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage in this trial, all high school seniors aiming for top-tier cultivation universities. They also possess Ling Tai spiritual senses, yet many of them have seen their merits stagnate. They've hit a bottleneck in finding demonic cultivators. Perhaps Fang Che has mastered some special method unknown to us." Li Huaixin, with an unlit cigarette in his mouth, squinted and said, "This is getting more and more interesting. I want to see if this kid can break into the top 10 on the trial merit list as a competitive trial participant." "And then? What does entering the top 10 mean for him?" Su Shangxing asked, hands behind his back, watching Fang Che's rank climb on the list. Li Huaixin chuckled. "Then I'll give him an opportunity. I'm quite eager to see if a first-year high school student can work some miracles with that chance." Hearing this, Su Shangxing and Pei Linglong both turned their heads, their eyes filled with surprise. They knew very well what the opportunity Li Huaixin mentioned entailed. Meanwhile, Fang Che was hunting his 8th target. With a dull thud, another demonic cultivator's body hit the ground, flesh and blood erupting. He calmly wiped the blood from his hands, and the Ming Wang's eye at his brow slowly retracted. Another 9th level Qi refining cultivator down, 100 merits gained, Fang Che murmured to himself. With the help of the Ming Wang's eye, his ability to spot demonic cultivators was unfailing. No matter how intricate the disguise, as long as there was the slightest trace of demonic energy, it couldn't escape his sight. Calculating silently, he had already taken down 6 9th level Qi refining, 1 8th level, and 1 7th level demonic cultivator, accumulating a total of 680 merit points. However, Since the merit list could only be viewed back at the base, he didn't yet know his exact ranking. Feng Che pondered over the matter of the Foundation Establishment demonic cultivators, feeling a surge of excitement. Each time he recalled the existence that had threatened his life, images of the demonic vines, Foundation Establishment, and civilian houses flashed in his mind, making his blood boil and his fighting spirit soar. At that moment, a semi-transparent notification suddenly appeared. Ding! You engaged in a fierce battle with a chi refining demonic cultivator and successfully killed them. Diligence 100. Based on the demonic cultivator's level of sin, you receive an additional Diligence 100. Feng Che's eyes lit up. The rewards from this hunt were indeed plentiful. Not only did he gain merit, but he also amassed a significant amount of diligence. The 8 chi refining demonic cultivators had collectively brought him 2,300 points of diligence. Adding this to his existing 1,360 points, his total now reached 3,660 points. With a thought, the combat data appeared. Combat level 4, 7, 36010,000. Seeing these numbers, a smile curved on Feng Che's lips, and he immediately began the process of refining his skills. Ding! Begin refining your combat skills. Do you wish to spend 2,640 diligence points to refine your combat skills? Yes. Ding! Refining in progress. Feng Che stepped out of the house and got on his motorcycle. By now, the moonlight had climbed high into the sky, and he quietly waited for the refining process to complete. About 10 minutes later, a new notification appeared. Ding! Your combat talent has been refined to level 5. The combat panel updated. Combat level 5, 0100,000. Clearly, advancing to a higher tier would require a staggering 100,000 diligence points, a feat not easily achieved in the short term. From his remaining 1,020 diligence points, he used 1,000 to enhance his spell talent, raising it from level 3 to level 4. At that moment, another notification arrived. Ding! Congratulations on your combat talent breaking through to level 5, granting you the nascent divine ability, Ascend the Tower. Feng Che's eyes brightened. The long-awaited nascent divine ability had finally appeared. Following the awakening of the Ming Wang's eye from his spiritual sense talent, his combat talent had also awakened a divine ability. His fighting spirit grew even stronger as Feng Che thought to himself, I need more diligence. This trial is a heaven-sent opportunity. With so many demonic cultivators, each one is a walking source of diligence. How can I let them go unchallenged? Even in the dead of night, his battle intent remained undiminished. While contemplating how to locate the Foundation Establishment demonic cultivators, he suddenly sensed something unusual. With a light tap of his toes, he vanished from his spot, leaving behind an afterimage. A cracking sound echoed in the air as a whip-like kick struck the corner. Smack! A pale, jade-like hand intercepted his kick, dispersing the surrounding air. The opponent's figure gracefully retreated several meters, moving with the elegance of an immortal. Under the moonlight, Feng Che recognized the newcomers and raised an eyebrow. It's you. It turned out to be Lu Lei and his 2 companions, the Foundation Establishment cultivators he had encountered earlier. The moonlight was cold and clear, casting an even deeper silence over the town of Yinshao. In a narrow alley, Lu Lei spread his hands, a gentle smile on his face, standing beside a ponytailed girl and a burly boy. Your name is Feng Che, right? Don't worry, we're here to propose a collaboration, Lu Lei said, placing his hands behind his back, clenching and unclenching his fists. The recent encounter with Feng Che had left him uneasy. Even with his foundation-building power channeled into his palm, he hadn't gained a clear advantage. This forced him to reassess the strength of his opponent. The intense energy around Feng Che gradually subsided as he looked at Lu Lei in surprise. I thought it was a sneak attack by demonic cultivators. Don't do that again. It's easy to misunderstand. Let me introduce myself, Lu Lei said warmly. I'm Lu Lei, a senior at the 5th High School of Beijiang Immortal City, and a participant in this Yinshao trial. I'm at the 1st level of Foundation Establishment. This is Sun Ying, and that's Zhou Nan, my teammates, both at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining. Feng Che, sophomore at 2nd High of Feilei Immortal City, 8th level of Qi refining. Feng Che replied briefly. The ponytailed girl, Sun Ying, smiled gently, her bright eyes appraising Feng Che. To her, Feng Che's ruthless methods against demonic cultivators seemed to showcase a unique style. Cooperation? What do you want to collaborate on? Feng Che asked directly, clearly not interested in wasting time on pleasantries. Lu Lei's smile faded as he spoke seriously. We know you have a special method for finding demonic cultivators. Your speed in locating them is remarkable, and you're always accurate. Many demonic cultivators I misjudged, you managed to identify. So, we want to team up with you to hunt down foundation-building demonic cultivators. Feng Che raised an eyebrow. Defeating a 1st-level foundation-building demonic cultivator could earn 800 merit points, 8 times more than a 9th-level Qi refining one. But the risk was significantly higher. The trial is on its 2nd day, Lu Lei analyzed sincerely. The demonic cultivators with weaker concealment abilities have mostly been cleared out. The remaining ones are adept at hiding, especially those at the foundation building level. Searching alone takes a lot of time. But if we work together, our efficiency would greatly increase. This benefits both of us, and you'd earn more merit points. Lu Lei gazed intently at Feng Che. Killing a foundation-building demonic cultivator is worth 800 merit points, and the badge will distribute points based on contribution. No matter what, you'll gain more than by defeating a 9th-level Qi refining demonic cultivator. This collaboration is advantageous for you. However, after listening to this earnest analysis, Feng Che couldn't help but laugh. I refuse. Lu Lei was stunned, as were Sun Ying and Zhou Nan. They hadn't expected Feng Che to refuse so decisively. Lu Lei opened his mouth, ready to say something, but Feng Che interrupted him, looking at him curiously. I can hunt a foundation establishment demon cultivator on my own. Why would I need to team up with you? Lu Lei was taken aback. Do you know what you're saying? He had expected Feng Che might refuse, but not with such an excuse and in such a manner. You're at the 8th stage of Qi refinement, and you want to hunt a foundation establishment? That's insane. It's foundation establishment, not the 9th stage of Qi refinement. Feng Che smiled. I'm just looking forward to testing myself against a foundation establishment cultivator. I prefer going solo. With that, Feng Che bid the three farewell. He mounted his motorcycle, and the roar of the engine tore through the night silence, leaving the three bewildered in the wind. That guy, he's so arrogant. Lu Lei took a deep breath, looking displeased. The gap between Qi refinement and foundation establishment is significant, and he wanted to hunt a demon cultivator alone. It's like seeking death. His spirit is high, but he hasn't faced the harsh realities of the world. Forget it. Let him go if he wants to die. Lu Lei watched as Feng Che disappeared into the moonlit dust, snorted coldly, and turned away with Sun Ying and Zhou Nan. However, soon after, Lu Lei turned back furiously. I want to see what gives him the confidence to take on a foundation establishment with just an 8th stage Qi refinement. The moonlight grew colder and more ethereal, casting a thin veil over the entire town of Yunshao. The city, which should have been bustling, was quiet in the late night. Residents returned early to their homes, isolating themselves from the outside world. Occasionally, the city would echo with the roar of magical power, the sound of trialists hunting demon cultivators. As time passed, the noise dwindled. Clearly, the trialists were not in the habit of hunting demons all night, preferring to resume at dawn. But for Feng Che, the night was just beginning. The motorcycle engine gradually quieted, and Feng Che removed his helmet, parking the bike. His eyes fell on the neon-lit sign ahead. Golden Bucket Foot Bath City. Feng Che looked at the vibrant foot bath establishment, raising his hand to his brow. Eye of the Ming King. Instantly, he saw clearly, perceiving the dense and twisted demonic aura within the foot bath city. A foundation establishment demon cultivator finally found it. Feng Che stretched, his joints cracking, and slowly walked into the foot bath city. The flickering sign and the dim, pink lights created an ambiguous atmosphere. Feng Che muttered to himself as he stepped inside. Who would have thought my first visit to a foot bath city would be like this? Luckily, I'm a decent person. Indecent people come to foot bath cities just to wash their feet. Decent people don't just wash their feet, and I'm here to slay demons. At the front desk, a woman in professional attire with wavy hair greeted him with a professional smile. Sir, foot bath or lodging? Foot bath, Feng Che replied quickly. Is your foot bath legitimate? The woman eyed Feng Che suspiciously, noting his youthful appearance. Sir, are you a high school student? High school students aren't recommended for foot baths. Seems it's not legitimate, Feng Che thought, suddenly intrigued. This foundation establishment demon cultivator had some tricks up their sleeve. Feng Che quickly negotiated with the well-dressed woman, spending 250 merit points to secure a foot bath session. Follow me. I'll arrange a therapist for you, the woman said, handing Feng Che a pink number tag and motioning for him to follow. Feng Che, nervous and shy, obediently trailed behind her. The woman's high heels clicked against the narrow corridor floor, the sound echoing like a steady drumbeat. Suddenly, Feng Che stopped. He turned to look at a closed door beside him. Miss, he called out to the woman ahead. She paused and looked back, seeing Feng Che draw his sword. Her eyes widened in surprise. Feng Che's expression was solemn. Miss, I need to take care of something personal first. With those words, a surge of magical power erupted from Feng Che, his energy flowing like a mighty river. He kicked the closed door, shattering it open. Don't move. Room inspection. The moon hung like a hook in the night sky, its faint glow casting a gentle light over the earth. In front of the golden water bucket foot bath city, Lu Lei, Sun Ying, and Zhou Nan watched the flickering neon sign with serious expressions. Lei, he went in, Sun Ying whispered. It's the same place where you guys got a foot massage before. Lu Lei and Zhou Nan looked tense, especially Lu Lei, who was almost too embarrassed to speak. The purpose of Feng Che's visit to the foot bath city was suspicious. Just a simple foot massage? Impossible. Lu Lei had been there before. How could an ordinary footbath place hide a foundation establishment demon cultivator? Maybe he's really just there to relax? Lulei suggested, waving his hand. But before he could finish, a loud explosion shattered the night silence. A window burst open, and thick demonic energy poured out from the broken window. Inside the golden water bucket footbath city, fragments of the door lay scattered on the floor. Under the dim orange lights, the flashing white arcs of lightning dispelled the ambience. A man who had been about to make a move on a massage therapist screamed in shock at the sudden turn of events. What the hell? Checking rooms for what? I'm just here for a foot massage. What's there to check? However, when he saw Feng Che enter the room with a lightning-encased sword, he fell silent in fear. The sweet-looking woman in the therapist's uniform sighed softly. He was just about to touch me, and then he'd have to take responsibility. What a pity. She looked up at Feng Che, her eyes gleaming with an unusual light. You, at just the 8th level of Qi refinement. How dare you provoke me? Before she could finish, thick, dark demonic energy rose around her. Her hair whipped wildly, and scales appeared on her face. In the hallway, a woman in a business skirt collapsed to the ground, her legs trembling as she stared in terror at the demon cultivator exuding black energy inside the room. The middle-aged, pot-bellied man inside had turned pale with fear. If he had succeeded just moments ago, he might have already met his end. The demon cultivator's hair stood on end, her snake-like eyes glowed, and the foundation establishment pressure was suffocating for ordinary people. She grinned. How dare you come, huh? Before she could finish, a terrifying force struck her chest. The powerful energy, infused with magic, slammed her into the window. The glass shattered, and countless shards scattered in all directions. A powerful force propelled her out of the house, and amidst the swirling demonic energy, she steadied herself, hovering in midair. Her serpent-like pupils contracted as she gazed at Feng Che, who maintained a striking stance inside the house, unable to conceal his excitement and thrill. Foundation establishment. I've finally encountered Foundation establishment again. Feng Che trembled slightly, recalling the life-threatening suppression he faced from a Foundation establishment demonic cultivator when he first arrived in Yinxiao Town. Anticipation and desire surged through every pore as he slowly raised his head and grinned. I've been waiting for this. Don't disappoint me. 8 Desolations blast. With a burst of force from his feet, the concrete ground caved in and cracked, revealing the rebar beneath. Feng Che transformed into a dark shadow, shooting skyward straight towards the woman. The sword in his hand crackled with white lightning, forming a roaring serpent that illuminated the night sky. With his dueling talent elevated to level 5, his mastery of swordsmanship and spellcasting had reached an extraordinary level. 3,000 sword thunder. The lightning, like a dragon or python, lunged at the female Foundation establishment demonic cultivator. You're courting death. Her hair fluttered wildly as her technician's attire shattered, her body covered in fine scales like armor. She activated her beast blood state, shedding her human form entirely. The sword lightning slashed through, tearing only her afterimage. With a sudden whoosh, she was upon Feng Che like a javelin. He gathered azure flames in his fist, meeting her Hedon. The terrifying force coursed through his limbs like a torrent, slamming him into the ground and shattering the bricks. The scaled woman stood atop the roof, her serpent eyes icy. 8th level of Qi refinement, and you dare challenge Foundation establishment. Are all the high schoolers in the Great Xia immortal sect so lacking in reverence? Before her words finished, she had already descended to the ground. With each step, the bricks exploded beneath her feet. Feng Che thrust his red-scaled fast sword, the sound of a sonic boom echoing, but she deftly sidestepped and deflected the attack with a casual swipe. Too slow, your speed is too slow. Even though you're a body technique cultivator, you're still just a Qi refinement practitioner. Her serpent eyes rotated as she lashed out with a whip-like leg, imbued with Foundation establishment power, aiming to crush Feng Che's skull with its force. The oppressive aura of the Foundation establishment cultivator was as heavy as a mountain. Feng Che deeply felt the suffocating gap between the Qi refining stage and the Foundation establishment. The female demon cultivator's whip-like leg lashed out like lightning. The air seemed to solidify, and Feng Che's flesh felt unusually heavy as the fatal blow was about to strike. However, instead of despairing, Feng Che's blood boiled and a surge of heat arose throughout his body. Facing the spear-like sharp leg, he instantly spread out his spiritual awareness, and the sluggishness of his thoughts dissipated immediately. His experience dodging the lantern swordfish in the Divine Training Tower, amplified by his level 5 combat talent, was brought to the extreme. Whoosh! Feng Che slightly tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. Then he turned sideways, raised his knee, and unleashed the explosive force of the 8 Desolations, striking fiercely at the female demon cultivator's waist and abdomen. Unexpectedly, the female demon cultivator's body was as agile as a water snake, easily deflecting the ferocious blow. She passed by Feng Che like a shadow, her toes touching the ground several times before landing lightly. Your spiritual awareness. It's not just meditative, it's spiritual platform awareness. The female demon cultivator's snake-like eyes narrowed, and after her shock, a fervent excitement surged. No wonder you dare to challenge a foundation establishment. Having spiritual platform awareness at the 8th level of chi refining, you're truly a genius. She extended her crimson forked tongue, madly licking her already purple lips. I love killing geniuses the most. I can't wait to wash your feet. And then, peel your skin off inch by inch from your feet. Around the corner of the Golden Bucket Footbath City, as the window shattered, dense demonic energy from the Foundation Establishment Demon Cultivator surged out. Lu Lei, Sun Ying, and Zhou Nan, hiding in the shadows, held their breath and focused intently on the sudden battle. As expected, it's a Foundation Establishment Demon Cultivator, and they've integrated the second-tier demonic blood of the Beast Blood Sect Serpent, making their physical body extremely strong, Lu Lei said gravely. Fang Che is overestimating himself. Against such an opponent, he's likely to die. The difference is too great. They're not even on the same level. Sun Ying, Zhou Nan, prepare to support. Once Fang Che is injured, we'll step in. We can't just watch him die. Got it, responded Sun Ying, with her hair in a ponytail, and Zhou Nan. Yet in the next moment, all three froze, their eyes widening in shock. Fang Che had managed to break through the female demon cultivator's foundation establishment pressure, narrowly dodging that deadly leg. What was even more astonishing was the surge of spiritual awareness emanating from him, as if a raging tide. Ling Tai's spiritual consciousness. Fang Che frowned. I'm just a high school student, a decent person, I don't wash feet. The spiritual consciousness surged, and Fang Che's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He raised his hand and touched the red scales, manipulating with Ling Tai's spiritual consciousness. A white lightning shot out, roaring in the direction pointed by Fang Che's fingertip, like a thunderbolt crossing the world. It came crashing down. Sword control. Ling Tai's spiritual consciousness manipulated the flying sword, exhibiting extraordinary power. However, the female demon cultivator's body flickered, and a dense black mist, accompanied by sharp laughter, emerged around her, leaving behind afterimages. The flying sword controlled by Fang Che couldn't keep up with her speed and was easily dodged. Yet, Fang Che wasn't surprised. He raised his hand, and with a click, 2 spirit-binding sandbags fell to the ground, creating booming sounds and leaving dents. The 2 sandbags on his legs were also thrown off, hitting the ground like boulders, causing cracks. The female demon cultivator's eyes narrowed. This guy had been carrying such heavy sandbags while fighting her? Fang Che twisted his neck, his eyes brimming with excitement. You thought I was too slow? It's been a long time since anyone said that, he stated, raising his hand and hooking his sword fingers. A whistling sword cry erupted, like a shrill scream. It then reversed and transformed into a white lightning serpent, swiftly slashing towards the back of the female demon cultivator's head. She reacted, twisting her body enveloped in demonic energy. But just as she twisted, Fang Che moved. The 3 forces of Ba Huang Bao poured into his feet, causing countless floating stones to shatter and rise, seeming to freeze in midair. Fang Che's figure had already passed through the floating stones, appearing right in front of the female demon cultivator. His speed was significantly faster than before. Without the constraints of the spirit-binding sandbags, Fang Che's speed exploded completely. So fast, the female demon cultivator's snake-like pupils contracted, but soon, a dismissive look spread across her face. So what? You're just at the 8th level of chi refining, she sneered. The distance between Fang Che and the female demon cultivator was less than a meter. His expression remained indifferent, unfazed by her mockery. 8th level of chi refining. I'll still crush you, Fang Che declared, his voice growing louder and more intense, until it resembled a roar. Roar. Like a giant ape standing on a mountaintop, angrily roaring at the moon hanging high in the sky. God-subduing roar. The power of spiritual consciousness swept out like a storm, forming invisible wave-like ripples. The female demon cultivator suddenly felt her head buzzing, her eardrums about to burst, her entire head feeling as if struck by a morning bell, plunging her into a brief stupor. Bang! Fang Che struck instantly, the power of Ba Huang Bao smashing into the female demon cultivator's chest, causing it to cave in. The terrifying force sent her hurtling backward like a cannonball. But Fang Che frowned slightly. Something felt off. The punch to her chest, the secondary and tertiary bursts of force, seemed unable to penetrate the scaly defense covering her body. It was as if everything was being deflected. The female demon cultivator slowly got up from the ground, shaking her head. Fang Che's eyes narrowed, and with a fierce stomp, he launched himself again, unwilling to give her any chance to react. Fang Che noticed his opponent had fallen into the rhythm of his attacks, and decided to seize the opportunity to strike decisively. He raised his hand to his forehead, and his eyes were instantly covered with a faint glow. This was the Mind's Eye Divine Blade, a spiritual technique. Inside his Niwen Palace, The lotus of the spirit platform was spinning rapidly, with the wrathful King Ming seated upon it, forming a mudra with his fingers and emitting a Buddhist chant. As King Ming flicked his fingers, a translucent blade of light shot forth. With his level 5 spiritual aptitude, Feng Che executed the spiritual technique almost instantaneously. The blade of light flashed, piercing through the female demonic cultivator who was still disoriented from the residual effects of the divine roar. Her head snapped back abruptly. Her snake-like pupils contracted sharply, as if her spirit had been cleaved by the divine blade, leaving terrifying cracks on her spiritual platform. Blood gushed from her mouth and nose. Although she was a Foundation Establishment cultivator, Feng Che was not inferior in terms of spiritual prowess, and this strike severely wounded her. Taking advantage of the female demonic cultivator's excruciating headache and disoriented state, Feng Che did not relent. He was well aware of her unique physical defense, which ordinary attacks could not penetrate. This was indeed a limitation of his current cultivation level. Even with a heavenly spiritual root, it was impossible to advance to the Foundation Establishment stage in just half a month, as the path of cultivation requires gradual accumulation. But Feng Che had a backup plan. He raised his fist, and a dense layer of scales instantly covered his entire hand-dragon transformation. Arcs of electricity danced between the scales, thunder roared. This was the refined blood of the thunder eel-armored beast burning, transforming into energy that flowed through his entire arm. His arm morphed, resembling a dragon's claw, wrapped in crackling currents. The enhancement of the white thunder curse further amplified the power of these arcs. Seizing the moment, Feng Che delivered a punch with unstoppable force towards the female demonic cultivator's chest. With a puff sound, countless scales shattered, blood sprayed. Her snake-like pupils shrank to the size of sesame seeds, and she spat blood, letting out a piercing scream. Her body was actually pierced through by this punch. In the silent night, only the cold moonlight spilled over the world. The night was chilly, yet the battle on the ground was filled with intense passion. Lu Lei and his two companions hid in the darkness, witnessing a nearly unimaginable battle where the weak defeated the strong. A Foundation stage demon cultivator, who had activated his beast blood state, was completely overpowered by a high school student at the 8th level of Qi Refinement. The student's combo of attacks was relentless and deadly. Sun Ying, with her ponytail, widened her rounded mouth and stared with wide eyes at the young man under the moonlight, who seemed like a war god with his dragon-scaled, transformed, and massive arms. Her scalp tingled slightly, and she felt a shiver run through her body, her legs instinctively clamping together. On the other side, the usually stoic Zhou Nen gasped in rare surprise. Was this really Qi Refinement? As a Foundation stage cultivator, Lu Lei fell into complete silence, staring blankly at the scene that defied his expectations. He had thought Feng Che would be crushed by the Foundation stage demon cultivator and left gravely injured. Yet, Feng Che exhibited such terrifying combat strength, with a formidable physical prowess, advanced combat techniques, and even extremely powerful spiritual awareness spells. Using his 8th level Qi Refinement cultivation, he reversed the odds against a Foundation stage cultivator and emerged victorious. Simply a monster. Sun Ying suddenly said softly. Lei, it seems he really doesn't need to join forces with us. He was telling the truth. He can handle a Foundation stage cultivator on his own. Sun Ying's words struck Lu Lei's heart like an invisible arrow. It was as if he could hear the sound of it piercing through. Recalling his earlier confident assertion that Feng Che would be severely injured by the Foundation stage demon cultivator, Lu Lei felt a metaphorical slap to the face. The reality came so swiftly, like a tornado. The dense scales and crackling arcs of lightning danced as Feng Che stood firm, his arm covered in fine dragon scales dripping with blood. After the transformation into the divine dragon state, Feng Che had activated the essence blood of the Thunder Eel armored beast. Although he hadn't fully transformed into the Thunder Eel armored beast, his arm had mutated, gaining strength nearly comparable to a second-tier Thunder Eel armored beast. That strength was terrifying, piercing through the female demon cultivator with snake scale protection as if she were mere cloth. The female demon cultivator flew out like a rag doll, crashing to the ground, her chest gaping with a hole that sprayed blood, quickly forming a pool. Feng Che didn't even glance at her, instead looking down at his transformed arm, feeling the immense power surging through him. The clenching and unclenching of his fingers produced a resonant sound. Such powerful strength. This belonged to the second tier. And this was only the first transformation of the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. If he could obtain more Dragon Essence blood, the power he could gain might become increasingly formidable. Truly a powerful cultivation technique. Feng Che took a deep breath. However, obtaining Dragon Essence blood was no easy task. It required more merit. After all, each dragon beast was incredibly powerful. The white lightning arcs crackling around his dragon arm made Feng Che frown slightly. The power of the white lightning was becoming insufficient, almost ineffective against Foundation stage demon cultivators. It needed an upgrade to the Azure Lightning, which belonged to the second tier. Feng Che pondered, yet replacing the lightning still required merit for exchange. Feng Che gazed at the battlefield before him, his heart filled with a myriad of emotions. As a cultivator, he finally understood the true value of merit. For a high school student, this trial was undoubtedly a rare opportunity to earn merit. Just as he was brimming with determination, something unusual happened. The system notification didn't appear. This anomaly immediately heightened his alertness. If this Foundation establishment demonic cultivator was truly dead, there would surely be merit to gain. Since there wasn't, Feng Che raised an eyebrow, tapped the ground lightly with his toes, and his figure vanished in an instant. His speed was so fast it seemed to tear through the air, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the female demonic cultivator's corpse. Playing dead? It's meaningless in front of me. Without providing merit, how can you be truly considered dead? The crimson scale sword in his hand ignited with flames and arcs of electricity, its thunderous roar directing a fierce sword light at the female demonic cultivator's head. Sensing the oncoming heat and the aura of thunder and killing intent, the demonic cultivator's eyes flickered with terror. Her proud serpent breath death feign technique had been seen through. Her body shot away like an arrow. However, Feng Che, now free from the constraints of the spirit-binding sandbag and empowered by second-tier dragon beast blood, had strength beyond compare. With the explosive force of the 8 desolations, he caught up with his opponent in an instant. The female demonic cultivator let out a piercing scream, her voice filled with fear and despair at this monster. Feng Che's expression remained unchanged. His dragon-scaled fingers suddenly spread open, grabbing her head and slamming it to the ground. With a thunderous crash, the ground shattered, debris shooting out like bullets. He dragged her head across the ground, carving a deep trench like a farmer plowing a field, sending stones flying everywhere. From a distance, Lu Lei and his 2 companions watched from the shadows, witnessing this one-sided slaughter of a Foundation establishment cultivator by a chi condensation cultivator. Finally, a sharp pop shattered the night's silence. The female demonic cultivator's head exploded like a balloon in Feng Che's hand. Under the moonlight, Feng Che, covered in menacing dragon scales and stained with blood, turned his face to reveal a rising smile, like a demon descended upon the world. Sun Ying involuntarily gasped, instinctively covering her mouth, as if facing something more terrifying than a demonic cultivator. The 3 of them were momentarily confused about who the real demonic cultivator was. The chest-crushing madman had now become the head-bursting demon king. The system notification promptly appeared. You have engaged in a life-and-death battle with a Foundation establishment demonic cultivator, achieving your first cross-level kill. You have earned 13 silver reward chest fragment, 10-fold diligence amplification, 5,000. Special diligence combat, 10,000. Extra diligence based on demonic cultivator's karma, 800 inch. This unexpected windfall left Feng Che breathless. It was truly a fortune of epic proportions. He was so excited that his lips trembled, having never seen such a generous diligence reward before. 10,000 points of special diligence were enough to elevate a talent to level 5. And what intrigued him even more was the silver chest fragment. The last time he received a chest was after defeating Jean Nana in the combat competition, which yielded the key to the Divine Training Tower and the 3,000 Sword Thunder technique. This time, the quality of the silver chest promised to be even higher. Meanwhile, within the Yunshao County trial base, Su Shangxing, Pei Linglong, and Li Huaxian were conversing in front of the merit list. At this late hour, changes to the list were expected to be minimal, as most trial participants chose to rest, given the difficulty of finding disguised demonic cultivators at night and the need to recover energy. Suddenly, all 3 of them simultaneously glanced at the merit list. Pei Linglong immediately locked onto Feng Che's name. The name was glowing, with the merit points behind it climbing continuously, soaring past one opponent after another, seemingly unstoppable. They couldn't stop. They simply couldn't stop. The name that kept climbing on the trial merit board left Su Shangxing, Pei Linglong, and Li Huaxian utterly astonished. In the dead of night, when the merit board should have been silent, a sudden change caught the attention of all the supervising teachers. This is too fast. It's still going up. Who is this? Are they riding a rocket? Exclamations rose and fell in the darkness. When Feng Che's ranking broke into the top 100, the discussions around him grew even more fervent. Yet, this name didn't halt its ascent, continuing its triumphant surge until it finally settled at the 48th position. The merit board clearly displayed Feng Che, Fei Lei's second high, grade 1, Chi refining stage 8, trial merit 1480, ranked 48. Even more remarkable, he had already entered the top 10 in the dual competition rankings, just behind contestants from top celestial schools like the Imperial Capital, Twin Gods, and 5 Elements Immortal City. Pei Linglong pursed her lips, her expression complicated. Su Shangxing, however, wore a knowing smile, as if he had expected this all along. I knew this grinder wouldn't miss the chance to hunt demons at night. Falling behind for a day? He can catch up in a single night. TSK Tisk, Li Huaixin marveled. Gaining 800 merit points in one go means this kid single-handedly took down a Foundation Establishment Stage 1 Demon Cultivator. Achieving such a feat at Qi Refining Stage 8. Even the geniuses from the Imperial Capital Twin Gods need to reach Qi Refining Stage 9 to do that. However, he added with a grin, there's still a way to go before he reaches the top 10 on the merit board. Su Shangxing glanced at him. Never underestimate the diligence of a grinder. Killing demons is also a form of diligence. The long night has just begun. The night belongs to the grinders. Meanwhile, clouds quietly obscured the moonlight, deepening the already dark night to near pitch blackness. Under the dim streetlight, Fang Che stood in front of the female demon cultivator's corpse. The panel confirmed the target's death, and he began to meticulously search for loot. After all, killing demons without looting is no different from being a salted fish. Soon, he found a storage ring, a glint of light in his eyes. Unfortunately, with the demon cultivator's fall, her spiritual consciousness extinguished, causing the storage ring to lock automatically, impervious even to spiritual sweeps. Fang Che furrowed his brow slightly and attempted to use his spiritual sense technique, the Heart-Eye Divine Blade. A blade of light slashed out, penetrating the storage ring's defensive formation with a muffled sound. The formation's barrier was violently cut through. Fang Chi's face lit up with joy. It actually worked. His spiritual sense delved into the ring. What a pauper, he muttered in frustration. The ring was empty, with no treasures to speak of, leaving him quite disappointed. Considering that demonic cultivators were hunted down by everyone in the Great Xia Immortal Sect, and that they were confined within Yunxiao Town, it was no surprise that their resources were depleted with little left to collect. But what was this? Fang Che retrieved a piece of vine, black as ink, from the storage ring. It was surrounded by demonic energy and inscribed with strange runes. His eyes flashed with recognition. It was the Devourer's spirit demon vine. He had encountered such a vine before and knew its power. The Foundation Establishment demonic cultivator who merged with this kind of vine was far more formidable than the female demonic cultivator he had just defeated. The pressure from such a cultivator was terrifying, instilling a deep fear of life and death in Fang Che. Could it be some sort of token? He examined the vine closely, a thought stirring within him. He had been searching for the Foundation Establishment demonic cultivator who had merged with the demon vine. Perhaps this vine could lead him to some clues? Once this idea took hold, Fang Che could not let it go. He raised his hand and touched his forehead. An invisible wave of spiritual energy spread from his forehead, pulsating outward. The Eye of the King. It was as if an eye slowly opened at his brow, releasing a torrent of spiritual power. Fang Chi's perspective shifted dramatically. Staring at the demon vine, he saw dense demonic energy pouring out, drifting continuously in a specific direction. He looked up toward where the vine pointed. Could that be the location of the true Devourer Spirit Demon Vine? A trace of delight appeared on Fang Chi's face. This could lead him to the actual location of the vine. Dispelling the Eye of the King, Fang Che stored the vine away. Besides pointing the direction, this vine was valuable as a material for dispelling demonic energy and could be exchanged for significant merit. How much exactly would need Sister Xia's appraisal? However, this piece of vine suggested that some Foundation Establishment demonic cultivators from the Beast Blood sect might be connected to the demon vine. But if he truly found the vine, what if there were too many Foundation Establishment cultivators on the other side? Fang Che was a thinker. He enjoyed challenges, but not courting death. With his strength, he could contend with a single Foundation Establishment demonic cultivator, but facing a group would be a quick demise. Moreover, he knew that the cultivator fused with the demon vine would be much stronger than the female demonic cultivator he faced today. It seemed that going solo wouldn't work. The air was thick with the smell of blood. The lights in the golden water bucket footbath city flickered intermittently. Fang Che stood where he was, exhilarated by the fight. According to his battle plan, a series of spiritual sense techniques had swiftly defeated the female demonic cultivator of Foundation Establishment level. Yet, on a physical level, he felt the immense pressure. His 8 desolations burst at the second heaven level seemed insufficient. He murmured quietly to himself, realizing that against Foundation Establishment demonic cultivators, the power of the 8 desolations burst had lost its previous dominance. Picking up the spirit-binding sandbag from the ground, he felt the boiling blood and force flowing through his veins, his eyes flickering. Materially, this battle yielded little, but spiritually, it was rewarding. The 8 desolations burst seemed on the verge of a breakthrough. Should he return to the base to break through or continue hunting demonic cultivators? After a moment of thought, Fang Che decided to continue the hunt. But first, he secured the spirit-binding sandbag, tapped the ground with his toes, and his figure blurred, disappearing instantly. He reappeared atop a streetlight pole, bathed in the intermittent moonlight, looking down at Lu Lei and his 2 companions hiding in the shadows. The air suddenly grew still. Even Lu Lei, at the Foundation Establishment level, felt a massive, oppressive pressure under Fang Che's gaze, recalling the female demonic cultivator who had been shattered and beheaded. A nameless dread settled over him, pressing on his chest, making breathing heavy and the air thick and constricted. Beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. In the dark alley, Lu Lei and his companions felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. The air seemed to solidify, making it difficult to breathe. Even Lu Lei, with his foundation establishment cultivation, held his breath, let alone Sun Ying and Zhou Nan, who were at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Their clothes were already soaked with cold sweat. Feng Che stood atop a street lamp, his gaze sharp and aggressive. The scene of him effortlessly slaying a foundation establishment demonic cultivator was still vivid in their minds. At this moment, he looked down at the three of them like a god of war. Feng Che, what do you intend to do? Lu Lei swallowed hard. Despite being at the foundation establishment level, he knew he might not have the upper hand against Feng Che. The set of moves Feng Che used earlier to easily kill the beast blood-activated demonic cultivator suggested it wouldn't take much effort for him to defeat Lu Lei. Attacking trial cultivators is against the rules, Lu Lei said in a deep voice, secretly igniting a drop of foundation establishment spiritual liquid, which instantly filled his body with surging spiritual energy. His foundation establishment pressure spread out. Feng Che paused at Lu Lei's words. Attack? Why would I attack you? You're not demonic cultivators. Killing you wouldn't earn me any merit, would it? His tone carried a hint of helplessness. I just want to discuss a matter of cooperation. Before he finished speaking, he had already flashed down to stand in front of Lu Lei. This sudden change in attitude left Lu Lei stunned. Why do you suddenly want to cooperate? With your strength, capable of easily killing a foundation establishment demonic cultivator, wouldn't it be more convenient to act alone? Feng Che candidly revealed his reason. You saw it too. I obtained a demonic vine from that foundation establishment demonic cultivator's storage ring. With my unique ability to track demonic cultivators, I can use it to find the main vine of the demonic vine. He paused. However, I've encountered the foundation establishment demonic cultivator at the main vine before, and he's very strong. Back then, I hadn't broken through yet and nearly lost my life. Lu Lei's breath hitched, his pupils constricting. The ability to track the main vine of a demonic vine? This news was too shocking. The value of the spirit-devouring demonic vine was immeasurable. The demon core within could enhance one's spiritual roots, and the vine sap was a rare body-refining elixir. Whoever could reach the main vine first would gain the greatest opportunity in this trial. Is this true? Lu Lei asked gravely. This matter was too important, and even knowing that there would likely be a foundation establishment demonic cultivator guarding the main vine, he couldn't help but feel tempted. What if we succeed in killing the demon vine? Feng Che spoke calmly. I never lie, and you know that my ability to find demon cultivators far exceeds yours. It's my special skill. Lu Lei shook his head, thinking carefully. If we're going to try to kill the main demon vine, Sun Ying and Zhou Nan can't come along. They haven't reached the foundation establishment stage yet, and it's too dangerous for them to join in recklessly. Feng Che nodded in agreement. Sun Ying and Zhou Nan's eyes dimmed slightly, but they understood the reality. Weak participants would only increase casualties, and even with Lu Lei's protection, they might not survive. Moreover, with Feng Che's ruthless nature, he wouldn't care about their lives. Sun Ying wisely indicated his withdrawal, content to cheer from the sidelines. Zhou Nan also nodded in agreement. All right, I agree to cooperate, Lu Lei said through gritted teeth. The path of cultivation is forged through battles. Without risk, how can we find opportunities? Feng Che's eyes glinted in agreement with these words. Do we need to find more people? With just the two of us, is it enough to take on the main demon vine? Lu Lei asked. I have another foundation establishment cultivator on my side. 3 should be enough, Feng Che explained. I can trace the vine to its main source, and those geniuses at the top of the merit list can probably do the same. Lu Lei immediately understood. Those top talents from the imperial capital, Shuangshan, and the 5 elements immortal city certainly wouldn't fail to find the main demon vine. Whether we can surpass them remains to be seen, Feng Che chuckled. After all, those at the top of the merit list are all at the 3rd level of foundation establishment. If we encounter a 3rd level demon cultivator, we must retreat immediately. He rubbed his temples. Let's give it a try. We might succeed, Lu Lei said, rubbing his hands with anticipation. Let's add each other as friends first and act tomorrow night, Feng Che said. Why tomorrow night? Tomorrow, I need to break through in my cultivation and hunt demon cultivators. Once the main demon vine is killed, the trial is basically over, and we can't waste the chance to earn merit, Feng Che explained with a smile. Lu Lei looked surprised. Breaking through isn't something you can just decide to do. You can also take them to hunt demon cultivators and earn merit, Feng Che said, giving Lu Lei the locations of several 9th level Qi refinement demon cultivators he had found with his eyes of the king. Lu Lei's eyes lit up, and Sun Ying and Zhou Nan showed gratitude. They trusted Feng Che's intelligence completely. All right, you guys rest. I'll continue hunting demon cultivators. Cultivation requires diligence. The night belongs to the diligent, Feng Che said with a bright smile, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, creating a ripple of energy as he disappeared into the night. At 3 a.m., before dawn, dim yellow light spilled from behind the shutter of a breakfast shop. Inside, a couple prepared for the morning market, the husband kneading dough, the wife wrapping meat buns. Suddenly, the husband stopped kneading and looked towards the shutter. "Honey, what are you doing? Quickly knead the dough, or we won't be ready in time," the wife said, wiping sweat from her forehead with her arm. A sharp, sizzling sound arose, like a bird's chirp or an electric arc. With a tearing sound, the shutter was sliced open by white lightning. A red sword, wrapped in white thunder, hovered in the air. The wife screamed, while the husband merely squinted his eyes. A tall figure emerged from the darkness. Feng Shui calmly watched the man kneading dough, summoning back the red-scaled sword. Lightning danced around him, as if he were a thunder god stepping out of the clouds. "Demon Slayer, Feng Shui of Lightning," he said calmly. The ground was shattered, crisscrossed with ravines, and strewn with debris. Inside the breakfast stall, chaos reigned. A woman with flour-covered hands crouched in a corner, her eyes filled with fear and sorrow. She had just witnessed the true form of her husband, a gruesome demon cultivator, his body covered in blood-red scales, with sharp claws and a cruel gaze. This was no longer the husband she knew, but a monster wearing human skin. Her real husband had been killed on his way to the market. Feng Shui's dragon arm gradually returned to normal. He wiped the blood from his fist and exhaled deeply. The energy within him surged, and he felt on the verge of breaking through to the third level of the 8 desolations. A hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. On the ground lay the body of the demon cultivator, a massive hole in its chest, and its head crushed, the air thick with the smell of blood. A system notification popped up. "Ding. You have engaged in a life-and-death battle with a Foundation Establishment demon cultivator and successfully killed it. Diligence 500, and you have received an additional silver treasure chest fragment 1. Based on the demon's level of evil, you gain an additional diligence 1000. Feng Shui took a deep breath, surprised as he looked at the fallen demon. This was the most evil being he had defeated so far. The badge on his chest was absorbing the demon's residual energy, which would be transferred to the base and converted into merit. Killing a Foundation Establishment demon cultivator earned him 800 merit points. He removed the demon's storage ring and used his spiritual eye blade to break the formation. The haul was unexpectedly rich: 300 mid-grade artificial spirit stones, 10 bottles of various pills, and numerous miscellaneous items. Feng Shui smiled with satisfaction. This was the kind of wealth a Foundation Establishment demon should have. Although he hadn't found any magic vine tendrils, not every demon possessed such treasures. As Feng Shui prepared to leave, the woman who had been hiding in the corner suddenly rushed out and knelt, sobbing, "Thank you." Feng Shui paused, realizing that she had long suspected her husband had been replaced by a demon but had pretended not to know to survive. "Exorcising demons is the duty of us cultivators." Feng Shui sighed softly and then disappeared into the darkness. The night was not over, and he continued his hunt. With the embryonic form of the Divine King's Eye aiding him, finding demon cultivators became much easier. However, Foundation Establishment demons were rare, and that night, he only managed to hunt 2 9th-level Chi refining demon cultivators. When dawn broke, bringing light and hope, a bloodstained Feng Shui arrived at a secluded park. He changed into clean clothes, sat cross-legged on a bench in the gentle morning breeze, and began refining a mid-grade artificial spirit stone. Boom! The spiritual energy from the artificial spirit stones surged into Feng Shui's meridians like a flood, quickly gathering in his dantian. The energy vortex in the dantian continued to grow, resembling a dazzling star whirl in the cosmos. After absorbing 3 medium-grade artificial spirit stones, the 9th stream of spiritual flow began to faintly spiral out from the dantian vortex, reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement. The breakthrough came naturally and without hindrance. Feng Shui slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The breath shot through the void like an arrow, dissipating only after traveling 10 meters. In less than a month, from the 5th to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Feng Shui's lips curled into a smile, the morning sun casting a golden halo over him. Such a cultivation speed was astonishing, even for a heavenly spiritual root. He silently assessed his assets: spiritual awareness platform, 9th level of Qi refinement, divine abilities, and the 9 transformations of the divine dragon. If his physical technique could break through to the 3rd heavenly layer, he could even challenge a 2nd-level Foundation Establishment cultivator. The only gap now between him and the Foundation Establishment realm was in cultivation level. The 9th level of Qi refinement marked a qualitative leap from the 8th level. The spiritual power became more enduring and robust, and the power of spells increased significantly. Most importantly, this meant he could attempt to craft 2nd-tier talismans. Considering his upcoming venture into the Demon Vine's main area, where Foundation-level demonic cultivators surely lurked, mastering 2nd-tier talismans would significantly enhance his chances. Checking his diligence panel, he had accumulated 7,920 points. His talisman talent remained at LV470010,000, still over 1,000 points short of LV5. Feng Che sighed. Still not diligent enough. I need to hunt more demonic cultivators. He rose and went to the empty park, donning the spirit-binding sandbag to practice the 8 Desolations burst. 2 hours later, the system notification sounded. Ding, you diligently practiced physical techniques for 2 hours. With item bonus, Diligence 40. Keep it up. For Feng Che, accustomed to the rewards of hunting demonic cultivators, this gain felt meager, but he understood that this was the norm in cultivation. Suddenly, Feng Che's robes fluttered without wind, and every pore exuded the force of his vital energy. A roaring sound like rushing rivers filled the air, and scarlet vital energy enveloped him like smoke and mist. He abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing a powerful force that spread outward, stirring up dust and bending the surrounding grass and trees. 8 Desolations burst, finally broken through to the 3rd heavenly layer. 8 Desolations burst. Triple heaven. Feng Che felt an invisible force coursing through his meridians, causing every part of his body to tremble with joy. Waves of energy radiated from him, bending the surrounding grass and trees. His pores emitted a boiling energy beneath his skin, and his clothes flapped loudly in the strong wind, with his hair flying wildly. He softly chanted an incantation and took a step forward. In an instant, he transformed into a shadow, racing through the park at a speed several times faster than before. Each punch was accompanied by explosive bursts, like a series of firecrackers going off. When he stopped, his height had increased from 1.75 meters to 1.85 meters. His muscles took on a bronze hue, and powerful mana swirled like mist from his pores, filled with an intimidating force. So strong, Feng Che marveled to himself. The 8 Desolations burst triple heaven technique has elevated my physical skills to rival the foundation establishment level. Coupled with his 9th level chi refining power, his spiritual awareness spells, and budding divine abilities, he felt confident even against foundation establishment cultivators. At that moment, a notification suddenly popped up. Ding! Through your relentless training, your physical body has broken through. Diligence 100, Spirit Binding Sandbag, grade upgraded. This message took Feng Che by surprise. He had expected a new reward, but instead, the Spirit Binding Sandbag's grade had increased. Even more surprising was the fact that the sandbag had different grades. The attributes of the 2nd grade Spirit Binding Sandbag appeared. When worn, both diligence and body refining effects could be tripled, with an added gravity formation that could be activated to assist training with triple gravity. Feng Che's eyes lit up. This 2nd grade sandbag not only increased in weight, but also came with formation functions. In battle, deploying a gravity formation unexpectedly would certainly catch opponents off guard, exposing their weaknesses. What a great item, he thought, admiring the noticeably heavier sandbag. Eager to test his newfound strength, Feng Che leaped and vanished from the park. Meanwhile, the merit board at the Yunxiao Town Trial Base was bustling with people. After a night of changes, Feng Che's ranking had soared from 48th to the top 20, due to him having slain another Foundation Establishment demonic cultivator. Is he still just a 9th level chi refining cultivator? People murmured. Not anymore. Someone pointed at the merit board. He's broken through to the 9th level. The accompanying teachers exchanged various expressions and whispered among themselves, while Su Shangxing stood with arms crossed, carrying a sword case on his back, lifting his chin proudly as he listened to the discussions. Pei Linglong also wore a look of shared pride. The news of Feng Che's achievements in defeating the demonic cultivators reached the base, bringing a sense of pride to teachers Li Huaxian and Su Shangxing. After all, a student's glory is a teacher's glory. In one night, Feng Che managed to kill 2 cultivators at the 1st level of Foundation Establishment and several at the 9th level of Qi Refinement, earning him the well-deserved title of Fei Lei's 2nd highest hardcore king. However, breaking into the top 10 of the trial merit list won't be so easy. Li Huaxian shook his head and said, those experts at the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment are already hunting cultivators at the 2nd level, accumulating merit much faster than he is. Let's keep watching, Su Shangxing nodded. At least he's about to top the competition ranking list. Only the 3 geniuses from the Imperial City and the Twin Gods are ahead of him. It seems like he should secure a spot in the top 3 of the national competition, Li Huaxian smiled. Your Fei Lei Immortal City 2nd high is really turning the tables this time. Just then, waves of magical power suddenly emanated from the base, and several cultivators flew out on their swords. Su Shangxing frowned and inquired, while Li Huaxian contacted a few people and then looked grave. Demonic cultivators from the Xishan sect and Wanggue sect have appeared around Yunxiao Town. The base's combat team has already gone to eliminate them. All 3 major demonic sects are here. A strange light flashed in Su Shangxing's eyes. Li Huaxian explained. It's unclear now. Perhaps the demonic cultivators who escaped from the Beast Blood sect called for reinforcements. If high-level demonic cultivators really attack, this trial may have to end early. Fang Che's current merit is still quite a bit short of the top 10. He might not get that chance. What's the rush? It hasn't been stopped yet, Su Shangxing replied dismissively. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room in Yunxiao town, the smell of blood filled the air. Severed limbs piled up in the room, and strange patterns were drawn on the walls with fresh blood. 7 figures in black robes sat around a round table at the center. The 3 demon vine tendrils have lost contact, and their holders are dead, a black-robed figure said solemnly. Will it expose the location of the sacred tree? Someone asked worriedly. Not unless a golden core cultivator intervenes, another sneered. The Great Summer Immortal sect uses us as practice for young people. They should expect retaliation. If the sacred tree could absorb the spiritual root power from these talented trial students in Yunxiao town, it might restore its strength to the 3rd high-grade level. Let's kill that 8th level Qi Refinement Heavenly Root first, someone suggested. Compared to the 3rd level Foundation Establishment Heavenly Roots from the Imperial City in Twin Gods, this one is much easier. His spiritual root power is enough to awaken a trace of the sacred tree's will, and then all the trial participants in Yunxiao town will die. At that moment, Fang Che had just finished a battle. He clenched his fist, crushing the head of a Foundation Establishment demonic cultivator, scattering bones and brain matter everywhere. A system notification sounded, informing him that he had gained a significant amount of merit and a silver treasure chest fragment. Fang Che was pleased the treasure chest fragments were complete, and he had enough merit to upgrade his Patch Flaw Talisman talent to level 5. Just as he was about to open the treasure chest, his phone buzzed with long-awaited messages from Gao Cheng and others. Fang Che looked at his phone screen, his brow slightly furrowed. After 2 days, news from Gao Cheng and the others finally arrived, albeit late. In Yunxiao town, satellite phones could only send messages, not make calls. When he saw the content of the message, his eyebrows shot up. Luo Liuli was injured. The message indicated that Gao Cheng, Reina, Luo Liuli, and others were trapped in the town center, caught in the seal of a demonic vine formation. A group of Foundation Establishment demonic cultivators was hunting them down. In a critical moment, Luo Liuli had no choice but to forcibly use the Luo family's supernatural ability, Snow Fury and Wind Howl, to fiercely battle a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Although they managed to escape, she suffered severe injuries. They seized the brief moment of respite to quickly send this warning message to Fang Che, advising him not to head towards the town center. Town center. Fang Che's gaze was heavy. The last time that Foundation Establishment demonic cultivator, who could merge with the demonic vine, made a move, it seemed it wasn't a coincidence. It likely targeted Luo Liuli specifically. But why? Was it because of the Luo family's bloodline? Or was it after old Luo's heavenly spiritual root? Fang Che stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, then suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. I also have a heavenly spiritual root, so why isn't this demonic vine coming after me? He chuckled to himself. Could it be because my heavenly spiritual root isn't original, so it's not interested? Is this demonic cultivator practicing spiritual root discrimination? As absurd as this guess sounded, it might just be true. The demonic vine likely sensed the innate heavenly spiritual root aura from Luo Liuli, whereas Fang Che's was acquired later, naturally failing to catch its attention. Looked down upon, huh? Fang Che muttered under his breath. Then his expression turned serious. It seemed he needed to act quickly. These demonic cultivators and demonic vines from the Beast Blood sect couldn't possibly be content with just being sparring partners for the Great Xia's Immortal Gate high school trial students. They must have more plans, and these plans could very well threaten the safety of the entire Yunxiao town. With this thought, Fang Che immediately took out his phone and forwarded the message to Lu Lei, arranging to meet at the park. Then, with a flash, he sped towards the park. On the way, Fang Che's mind stirred, and he opened his system panel. Ding! You have collected 3 silver treasure chest fragments and are eligible to open the chest. Do you want to open it? Without hesitation, Fang Che chose to open it. Instantly, a dazzling silver light burst forth, cascading down like a waterfall. Congratulations on obtaining the 20th floor key to the Divine Training Tower and the sword technique. 5 elements Divine Talisman Sword. Fang Che landed lightly, his heart filled with excitement. Not only did he obtain a higher level key to the Divine Training Tower, but also a new sword technique. Although the key couldn't be used for now since he hadn't even passed the first level's Lantern Swordfish, the new sword technique intrigued him greatly. After carefully absorbing the information about these 2 treasures, Fang Che's eyes gleamed with excitement. Talisman Sword. The fusion of talismans and swordsmanship. He took a deep breath, unable to hide his excitement. With his level 4 swordsmanship foundation and his soon-to level 5 talisman talent, mastering this sword technique would surely be twice as effective with half the effort. Just then, a sound of something swiftly cutting through the air approached. Lu Lei arrived on his sword, landing steadily beside Fang Che. What's going on? Why the sudden rush? Lu Lei asked with a frown. The sudden change in the meeting time made Lu Lei suspicious. When Feng Che explained that his classmate was in a crisis, Lu Lei immediately offered, "I need to head to the town center early. Would you like to join me? Of course, you could wait for my message, but I can't guarantee you'll be able to get there on time." A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Lei's face. Being chased by a Foundation establishment demon cultivator, he quickly realized that Feng Che's classmate must be extraordinary. "All right, I'll go with you. I've already dealt with those Qi refinement demon cultivators, so I'm free to help. More hands, more strength." Lu Lei's eagerness might also stem from a desire to forge a good relationship with Feng Che. In his view, the path of cultivation requires not only strength, but also networking. Feng Che, a genius who could defeat a Foundation establishment demon cultivator while still at the 8th level of Qi refinement, was destined for one of the top cultivation universities and worth befriending. They set off immediately, speeding toward the town center. Along the way, Feng Che received a system prompt. "Would you like to upgrade your talisman crafting talent from level 4 to level 5? Without hesitation, he confirmed his choice. Ding. Upgrade in progress. Ding. Upgrade complete. Talisman crafting talent upgraded to level 5. Talisman level 5, 0100000. Ding. Talisman crafting talent upgraded to level 5, gaining the embryonic form of the divine ability Hand of the Divine Talisman. Feng Che's pace slowed slightly as his eyes lit up with a brilliant glow. Like spiritual awareness and combat skills, the awakening of an embryonic divine ability upon reaching level 5 in talisman crafting was significant. Although the situation was urgent and he had no time to experiment, this new ability would undoubtedly play a crucial role in the upcoming actions. Before long, they arrived at the town center, following the location provided by Gao Cheng and the others. The place was deserted, with only ruins and debris left behind. "Feng Che, over here." A familiar voice called out. Jia Shengli was covered in blood and wrapped in bandages that were seeping. Upon learning that Senior Zhou Yuqi's pills had saved Jia Shengli's life, Feng Che couldn't help but think of the familiar figure guarding the cultivation area. The three of them navigated through layers of formations and arrived in front of an abandoned residential building. Jia Shengli was about to use a jade talisman to unlock the formation when Feng Che stopped him. He gazed into a dark alleyway, raised a hand to his forehead, and the eye of the king suddenly opened, emitting a divine light. Feng Che's lips curved into a slight smile. "Senior Jia, no need to open it. I found the demon cultivator." "Did you find the dark cultivator?" Lu Lei and Jia Shengli were both taken aback, their eyes instinctively turning towards the alley. However, without the eyes of the enlightened, they couldn't perceive the subtle dark energy permeating the alley, nor could they see the writhing demonic vines underground. "Where's the dark cultivator?" Jia Shengli asked nervously, gripping his sword worth 80,000 merit points. Lu Lei frowned, his aura fluctuating with magic. He knew Feng Che had special methods for locating dark cultivators, which was one reason he trusted him. Still, he couldn't help but think, there's a dark cultivator right at the alley entrance. It's more like the dark cultivator came to us, not the other way around. Feng Che didn't offer much explanation as he slowly walked forward. Perfect timing. I'll deal with this dark cultivator first, then check on Lao Luo. It'll be a nice surprise for her, he said with a smile before swiftly removing the spirit-restraining sandbags from his limbs and hurling them forward. The 4 sandbags shot out like cannonballs, accompanied by a loud sonic boom, crashing into the alley. Boom, boom, boom. The ground collapsed instantly, debris flying everywhere, revealing the sinister, writhing black vines below. Boom. A surge of dark energy erupted from the vines, transforming into a dense black fog. Within the fog, a figure gradually emerged, clad in a black robe, exuding the powerful aura of a Foundation establishment cultivator, sending black ripples outward. Feng Che stepped forward, easily slicing through the black ripples. "It's you? I've been looking for you for quite some time," he grinned, recognizing the familiar black-robed dark cultivator, very one who had ambushed Gao Cheng before. Meeting him again, Feng Che felt his cells tremble with excitement. "How did you sense me?" The dark cultivator, shrouded in dark energy, asked, his crimson eyes filled with surprise. Feng Che pointed to his forehead. "With my eyes, of course." "Feng Che, you're so sly. Did you really use your eyes?" Lu Lei clearly didn't believe him, recalling Feng Che's similar response in the past. "Feng Che, I'll go call Senior Gao Cheng and the others for backup," Jia Shengli said in a serious tone. "No need, I'll be quick." Feng Che twisted his neck, the cracking of his bones sounding like thunder. He retrieved his red-scaled sword from his storage ring, flames dancing and white lightning crackling. His clothes billowed, hair flying, and with a grin, he took a step, transforming into a streak of lightning that tore through the air, leaving only a howling wind in his wake. Jia Shengli's eyes narrowed, unable to keep up with Feng Che's speed. "Feng Che has grown even stronger," was his only thought at that moment. Feng Che indeed felt a sense of anticipation, as this was his first all-out effort after reaching the 3rd level of his body technique. Slash. One by one, The demonic vines were severed by his sword energy, scattering across the ground. Yet the Foundation Establishment Dark Cultivator had vanished, leaving behind countless vine-woven humanoid figures. Hiding? Feng Che raised his hand, touched his forehead, and within the Niwen Palace, the King of Clarity opened his eyes, glaring fiercely. Found him. Feng Che's feet exploded with power, propelling him like a straight black line, covering dozens of meters in a blink. White lightning intertwined, 3,000 sword strikes. Boom! The ground shattered as a demonic vine shot out like a sharp spear, clashing with Feng Che's sword light. However, Feng Che's swordsmanship had grown significantly stronger. The vine, controlled by the Foundation Establishment Demonic Cultivator, was continuously breaking under his sword. The demonic cultivator's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Last time, Feng Che struggled under his pressure, barely able to move. But now, Feng Che was launching such sharp and powerful counterattacks. You reached the 9th level of Qi Refinement? But even at the 9th level, you shouldn't be this strong. Your talent is definitely not inferior to the Luo family bloodline. Yet, the demonic vine couldn't sense your spiritual root talent. The Foundation Establishment Demonic Cultivator was stunned. Feng Che paused, gripping his red-scaled sword, a look of regret in his eyes. I've grown stronger, but you can no longer give me that feeling. We can't go back. Feng Che shook his head in regret. The commotion from their clash alarmed everyone inside the house. Two figures quickly dashed out, revealing Gao Cheng and Zhou Yuqi, both at the Foundation Establishment stage. What's going on? Gao Cheng was taken aback upon seeing Feng Che fighting the demonic cultivator. Zhou Yuqi was completely stunned, looking at Feng Che's familiar figure, watching him hold his own against a Foundation Establishment demonic cultivator. She was momentarily questioning reality. Is this Feng Che? Just a month ago, he was a high school freshman at the 5th level of Qi Refinement. How is he now able to contend with a Foundation Establishment cultivator? Jia Shengli briefly explained the situation to the two. Gao Cheng and Zhou Yuqi fell silent. Should we step in? Gao Cheng exhaled, his own magical energy surging. After introducing himself, Lulei glanced at him and said, no need, just wait. Feng Che is quite fierce. Just as the word fierce was spoken, a powerful shockwave erupted between Feng Che and the Foundation Establishment Demonic Cultivator. After exchanging punches, the demonic cultivator was at a severe disadvantage, sent flying and crashing into the alley wall. Feng Che landed, his gaze becoming incredibly sharp. The 8 desolations burst. Triple heaven. The ground beneath him shattered, fragments shot out, pulverized by the terrifying force as the air exploded. After a brief pause, Feng Che shot forward with even more violent and terrifying speed. The ferocity of his momentum didn't resemble a Qi Refinement cultivator at all. Boom! The alley wall completely shattered, and the demonic cultivator let out a muffled grunt, driven deep into the wall by the terrifying force. Crushing. He, at the 1st level of Foundation Establishment, was completely overpowered by someone at the 9th level of Qi Refinement. However, before the demonic cultivator could steady himself, his eyes suddenly widened. Bang, 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 bang. 4 bursts of force exploded within him. The 4 continuous bursts of the triple heaven. Spurt. The Foundation Establishment Demonic Cultivator spat blood, his black robe and hood in tatters, looking utterly miserable. In front of the small building, everyone except Lu Lei was completely stunned. 3 years on the east side of the river, 3 years on the west. Don't underestimate the young and poor. Initially, Feng Che was brutally beaten by this Foundation Establishment Demonic Cultivator. And now, in less than 3 days, he could brutally defeat him. Is this 3 days on the east, 3 days on the west? Lu Lei had seen Feng Che execute a 3-hit combo, killing a Foundation Establishment Demonic Cultivator outright. Although this demonic cultivator had established a connection with the demonic vine, making him stronger than the female demonic cultivator washing feet, it was still just this. His fate seemed sealed. Head shattered, chest crushed. Jia Shengli was completely numb. He finally understood why Feng Che said he would be fast. Because Feng Che was indeed fast. Tattered and fragmented black robes lay scattered on the ground, revealing a despondent middle-aged man beneath them. At this moment, blood trickled from his mouth and nose, and disbelief filled his eyes. He had actually been beaten up by a mere Qi Refinement student. Indeed, it was a thorough beating. From the start, he was completely overpowered without any ability to retaliate. The disparity was hard for him to accept. He was a disciple who had fused with the sacred tree, a formidable figure even among the 1st level of Foundation Establishment. Ordinary 2nd level Foundation Establishment cultivators would likely suffer against him. Yet, this high school student in Qi Refinement managed to bridge the gap between Foundation Establishment and Qi Refinement, suppressing him, beating him down, exerting unparalleled pressure. To this student, the advantages of the sacred tree seemed non-existent. A physical cultivator with a spiritual stage and consciousness, quite difficult to deal with. The Foundation Establishment demon cultivator spat out blood-stained saliva. his eyes gradually taking on a crimson hue. He had thought that locating the Luo family bloodline would allow him to easily defeat the opponent, absorb the heavenly spirit root of the Luo family girl, enhance the sacred tree's recovery, and even absorb a trace of the sacred tree's will. He hadn't expected an unexpected challenger to appear. You've completely angered me. A deep voice emerged from the Foundation Establishment Demon Cultivator's mouth. Feng Che's muscles swelled, and with the activation of his 8 Desolations Triple Heaven, his body grew taller and more robust, vaguely forming a shaped back muscle line. Angered you? Then go ahead and be angry. You've disappointed me, you know? I've been eagerly anticipating a battle with you for 3 days, countless times imagining our fight, but you've let me down. With this level of strength, honestly, it's boring. The end of his words elongated suddenly. Feng Che's body had vanished from the spot, with his foot stomping the ground, sending rocks flying. Feng Che's form streaked into a straight black line, charging towards the Foundation Establishment Demon Cultivator, emitting an oppressive aura. You're quite arrogant. The Foundation Establishment Demon Cultivator lifted his head, roaring. From every pore of his body, dense vines sprouted, withered branches growing wildly, covering him like vine armor, even enveloping his head, leaving only his crimson eyes exposed. An intangible wave of will seemed to emanate from the vine-armored figure. It was the faint awakening of the bloodthirsty spirit, Vine's will. Boom! The ground shattered, and a thick vine burst forth, piercing into the vine-armored man's back, as if controlling a vine puppet. Die! The Foundation Establishment Demon Cultivator felt an unprecedented surge of power. Facing the charging Feng Che, he thrust out a punch covered in vine armor. Bang! Fist met fist, and a tangible energy shockwave spread out in all directions, stirring up a whirlwind that blew the debris from the ground. Feng Che felt the terrifying power coursing through the vine-armored man's arm. Boom! Feng Che was sent flying, while the vine-armored man's legs left the ground, but he was held by the vine. With a swing, he shot towards Feng Che, rapidly closing the distance. Vines rapidly grew in the hands of the vine-armor man, instantly forming a spear as black as ink, its sharp tip glinting with a chilling gleam. Feng Che landed steadily, his senses immediately detecting the incoming danger. His movements were as agile as a fish, dodging left and right, each action perfectly evading the fierce attacks of the vine armor man. Bang! 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 The ground exploded into countless holes as the vine spear struck. Gao Cheng, Lu Lei, and others could only see 2 blurred figures weaving through the air, unable to track the trajectory of the vine armor man's spear. Yet, thanks to his level 5 combat talent, Feng Che not only accurately anticipated each attack, but grew more courageous as the intense battle progressed. The vine armor man, with a Foundation Establishment's second-layer strength, was nearly invincible with the support of the soul-devouring demon vine. However, Feng Che suddenly halted, his arm revealing a dense pattern of dragon scales, white lightning dancing between them. Dragon transformation, thunder, eel armor beast. With icy determination in his eyes, Feng Che unleashed a thunderous dragon roar. The moment the dragon scales appeared, divine roar. The sound waves rippled out, pulverizing nearby rocks into dust. The vine armor man hesitated for a fleeting moment, and Feng Che seized this opportunity, releasing a spiritual blade from his brow mind's eye. Divine blade. Slash. The invisible blade cut into the vine armor man's sea of consciousness, followed by a cry of agony. On Feng Che's dragon arm, the essence blood of the thunder eel armor beast clashed with the white thunder curse, its power escalating. A piercing cry of a sparrow erupted amidst the lightning. Divine roar, mind's eye. Divine blade. 8 desolation burst, dragon arm, white thunder curse, and the sudden activation of the spirit confining gravity array. This perfect 6-strike combo trapped the vine armor man in a dire situation. The 4 spirit confining sandbags on the ground emitted an earthy yellow glow, the gravity array suddenly activating, pinning the vine armor man, who sought to escape with the demon vine, firmly to the ground. No, I can't die here. The crimson in the vine armor man's eyes faded, replaced by deep fear, which quickly turned into a ferocious roar. Dense black, demonic energy erupted from beneath the vine armor, countless vines shooting up like venomous snakes, weaving into a massive vine-armored sphere that enveloped both Feng Che and the vine armor man. The alley fell into a deathly silence, only the faint sound of falling rubble breaking the stillness. Lu Lei, Gao Cheng, Zhou Yuqi, and Jia Shengli held their breath, staring at the vine-armored sphere that nearly filled the alley. Feng Che, Zhou Yuqi whispered anxiously, clenching her fists, aware that this was the dreaded soul-devouring demon vine of the beast blood cult. Suddenly, a spark of fire ignited within the vine-armored sphere. Accompanied by thunder, blue flames began to dance. The entire sphere collapsed with a roar, the vines reduced to ashes by the azure flames. Emerging step by step from the blazing blue fire, Feng Che, who had activated the 3rd level of the 8 Desolation Burst, was surrounded by rings of blue flames. His right hand, covered in fine dragon scales with white lightning arcing, firmly grasped a broken corpse, the head crushed, the chest blown open, remnants of vine armor fragments revealing its identity. At this moment, Feng Che resembled a terrifying deity emerging from the netherworld. With a dull thud, Feng Che hurled the broken corpse of the Foundation Establishment demonic cultivator to the ground. As he exhaled a breath of turbid air, the powerful aura and fluctuations of magical energy around him gradually subsided. Not as satisfying as I thought. Things have changed, Feng Che remarked, looking at the corpse. This cultivator, who once exerted immense pressure on him, now lay like a withered husk. Even though the opponent had merged with the soul-devouring demon vine, gaining power comparable to a higher realm, they couldn't escape death in the end. Gao Cheng swallowed hard, staring at Feng Che in disbelief. We were only apart for 3 days, and you've already managed to crush this Foundation Establishment cultivator? He vividly remembered how, just 3 days ago, Feng Che had been utterly outmatched by this demonic cultivator, the disparity in their abilities glaringly obvious. What's so surprising? Feng Che shrugged. I'm at the 9th level of Qi refinement now. Defeating a Foundation Establishment cultivator seems reasonable, right? Reasonable, my foot. Lu Lei couldn't help but interject. The gap between Foundation Establishment and Qi refinement is like a chasm. A Qi refinement cultivator who can leap across such a boundary to defeat a Foundation Establishment one is 1 in 10,000. Standing nearby, Zhou Yuqi, overcoming her innate shyness, cautiously asked, Feng, are you hurt? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Feng Che turned to Zhou Yuqi, flashing a bright smile. That Foundation Establishment cultivator didn't even fight back when I hit him, so I'm not hurt at all. Lu Lei and Gao Cheng exchanged glances, then looked again at the corpse with its shattered chest and exploded head. They half wondered if the demonic cultivator might rise from the dead, enraged by Feng Che's audacious words. Ignoring the expressions on their faces, Feng Che deftly removed a storage ring from the corpse's hand, breached its protective array, and accessed its contents. The wealth inside made him pause in surprise. There were 32 mid-grade pure spirit stones, not the kind mass-produced by immortal sects, but genuine, natural pure spirit stones. This fortune is something I earned fair and square, Feng Che grinned widely. Besides the spirit stones, he also found 3 jade bottles, though he couldn't immediately identify their contents. Let me take a look, Zhou Yuqi volunteered. Feng Che handed the jade bottles to the alchemist without hesitation. This is the juice of the soul-devouring demon vine, Zhou Yuqi said after careful examination. It's a rare body-strengthening treasure, but its demonic nature hasn't been neutralized. It requires a special formula to process. Feng Che's eyes lit up. Do you know how to neutralize its demonic nature, Senior Zhou? Whatever you need, I'll exchange for it. If you trust me, leave it to me, Zhou Yuqi replied earnestly. If the demonic nature in the juice isn't dealt with, it can't be used for cultivation. I'll cover the cost in merit and virtue for now, and you can reimburse me later. She held the jade bottle tightly, looking at Feng Che with sincere eyes. Feng Che nodded and took out a piece of demonic vine from his storage ring, scrutinizing the vine that emitted a dark aura. As he was observing, Zhou Yuqi suddenly called out to him nervously. What is it, Senior Zhou? Feng Che turned to look at her. This demonic vine is an excellent alchemy material that can be used to refine a second-tier pill, the Spirit Bone Pill. It's more effective for body tempering than the vine's sap, Zhou Yuqi explained. If you trust me, you can give it to me for refining. I am willing to refine it for you in exchange for merit. Hearing this, Feng Che smiled and tossed the demonic vine to Zhou Yuqi. Please go ahead and refine it, Senior. Whether it succeeds or not doesn't matter. This vine is just a tool for me to track demonic cultivators. I have another one, but I need to keep it for now. Zhou Yuqi carefully caught the vine and made a solemn promise. I will do my best to refine it. Although the Spirit Bone Pill is a second-tier mid-grade pill with a significant failure rate, it was worth a try. After the demonic cultivator was defeated, a notification popped up on Feng Che's panel. Ding! You have successfully killed a Foundation Establishment demonic cultivator, earning 500 diligence. Based on the demonic cultivator's karma, you receive an additional 1,000 diligence. 3 days east of the river, 3 days west. Young man, your achievements today are all the result of your own hard work. Feng Che secretly marveled at how pleasant the panel's words were, even though this time it offered nothing but praise. The group then entered the house, where they found Luo Yuli sitting cross-legged with a pale face, holding a spirit stone to replenish her energy, while Reina and Zhao Kai stood guard. Feng Che introduced Lu Lei to everyone and explained how they could use the vine to locate the main vine's position. So you're planning to gather our strength to attack the main vine? Gao Cheng frowned. Lu Lei cautioned. It's very risky. There are bound to be powerful Foundation Establishment demonic cultivators, possibly even second or third tier ones, at the main vine. Plus, Geniuses from top immortal cities like the Imperial Capital, Twin Gods, and Five Elements likely have their own ways to find it. Feng Che's eyes shone brightly. That's exactly why we need to act quickly. Taking a chance might earn us demon cores, and even if we don't get any, killing more demonic cultivators will earn us merit. The room fell silent. Suddenly, Luo Lioli opened her eyes and spoke in a clear, cool voice. I agree. With Luo Lioli leading the way, the others also expressed their support. Even Reina and Zhao Kai, who were at the 9th level of qi refining, insisted on participating despite Feng Che's repeated warnings about the danger. However, this battle is perilous. We must prepare thoroughly and adjust ourselves to peak condition, Feng Che reminded them. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately entered a state of cultivation. Gao Cheng, Lu Lei, and Zhou Yuqi, all Foundation establishment cultivators, meditated with full concentration, while Luo Lioli closed her eyes to heal, determined not to miss the battle. Seeing everyone so dedicated, Feng Che smiled in satisfaction. Not wanting to fall behind, he took out an alloy table and chairs, a talisman pen, talisman paper, and other items from his storage ring, preparing to draw the talismans for the 5 Elements Divine Sword, a trump card he had obtained from a silver treasure chest. The 5 Elements Divine Talisman Sword, a reward from a silver chest, shone with a mysterious light in Feng Che's hand. This swordsmanship technique was unique in that it perfectly melded the two systems of talisman crafting and swordsmanship. Although Feng Che's swordsmanship was only at level 4, his mastery of the 3000 Sword Thunder made his strength no less formidable. Since entering the trial grounds of Yinxiao Town, Feng Che had few opportunities to draw talismans, yet his skill in this art was quietly advancing. This progress was due to the growth of his talent in talisman crafting, deepening his understanding of this ancient technique. As a qualified talisman maker, Feng Che carried professional tools with him: tables, chairs, talisman ink, and talisman brushes. At this moment, Feng Che was meticulously mixing talisman ink. Thanks to the ample materials borrowed from Nan Lihua before his departure, this task proceeded exceptionally smoothly. He decided to first attempt drawing a fire element sword talisman, which was highly compatible with his fire spiritual root. The mixing of talisman ink for the 5 elements attributes was not overly complex. On the smooth alloy tabletop, Feng Che carefully laid out the talisman paper. He held the talisman brush, dipped it in the ink, and began to draw with focused precision. After breaking through to the spirit platform realm, his spiritual awareness expanded, and the path of the fire element sword talisman vividly appeared in his mind. At that moment, the embryonic form of his divine ability, the hand of the divine talisman, was suddenly triggered. A sensation like an electric current coursed through his body, and a perfect talisman path emerged in his mind, which he replicated onto the talisman paper with exact accuracy. This was his first attempt at crafting a second-tier talisman, a new challenge despite his proficiency with first-tier high-grade talismans like the flowing fire cage. Suddenly, the room was filled with rampant sword energy, a sharp aura intertwining in the air. Those who had been meditating opened their eyes in surprise, looking towards Feng Che. The intensity of this sword energy was comparable to a Foundation establishment sword cultivator, and the talisman fluctuations clearly indicated it was a second-tier talisman. Particularly Lu Lei, Gao Cheng, and others, who almost regarded Feng Che as a prodigy. A sophomore student not only reached the 9th level of qi refining, but could also craft a second-tier talisman. Even compared to geniuses from top immortal cities like the Imperial Capital and Twin Gods, his talent was unparalleled, not to mention Feng Che's ability to challenge opponents of the Foundation establishment stage. Everyone halted their cultivation and gathered around to watch. The spiritual energy fluctuations caused by Feng Che's crafting of a second-tier talisman were too intense to continue cultivating in peace. Gao Cheng, curious, asked Lena, a fellow talisman maker, about the talisman. But even with her considerable skill, she could only shake her head in bewilderment at the talisman imbued with sharp sword energy, her eyes filled with awe. Reina gazed at the scene before her, deeply moved. As a newly promoted first-tier talisman maker, she couldn't fathom the second-tier talisman that Feng Che was crafting. Luo Lioli, after consuming a pill, watched Feng Che intently as he focused on drawing the talisman, her eyes filled with complex emotions. In just a month, Feng Che had advanced from a beginner to a second-tier talisman maker, a talent that was truly astonishing. Luo Lioli, also possessing a heavenly spiritual root, couldn't help but feel inferior. Sword energy swirled in the air, gradually drawn by an invisible force, as if being sucked into a vortex, converging into the talisman on the table. The talisman first emitted a mysterious yellow light, then sparked with fire, and finally exuded a scorching aura before settling into calm. Feng Che stepped back, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and exhaled deeply. It's a success. He looked at the Binghua, Xinyang sword talisman before him, his eyes shining with joy. Although a single second-tier talisman wasn't enough to officially make him a second-tier talisman maker, he needed to master 3 different second-tier talismans. For that, it proved he had the ability to craft second-tier talismans. The talisman lines on the paper were far more complex than those of a first-tier talisman, featuring both visible and hidden lines intertwined. This structure of interplaying visible and hidden ink demanded high precision in the talisman maker's penmanship and control. However, once this complex dual-line talisman erupted, its power would far exceed that of a first-tier talisman. Successfully completing it on his first try left Feng Che satisfied. Clearly, the embryonic divine power hand of the divine talisman played a crucial role. This ability not only increased the success rate of crafting talismans and improved hand control, but also led Feng Che to consider its potential application in combat. With a level 5 talent in spellcasting, he envisioned unique methods such as using blood as ink and drawing talismans in the void. Realizing the attention he had drawn from others, Feng Che noticed that the spiritual energy fluctuations from his talisman crafting had affected their cultivation. This was the downside of not having a dedicated training room. "You all continue training. I'll find another place outside," he said, packing up his tools and bidding farewell to the group. About a kilometer away, Feng Che found a hotel. After dealing with an unfortunate 9th-level Qi condensation demon cultivator who crossed his path, he took over the opponent's room, saving the merit needed for lodging, and continued his focus on talisman crafting. Throughout the entire night, Feng Che tirelessly crafted talismans. Although second-tier talismans consumed a significant amount of spiritual consciousness, this was an excellent opportunity to train it. His robust physique gave him the confidence to expend his spiritual consciousness, and whenever it was depleted, he would visualize the image of an angry Ming King to restore it, while using spirit stones to replenish his mana. Repeating this process, he crafted a total of 5 Binghua Xianyang sword talismans overnight, successfully completing 4, achieving an impressive success rate. When he returned to the house, everyone, including Luo Lioli, who had fully recovered, was already waiting. "It seems everyone is ready. Then let's set off," Feng Che said with a smile, taking out a magic vine from his storage ring and placing it on his forehead. Eye of the Ming King. It was as if a third eye opened on his forehead, emitting divine light that shone upon the magic vine. Instantly, strands of demonic energy rose like curling incense smoke, drifting in a specific direction. Dark energy lingered in the air like an invisible thread pointing into the distance. All eyes were on Feng Che, awaiting his decision. Holding a vine of the demon plant, he gestured for everyone to follow him. Even the weakest among them, Jia Shengli, followed without hesitation, fully aware of the great risk involved in this hunt. Feng Che had considered discouraging Jia Shengli, but ultimately chose to respect his decision. With the demon vine in hand, he skillfully maneuvered through the town, deliberately slowing his pace to accommodate his companions, all while keeping a close watch on the direction of the drifting dark energy. The group gradually made their way into the west district of Yunxiao Town. Suddenly, Feng Che stopped, his eyebrows slightly raised. Ahead stood 2 figures, a woman holding a vine, her eyes shrouded in a faint white mist, and a bald, muscular man exuding a powerful aura, his gaze sharp and intense. "They're the prodigies from Shuangshan City, Su Muxian and Huang Yanxiao." Lu Lei recognized them, his expression serious. Both were formidable cultivators at the 3rd stage of Foundation establishment. Su Muxian's misty eyes met Feng Che's as she spoke with a cool voice. "Are you also searching for the main vine of the demon plant?" Feng Che nodded. "Have you found it?" "Almost," Feng Che replied with a smile. The white mist in Su Muxian's eyes dissipated as she put away the vine and yawned. "Isn't it nice to get something for nothing? Maintaining my seeking state is tiring." Her gaze shifted to Luo Lioli. "Oh, someone from the Luo family. Too bad Luo Beiyu isn't here. Or you could have a little family reunion." She seemed intrigued by the icy aura emanating from Luo Lioli. Better than air conditioning. Finally, she looked at Feng Che, "Getting something for nothing. Oh, I mean, tagging along. Is that okay?" Feng Che sensed the powerful aura of this woman, particularly her eyes that even disturbed his Ming King eye. "Sure, but whatever we find, we keep for ourselves." With Su Muxian and Huang Yunxiao's agreement, the group's confidence and sense of security increased significantly. Feng Che immediately activated his Ming King eye, swiftly following the trail of dark energy, with everyone close behind. "Sister Su," Huang Yunxiao murmured from behind. "Are we really following this guy? If we don't find anything, we'll have wasted our time, and we won't make it to the top 5 of the trial's merit list." Su Muxian simply watched Feng Che's back with a thoughtful expression, without responding. Very few people can locate the main vine of the Devourer vine with just a single vine, Su Muxian said with a hint of skepticism in her voice. Huang Yunxiao touched his round head and chuckled. "All right, Su, whatever you say. Should we inform Luo Beiyu?" Thinking of Luo Lioli, Su Muxian hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes, inform him." Huang Yunxiao quickly sent a message to Luo Beiyu, using his unique technique. The group moved swiftly along the streets of Yunxiao Town. As they entered the western district, they were taken aback by the vibrant scene before them. Unlike the dilapidated eastern district, this area was bustling with life. Street vendors lined the sidewalks, and shops were busy with customers. Is it really this lively? Could the main vine of the Devourer vine really be hidden here? Lu Lei asked in confusion as he looked around. Huang Yunxiao squinted his eyes, his imposing figure exuding an intimidating presence. That guy better not have led us the wrong way. Don't talk so much if you're just riding along for free. Su Muxian snapped coldly at him. Feng Che didn't bother to explain, as he was certain they were getting closer. Suddenly, he stopped and put away the vine. Found it. Following his gaze, the group saw a 20-story hotel towering in the distance, the tallest building in Yunxiao town, standing like a landmark. Everyone was stunned. Could the beast blood sect's demon cultivators have really placed the main vine in such an obvious location? The most dangerous place is the safest place, Su Muxian remarked, her eyes clouding with a white mist. After a quick glance at the hotel, she closed her eyes to confirm. This is it. Turning to Feng Che, she offered a rare, sincere compliment. Impressive. Feng Che stared at the hotel, his expression grave. Through his special vision, he saw dense demonic energy enveloping the entire building like black flames, becoming more intense the closer they got. I suggest that any cultivators who haven't established a foundation should withdraw from this mission, otherwise, they won't even have a chance to escape, Su Muxian advised, her voice cold but with a hint of concern. Reina, Zhao Kai, and Jia Shengli knew these words were directed at them. After a moment of thought, Reina pulled Zhao Kai away, and Jia Shengli left without hesitation, knowing he was the weakest link in the team. The three retreated a kilometer away, watching the tall building from a distance. Once Feng Che and the others entered the hotel, the entire structure shook violently. Torrents of demonic energy erupted, and countless real devourer vines burst from the ground, wrapping around the hotel in a dense mass. Like a monstrous serpent made of black vines, it swallowed the hotel whole and then roared defiantly at the sky. What is happening? Rena's eyes narrowed, and a chill ran through her body. Zhao Kai and Jia Shengli were also stunned. The hotel was suddenly engulfed by the demonic vine, creating an extremely terrifying scene, like a ferocious serpent of vines roaring at the sky. The impact of the scene was overwhelming. Most importantly, just as Feng Che and the others set foot inside, the vine serpent appeared, as if it had been waiting for them, like fish baited on a hook. Moreover, the demonic energy, which was previously undetectable, was now visible to the naked eye without any special methods. The main vine of the demonic vine was completely exposed, and those demonic cultivators were no longer hiding their intentions. Such blatant actions seemed suspicious. Something was wrong. Jia Shengli took a deep breath, his body trembling slightly, sensing that the situation was extremely abnormal. The exposure of the main vine was akin to revealing all their cards, and all the trial participants in Yunxiao Town would surely know its location. Top talents from the capital, Twin Gods, and 5 Elements Immortal City would definitely rush over. It's important to note that people like Lu Yun and Yi Qing from the capital are not inferior to Su Muxian, who is a genius at the 3rd level of Foundation establishment. Rena's expression also darkened. As the team leader, she thought of more and sensed the strangeness of the situation. Quickly, send a message to Teacher Su. Inform them of the situation here, and see if the base will dispatch a team to support us. This matter has already exceeded the scope of the trial. Rena looked at Jia Shengli and quickly instructed. Jia Shengli snapped back to reality and immediately sent a message to the base. Meanwhile, the entire Yunxiao town was in turmoil. From the east, south, west, and north, figures dashed out, landing on rooftops, their spiritual senses spreading out to lock onto the distant hotel at the Yunxiao town coordinates. The overwhelming demonic energy surged, and vines danced like serpents in the sky. Such a scene was full of impact. A handsome man with golden hair stood on top of a tall building, dressed in a luxurious suit, squinting his eyes. The main vine of the devouring spirit vine. It seems we are late. Fierce fire. These demonic cultivators are really arrogant. With such a display, do they think we can't reach the core area? Beside the golden-haired man was a stunning woman with a fiery figure and water blue hair. They were top talents from the senior year of 5 Elements Immortal City High School. Let's go and see. If someone found the main vine's location so quickly, it should be Su Muxian from Twin Gods. Born with a spiritual platform, she has the bloodline ability to sense immortals, and is extremely sensitive to demonic energy, surpassing even Lu Yun and Yi Qing from the capital. Jean Liuwa said softly, and with those words, a red cloud rose under his feet, enveloping the other 4 people on the rooftop as they flew towards the vine-covered hotel. Not only them, but the sky above Yunxiao Town also became lively. Streams of light flickered, waves of magical power trembled, and magical treasures soared through the air. Talented seniors from various immortal schools across the land, even knowing the main vine area was dangerous, were fearless, streaking across the sky like 100 boats vying for the main vine area. Yunxiao Town, trial base. Su Shangxing, Pei Linglong, and Li Huaxian stood in front of the merit board. Su Shangxing and Li Huaxian glanced at their phones simultaneously, their brows furrowing. The main vine of the soul-devouring demon vine had finally appeared, choosing the tallest hotel in the city as its host, with demonic energy surging skyward. Once Feng Che and the others entered the hotel, the demon vine revealed its true form, no longer hiding. Su Shangxing's expression was grave, knowing that the demon cultivators of the Beast Blood sect were prepared to make a last-ditch effort. The Shishin sect and the Wangue sect were mobilizing support and actively working to save themselves, indicating that the Beast Blood sect had not given up. If the main vine could devour the spiritual roots of a genius, it could quickly grow in power. First, let's identify which trial participants have entered the hotel, Li Huaixin said in a deep voice. The base's combat teams have gone to suppress the demon cultivators of the Shishin sect and the Wangue sect around Yinxiao town. It seems we have to act ourselves. Hearing this, Su Shangxing merely glanced at him before a sword from the sheath on his back soared into the sky, transforming into a rainbow-like sword light. Pei Linglong had already set out as well. Li Huaixin shook his head and sighed lightly, thinking that after all these years, Su Shangxing was still so impulsive. But he also understood that Su Shangxing valued Feng Che greatly, a student both talented and diligent. Such a promising individual should not fall here. Hardworking people shouldn't be let down. Li Huaixin murmured to himself, then stepped onto a cloud, swiftly vanishing into the distance. Inside the hotel, demonic energy filled the air, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Feng Che was no stranger to this sensation. It was reminiscent of the oppressive aura of the moon ghost triple formation set by the demon seed Shui Lei from the Shishin sect. A formation, Feng Che said in a deep voice. Around him, Luo Lioli, Lu Lei, Gao Cheng, and others had already activated their internal powers, their expressions serious. Su Muxian and Huang Yunxiao, both as tall as celestial beings, were warily scanning their surroundings. With the main vine of the demon vine as the formation's core, this should be a third-level formation. Su Muxian's eyes turned misty white. We might have walked into a trap. The demon vine tendrils we obtained by defeating demon cultivators have become markers to lure us. They believe that those who can find the main vine through the tendrils must be exceptionally gifted. Before he finished speaking, the ground shattered violently, and thick demon vine tendrils emerged, shaking the entire hotel. The tendrils rose like walls, attempting to separate and encircle everyone. Realizing the demon cultivators' intent to defeat them one by one, everyone immediately released their powers to stay close together. Feng Che, relying on his robust physique, moved nimbly among the tendrils, maintaining contact with his companions. However, the situation quickly changed. A large number of demon vines suddenly focused their attack on Feng Che. It's the branches of the demon vine, Su Muxian exclaimed. Feng Che is marked as the main target because he's covered in too much demon vine energy. Suddenly, a demon vine imbued with potent magic power whipped toward him from the side, moving too fast for Feng Che to completely dodge. The powerful impact slammed him into a vine-covered wall, and countless small tendrils wrapped around him like snakes, encasing him layer by layer. Su Muxian reacted quickly, casting a spell to rescue him, but only managed to blast a deep pit into the demon vine. As the smoke cleared, Feng Che's figure had already been moved to an unknown location. Su Muxian stared intently at the slowly healing area of the demon vines, her brow furrowed. Feng Che had been swept away like a stream by the vines, carried to an unknown place, and his situation was precarious. It was clear that this was a trap set specifically for Feng Che, and the power displayed by the vines was far beyond expectations. Will Feng Che die? Zhou Yuqi asked nervously. That depends on his fate, Su Muxian sighed softly. After being taken away, he will at least face Beast Blood Sect's Foundation establishment-level demon cultivators, and possibly even second or third-level experts waiting for him. If it's just first level, he won't be afraid. He's killed many demon cultivators of that level, Lu Lei added. But if the opponents are stronger? He left the sentence unfinished, but everyone understood the danger. We can't give up. We must stick together and try to rescue Feng Che. Su Muxian, the strongest at Foundation establishment third level, decisively decided. Though worried, the group had no choice but to agree. Meanwhile, Feng Che was experiencing something unexpected. Each lash of the demon vine against him didn't cause harm. Instead, it felt like a vigorous massage, making his blood boil. This was thanks to the robust physique granted by the triple heaven of 8 desolations. An ordinary person would have been torn apart during such a transport. With a loud crash, the vines parted, and Feng Che landed steadily. He stood tall in an ancient corridor, surrounded by darkness, with countless vines clinging to the walls like ivy. His spiritual sense scanned the area and detected a figure shrouded in a black robe sitting at the other end of the corridor. Feng Che summoned his crimson-scaled sword, glowing with a red light. At that moment, the figure in the black robe opened its eyes, one blue, one red, eerily strange. A powerful wave of spiritual pressure rippled out, carrying the suffocating might of a Foundation establishment cultivator, pressing Feng Che's clothes tightly against him. This was the strongest foundation establishment cultivator he had ever encountered, far surpassing any previous life-and-death threats he had faced. Was it a second or third-level foundation establishment? Feng Che's heart was heavy, yet he felt an uncontrollable surge of battle spirit. This inexplicable excitement puzzled him. Was not typically a combative person, so why was he so eager for the coming fight? Deep within, Feng Che felt a stirring of emotions, a subtle change in mindset brought on by reaching level 5 in his spellcasting abilities. The Dark Cultivator slowly rose, his terrifying aura at the Foundation establishment level spreading out like an oppressive black cloud. Feng Che felt as if an invisible weight was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. So, you're the trial participant who wielded the sacred tree vine and found the location of the sacred tree. The Dark Cultivator sneered. Good. You've been chosen by the sacred tree. You're about to become its nourishment, a privilege you should be honored by. To become one with the sacred tree, you should feel proud. I'm happy too, to have been chosen as a trial participant. Feng Che cracked his neck, the sound of bones colliding like thunder. I hope you won't disappoint me. The Dark Cultivator paused, then chuckled coldly. We'll see if you can still be so arrogant when your corpse is hanging on the sacred tree as a specimen. He raised his hand slightly, and countless demonic vines began to writhe around them. Wait. Feng Che suddenly raised his hand, fingers together. I have a question. A flash of disdain crossed the Dark Cultivator's eyes, blue and crimson intertwined. To him, Feng Che, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, was nothing more than an ant he could easily crush. Scared now, are you? Ask away. If I'm in a good mood, I'll let you die with some understanding. Is there only one Dark Cultivator in such a big hotel? Of course not. I know what you're thinking, hoping for rescue, right? The Dark Cultivator sneered. Since we've chosen to reveal ourselves, we're confident. The hotel is surrounded by a third-grade high-quality Imu 10,000 vines demon formation, with the sacred tree as its core. Unless a nascent soul cultivator intervenes, there's no breaking it in a short time. That time is enough for us to have the sacred tree devour your spiritual roots and flesh, completing its transformation. The Dark Cultivator spread his arms excitedly. By then, with the sacred tree restored to its third-grade peak, we can break through the encirclement and be free as the sea and sky. That's quite interesting, Feng Che nodded. All right, your time is up. The Dark Cultivator calmed down, spreading his fingers, and the demonic vines began to writhe again. I have one more question. Feng Che raised his hand again. Do you think I care about your questions? The Dark Cultivator, enraged, no longer gave Feng Che the chance to ask. Boom. The corridor floor erupted with countless vines, whistling through the air like spears. I just wanted to ask, what exactly is your cultivation level? Which stage of foundation establishment are you at? Feng Che deftly avoided the attack with a light tap of his foot. Oh, so you want to die knowing? The Dark Cultivator sneered. Then I'll be merciful and tell you, I am. Before he could finish, countless demonic vines wrapped around him, forming a dark vine armor. Bang! The Dark Cultivator stomped heavily on the ground, transforming into a black lightning bolt, charging towards Feng Che. Boom! The power of the third level of foundation establishment erupted, causing the bricks and stones around the corridor to shatter under the impact of the demon vine, sending debris flying like rain. The demon cultivator stood 2 meters tall, his entire body wrapped in armor made of demon vines, with his eerie blue and crimson eyes flickering ominously. He raised his fist, transforming the demon vine into a sharp spear that thrust fiercely towards Feng Che. Feng Che met the attack with his crimson-scaled sword, sparks flying. The immense force pushed him back several meters, his feet dragging long marks on the ground. Yet, he didn't retreat. Instead, he used the momentum to spring back. White lightning erupted from his sword, its hum piercing the sky like a bird's cry. The spirit-restricting sandbags on his hands and feet automatically fell off, tracing graceful arcs through the air. The gravity array was triggered, slowing the demon cultivator's movements. Sword and demon vine spear clashed repeatedly, ringing out with metallic sounds. Feng Che's sword struck like lightning, while the demon cultivator's spear was swift as a shooting star. Very good, go to the crooked donkey. Feng Che landed, his eyes filled with battle intent. A duel this evenly matched was the perfect training. The demon cultivator sneered. 9th level of Qi refinement? No wonder you were chosen by the sacred tree for the trial. You're strong. It will be more satisfying to kill you. Though the gravity field affected the demon cultivator, he quickly adapted. After a fierce strike, he broke free from the gravity range, plunging his hands into the ground. In an instant, black vines sprouted around him, forming several demon vine clones, all with crimson eyes locked on Feng Che. Let's see how long your stamina lasts. The demon cultivator grinned wickedly. The clones rushed at Feng Che like arrows. Facing this unfair assault, Feng Che remained calm. Then I won't hold back. Firepower, commence bombardment. Mysterious yellow talisman papers fluttered around him, fiery, sword energy swirling. Fang Che clapped his hands together and thrust them out forcefully. Second-tier Talisman. Bing Fire Xianyang Sword Talisman. Intense flames burst forth instantaneously, resembling sunlight refracting through glass and transforming into thousands of tiny fibers of light. This was Fang Che's pride and joy, the Bing Fire Xianyang Sword Talisman, the most compatible of the 5-element sword talismans with his fire elemental spiritual root. Facing the encirclement of numerous demon vine clones, Fang Che unhesitatingly activated 3 sword talismans in one breath, pushing the limits of his spiritual awareness. 3 brilliant sword lights swept out in different directions, slicing through the demon vine clones, leaving them severed and engulfed in a sea of flames. The second wave of sword light followed closely, obliterating any that had escaped. Shattered vine fragments and demonic energy scattered in the air. The foundation-building demon cultivator, hiding behind a vine armor, quickly formed a vine shield in front of him as the sword wave approached. Although the Bing Fire Xianyang sword wave left spiderweb-like cracks on the shield, its remaining power was insufficient to threaten the demon cultivator. However, at that moment, a third sword wave descended from above. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the demon cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. A mere chi condensation 9th-level cultivator could simultaneously activate 3 second-level talismans. The sword wave struck his vine armor, leaving a charred crack, and flames climbed up the surface. The demon cultivator had to release dense demonic energy to extinguish the flames. Seizing the opportunity as the demon cultivator was distracted, Fang Che unleashed the explosive force of the 8 Desolation burst beneath his feet, propelling himself like an arrow toward his opponent. The red-scaled sword surged with white thunder energy, aiming directly for the crack in the vine armor with a move called 3000 Sword Thunder. The Foundation Establishment Demon Cultivator instinctively reacted due to his superior cultivation level, sidestepping and striking out with a vine-covered palm to meet Fang Che's sword Hedon. Now in close quarters, Fang Che immediately executed the second level of the 8 Desolation Burst, channeling energy through the demon cultivator's palm. With a resounding bang, the vine armor on the demon cultivator's arm shattered explosively. The internal energy burst forth like a tangible shockwave. The Foundation Establishment Demonic Cultivator felt a twinge of panic at the overwhelming pressure emanating from Fang Che. However, he quickly regained his confidence as a third-level Foundation Establishment Cultivator, believing that his Foundation Establishment power alone could not be suppressed by a mere Chi Refinement Cultivator. "I hate body cultivators." A deep roar came from beneath the armor of vines. Terrifying waves of Foundation Establishment energy swept through the area, causing the ground to tremble as countless vines burst from the earth, forming a massive demonic hand that struck down towards Fang Che. Fang Che pushed off with his feet, his figure flashing like a black line as he deftly dodged the demonic hand's attack. Seeing this, the demonic cultivator raised his palms, his blood-red eyes surging with power, and more demonic vines slithered like venomous snakes, attempting to restrict Fang Che's speed advantage. Fang Che remained calm. With the powerful boost from his level 5 combat talent, he knew that to overcome the strong with the weak, he needed to find his opponent's weaknesses. Divine skill. Eye of the King. Fang Che touched his forehead, and a vertical eye slowly appeared. With the Eye of the King's enhancement, the movement trajectories of the demonic vines became clear to him, and the distribution of demonic energy was laid bare. He lightly tapped his toes, stepping precisely onto a weak point in the demonic energy, causing the vines to shatter. Using the counterforce, Fang Che seemed to walk on air, closing in on the Foundation Establishment Demonic Cultivator step by step. When the demonic vine hand struck again, Fang Che's scarlet scale sword was already enveloped in dense white thunder. With a precise thrust, 5 bolts of sword lightning tore through the weak point in the demonic energy, instantly creating an opening. Fang Che landed beside the demonic cultivator and immediately launched a combo. Roar. Divine Roar. This was followed by the Heart Eye Divine Blade, complemented by 3000 sword bolts from the Scarlet Scale, sort of seamless triple attack aimed directly at the cracks in the demonic armor. Splurt. Blood splattered as the demonic cultivator was struck by the sword lightning, sent flying dozens of meters before crashing through the wall at the end of the corridor, buried under rubble. Landing and panting, Fang Che felt the strain on his Chi Refinement 9th-level power from such an intense battle, yet the thrill of this overwhelming victory brought a smile to his face. Just as he thought the battle was over and approached the rubble, dense demonic energy suddenly surged from the debris. Massive demonic vines coiled around the entire hotel like giant pythons. By this time, many trial participants had gathered around the hotel. Several powerful waves of energy arrived in succession. Su Shangxing, Li Huixian, and Pei Linglong, along with other teachers who stayed back, rushed to the scene. Although most teachers had gone with the local combat team to the outskirts of Yunxiao Town to fight the demonic cultivators of Shishinshu and Wangui sect, some who were not interested in merits chose to stay at the base. Outside the Magic Vine Hotel, 7 or 8 cultivators at the Golden Core stage had already gathered. Su Shangxing, Li Huaixian, and Pei Linglong, along with leading instructors from the Imperial City, Twin God, and 5 Elements Immortal Cities, were all at the Golden Core level. The presence of such a lineup allowed Reina, Jia Shengli, and others to secretly breathe a sigh of relief, while the trial participants from various Immortal Academies gathered around. At this moment, Su Muxian and Huang Yunxiao from Twin God Immortal City were trapped within the formation. It was a high-grade, third-level ethereal wood 10,000 vine ghost demon formation, which could only be swiftly broken by a nascent soul expert. The leading instructor from Twin God Immortal City recognized the origin of the formation and looked grim. Both Su Muxian and Huang Yunxiao were top talents carefully nurtured by Twin God Immortal Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, attempt to break the formation, Su Shangxing said expressionlessly. Behind him, a sword light shot up from the sword box, forming a massive golden sword shadow in the sky, which slashed fiercely towards the Magic Vine Hotel. Boom! The terrifying surge of magical power sent energy ripples scattering, causing the weaker trial participants to be flung backward. Su Shangxing's expression turned cold. His sword couldn't break the formation. Join forces, Li Huaixin shouted. The other Golden Core cultivators simultaneously attacked, unleashing lethal techniques. We can break the formation together, but it will take 30 minutes. I don't know if the trial participants inside can hold on, Li Huaixin said, looking increasingly solemn. After weighing the situation for a moment, Li Huaixin took out his phone to call for a nascent soul expert. A reply came quickly. The nearest nascent soul expert would take 10 minutes to arrive. Su Shangxing took a deep breath and continued attacking the formation in silence. 10 minutes. Could Feng Che and the others withstand the siege of numerous Foundation establishment demon cultivators? Just then, a sound of shattering stones came from inside the hotel. The Foundation establishment demon cultivator, who had been preparing a deadly move for a long time, widened his eyes, staring at the figure who had completely grasped his head with one hand. Was this really the same 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator he knew? At this moment, Feng Che's height had surged to 1.9 meters, with layers of muscles rising on his back, outlining perfect and powerful lines. His long, jet-black hair cascaded down to his waist like a waterfall, with faint golden mist swirling in his pupils. His gaze was cold and merciless as he looked at the demon cultivator trying to launch a desperate counterattack. Not giving the opponent any chance, mist overflowed from Feng Che's golden eyes, and he softly uttered 4 words, Divine Power. Ascend. His 5 fingers suddenly tightened. Snap! Under the magic vine helmet, the head of the 3rd-level Foundation establishment demon cultivator was instantly crushed. Feng Che activated the 2nd divine ability. He had acquired the embryonic form of the magic combat divine ability. Through the eyes of the king, he detected the demonic energy surging and rising within the pile of rubble, a sense of impending danger compelling him to use this ability for the first time. Ascending, in essence, is a unique state. Once activated, all of Feng Che's abilities are enhanced comprehensively, as if he truly climbed to a higher realm. Physical strength, spiritual awareness, reaction speed, and mana intensity all surge dramatically. In this state, Feng Che transcended the limits of the 9th level of Qi refinement, reaching the Foundation establishment stage, doubling the power of his 8 desolate burst. His body surged with explosive power, and his combat awareness reached its peak. Even the slightest movement of an enemy could be anticipated, revealing their intentions and attack routes. This state, combined with the eyes of the king, made him an unstoppable force. Golden smoke flowed from his pupils, like golden lightning. His 6'3" frame contained astonishing power. With a single strike, he crushed the head of a 3rd-level Foundation establishment demonic cultivator, and with another punch, pierced through the opponent's vine armor and chest. As the demonic cultivator's spiritual consciousness attempted to flee, reduced to a shadow, Feng Che's eyes of the king flashed fiercely, and the mind's eye blade shot out. The invisible blade sliced through the air with a whoosh, and with a splatter of spiritual blood, the demonic cultivator's consciousness was obliterated, leaving him utterly destroyed. Feng Che remained unusually calm amidst it all, his gaze indifferent, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. At this moment, only battle could pique his interest. With the fall of the demonic cultivator, the entire corridor of demonic vines began to tremble violently, gradually withering. Countless tiny vines shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground. Feng Che tilted his head slightly, his figure disappearing in an instant, reappearing in a new location as if he had teleported. He stomped heavily, causing the entire corridor to explode, cracks spreading, and massive stones twisting and deforming. A thick demonic vine emerged, pinned under his foot. He bent down, wrapping his arms around the vine. The thick vine writhed like a conscious giant serpent, trying to escape, but Feng Che held it firmly. His body moved swiftly with the vine, as if riding a giant fish through a river, the scenery around him rapidly receding. Suddenly, everything fell silent. Feng Che looked up, his golden smoke-filled pupils reflecting the scene before him. The vine had brought him back to the main vine's location. In the center of the grand hall stood an enormous demonic vine, its roots deeply embedded in the ground. Around the vine, eerie blood-colored formations flickered, with several black-robed demonic cultivators seated cross-legged, their heavy breathing echoing in the air. At this moment, the demonic cultivators were all staring in shock at Feng Che, who was brought to the main vine area. This was the genius who wielded the demon vine. Wasn't number 7 sent to kill him? How could number 7, at the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment, lose to someone at the 9th level of Qi Refining? The faces of the seated Foundation Establishment demonic cultivators turned grim. They had never anticipated this situation. Apart from Su Muxian and Huang Yunxiao, they had underestimated everyone else. They had thought capturing Feng Che was a sure thing. Number 7? You mean the demonic cultivator whose head I just crushed? Feng Che said calmly, his long hair swaying slightly as he entered a state of heightened awareness. His words about killing someone were devoid of emotion, sending a chill through the demonic cultivators. Impossible. Number 7 was at the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment. How could you, a mere 9th level Qi Refining cultivator, kill him? One of the demonic cultivators shouted angrily. Feng Che's golden smoke-filled eyes fell on him. Suddenly, Feng Che threw a punch. Boom. A thick demon vine collided with Feng Che's outstretched fist, shattering into pieces. The intense demonic energy surged as a Foundation Establishment Level 2 demonic cultivator, clad in vine armor, lunged at Feng Che from behind. This was the core of the Emu demon vine formation set by the demonic cultivators, and they couldn't afford to let it be destroyed. However, the attack passed through Feng Che's body. The demonic cultivator's eyes widened in surprise. Feng Che hovered above him, his golden smoke-filled eyes looking down indifferently. With a thunderous crash, Feng Che descended, his legs unleashing a terrifying force. The power of 4 layers merged and burst forth in a single kick. Crash! The vine armor covering the Foundation Establishment Level 2 demonic cultivator shattered, and he was slammed into the ground, creating a deep pit as blood splattered everywhere. It was as if he had fallen from a 50-story building, resulting in a gruesome display. Instant kill. A Foundation Establishment Level 2 demonic cultivator, using the power of the demon vine and clad in vine armor, was instantly killed by the trial participant in front of them. The Beast Blood Cult Foundation Establishment disciples controlling the Emu demon vine formation trembled with fear. Is this really a 9th level Qi Refining cultivator? A demonic cultivator exclaimed, almost cursing as he nearly lost control of the formation, risking its collapse. Hold the formation. He's a body cultivator, not to be underestimated. Let me handle him. A burly Foundation Establishment Level 3 demonic cultivator shouted, instructing the others to maintain the formation as he stepped forward. Clad in vine armor and wielding a vine spear, his massive frame resembled a mountain of flesh. His eyes locked onto Feng Che, filled with killing intent. Almost let a 9th level Qi Refining cultivator ruin everything. Body cultivator or not, he won't stand a chance against me. The demonic cultivator roared, his body moving with surprising agility like a graceful butterfly. Number 3 is taking action. He's merged with the demon armor Beast Blood, activating Beast Blood mode. His defense is invincible, and his strength is unmatched. He's the perfect counter to body cultivators. A demonic cultivator felt reassured seeing number 3 step in. However, a deafening roar echoed. The demonic cultivator who had just sighed in relief saw the massive number 3, who resembled a mountain of flesh, being blasted back at an even faster speed, embedding into the wall. Feng Che held number 3's huge head with one hand, while slowly raising a clenched fist with the other. His arms stretched like a drawn bow, accumulating layer upon layer of force. 8 Desolation Tower burst. Feng Che named his punch softly, his expression emotionless. Then, his arm was like a full-drawn bowstring, and his fist descended. Boom. Feng Che's fist sliced through the air, unleashing 4 streams of force compressed to the extreme, like a dragon poised to strike. The air twisted and exploded under the impact of his punch, and a harsh sonic boom accompanied the sparks that flickered across his knuckles, evidence of the intense heat generated by the friction between his skin and the air. The 3rd demon cultivator stood frozen in place, unable to believe how quickly he was defeated, even more so by a high school student at the 9th level of Qi Refinement, possessing explosive power rivaling that of a Foundation Establishment body cultivator. Feng Che's every move was executed with a precision that was breathtaking, as if witnessing a divine being demonstrating its might on earth. Bang! With a golden electric light flashing in his eyes, Feng Che delivered a lethal blow, his expression impassive. The demon cultivator's head exploded like a watermelon dropped from a great height, scattering bone fragments and brain matter that blossomed into a gruesome flower of blood on the ground. Feng Che stood up, his clothes fluttering without wind, and his long hair gently swayed with the flow of energy within him. Turning to the demon cultivators seated in the formation, He began counting aloud. 1, 2, 3. His calm voice echoed in the hall, yet it sent chills down the spine of each demon cultivator, making it difficult for them to maintain focus. How can this guy be so arrogant? One Foundation Establishment demon cultivator shouted, his face contorted with anger. Yet, they had no choice but to keep the ethereal wood thousand vine ghost demon formation intact. Otherwise, if the golden core cultivators outside breached the barrier, a quicker and more gruesome death awaited them. Feng Che walked forward with a composed stride, his long hair cascading like a waterfall behind him. Get number 1 back here. Forget about that dual god Su Muxian for now. Deal with this monster first, a demon cultivator shouted in near despair. Feng Che paused, tilting his head slightly. I'll give you a chance to call number 1 back. Meanwhile, another part of the hotel had become a battlefield, with debris flying and severed demon vines scattered everywhere. Su Muxian hovered within a mist of white mana, appearing like a celestial being. The burly Huang Yunxiao stood guard beside her, wielding a massive sword, while Luo Liuli, Gao Cheng, and Lu Lei remained vigilant. They had just survived an intense battle. A Foundation Establishment Level 3 demon cultivator, adept in speed, had launched a surprise attack. If not for Su Muxian's timely awareness, lives might have been lost. Their target is Sister Su, Huang Yunxiao said gravely, his massive frame tense as he slammed his great sword into the ground, causing cracks to spiderweb outwards. As long as we keep him at bay and give Sister Su a chance, that guy will be dead for sure. Everyone's expressions were serious, leaving no room for complacency. Facing a demonic cultivator at the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment stage was no small matter. Suddenly, the demonic cultivator's figure appeared amidst the demon vines, his scarlet eyes brimming with murderous intent and a cold smile playing on his lips. However, his laughter abruptly ceased, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he transformed into a black gust of wind, vanishing instantly. Within the shrouding white mist, Su Muxian slowly opened her eyes, a golden mark faintly visible on her brow, revealing a look of puzzlement. He ran away? She frowned, pondering for a moment before realizing something. Follow him. Su Muxian gracefully took to the air, with Huang Yunxiao, Gao Cheng, Luo Liuli, and Lu Lei closely following. She kept her gaze fixed on the rapidly moving black shadow, certain that the demonic cultivator's sudden retreat was related to Feng Che, who had been whisked away by the demon vines. Suddenly, the air was thick with demonic energy and the acrid scent of blood, as if someone had been violently torn apart, with flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Su Muxian abruptly halted, the white mist coming to a sudden stop in midair, and the other four quickly steadied themselves as well. A black shadow flew back like a cannonball. It was the same swift, demonic cultivator from before. Now his vine armor was in tatters, his chest caved in and twisted, eyes nearly bursting from their sockets, clearly having taken a devastating blow. With a loud bang, the demonic cultivator slammed into the wall, the vines shattering and cracks spreading. Are you number 1? A calm voice echoed from within the hall. The demonic cultivator embedded in the wall was terrified, only able to make hoarse sounds from his throat. A red-scaled sword, entwined with white lightning, whistled through the air, piercing like heavenly thunder, and exploded a massive bloody hole in his chest. That shattered chest, it's Feng Che, Luo Liuli exclaimed with delight. From the signature chest-shattering technique, she was certain the speaker was Feng Che. Gao Cheng and Lu Lei also showed signs of joy, relieved that Feng Che not only survived, but also displayed such formidable strength. Su Muxian's eyes glimmered with curiosity, wondering what had transpired inside the hall for a 3rd-level Foundation Establishment demonic cultivator, who they all found challenging, to be dispatched so effortlessly. Let's go in and see. The group moved toward the hall with the shattered entrance. Thick black mist mingled with blood, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. As they passed through the demonic mist and blood fog, the scene before them chilled everyone to the bone, a cold shiver racing from their feet to their heads. Even Su Muxian, usually calm and composed, couldn't help but have her pupils contract violently, staring in disbelief at the gruesome scene inside the hall. The thick scent of blood spread throughout the hall, with viscous streams of it winding their way across the floor. Everyone stood at the entrance, their hearts clenching at the horrific scene inside. Inside the hall, bodies were piled up in layers. Each of the dark cultivators had met the same fate: either their heads were blown off or their chests shattered. In the eerie positions of the formation, at least 4 or 5 bodies of Foundation Establishment cultivators lay scattered, their heads completely obliterated, with no trace of life left. In the center of the blood pool stood Feng Che, his tall, muscular frame imposing. His waist-length black hair moved as if blown by an invisible wind, while a terrifying aura emanated from his bronzed skin. With an expressionless face, he grabbed the head of a Foundation Establishment Stage 1 cultivator, his voice as cold as polar ice. Is this the number 1 you called back? How disappointing. The dark cultivator's eyes were filled with terror, as if he were the prey being hunted by dark cultivators. A flicker of disgust crossed Fang Che's eyes, and his fingers tightened abruptly. With a sickening pop, the dark cultivator's head was crushed, sending fragments of flesh, bone, and white brain matter flying. Retreat. Fall back. Forget the formation. Kill this guy. The remaining dark cultivators finally reacted. Fang Che's actions had been lightning fast, from using the Scarlet Scale Sword to instantly kill the backup number 1, to exploding the heads of several Foundation Establishment Stage 1 cultivators in the blink of an eye. Who's the real dark cultivator here? This guy's a demon. The surviving dark cultivators were in disarray. Waves of magical energy surged as they leapt from their positions in the formation, including 2 at Foundation Establishment Stage 3, their eyes filled with both anger and fear. Fang Che casually flicked the blood from his hand, golden smoke emanating from his eyes like electricity. He smirked coldly. Now this is more like it. I thought you were dumb enough to just wait for death. Before he finished speaking, he darted forward like a golden lightning bolt, clashing directly with the 2 Foundation Establishment Stage 3 cultivators. At this moment, Su Muxian, Huang Yunxiao, Lu Lei, and Gao Cheng had just entered the hall, only to be struck silent with shock. Huang Yunxiao inhaled deeply. This was all Fang Che? How is that possible? Su Muxian was speechless, while Lu Lei and Gao Cheng were utterly dumbfounded, as if their entire worldview had been turned upside down. Fang Che, the freshman trial participant. Su Muxian murmured in disbelief. The scene before them left everyone in shock. A young man at the 9th level of Qi refining effortlessly defeating an opponent at the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment. If a genius from the Imperial Capital, the Twin Gods, or the 5 Elements Immortal City, who had secured a spot through independent admission, had achieved this, it might have been understandable. But Fang Che was merely a high school freshman, and his combat prowess seemed astonishingly beyond reason. Su Muxian's eyes clouded over as she focused intently on the battlefield. It's a divine ability, she declared with certainty. Fang Che used a divine ability, boosting his power at least tenfold. My Xuanxian eyes wouldn't be mistaken. Sister Su, is it similar to your Xuanxian state? Huang Yunxiao couldn't help but ask. It is indeed a divine ability, and quite a rare one. Su Muxian replied seriously. Whether it's innate or acquired, this level of strength. Even I couldn't easily crush a 4th level Foundation Establishment Demon Cultivator when I was at the 9th level of Qi refining. A flicker of excitement crossed her eyes, followed by a sigh. Unfortunately, he's only a freshman, so this year's college entrance exam is out of reach for him. He's not from a cultivation family like the Luo family, so where does he get such divine abilities? Huang Yunxiao gasped. Gao Cheng, Lu Lei, Luo Lioli, and the others witnessed the entire bloody scene, struck speechless. Su Muxian withdrew from her Xuanxian state and stretched lazily. Don't worry, we're in the main vine area of the soul-devouring demon vine. The formation set up by the demon cultivators has been destroyed by Fang Che, so we're safe. With a resounding crash, 2 figures slammed heavily into the wall. Fang Che, his blood surging and the 8 Desolations aura intensifying, was enveloped in white lightning. As he shattered the skull of the last Foundation Establishment Demon Cultivator with a punch, the hall fell into a silent stillness, broken only by the rustling of falling vines. It's over, Huang Yunxiao said in a trembling voice, gazing at the towering figure nearly 6 feet tall. Fang Che's glance, filled with golden smoke and cold eyes, felt as electrifying as Su Muxian's fully activated Xuanxian state. Fang Che nodded to his acquaintances, his body covered in blood and his magical power boiling, the fluctuations of his 9th level Qi refining nearing the Foundation Establishment stage. With a slight bend of his knees, he unleashed the combined force of the 4-fold 8 Desolations, causing the ground to crack and cave in. Like a blood-red lightning bolt, he leaped high towards the escaping, furious dragon, the main body of the soul-devouring demon vine. With a hand wrapped in white lightning, he plunged into the main vine, tearing upward with a series of cracking sounds. Suddenly, he paused and gave a fierce yank. With a wet rip, as if a dragon was being skinned alive, a fist-sized demon core was forcibly extracted. Formed by countless tiny vines, it pulsed with a bloody glow, throbbing like a real heart. The demon core of the bloodthirsty spirit vine glowed with a ghostly light in Fang Che's hand, instantly capturing the attention of Su Muxian and Huang Yunxiao. This 2nd-tier demon core, capable of enhancing spiritual roots, was enough to quicken the pulse of any cultivator present, despite its low success rate. Huang Yunxiao's eyes burned with intense desire, but it was quickly extinguished by Su Muxian's words. Give it up, this is Fang Che's prize. Reluctantly, he scratched his head and accepted the situation. After all, if even Su Muxian had chosen to give up, he had even less right to contest. Fang Che, Huang Yunxiao murmured softly. This nobody from Feilei Immortal City has become the biggest winner of this trial. If he survives, his name might shine brightly within the immortal sections. Gao Cheng, Lu Lei, and Luo Lioli gazed up at this brilliant scene. For Luo Lioli, The moment was particularly striking. She and Feng Che were both first-year students in the talent cultivation class of Fei Immortal City, yet he had left her far behind with no chance to catch up. But her eyes gradually filled with determination. I won't give up. I will work as hard as Feng Che. With the Luo family bloodline, I will surely catch up to him. Meanwhile, outside the hotel, the battle grew increasingly tense. Countless vines coiled around the towering buildings like giant pythons, and the black mist roiled as the power of the Emu 10,000 Vines Ghost Demon Array persisted. This third-tier closed formation was so defensively strong that even the attacks of Golden Core cultivators like Su Shangxing, Pei Linglong, and Li Huaxian couldn't breach it in a short time, giving the demonic cultivators inside ample time to target the geniuses of the immortal sex. Su Shangxing hovered in the air with a sword box on his back, his expression grim. Another sword light dissipated into the black mist. 8 minutes have passed, and we can't shake this formation, Li Huaxian said, halting his attacks as the other Golden Core team leaders from the immortal sex also stopped their assault. We should wait for the support of the nascent soul masters. Only Su Shangxing refused to relent, his internal energy surging as sword light continuously erupted. Suddenly, his spiritual sense quivered, and his eyes narrowed. The sword light he was about to form scattered into countless ice crystals suspended in the air. His gaze was fixed intently on the black mist before him. This dense fog enveloping the entire building had been cleaved open by an invisible blade. The dense fog rolled away, revealing the entire hotel. The sinister vines clinging to the building suddenly began to wither, the massive tendrils dying instantly and crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact that made the ground tremble violently. Su Shangxing raised an eyebrow, watching the shattered formation with a look of astonishment. From the withered vines emerged a towering figure, his long hair flowing in the wind, clutching a pulsating, bloody demon core in his hand. His eyes flickered with a faint golden smoke. As Su Shangxing met his gaze, disbelief crossed his face. Feng Che. System notifications popped up incessantly in front of Feng Che. Ding. You have slain a Foundation Establishment Demon Cultivator, gaining 500 Diligence Points. Based on the extent of the Demon Cultivator's evil deeds, you receive an additional 800 Diligence Points. Ding. You have slain a Foundation Establishment Demon Cultivator, gaining 500 Diligence Points. The notifications densely covered his field of vision. After retracting the embryonic form of his magical abilities and ascending the building, exhaustion washed over him like a tide. Feng Che's Dantian was depleted of magical power, and his muscles were on the verge of spasming. He barely managed to land, and then sat cross-legged, panting heavily, yet his eyes shone with excitement. A fortune beyond imagination just fell into my lap, Feng Che murmured to himself, then broke into a grin. But this fortune was given by the heavens, and I caught it with my own skills. I caught it fair and square. At that moment, thick green sap began gushing from the wounds of the demon vine. Feng Che's expression changed dramatically. His heart aching. This was a precious body-refining elixir. A flash of sword light, and Su Shangxing appeared in time. He formed a seal with his fingers, solidifying the spraying demon vine sap in midair, then took out a large bathing tub from his storage ring to collect the sap. He filled one tub after another until the demon vine was drained and completely withered. Finally, he used a golden core sword aura to destroy the demon vine's spirit. Teacher Su. Feng Che looked on with admiration. As expected of a seasoned veteran, you even carry a tub with you. Su Shangxing maintained a calm exterior, but internally he was shocked. Damn. It really is Feng Che, this second-grade demon vine. He actually managed to destroy it, and even extract the demon core. Is this really my student, Su Shangxing? He nodded approvingly. Well done. At this moment, Su Muxian, Huang Yunxiao, Gao Cheng, and others arrived, staring at Feng Che in astonishment. Just as Su Shangxing was about to ask how to deal with the 2 tubs of demon vine sap, Feng Che suddenly rolled his eyes and fainted, clutching the demon core. Before losing consciousness, the last system notification appeared in his vision. Ding. You have demonstrated your charming diligence in slaying Foundation Establishment Demon Cultivators, having killed more than 10. You have earned a random treasure chest draw. Oh, young man. Your diligent demeanor is truly captivating, and countless girls will find you irresistible. Young man, draw? Draw with all your might. Enjoy the draw to the fullest. Feng Che fainted. The unexpected incident took him by surprise, catching him completely off guard. Clearly, the continuous battle on the stairs against so many Foundation Stage demon cultivators had not only drained his spiritual sense, but also left some hidden dangers. His brain activated a self-protection mechanism, causing him to fall into unconsciousness. However, just before losing consciousness, Feng Che saw a tantalizing notification pop up on his interface. Achieving a 10-hit combo against Foundation Stage demon cultivators came with an unexpected bonus. The surprise was so overwhelming that it stirred his already weakened spiritual sense, leading to his complete blackout. This sleep was exceptionally sweet. Feng Che felt as if his entire body was immersed in a soothing warmth. and an unprecedented sense of relaxation washed over him. When he slowly opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a nutrient pod resembling a bathtub, surrounded by sophisticated instruments. Whoa! Feng Che suddenly sat up from the nutrient pod, immediately feeling a surge of power coursing through him. His body, previously exhausted from the battle, was fully restored. Awake! Su Shangxing was lounging in a chair, leisurely slurping a bowl of rice noodles. How long was I out? Feng Che asked with a serious expression. He was concerned that being unconscious for too long might affect his accumulation of diligence points. Although he had gained quite a bit from this demon cultivator defeat, such large-scale opportunities were rare, and he usually relied on steady accumulation. 7 hours, Su Shangxing replied, looking at him. It was just a 7-hour sleep. You probably haven't slept that long in a while, have you? Diligence is good, but you need to balance work and rest. Don't stretch your spiritual sense too thin. It's important to relax sometimes. Feng Che let out a long sigh of relief. 7 hours was within an acceptable range. Just then, another notification appeared on his interface. Would you like to draw a random treasure chest? Feng Che's eyes lit up, and he immediately made his choice. If he could get a gold chest, it would be a tremendous fortune. Unfortunately, despite his diligence, his luck wasn't the best. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a silver chest. Would you like to open it? A hint of disappointment flashed in Feng Che's eyes. His golden dreams were shattered. But he quickly perked up. Open it. Silver is better than bronze, and there's no reason not to open it. Ding! Congratulations on receiving 1,000 specialized diligence points in alchemy, alchemy technique, devouring fire tempering spirit art, and the recipe for 8 desolations tempering body pill. The silver light flickered as the treasure chest rewards were revealed. Feng Che's excitement faded, and his brow furrowed in disappointment. Why is it all related to alchemy? He muttered under his breath, unable to hide his letdown. Thanks to the specialized diligence points, his alchemy level was directly boosted to LV40100000. For someone who had never improved in alchemy, this was an unexpected bonus. It really is a random chest, truly random. Feng Che remarked with a resigned chuckle. Feng Che calmed his mind, resisting the urge to immediately dive into the study of alchemy and its recipes. At that moment, Su Shangxing had just finished his drink and turned his gaze towards Feng Che, who had emerged from the nutrition pod fully dressed. With a proud smile, Su handed him the demon core of the spirit-devouring vine and 2 barrels of its sap. Who would have thought you were the biggest winner of this trial? Su Shangxing's face beamed with pride. You've topped the merit list of the trial, surpassing even Li Yun and Yi Qing from the imperial capital and overshadowing Su Muxian, Huang Yunxiao, and Luo Beiyu from Shuangshan City. For a first-year student to outshine these people is a great honor for our Fei immortal city. Su Shangxing couldn't help but laugh, recalling the stunned expressions of the talented third-year students when they returned to the base and saw the trial's merit rankings. As the trial nears its end, your defeat of the spirit-devouring vine and most of the Foundation establishment demon cultivators catapulted you to the top of the rankings. Li Yun, Yi Qing, and the others were so tense they stopped slacking and turned the place upside down, rooting out all the hidden demon cultivators. Hearing this, Feng Che also laughed. His success had inspired everyone to double their efforts, ultimately disadvantaging only the demon cultivators of the Beast Blood sect. Su Shangxing nodded and said, communications in Yunxiao Town have been restored. You should contact your family to let them know you're safe. After some rest at the base, we'll head to the imperial capital for the national competition of the Taoist Arts Tournament. By the way, because of your outstanding performance in this trial, I've secured an excellent opportunity for you. Just then, a figure entered the room. It was Li Huaxian, the admissions officer from Pujuan University. Feng Che quickly greeted him. Feeling a surge of excitement, Pujuan University was one of the top 3 immortal cultivation universities in the Great Xia immortal sect. Li Huaxian looked at Feng Che with appreciation. For a first-year student to shine so brightly in a trial filled with talented third years, surpassing Li Yun, Yi Qing, and others, is truly remarkable. In light of your exceptional performance on the trial merit list, I can make an exception and offer you a chance for independent admission. Independent admission to Pujuan University? Feng Che's heart was pounding with excitement. Does this mean I have a chance to enter Pujuan University ahead of schedule? Li Huaxian nodded in confirmation, adding, of course, the condition is that you must not perform poorly in the national competition of the Taoist Arts Tournament. This year's national competition is different from previous years. Winning the individual championship not only holds great prestige, but also grants the opportunity to compete against champions from other immortal sections. If you can triumph in this ultimate showdown and bring glory to the sect, you'll receive a direct admission offer. Li Huaxian's eyes burned with the same trust that Su Shangxing had shown. The challenge is significant after all. The Great Xia Immortal Sect's Taoist Arts Tournament reform is just beginning, while other sects have already cultivated many skilled competitors. Feng Che took a deep breath, filled with anticipation. He knew that the quality resources and supportive environment of a university could help him grow faster. His goal in diligent cultivation was to become stronger, and in a competitive environment, pressure could unlock potential. The resources, environment, and atmosphere of Pajuan University were exactly what he needed to give wings to his dreams. With determination in his eyes, Feng Che clenched his fist and solemnly promised, "I will give it my all. If any champion from another sect stands in the way of my hard work, I'll defeat them. Don't worry, with the strength you've shown, even if you fail this time, getting into Pajuan University during the college entrance exams is a certainty," Li Huaixian said with an appreciative smile, his eyes bright as he looked at Feng Che. In his view, Feng Che not only has the potential to enter one of the top 3 immortal cultivation universities, but can also find a broader world there. These 3 universities are the brightest jewels of the entire Daxia immortal sect, gathering the most elite young cultivators. Not only do they have nascent soul masters as lecturers, but you might also occasionally see a transcendent sovereign giving a lecture. Every year, the number of golden core cultivators graduating from there exceeds the training scale of any other force. Li Huaixian quietly calculated that investing in Feng Che early could pay off if he truly reaches the pinnacle one day. At this moment, Su Shangxing turned to Feng Che and pointed at the spoils on the ground. "Do you need us to help you deal with these demon cores and juices? This is just a second-tier demon core, with limited effect on enhancing spiritual root aptitude. The real treasure was the 4th-tier demon core, but unfortunately, it was divided among the nascent soul masters." Looking at Feng Che's heavenly spiritual root aptitude, he continued, "For you, converting it into merit might be more practical than refining it into a pill." Feng Che quickly understood the situation. This second-tier demon core might help someone with a lower-grade spiritual root reach a middle grade, but for his heavenly spiritual root, it was insignificant. "Then please, Mr. Su, help me sell it and convert it into merit," Feng Che said decisively. "All right, I'll list it on the resource network for you," Su Shangxing nodded, then asked, "What about the magic vine juice?" "It's a rare body refining elixir," Feng Che replied with a smile. "Please help me distribute the other barrel of juice to Luo Liuli, Gao Cheng, and Lu Lei." One barrel was enough for him. There was no need to hoard all the benefits. After Su Shangxing left, Feng Che lay back in the nutrient chamber and began to sort out his current situation. "I have 14,560 diligence points now, which seems like a lot, but it's actually not much. My skills in spellcasting, talismans, and spiritual awareness are already at level 5, so using the points there would have little effect," he mused softly. "I can only consider swordsmanship, magic, and alchemy, which are still at level 4. These diligence points could at least elevate one talent to level 5. Feng Che fell into thought. Although alchemy was gained from a silver treasure chest, and he wasn't quite used to it yet, it was the first to be ruled out. However, choosing between swordsmanship and magic was proving to be a difficult decision. With the national competition approaching, Feng Che stood at a crossroads, weighing the direction of enhancing his magic or swordsmanship. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately chose the path of swordsmanship. "Do you want to spend 10,000 diligence points to enhance your swordsmanship?" A prompt appeared on the panel. Having made his decision, Feng Che confirmed without hesitation, "Enhance." In the nutrient pod, a light blue liquid slowly enveloped his body. 30 minutes later, Feng Che emerged and changed into clean clothes, and the panel promptly updated. "Enhancement complete. Swordsmanship level 4 to level 5. Swordsmanship level 5. 0100000." What truly made his eyes gleam, however, was the important notification that followed. "Congratulations, swordsmanship talent enhanced to level 5. Obtain the nascent divine ability, Sword Immortal State. Following the Eye of the Ming King, Ascend the Tower, and Divine Talisman." This was the 4th nascent divine ability Feng Che had acquired. Though Sword Immortal State, as an enhancement state, was similar to Ascend the Tower, it revealed to Feng Che astonishing possibilities. What terrifying power would it unleash if he activated Sword Immortal State while ascending the tower? Yet amidst his excitement, a pressing concern emerged. Could his current physical condition withstand the overlap of 2 enhancement states without being overwhelmed? This realization furrowed Feng Che's brow. "I'm too weak," Feng Che mused. "I must quickly enhance my physical strength and spiritual awareness. It's time to advance from the 9th level of Qi refining to foundation establishment. Only by achieving this breakthrough can I undergo a comprehensive transformation." Realizing he had already spent 7 hours in the nutrient pod, Feng Che felt the urgency of time. When burdened with shortcomings, how can one rest easy? Taking a deep breath, he left the room and headed straight to the training area. Using his merit card to enter, Feng Che first grasped spirit stones for cultivation to replenish his mana reserves, then visualized the Fury King image to focus on enhancing his spiritual awareness. Before he knew it, the bright moon hung high in the night sky. Emerging from the meditation chamber, a faint glow emanated from Feng Che's forehead, his spiritual awareness invigorated, leaving him feeling refreshed. Although hunting demonic cultivators was also part of his training, this focused cultivation brought him unparalleled satisfaction. However, The deep night did not deter his diligent spirit. Donning his spirit-binding sandbag, Fang Che headed straight to the training ground, ready to embark on another round of training. The training ground was bustling with activity, far exceeding Fang Che's expectations. Even at this late hour, the place was packed with practitioners sweating profusely. Seeing his fellow cultivators working so diligently, Fang Che couldn't help but feel a bit pressured. His own pride in his hard work seemed insignificant here. It looks like I need to push myself even more, Fang Che thought to himself. Otherwise, the title of hardworking master would be nothing but an empty name. He quietly found a secluded corner of the training ground, ready to test his recently advanced level 5 swordsmanship. Just as he was about to begin, he heard the faint sound of footsteps. Under the moonlight, a tall figure cast a cool shadow as they approached him. Are you Fang Che, the one at the top of the trial merit list? The newcomer asked with a clear hint of challenge in their voice. Fang Che glanced up at the person and shook his head. Top of the merit list? It's just luck. I happened to defeat more foundational demon cultivators, he replied dismissively, clearly not wanting his training time interrupted. Noticing Fang Che's indifference, the person sneered. If you don't have the strength to be at the top of the merit list, don't take up the spot, enjoying the fame and glory it brings. But I am at the top? I can't help it, Fang Che responded nonchalantly. The figure grinned, and suddenly, a powerful surge of magical energy erupted from them, accompanied by an intense foundational pressure. When I beat you, everyone will know what the top of the merit list is really worth. Only then did Fang Che slowly look up, squinting at the confrontational man. Knowing that the recruitment teachers from Pujuan University are here at the base, I see you want to step over me to make a name for yourself in front of Professor Lee. He smirked slightly. All right, I'll give you the chance to accompany me in diligent training. I won't stop, and neither should you. The moonlight cast a cool and serene glow over the training ground, illuminating the figures within. Fang Che was deeply engrossed in his training when he was interrupted by an unexpected visitor. This uninvited guest, Gu Detian from the northern frontier, came with a hint of challenge in his manner. Fang Che initially intended to ignore him, but seeing Gu Detian's eager persistence, he reluctantly agreed to the spar. Gu Detian glanced at the young man before him, pondering. A high school sophomore at the 9th level of Qi refining, who managed to outrank the geniuses from prestigious schools like the imperial capital, Shuangshan, and Wuxing on the trial merit leaderboard. It's truly hard to believe. Quite arrogant. Your arrogance matches the top position on the trial merit leaderboard, Gu Detian remarked with a smile, though his tone carried a hint of irritation. Boom. The pressure of the second level of foundation establishment erupted, causing waves of energy to surge. As a leading figure in the northern team, Gu Detian had the credentials to challenge the 3 top celestial universities, Pajun, Xiaju, and Xiandu. These institutions only admit 50 students each year from the Great Xia Celestial Sect, and those qualified to apply are the brightest talents in the celestial sects. Fang Che looked at Gu Detian and grinned. The night has just begun, let's not waste time. Bang! Before he finished speaking, Fang Che had already vanished from his original spot. Through intense training in the tower climbing state, his mastery of the 8 Desolations burst had reached perfection, allowing him to unleash his power without hindrance. Gu Detian, however, remained calm, lightly tapping his toes on the ground as he slowly ascended. In his view, dealing with a martial artist who excelled in physical techniques was simple: gain altitude to create distance and use magic to exhaust the opponent's stamina. The battle attracted the attention of many cultivators around the training ground. They all knew that as the second-ranked figure at North Frontier High, Gu Detian's strength was formidable. While the top 3 celestial universities might still be in question, his acceptance into a first-class celestial university was a certainty. Seeing his opponent opt for an aerial strategy, a glint of interest flashed in Fang Che's eyes. He was well-versed in handling such adversaries. He casually tossed his crimson scale sword, its blade enveloped in white lightning, resembling a white python as it shot toward Gu Detian. This flying sword is too slow, Gu Detian scoffed, channeling magical energy through his fingertips to conjure a stream of water that ensnared the sword. Just as he was about to flick it away with ease, a flash of shock appeared in his eyes. Fang Che had just finished casting a spell, and his internal energy was in an unstable state, preventing him from using another spell immediately. At that moment, a shadow flickered past, and his cruel yet dazzling smile suddenly appeared before his opponent, his white teeth glinting unsettlingly under the moonlight. Bang! Fang Che's long legs snapped out like a whip, the air crackling as the force surged like thunder. Gu Detian's neck was struck heavily, his eyes almost popping out, blood spurting forth, as he crashed onto the training ground like a cannonball, creating web-like cracks. Are you daydreaming? Fang Che asked, holding his crimson scale sword with a hint of discontent. He swiftly activated the gravity array of the spirit-binding sandbag, his body plummeting to the ground before springing back up lightly as the array deactivated, launching a barrage of rapid physical techniques like a torrential storm. Gu Detian struggled to stand, half of his body stained with blood. He clenched his fingers, forming a water shield, only for it to be shattered by Feng Che's punch. Feng Che then grabbed his collar and hurled him over his shoulder. As he was flung, Gu Detian quickly formed hand seals, channeling his energy into his arms. He clapped his palms towards Feng Che, summoning countless water columns like arrows from above. To his shock, Feng Che navigated through the dense water arrows with ease, dodging each one effortlessly. Not bad speed. I'm just barely warmed up. Keep going, Feng Che said with a smile. It's not quite as challenging as the lantern swordfish in the divine training tower, but it's giving me a sense of urgency. Gu Detian's face flushed red with anger, and he roared, "Are you mocking me? How dare you mock me?" A terrifying wave of energy surged from his body. A crowd had gathered around the training ground, including Su Muxian and Huang Yunxiao. Why is Gu Detian doing this? Huang Yunxiao muttered. Su Muxian explained. Although Feng Che is only at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he tops the trial merit list. Naturally, some people are unhappy and want to prove he's just lucky. Among the spectators were the 5 great talents of the 5 elements Immortal City: Jin Lihua, Shui Jingling, Mu Wenxi, Qi Jingang, and Chen Shilai, as well as northern warriors like Huang Fu Jingyuan and southern ones like Lu Bentao. After scanning the crowd, Su Muxian lost interest. In her eyes, apart from herself and Feng Che, everyone else was insignificant. She continued to watch the battle, her gaze growing peculiar under the moonlight. She recalled the young man, standing amidst a sea of corpses and blood in the hall, his eyes cold and emitting golden smoky, a miracle of a Qi refinement 9th layer cultivator defeating Foundation Establishment demonic cultivators. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.